Chapter 1. The year 1522 of the Sea Circle, the New World, Wano Country, the pinnacle of Onigashima. Dark clouds enveloped the sky. Thunder rumbled ominously as Luffy, embodying the Sun God Nika, wielded the power of lightning, engaging in a fierce battle against the Emperor Kaido. It's time to put an end to this, Kaido. Onigashima is a nuisance. Clear the way. I shall shatter it. Luffy bellowed, extending his arm to an infinite length, his rubber form swelling. In an instant, his right fist expanded to the size of half of Onigashima, fully unleashing his armament haki, enveloping his fist in an inky darkness. Lightning danced across the surface of his fist, a divine might akin to a prison. Fire Dragon Blaze, a colossal dragon, over 100 meters long, ignited with surging flames, radiating such heat that the very air twisted around it. That fist of yours shall never land, for before it does, your body will melt away. Kaido, exuding a suffocating heat, confronted the dark mountain-like fist, roaring as he unleashed a torrent of searing flames capable of incinerating all existence. Rising Dragon, flame 8 trigrams. I will not be melted away. The old man taught me how to attack without making contact. I shall utterly defeat you. Luffy's hair transformed into a fiery white blaze, his conqueror's haki surging forth. He roared, bringing his mountainous fist crashing down. Rubber, Ape God Spear. Kaido, transformed into a fiery dragon, collided with Luffy's thunderous fist. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that instantly scattered and extinguished the flame clouds surrounding Onigashima. With the support of the flame clouds lost, the massive skeletal Onigashima began to plummet. Kaido, bearing his fang maw, roared, Straw Hat Kid, what kind of world do you wish to create? I want to create a world where my friends can eat their fill. Luffy unleashed every ounce of his power, the black-red conqueror's haki coiling around his assault, striking Kaido's head, forcing his 100-meter-long fiery form to descend inch by inch. Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief as Luffy's colossal fist shattered his defenses. He could scarcely believe that he would be bested by the Straw Hat Kid. Luffy. In the final moment before losing consciousness, Kaido's mind echoed with a conversation with his companion, Jean. Jean, I know who Joy Boy is now. Who? Joy Boy is the one who will defeat me in the future. Jean chuckled. Then it seems he will not appear. Kaido began to fall. Together with the massive Onigashima, he plummeted towards the sea below. As Kaido caught a glimpse of the gigantic sword embedded in the falling Onigashima, he suddenly froze, his pupils dilating as a voice thundered in his mind. No, Onigashima is about to shatter. That man is about to emerge, and Joy Boy may not necessarily be you, Straw Hat. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Kaido plummeted to the earth, causing the ground to quake and crack, sending him towards the molten depths below. In a critical moment, Momonosuke finally managed to conjure flame clouds, enveloping the massive Onigashima, slowing its descent until, with a resounding thud, it landed safely. You guys are incredible, truly incredible, Yamato exclaimed, catching the exhausted Luffy, bouncing with excitement. Thus, the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were both proclaimed defeated, sinking into the molten depths. When everyone within Onigashima evacuated and heard the joyous news, they erupted into thunderous cheers. No one noticed the immense cracks beginning to spread across the giant skull of Onigashima. The gigantic sword lodged in the skull trembled, humming as if rejoicing. At the very center of the earth beneath Onigashima, a colossal figure slowly opened its eyes. 7 days later, as the world welcomed the transition of the old and new 4 emperors, and Wano Country embraced its new ruler, all gathered in Flower Capital to commence the festivities. At the Yuta Quarry, within the prisoner's prison, a middle-aged man, bare-chested and draped in a cloak of justice, with a wild mane of hair, extended his left hand, his 5 fingers transforming into long vines, ensnaring the members of the beast pirates who bore sea prism stone cuffs, one by one. The vines writhed, bulging with life, emitting a gurgling sound as they swallowed and twisted, almost as if possessing a will of their own. This was the new admiral from the Navy headquarters, Green Bull, aramaki. Vines ensnared Queen and Jean tightly, their tips penetrating through their bodies, continuously siphoning their life force. Queen's portly form withered into a frail, aged shadow of its former self, resembling a man on the brink of death. With a cold expression, Green Bull lifted his foot clad in black leather, repeatedly kicking Queen's body, berating, "Didn't I tell you to stop resisting? If you were to be defeated by mere subordinates, where would my face go? Admiral Green Bull? How vile! If it weren't for these sea prism stone cuffs, even if you were an admiral, you wouldn't easily defeat us." Jean grit his teeth, a vine piercing through his chest, hoisted high as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Still defiant, even as mere subordinates? Don't say you lot, even if Kaido were here, I would still absorb him. Green Bull's gaze turned ferocious as he seized Jean's remaining wing, tearing it apart with a cruel smile. A bunch of good for nothings, defeated by a bunch of children playing house, truly a waste of decades of infamy. For emperors? Hardly. As Green Bull's words fell, he suddenly sensed something amidst the ground, stirred by his powers, trembled. In the distance, a cacophony of cracking sounds echoed. Above, clouds as dark as ink began to gather, shrouding a vast area, plunging the entire Yuta quarry into darkness. What's happening? An earthquake? Or a volcanic eruption? Green Bull pondered, perplexed. However, the next second, a thunderous explosion erupted from the earth beyond Yuta, akin to a massive detonation, the sound generating shockwaves that swept into the quarry. Could there be a battle occurring? Green Bull ventured outside, following the direction of the noise. Behind him, several resilient vines coiled around Queen and Jean, slithering like serpents, trailing at Green Bull's feet. As Green Bull stepped out of the prison, onto the open ground, he instantly beheld the site of the explosion. Before him lay a skeletal island, a gigantic sword skewered into its surface. At that moment, the mountain's eyes skull began to fracture and disintegrate. Onigashima? This skeletal isle was none other than the stronghold of the beast pirates, Onigashima. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated again, shaking the heavens and earth, and a furious roar echoed. Roar! Kaido! Oh foolish Odin! You have finally been defeated. Green Bull's pupils constricted, his fingers involuntarily loosening the vines binding Queen and Jean, causing the withered duo to collapse to the ground. What is that? Queen and Jean, weakly straining to open their eyes, sought to comprehend the calamity unfolding on Onigashima. A cloud of dust billowed as a towering figure gradually rose. How did you promise me back then? You told me, big brother, I shall never be defeated. I will drag every nation and noble into war, allowing fate to be determined by conflict. The figure stepped forth from the crumbling skeletal Onigashima. Very well. I entrust the world to your hands. I willingly slumber at the heart of Onigashima. Yet you still failed. The massive form finally revealed its true visage. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Kaido, yet appeared younger, with a chiseled face radiating determination and masculinity. Standing 9 meters tall, his muscles rippling like a dragon, adorned with horns akin to Kaido's. His physique was even grander than Kaido's. Clenching his fists, he let out a furious roar, an aura so terrifying that it pierced the heavens, tearing apart the dark clouds above. After 30 years of slumber, I, Emperor Kaiza, shall shatter this repugnant world. Outside the Yuta quarry, at the prison's gates, gazing upon this imposing figure brimming with might, Green Bull furrowed his brows deeply. Who is this man? He bears a striking resemblance to Kaido. Emperor Kaiza? I have never heard of that name. Could he be a hidden cadre of the beast pirates? He certainly appears formidable, and his vitality seems robust. I could absorb him for quite a while. Green Bull, filled with anticipation, restored his fingers to their original form, stretching them into hollow vines towards the towering figure. Behind him, the withered Queen and Jean struggled to open their eyes, finally catching sight of the terrifying figure. Tears of joy welled in Queen's eyes as he cried out, "Boss Kaido, I always knew you wouldn't be defeated. I knew it." Beside him, the exhausted Jean, lacking strength, furrowed his brows, recalling long-forgotten memories, his face paling further as he locked his gaze on the figure emerging from the smoke, trembling as he uttered, No, that is not Kaido. That is Kaido's elder brother, the dread god of the rocks era. Emperor Kaiza. Quinn stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Kaido's older brother? Jean, do not deceive me. How have I never heard that Kaido has an elder brother? Jean gasped, barely managing to steady himself. It is entirely normal that you haven't heard. The name Kaiza is a taboo on Onigashima, known only to a select few, myself, Kaido, and the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates were, in fact, Kaiza's subordinates from his earlier days. Thus, they have never been particularly inclined to heed Kaido's commands. Green Bull did not closely listen to their exchange otherwise. He would have certainly taken precautions. Confident in his own strength, he boldly approached Kaiza, his right hand splayed open, fingers transforming into 5 serpentine vines that shot forth, aiming directly for Kaiza's face. Kaiza's eyes widened as the conqueror's haki he had suppressed for 30 years erupted violently. Boom! A black-red shockwave suddenly reverberated throughout the rabbit well, extending far beyond, leaving behind a trail of fine fissures in the earth, creating a tangible and terrifying impact solely through his haki. What? The 5 vines that Green Bull had extended rapidly withered. He felt a haze engulfing his mind, his brain momentarily stunned by Kaiza's conqueror's haki. Do you dare to attack me? Has Kaido not informed you that his thunderbagwa was taught to him by none other than myself? Kaiza's voice thundered like a storm in Green Bull's ears, causing his eardrums to resonate painfully. Thunder God Bagwa. Kaiza's right arm stretched across the heavens like an ancient pillar, tearing through the void and swiftly closing the distance to Green Bull. His colossal fist was not only enveloped in an invisible layer of armament haki, but also crackled with dazzling lightning. This is bad. A warning bell rang in Green Bull's heart as he felt every hair on his body stand on end, a chill creeping up his spine. Boom! The colossal fist, comparable in size to Green Bull himself, struck his body with an overwhelming force that exploded upon impact, sending him hurtling 1,000 meters away, crashing through the several dozen meters thick rock wall of the quarry, like a meteorite, leaving the prison that housed the captives twisted and in ruins. What? Quinn gaped, his sunken eyes bulging in shock. Jean was equally astounded, although he had heard Kaido drunkenly mention that his elder brother Kaiza was an unparalleled and fearsome demon. He had not grasped the full extent of his might. This so-called Emperor of the Oni was born with a formidable conqueror's haki, having triumphed over all his kin by the age of 5, and at 10, he set sail, earning a bounty of 180 million berries, earning the moniker Ogre Kaiza. At 12, he was invited by Rocks to join the Rocks Pirates, becoming the most fearsome enforcer in Rocks' ranks. Even the famously renowned Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, regarded Kaiza with trepidation. As the Ogre Kaiza, he fought alongside Rocks, and 8 years later, his bounty soared to 900 million berries. This was a level of notoriety reserved for only a handful of the most formidable pirates of the time, underscoring the world government's fear of him. At 20, Kaiza encountered his brother Kaido, who had become a pirate, and brought him to Hive Island. Due to Kaido's innate talent and Kaiza's presence, Rocks swiftly invited Kaido to join the ranks of the Rocks Pirates. 6 years later, which was 38 years ago, the Battle of God Valley erupted, where the Rocks Pirates faced off against Roger and Garp at their stronghold, Hive Island. Due to the insubordination of the scoundrels within the pirate crew, pivotal moments were marred by betrayal. Figures such as Whitebeard and Golden Lion turned against their own, launching a surprise attack on Rocks and Kaiza, leading to the demise of Rocks. Meanwhile, the exceptionally strong Kaiza, alongside his brother Kaido, successfully evaded the onslaught and ventured into the New World. 9 years later, a clash of ideals between Kaiza and his brother Kaido erupted into a fierce battle upon the seas. Although Kaiza emerged victorious, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Ultimately, he was swayed by Kaido's words, opting instead to enter a deep slumber at the heart of Ghost Island. The brothers made a pact: should Kaido, as the younger sibling, ever be defeated and unable to realize his vision of a global war, Kaiza would awaken from his slumber to take Kaido's place and fulfill his own ambition. Kaiza's aspiration was to obliterate the lofty celestial dragons, vanquish all pirates and marines upon the seas, and subjugate the entire world beneath his feet. Kaiza surveyed his surroundings, treading heavily towards Jin and Queen, casting a disdainful gaze upon them. "You are Jin?" Jin nodded in acknowledgement. "It is I, Lord Kaiza. Welcome back." "Ha! Where is my useless brother? I sense his spirit has waned. Has he been defeated?" Kaiza's laughter boomed. A bitter smile crept across Jin's face as he coughed, covering his bleeding wound, before responding slowly. "I am unaware of my brother Kaido's whereabouts. I was defeated first." Kaiza's smile vanished, his expression darkening as a palpable aura of murderous intent descended upon Jin and Queen, causing their emaciated forms to tremble uncontrollably. He turned his gaze toward Queen, coldly inquiring, "And you? Do you know Kaido's whereabouts?" His eyes gradually reddened, blood vessels engorging, transforming into two golden avian orbs, elongated pupils radiating an overwhelming majesty that rendered onlookers unable to meet his gaze. Queen quaked in terror, stammering, I also. A bunch of worthless fools." Kaiza ground his teeth, delivering a mighty punch to the ground, creating a massive crater, fissures sprawling outwards like a chasm threatening to cleave the earth in twain. Rising to his feet, Kaiza surveyed the area. "It seems I must rely on myself." With a colossal frame that quaked with power, Kaiza unleashed his formidable observation haki, enveloping the entirety of Rabbit Well, extending even to the distant seas. Under his fierce perception, everything within a 100-mile radius was laid bare before him, every detail vividly etched in his mind. "Found you. You reside within the magma rock. No wonder I could not sense your presence earlier." Kaiza's gaze fixed upon a black land mass amidst the sea, not an island, but a colossal volcanic rock formed from magma cooled by seawater. "Then it shall be so." Kaiza strode to the seaside, and before the astonished eyes of Queen and Jin, he placed his hands upon the ground. His robust body began to undergo a swift transformation. His back arched, limbs shrank into black fish fins, his head flattened, and his form morphed into a massive fish, akin to a whale, entirely ink-black. Kaiza, now a gargantuan fish, plunged into the water, his body expanding dramatically upon contact. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, a monstrous fish stretching 10 kilometers long rose from the depths, generating towering waves, its colossal maw opening to bite down upon the volcanic rock, the only known devil fruit among them that was not cursed by the sea, but rather embraced by it, a Zoan-type, mythical beast, fish fruit, Kunpeng form. "What manner of creature is that?" "A sea king," Queen exclaimed, astonished. Jin, equally shocked, gazed at the immense fish body stirring the waters, waves reaching heights of several hundred meters. Reminiscent of a tsunami, the roar echoing through the air. "A devil fruit power? But how can a user enter the sea?" The two exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. Crack, crack, crack. A staggered footstep echoed from behind. Jin turned with great effort to see Admiral Green Bull, bloodied at the mouth, clutching his chest, emerging once more from the quarry, his expression grim, unsure if it was due to Kaiza's assault or his own fury. Noticing the mockery in Jin's eyes, Green Bull's simmering rage surged as he gestured, and countless vines erupted from the ground, swiftly enveloping the area within 100 meters. The earth transformed into a lush carpet of verdant grass. Vibrant flowers swaying in the breeze, thick vines extending like pythons, ensnaring Queen and Jin, constricting their already withered forms, their bones creaking under the pressure, on the verge of snapping. Cough, cough. Queen was the first to succumb, hacking up fragments of his shattered insides, a gruesome sight to behold. Queen, Jin's eyes widened in rage, but he struggled against the vines, humiliated as he glared at Green Bull, shouting, "Green Bull, is this how a marine admiral should treat us?" "Silence. My idol is that man who upholds absolute justice. To deal with scoundrels like you, I shall feel no remorse, no matter the torment," Green Bull retorted, his right hand summoning a razor-sharp vine that he raised high, plunging it savagely into Jin's chest. Jin writhed in agony. As the vine pierced his exposed chest, green tendrils rapidly the verdant bull beheld this astonishing spectacle, momentarily forgetting his intended actions. The fish fruit. The form of the Kunpeng, the second transformation, the golden-winged rock. Kaiza unfurled his golden beak and unleashed a chilling breath of frost towards the verdant bull. A column of white frost, stretching thousands of meters, descended in an instant. The realm of vines, the domain of flora. The verdant bull, wary of overstepping, abruptly surged in height, expanding, In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering tree, soaring to a height of 100 meters. Adorned with an abundance of lush foliage, broad leaves, akin to canopies, unfurled densely, resembling tightly interlocked scales, completely shrouding his immense trunk. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him fractured, and thick, dragon-like vines erupted from the earth in an instant. They matured into towering trees, standing straight as arrows, their crowns laden with branches as colossal as mountains. The cacophony of cracking ice resounded from the massive tree, akin to the sound of teeth grinding. How could he possess the abilities of the blue pheasant? Freezing, such thoughts flickered through the verdant bull's mind. The kilometer-long frost column spewed forth, encasing the towering tree in a crystalline prison, rendering it a verdant entity encased in a glistening ice shell. Appearing translucent and vibrant, tinged with a lustrous emerald hue. Mere freezing cannot deter me, my dear minions, break through it, the verdant bull bellowed, as countless thick vines shot forth like arrows, colliding with the thick ice. Their immense force swiftly fracturing it with intricate fissures. Kaiza flapped his enormous wings, stretching kilometers in span, and soared above the skeleton ghost island, extending his massive right wing, resembling a colossal hand, seizing the enormous sword embedded on the island. He yanked it free with a sudden motion. Crack! The island shattered into fragments, revealing a 1,000-meter-long blade. This blade, entirely obsidian and extraordinarily heavy, surely weighed no less than a small mountain. In this world, few could hope to wield such a fearsome weapon. Yet, under the shadow of the 10-kilometer-long golden-winged rock, this terrifying blade appeared diminutive. Have you been anticipating this, my dear friend? Zhu Long. Kaiza opened his beak, emitting a jubilant call. Buzz, the sword he grasped trembled joyously. Resonating, observing the verdant bull on the verge of breaking free from the ice, a glint of menace flickered in Kaiza's golden eyes. With the 1,000-meter blade in hand, he struck downwards with an ethereal, slashing motion. The conqueror's haki entwined, the heavenly slash. What is it like to be struck by a 1,000-meter-long blade? The newly appointed Marine Admiral, the verdant bull, shall answer online. No. The verdant bull, Alamaki, was taken aback, for the first time feeling an insurmountable sensation. This flicker of dread compelled him to abandon his defensive stance, as his very being swiftly plummeted into the depths, burrowing into the ground amidst the 100-meter trunk. The terrifying black-red sword aura cleaved through the massive ice blocks, slicing through thick layers, shattering countless leaves the size of umbrellas, and severing the towering trunk. Below the surface, the verdant bull howled in anguish, his formidable armament haki at full deployment, the surface of his body manifesting layers of hard, dark tree tumors to shield him from Kaiza's blade aura. However, within the terrifying sword aura lurked a profoundly corrosive liquid. The aura, entwined with Conqueror's haki, shattered the tree tumors and struck the verdant bull's armament haki. A purple corrosive liquid oozed forth, enveloping his body in a chilling embrace. The dreadful corrosive liquid swiftly eroded the verdant bull's protective aura, leaving his form pockmarked and grotesque. With a swift motion, Kaiza's colossal golden-winged rock form contracted sharply, reverting to his human form, with the 1,000-meter blade transforming into a 7-meter-long sword. The blade, elongated and dark, bore dragon patterns, with a handle measuring 2.5 meters. Its surface adorned with overlapping rough scales, reminiscent of a dragon's tail. Quite impressive indeed. Where did this fellow come from, capable of withstanding my assault without perishing? Such an individual, even in these seas, represents the pinnacle of combat prowess. Kaiza bellowed with mirth, casting a curious glance towards Kaido and Big Mom, wondering aloud, could it be that this fool, Kaido, was defeated by you? Is that you, Linlin? Kaiza approached Big Mom, crouching to inspect her face, unable to suppress a smirk. Linlin, you were truly a beauty back on Honeycomb Island. How have you come to resemble this foolish visage? Oh dear, it seems I even had a few passionate encounters with her back then. Kaiza found it difficult to look upon Big Mom's pancake-like face, shaking his head in reminiscence of over 30 years past when, aboard the Rocks pirates, there had been one beauty who could withstand his brutish advances. Alas, how many years have passed? No matter how stunning she once was, time has rendered her aged and weary. Kaiza sighed, touching his own face and breaking into a foolish grin. Fortunately, I've been in slumber for 30 years. I still appear to be 35. Having not tasted the pleasures of a woman for 3 decades, my desires are indeed insatiable. While Kaiza was lost in thought, musing on various matters, he remained oblivious to the fact that beneath his feet, deep within the earth, the verdant bull was awakening the powers of his fruit. Endless green vines silently pierced through the soil, spreading throughout a 1,000-meter radius underground, enveloping Kaiza, Kaido, Big Mom, and even Queen and Jin. The domain of consumption. Within this sphere, all living entities shall wither away. The verdant bull, his lips blistered, roared with a heart full of vengeance. His body was riddled with countless pits, severely wounded by the corrosive liquid unleashed by Kaiza's blade aura. Strangely, this corrosive ability even hindered his formidable life energy from healing in the short term, a truly bizarre phenomenon. Kaiza sensed a tightening around his feet, as thick green vines, appearing alive, swiftly entwined around him. Caught unawares, Kaiza's lower half was completely ensnared. Below the surface, the verdant bull activated his full observation haki, not only concealing his own presence, but also diligently locking onto Kaiza's position, compared to others who posed no threat. Only Kaiza remained a dire concern for the verdant bull. Realizing that his vines had so effortlessly ensnared Kaiza, the verdant bull was momentarily astounded. This was indeed unexpected. After all, this peculiar individual, capable of transforming into both immense fish and birds, possessed combat power rivaling that of the 4 emperors. Even as a top-tier marine, he had faced repeated setbacks against such a being. Yet, this man, so easily captured, the verdant bull was unaware that at the moment he acted, Kaiza was lost in fantasies of the exquisite pleasures he had not enjoyed in 30 years. After a brief stupor, elation surged. The verdant bull relinquished all other objectives, charging directly towards Kaiza, pouring all his strength into the vines. Wrapping him in a colossal cocoon, the earth split as the verdant bull, with his body marred by wounds, emerged from the depths, striding towards Kaiza, gazing up at him. Suddenly, he yanked with his right hand, toppling the vines that bound Kaiza. Even so, the verdant bull could barely reach Kaiza's eye level, for Kaiza's stature was immense, with just his head nearly matching the size of the verdant bull. Now let's see how you escape. The verdant bull revealed a sinister expression that Kaiza's face bore no hint of alarm, his gaze filled with disdain as he scoffed. What do you intend to do to me? Do you truly believe your vines can pierce my defenses? Utterly deluded. Neither Roger nor Garp could vanquish me. Ha ha ha. The verdant bull was taken aback. If Roger and Garp had failed to defeat this peculiar being, then his vines might not be sufficient to breach Kaiza's defenses. The verdant bull's expression darkened, and he unleashed his full power, attempting to pierce Kaiza's body and absorb his life force. Yet, moments later, his expression turned so grim it seemed it might drip with water. It cannot be breached. He could not penetrate this man's skin at all. As he realized this, disbelief flickered in the verdant bull's eyes, and he began to doubt his own strength. Unwilling to concede, he summoned every ounce of power once more. This time, the tips of the vines transformed into needle-like points, even entwining with armament haki. Breakthrough, clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed as the vine twisted into a corkscrew, drooping down as if defeated. It is impossible. Akainu had claimed that with my strength, even Kaido, caught off guard, could be absorbed. The Green Bull roared in fury, beginning to question the very essence of his existence. Could it be that his strength was merely an illusion? Yet, in the realm of naval conscription, where one stood among hundreds of thousands, he had triumphed over numerous formidable foes to emerge victorious. Throughout this journey, only the equally formidable Fujitora had proven to be a worthy adversary. The Green Bull extended a vine toward Kaido, piercing downwards in an instant. Splat! The vine penetrated Kaido's skin, impaling his very being. Kaiza, witnessing this, could not help but burst into laughter. Ha! Kaido, my younger brother, his talent pales in comparison to mine. For centuries, I have been the strongest of the Oni tribe. Boy, you are a millennium too early to breach my defenses. I refuse to believe you possess no weaknesses. The Green Bull manipulated the vine tendrils, twisting them toward Kaiza's orifices. Ha! I can completely seal my orifices and pores. Give up! You cannot harm me. Kaiza grinned widely, revealing his gleaming fangs. Are you truly so certain that I've fallen into your trap? What? A chill ran down the Green Bull's spine, an ominous premonition surging within him. My weapon is no mere inanimate object. Ha! having consumed the Zoan-type, mythical beast fish fruit, in its candle dragon form. Have you ever laid eyes upon it? A woo! The resounding roar of a dragon echoed as Kaisa's dropped great sword underwent a remarkable transformation. Purple scales began to emerge along the blade, the hilt swelling into the shape of a dragon's tail. The elongated blade's purple patterns expanded dramatically, the sword growing ever larger, under the vigilant gaze of the Green Bull. The sword morphed into a 100-meter-long purple dragon, baring its fangs and soaring into the sky. A purple dragon? Could that corrosive liquid be? The Green Bull surveyed his battered body, furrowing his brows. Oh, the purple dragon roared once more, opening its massive jaws and unleashing a torrent of violet smoke. Damn! I am at a disadvantage against this venom. The Green Bull's black hair surged, transforming in an instant into a sprawling forest of vines, leaving no gaps to let the purple dragon smoke through. Yet, in the blink of an eye, thick black smoke began to rise from the vine barrier, releasing a noxious stench that could fell an ordinary person on the spot. It was as if a pot of boiling water had been poured over a thick blanket of snow, devouring domain. The Green Bull unleashed the awakened powers of his fruit, beginning to absorb the toxic liquid spewing forth from the purple dragon. Though the resilient vines withered in droves, his strategy proved effective as the tendrils absorbed and transformed. The purple liquid being expelled by the dragon began to thin and gradually vanish. Ha! It works. A relieved smile crept across the Green Bull's face. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of vines snapping reached his ears, causing the Green Bull's expression to shift dramatically. He hastily turned around, only to be met with a terrifying black fist crashing into his skull. Boom! The Green Bull's cheek caved in, his nasal bone shattered, and more than half of his teeth lay in ruins. His body spun in a dizzying 360 degrees, resembling a helicopter's rotor, before colliding with the oblivious Kaido. Bang! Kaido's hefty form was sent soaring by the impact, crashing into Big Mom, and the three of them fell together into the dust. Kaiza leisurely rose to his feet, his muscles and bones grotesquely bulging, transforming his physique into a towering figure over 10 meters tall. Deep gashes marred his neck, opening and closing rhythmically like gills to human-beast transformation. Kun fishman. Kaiza gleamed with a black golden sheen, spines protruding from his elbows, knees, and shoulders. His colossal fists were adorned with knuckles harder than diamonds. Whoosh! In an instant, this massive form vanished, reappearing directly in front of the Green Bull. Boom! The terrifying fist sliced through the air, hurtling toward the Green Bull's face, causing his hair to whip violently and his skin to wrinkle. This is bad. His speed is too swift. The Green Bull barely had time to activate his fruit powers, resorting instead to unleashing his haki for defense. Bang! Just as he stood once more, his body was sent flying like a bowling ball. Whoosh! Whoosh! Haki entwined. Ragen's 8 trigrams. A giant fist crackling with lightning followed closely behind, clinging to him like a parasite. Unshakable. Bang! 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 Moments later, the Green Bull lay amidst the ruins, his body broken in countless places, blood staining his face and head. His chest rose and fell faintly, suggesting he still clung to life. Kaiza tilted his thick neck, flexing his wrists. Not bad. On the high seas, it's rare to find someone as resilient as you. The purple dragon circled joyfully above, descending to dance around Kaiza. With a smile, Kaiza beckoned to the purple dragon, which gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a great sword that landed in Kaiza's grasp. Gazing down at the Green Bull, Kaiza pondered, stroking his chin. Shall I slay this fellow? Clearly an enemy. He would not surrender willingly. Would he? As he tightened his grip on the sword, preparing to take the Green Bull's life, Jean, enduring excruciating pain, rasped, Lord Kaiza, please do not kill him. He is Admiral Green Bull, a valuable asset and an important bargaining chip. Kaiza paused, nodding in realization. Ah, so he is an admiral of the Navy. No wonder he is so tough. Jin's brow twitched, feeling Kaiza's words were rather condescending. Kaiza approached Jean, crouching to examine his injuries. Frowning, you're in dire straits, lad. Your heart has been pierced, Kaiza exclaimed, noticing the gaping wound in Jin's chest. How are you still alive? Jean managed a bitter smile. Lord Kaiza, I am a descendant of the gods. Even with a damaged heart, I cannot perish unless my body is utterly obliterated. A descendant of the gods, a powerful ancient race that opposed my kind many years ago, Kaiza reflected, yet soon a hint of disdain crossed his features. But you are far too weak. It seems my foolish brother has failed to find any decent subordinates. Jean could only manage a wry smile. Well, it matters not. Although I have awakened, I have missed far too much that I can sense the passage of time. It has been roughly 30 years that I require someone to enlighten me about the current world, and that shall be you. Kaiza pointed at J. I end at my lord. I fear I cannot hold on much longer. Green Bull has ravaged my insides, and many blood vessels have ruptured. Jean weakly replied that Kaiza's lips curled into a smirk, revealing his sharp fangs. Humph, such minor injuries. Merely a loss of some vitality. I shall share a bit with you. With that, Kaiza curled his index finger and flicked it. A droplet of blood, as radiant as a ruby, fell from his fingertip, precisely landing in the gaping wound of Jin's heart. I wonder if you can withstand the life force contained within a single drop of my blood. Ha! Jean watched in astonishment as Kaiza's blood fell into his chest, about to utter a word. Boom! From his heart, a surge of overwhelming vitality erupted, brimming with life essence, exploding forth like a volcanic eruption, causing Jin's body to arch dramatically. Jean involuntarily emitted a pained groan, feeling an astonishing warmth enveloping him, akin to being submerged in hot water, radiating immense comfort. Moreover, his once withered and broken body began to heal at an astonishing pace. Muscles swelling with vitality, rejuvenating his spirit. Even the wings severed by Zoro and torn by Green Bull began to mend and regrow. Unbelievable. It was a miracle. Jean gazed at his body, feeling his strength restored to its peak. Even sensing a latent power beyond his previous capabilities. Beside him, Quinn stared in wide-eyed astonishment, his gaze toward Kaiza filled with yearning. Kaiza shot him a glance, scoffing. Stop staring. I am no philanthropist and will not invest further in a worthless individual. Damn it. Quinn couldn't help but shed tears. Throughout his life, Jean had only regarded Kaido as his elder brother. Since his teenage years, he had followed Kaido into battle to him. Kaido was the embodiment of invincibility. Today, Jean bore witness to the extraordinary prowess of another unparalleled figure, Emperor Kaiza, who was, after all, Kaido's elder brother. Upon awakening, he emerged with an overwhelming presence, utterly defeating the newly appointed Marine Admiral Green Bull. With a single drop of blood, he restored his gravely injured self to full vitality, returning to the pinnacle of his strength, Lord Caesar, looking up at the face that bore a striking resemblance to Kaido. If it weren't for the other's towering stature, Jin might have believed he had traveled back 30 years in time. Jin respectfully inquired, "What are your plans moving forward, Lord Caesar?" Caesar rubbed his stomach, emitting a thunderous growl, and sighed. "After 30 years of slumber, I need sustenance, and I require a woman." The admiration that had just blossomed in Jin's heart vanished in an instant as he gazed at Caesar in silence. "What? Is that too much to ask? I'm on the verge of starving." With a playful pat on Jin's shoulder, Caesar added, "Do you understand the dual hunger of the body, lad?" With a resounding thud, Jin found himself pressed into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Over an hour later, in the dilapidated rabbit hole prison, Jin, accompanied by a dozen trembling pirate minions, brought steaming platters of roasted meat to the seated Caesar. "Is this all the food available? It's barely enough to fill the gaps between my teeth," Caesar grumbled, yet his hands were already in motion. In less than 3 minutes, 1,000 pounds of roasted meat had vanished. And Caesar looked longingly at Jin once more. With a resigned gesture, Jin replied, "I'm afraid, Lord Caesar, all the food here has been taken by the samurai from Wano. The little you see is from a pig alligator I happened to encounter outside." Disappointment washed over Caesar as he licked his lips and asked hopefully, "And the woman? Is there one?" Jin, feeling increasingly helpless, scanned their surroundings and pointed to the group of pirates behind him. "My lord. Do you see any women here? Of course, if you're interested, there is one over there." Following Jin's gesture, Caesar's expression darkened as he beheld Big Mom sprawled on the ground like a mountain of flesh. "Are you seeking death?" Jin chuckled and produced a transponder snail from his pocket, handing it over to this a transponder snail. It was discovered on Admiral Green Bull, a dedicated line that could only connect to a specific number. Likely the Marine Fleet Admiral Akio. Jin glanced toward the distant cell, where Admiral Green Bull was bound in seastone shackles and chains, his position artistically contorted. "Fleet Admiral Akainu? Who is that? Wasn't the Fleet Admiral Sengoku supposed to be promoted while I was asleep?" Caesar questioned, puzzled. "My lord, that was decades ago. Sengoku stepped down 2 years ago." succeeded by the former Admiral Akino. Jin, unfazed by the dirt beneath him, seated himself across from Caesar and began recounting the world's shifting power dynamics and significant events over the past 30 years. As Caesar listened, he occasionally displayed fierce battle intent, scoffed dismissively, or chuckled darkly, until the mention of 2 years ago, during the Marineford War when Whitebeard fell, rendered him silent and contemplative. Finally, he sighed. Newgate, how could you perish so swiftly? The world's strongest man? I had yet to engage you in another battle. Jin continued. Currently, both Brother Kaido and Big Mom have been defeated, and the world order seems to have shifted dramatically. However, we've been confined in Rabbit Hole Prison. Cut off from news of the outside. If my lord desires to understand the current situation, we would need to venture to the Flower Capital. The Flower Capital? Caesar grinned with a sinister smile. Licking his lips, there must be plenty of delicacies and women there, right? Jin was rendered speechless once more. How direct this lord remains. In that case, I shall have a word with the new Marine chief. Ha ha ha. Caesar seized the transponder snail, his hand dwarfing the creature. Blur blur. The transponder snail buzzed to life, and after a moment, a deep male voice resonated from the other end. The visage of a square-jawed man holding a cigar appeared. Hello, is this Akainu? What do you want? Caesar retorted. What nonsense is this? I am Emperor Caesar. Are you the infamous Akainu? The New World G1 branch, established with great effort by the Marines 2 years after the Marineford War, mirrored the layout of the former Marine headquarters at Marineford, featuring a massive circular island with a spacious inner bay and a plaza capable of accommodating 300,000 individuals. The previous Marineford, which housed 100,000 troops, had become overcrowded. Hence, the G1 branch was expanded through land reclamation. At the center of the plaza stood a towering fortress, emblazoned with a massive seagull emblem, symbolizing justice. And a grand seagull statue crowned the fortress. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, the new Marine Fleet Admiral Akino gripped the transponder snail. His face and neck bore several conspicuous scars. Frowning, he gazed at the device on his desk, which accurately replicated the appearance of the caller. However, instead of the expected visage of Green Bull, the image depicted a younger, more imposing figure with horns, someone Akainu found vaguely familiar. After a moment of realization, Akainu's mind raced. Kaido. No, something was off. The resemblance was uncanny yet distinctly younger. Could this be Kaido's concealed son? The rumors of the 4 emperors having a child had reached Marine headquarters, yet his true appearance remained a mystery. I am Emperor Caesar, came the audacious voice from the transponder snail, dismissively regarding the Marine as inconsequential. Akinu's fury ignited, slamming his palm onto the desk, his voice cold as ice. What nonsense is this? Are you self-proclaimed? I've never heard of you. Now, tell me why Alamaki's transponder snail is in your possession. Or else what? Ha ha ha. Do you think I care about some junior brat? In the Marines, I consider carp to be a nuisance. As for the rest, they're all worthless, unworthy of my notice. What did you say? How audacious! Akainu roared, his fury boiling to the surface as steam began to escape him. The haughty voice continued. Akainu? So, you're just a dog of the Marines, huh? Ha ha ha. I'll be straightforward. That so-called waste of an Admiral Green Bull is in my hands. I'll give you 3 minutes to get Carp or Sengoku on the line. If 3 minutes pass, I'll kill this worthless admiral. Crack. Before Akainu could unleash his wrath, the transponder snail was abruptly disconnected. Gritting his teeth, Akainu felt the molten magma rising within him. Summon Sengoku and Carp to me. Now, at the new Marine headquarters, as the messenger hurriedly ushered in the silver-haired Sengoku and Carp into the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku wore a look of bewilderment. Sakazuki, your temper seems rather volatile. Have you been avoiding Happy Street lately? Pfft. Carp burst into laughter, spitting popcorn everywhere, creating chaos in the office, while Akainu sat in a dark mood, surrounded by walls emitting smoke, one of which bore a large hole. The stones melted away. Be quiet. Akainu barked, smoke practically billowing from his head as he shot Sengoku a fierce glare, handing him the transponder snail. What is this? Sengoku asked, puzzled. Alamaki went out alone. No one knows where he went. This is his dedicated transponder snail. Moments ago, a man claiming to be Caesar contacted me, insisting on speaking with either you or Carp. Sengoku's brow furrowed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it was alarming that a transponder snail belonging to a Marine admiral had fallen into the hands of a stranger. Furthermore, the audacity to directly contact headquarters was utterly unacceptable. Stop dawdling. That man claims he is Alamaki and will kill him if 3 minutes pass without a response. Akainu gritted his teeth and spoke. Sengoku and Garp's expressions instantly changed, and Sengoku hurriedly dialed the sole number of the special phone snail. Boo. The phone snail was connected, and a brazen voice reverberated in the marshal's office. Old dog. You're late. The time has passed, and your men are no more. Kaisa's booming voice mocked. Fury ignited within Akainu, and he retorted angrily. Nonsense. It's only been 2 minutes. I say time has passed, so it has. Kaisa laughed wickedly. In due time, I shall send someone to toss the corpses at your navy headquarters. Akainu, seething with rage and about to speak again, was silenced by Sengoku's gesture to refrain from arguing, forcing him to contain his fury. Sengoku cleared his throat and said, Your Excellency, please refrain from jesting. The matter concerns the Navy's top combat power, which is no trivial affair. How about this? If you have any demands, you may voice them. But you must first inform us about Arlamaki, known as Green Bull. Kaisa chuckled sinisterly, as expected of the wise Sengoku. Your words are logical, unlike that barking dog. Ha, Sengoku. Garp. How could you forget about me? Truly unforgivable. Ha ha. By the way, your voice sounds quite aged. I wonder if you can still withstand one of my punches. Sengoku turned to glance at Garp, who shrugged, indicating he had no recollection. How dull. I've only been asleep for 30 years. And this world has completely forgotten me. It seems my reputation isn't grand enough. That bastard Rox has been dead for 38 years, and people still remember him. I shall set sail once more, making this world feel pain again, Kaisa declared with a touch of madness, leaving the three in the office deeply troubled. Stop with the riddles. Who are you? Garp asked impatiently. I am Emperor Kaisa. Garp, on Hive Island. You certainly landed several punches on me, and that scoundrel Roger slashed me on the chest. It still hasn't healed. Crack. Garp suddenly crushed the popcorn in his hand, his eyes widening. Sengoku, too, was shaken. His conqueror's haki, which he had restrained for many years, inadvertently surged forth, stirring up a gale in the office. Demon Kaisa? You were supposed to be dead? Sengoku exclaimed, somewhat uncharacteristically. Meanwhile, Akainu furrowed his brow deeply, beginning to sense that the situation was becoming dire. To evoke such shock from both Sengoku and Garp, such a figure was indeed rare across these seas. Years ago, upon hearing about the pirate Shiki's escape from prison, Akainu had seen a similar expression of shock on their faces. Noticing the inquiry in Akainu's eyes, Garp spoke solemnly. Demon Kaisa, Kaido's older brother. What? Kaido's brother? Akainu's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning his own sanity. Garp sighed and continued, It's normal for you not to have heard. This man was the top enforcer on Rock's ship back in the day, nicknamed Demon. His strength is on par with a young Whitebeard. After the God Valley incident, he escaped Hive Island with Kaido. Years passed, and his whereabouts gradually faded from memory. It has been over 30 years since he last appeared at sea that we all thought he was long dead. Who would have thought? Akainu stared in disbelief, wearing a face that suggested he thought Garp was joking. On par with Whitebeard. Kaido is already excessively strong. Such a terrifying individual has an even more formidable older brother. Wait, Akainu's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, Doesn't that mean he is in Wano? A powerhouse not weaker than Kaido. Why hasn't this impacted the situation before? How did the Straw Hats manage to defeat Big Mom? Kaido, and this Kaisa working together? Garp's expression darkened, for his dear grandson Luffy seemed to still be in Wano. Why the silence? This is boring. After all, we are old acquaintances. Regardless, I am heading to Flower City. Garp, I heard your grandson defeated my useless brother, taking his place as some sort of emperor. Interesting. He seems to still be in Wano, right? Kaisa's laugh, filled with malice, echoed, resembling a devil whispering in their ears. Garp gritted his teeth and shouted, Kaisa, if you dare to lay a hand on my grandson, I won't let you off easily. Garp, you've grown old. I wonder if your fists have rusted. I am not afraid of you now. No, I was never afraid of you back then. Kaisa, holding the phone snail, declared arrogantly, grinning widely. The world is quite intriguing now. I've made up my mind to set sail as well. To become some sort of emperor myself. Sengoku, spread the name of Emperor Kaisa. Let this sea know who the true sea emperor is. Kaisa, Sengoku roared into the phone snail. Stop dodging the issue. Where is Green Bull? Click. The phone snail was ruthlessly hung up. Damn it, Sengoku fumed, his anger causing him to tremble. What to do? The news about Arlamaki's whereabouts remains uncertain. Damn it. Why would he go to Wano? Hadn't I warned him to stay at Navy headquarters and not wander aimlessly? Recently, the New World is undergoing a major reshuffle, fraught with danger. Even a general, sailing alone, cannot ensure safety. Akainu had long lost the dignity of a marshal, his face contorted, on the verge of cursing Sengoku's side. If it truly is Demon Kaiza, then Green Bull is likely in grave danger. That fellow is indeed not to be trifled with. Akainu remained skeptical, questioning, is he really that strong? It's not about how strong he is. That guy's physique was far beyond Kaido's back in the day. He possesses terrifying abilities, and his weapon has also consumed extremely rare powers. Sengoku explained. 3 mythical Zoan fruits. 1 fish fruit in the azure dragon form was consumed by Kaido. 1 candle dragon form was given to his weapon by Kaiza. The last, a Kunpeng form, was consumed by Kaiza himself. Garp's expression turned grave, and the devil fruit Kaiza consumed is the most unique among mythical Zoans. He can transform into a giant fish thousands of meters long, swimming in the sea. In other words, seawater and sea prism stone are ineffective against him. Akainu? Ultimately, Sengoku and the others decided not to publicly disclose Kaiza's information for the time being. Given the current situation in Wano, it was evident that the Straw Hats, Kid, Law, and the Samurai of Wano had unexpectedly defeated the 2 emperors, completely taking control of Wano. Now, after a full 7 days had passed, the forces of Wano had significantly strengthened. If they were to face Kaiza again, their chances of victory would be even higher. If Demon Kaiza truly intended to head to Flower City, he might very well meet his downfall at the hands of the Straw Hats and their allies. Of course, Akainu was not entirely without countermeasures. He first ordered Admiral Kazuru to take 5 vice-admirals from headquarters to the New World, laying plans outside the waters of Wano, waiting to ensnare those inside when they emerged. Meanwhile, Garp and Sengoku expressed their intent to accompany him. With this, their combat power would reach a remarkably high level. Additionally, Akainu knew that CP0, dispatched by the world government, was still lurking within Wano, and he planned to personally head to Mariewa to gather information from the Gorosei. In Wano, at the Rabbit Hole Prison Quarry, Jean looked up at Kaiza, who was about to rise, and inquired, Lord Kaiza, are you preparing to go to Wano? Kaiza replied with a grunt, ready to utilize his flying ability to head towards the wonderful Flower City. Jean quickly urged, my lord, please allow me to speak. Kaiza paused, looking at Jean. Jean continued, my lord, the combat power in Wano is currently at its peak. Though it may sound discouraging, the Straw Hats have indeed defeated both Big Mom and Kaido. A considerable amount of time has passed, so their strength must have recovered significantly. If you intend to go alone, I fear. Kaiza's expression turned icy, and he snorted in anger. What? Do you think I would lose? They are merely a bunch of kids. Jean quickly responded, I wouldn't dare. However, Lord Kaiza, if you believe you possess the strength to simultaneously defeat both Kaido and Big Mom, then perhaps it is worth the trip. As he spoke, Jean cautiously observed Kaiza's expression. Kaiza pondered for a moment. Although somewhat displeased, he candidly replied, that is not feasible. While I possess the confidence to overshadow my inept brother, facing 2 adversaries of Kaido's caliber simultaneously remains a formidable challenge. Indeed, you are correct. I am quite eager for the future, yet I cannot allow myself to be treated as a stepping stone by a bunch of mere children playing house. Jean exhaled, smiling as he suggested. Then, esteemed Kaiza, I propose that we wait until Kaido and Big Mom awaken and regain their fighting prowess before proceeding to Flower Capital. With the 3 of you at peak strength, Wano will surely fall within your grasp. When will that be? Kaiza retorted with irritation, striding over to Kaido and delivering a powerful kick that sent Kaido's heavy form soaring into the stone wall. These 2 useless fools, not only defeated by a band of children, but also deeply shaken in spirit. That is the reason for their prolonged slumber. It seems these unfortunate souls have even been injured internally by the eruption of the underwater volcano. What a nuisance! Bang! As Kaiza spoke, he delivered another heavy punch to the stone wall, causing the entire quarry within the volcanic crater to tremble. Inside the cage, Green Bull was jolted awake by the deafening noise, and as he assessed his condition, feelings of frustration, bitterness, anger, and embarrassment flooded his heart. Yes, it appears my lord shall have to wait a few more days. Jean's greatest concern now was that the imposing Kaiza might not heed reason and insist on confronting all of Wano's military might alone. Fortunately, it seemed that this brawny powerhouse was somewhat open to counsel. In this regard, he was far superior to Kaido. Drunk Kaido would pursue his whims without restraint. Not even the divine could deter him. Wait? I have no desire to wait. Kaiser gritted his teeth, seemingly having made a resolute decision, and turned to stride purposefully outside. Jean was taken aback, opening his mouth to dissuade him, but Kaiser's massive figure had already vanished from the quarry that its over, just as Jean was consumed by frustration. The thunderous sound of crashing waves filled the air that he hurriedly flapped his wings, transforming into a wyvern and soaring to the top of the quarry's cylindrical peak. What? What is that? Scanning the vast ocean beyond Rabbit Well, he beheld a colossal black fish, stretching for countless miles, stirring the waves as it swam into the distance, its massive form resembling an island seeking to plunge into the depths. Does my lord intend to leave Wano? Or is it something else? Jean was unable to comprehend Kaiser's actions and could only stand and watch. Outside Rabbit Well, Kaiser had transformed into a 10-kilometer-long Kunpeng, diving into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. There was no alternative to swiftly awaken Kaido and Linlin. He had to resort to the most brutal method. He would use the strongest bloodline of the Oni clan, imbued with boundless vitality, to nourish their bodies and restore them to full health. This required an immense quantity of blood. Although Kaiser's own blood could suffice, doing so would severely deplete his vitality, diminishing his strength significantly, potentially leading him into a state of weakness. This was not the outcome Kaiser desired. Thus, he aimed to plunge into the ocean, capturing and devouring a multitude of sea kings, returning this life force to himself, rapidly extracting a vast amount of blood to store within his body for later release to nourish Kaido and Linlin. What is going on here? After swimming several hundred miles, not even a shadow of a fish could be seen. Truly vexing. Kaiser's enormous eyes, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, scanned the pitch-black seafloor. His Kunpeng vision allowed him to see the deep sea with unparalleled clarity. Before him lay naught but dark underwater peaks. Each appeared bizarre and peculiar, some resembling volcanic rock from eruptions, while others bore resemblance to enormous sea turtles or elongated fish. What the blazes? Kaiser scrutinized the underwater mountains, feeling increasingly uneasy, and after a prolonged gaze, he cursed inwardly. The cursed sea kings of Wano have transformed into this grotesque form. Have they been tainted by something? Indeed, upon closer inspection, he realized that these floating peaks were in fact massive sea kings. Yet, they bore no resemblance to fish. Each was grotesquely misshapen, appearing more akin to mountainous formations, and their movement was agonizingly slow, which explained why Kaiser failed to recognize them. Regardless, as long as they are alive, they can be consumed to extract blood, right? Devour. Kaiser opened his gigantic maw, spanning several kilometers, and swallowed a dark sea turtle whole. Kaiser's size was comparable to that of an ultra-large sea king, far surpassing these smaller sea kings of about a kilometer in length. Moreover, his speed was swift. These sluggish creatures, akin to turtles, stood no chance of escape, helplessly floating as Kaiser devoured them one after another. Kaiser felt no taste from the sea kings. His stomach was an abyss, capable of digesting any fish, no matter how tough, instantly converting them into life essence from the sea. This method of consumption and transformation bore some resemblance to Green Bull's abilities, yet it appeared that Kaiser's efficiency was even greater. In the seas outside Wano's Rabbit Well, Kaiser stirred the ocean into a frenzy, voraciously consuming sea kings, oblivious to the fact that in the distant misty seas, a colossal giant elephant was slowly turning. Gazing in this direction, this behemoth, as large as a mountain, bore deep grooves on its body, a result of its wrinkled skin that on its back rested an entire nation. The giant elephant's eyes were vast and hollow, exuding an unfathomable depth, akin to a gateway to the depths of hell. This was the wandering nation of Fur Country. Zoan-type seemed to possess awareness, sensing Kaiser's presence and approaching. Within the quarry, Green Bull rattled the sea stone and iron chains adorning him, roaring in anger at his initial failure. Damn it, I intended to take the heads of Straw Hat and his crew, hoping to earn praise from Brother Sakazuki for a job well done. I never anticipated falling into the hands of an unknown adversary. I seethed with rage. Stop your wailing. You fool. You deserve to be strung up. That's the price for making me slim down. Ha ha, cough cough. Outside the cell, The emaciated figure of Queen leaned weakly against the bars, mocking Green Bull. Green Bull's expression darkened as he glared at Queen. "What are you staring at? Never seen someone so charming before. I've already stated that the true reason for my maintaining my bulk is that if I were to slim down, I would be so handsome that it would lead to cough cough, becoming a heartthrob and utter trash pirate. Begone, don't obstruct my view." Green Bull finally lost his composure, suppressing the pain coursing through him, and shouted furiously. Queen pouted dismissively, striking poses as he swayed his frail body. His brittle bones creaking as if they might snap at any moment on the ocean, millions of tons of seawater erupted as a massive black fish leaped from the depths, swiftly transforming into a colossal golden bird, the golden-winged roc, soaring through the skies. With wings spanning several kilometers, each flap sent the ocean's surface crashing down by dozens of meters, creating towering waves. What is that? Kaiza, now transformed into the golden-winged roc, glimmered with radiant feathers, his eyes sharp enough to perceive events hundreds of miles away. Within the shrouded darkness, a colossal figure loomed, towering into the clouds and gradually moving closer. Kaiza contemplated briefly and deduced what it was. The giant elephant Zoe. The body of Zoe was far larger than his current form. Exuding a formidable presence, Kaiza even harbored an instinctual feeling that this ancient creature, having lived for a millennium, was indeed making its way toward him. Humph, just a beast. If it truly provokes me, I shall annihilate it. Kaiza cast a glance and dismissed it. The slow progress of the Zoe was of no concern to him. Even if it possessed greater strength, Kaiza felt no fear, with a powerful flap of his immense wings. Kaiza returned to the skies above Rabbitwell, then shrank back into human form. Whoosh! His figure vanished into the air, reappearing within the quarry. That was fast. Atop the quarry, Jean was startled and hurriedly descended. Lord Caesar. Upon landing, Jean transformed into human form and gazed at Caesar. Jean was momentarily taken aback. Caesar appeared somewhat comical at that moment. The previously fearsome, muscular physique had vanished, replaced by an immensely corpulent body, akin to an exaggerated version of Quinn. Ignoring the strange looks from Jean and Quinn, Caesar strode directly to Kaido and Big Mom, seizing their ankles and dragging them to the quarry's floor as if they were lifeless carcasses. Caesar extended an arm, resembling a tentacle sprouting from a massive meatball, evoking a sense of absurdity. Boom! His fist struck the ground, creating a deep indentation in the hard surface, bolstered by the enhancement of armament hockey. The crater measured a staggering 10 meters in length and width. Caesar expertly controlled the force of his strike, ensuring the ground did not crack, but instead sunk and compressed. Thud, thud, with a kick for each. He sent Kaido and Big Mom's bodies into the pit. Then he extended his right wrist, which automatically split open. With a rush, crimson blood gushed forth like a waterfall, drenching Kaido and Big Mom. What is this? Jean watched in astonishment as Caesar's actions became clear to him. Quinn scampered over eagerly, his eyes glued to the blood streaming from Caesar's wrist. He understood its significance. Just a single drop could heal Jin's wounds. If he could obtain just a drop, he could restore his own ghastly form to its former charming glory. The blood continued to pour, and Caesar made further incisions on his wrist. His remarkable regenerative abilities meant the injury would heal naturally in no time. What? How could his body contain such a vast reservoir of life essence? This is impossible. In the cage, Green Bull gazed in disbelief, for no one understood the essence of vitality better than he. His fruit's power derived from absorbing and devouring others' life force, transforming it into his own strength. Thus, Green Bull was profoundly shaken, witnessing the torrent of blood from Caesar, measured in tons, completely submerging Kaido and Big Mom, filling the 10-meter pit. Meanwhile, Caesar's immense, balloon-like form began to rapidly deflate. By the time he discarded the massive sword and sat down, he had reverted to his original form, standing 9 meters tall, with a physique reminiscent of a dragon. Muscles bulging, and an aura as heavy as a mountain. Damn it, I just woke up, and without indulging in any delicacies, fine wines, or beautiful women, I am sacrificing myself to save you two fools. If you don't awaken now, I shall bury you right here. A look of annoyance crossed Caesar's face. As the illustrious Emperor Caesar, when had he ever resorted to such humiliating measures? Even during his time aboard Rock's ship, he often disregarded Rock's authority. For Caesar, even if Jesus himself urged him, it would be futile to do something he did not wish to. the rich, vibrant blood within the pit visibly diminished at a rapid pace. Gulp, gulp. Kaido and Big Mom's bodies acted like insatiable voids, voraciously absorbing the abundant life essence. Soon, the pool of crimson blood nearly ran dry. Yet within the pit, Big Mom and Kaido lay still, showing no signs of awakening. Humph, still not awake. Kaido, Linlin, how long do you intend to sleep? Caesar rose, his eyes blazing with fury, exuding an oppressive conqueror's haki that surged toward Kaido and Big Mom's heads. Boom, boom. It was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped upon the sea, triggering a chain reaction. Under Caesar's terrifying conqueror's haki, the slumbering Big Mom and Kaido abruptly opened their eyes. Simultaneously, an earth-shattering conqueror's haki erupted from each of them. The clash of three unparalleled, formidable auras generated a cataclysmic tempest. Boom! The heavens darkened, and the heavy, ink-like clouds above dissipated in an instant, vanishing without a trace that in the quarry. Aside from Jean, Quinn, and Green Bull, countless pirate henchmen were rendered unconscious, some even meeting their demise. The earth trembled. Fissures spiderwebbed across the ground, and the towering stone walls of the quarry creaked ominously, threatening to collapse. Kaido and Big Mom turned their gaze to the towering figure beside them, their pupils dilating in shock, their emotions spiraling out of control as they exclaimed in unison, "Caesar!" "Ha ha! Kaido, Linlin, long time no see." Caesar looked down upon Kaido and Big Mom, grinning broadly. Kaido's expression was complex as he uneasily climbed out of the pit. Gazing up at Caesar, a towering giant standing 7.1 meters tall, it was rare for anyone to make Kaido look up to speak. "You." Before Kaido could finish his sentence, a colossal fist obscured his vision. Boom! Kaido's body was sent flying like a meteor, crashing through the quarry's stone wall and tumbling across the ground. Not knowing how many meters he rolled, that a straight, massive gash marked the earth, indicating the path of Kaido's flight. "Boss Kaido," Quinn's eyes bulged in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Jean trembled, anxiously watching from a distance. "Kaido, you fool. What promises did you make to me back then?" Caesar coldly remarked. He then turned his attention to Big Mom. Linlin, what happened to you?" Caesar was taken aback. Just moments ago, as he dealt with his disobedient brother, Big Mom's appearance had drastically changed. She was now tall and elegant, with a stunningly beautiful face and enchanting eyes that seemed to draw in souls. This was an exceptionally striking woman, a larger-than-life beauty, standing only 20 centimeters shorter than Caesar. She wore a pink hat, her long hair matching in hue, her skin fair, and her neck graceful. Her waist was strong yet slender, and her attire appeared somewhat oversized. However, it was precisely this that could not conceal her alluring figure, leading one to wonder what captivating sight lay beneath that loose dress. Gulp! Caesar could not help but swallow hard, recalling a delightful time many years ago on Honeycomb Island. "Ahem, Linlin, you remain so youthful and beautiful." "Ah!" Caesar felt his mouth dry. In need of some moisture, Linlin's autumn-like eyes blinked, a blush rising to her cheeks as she shyly approached, resembling a little wife gazing at her husband, timidly speaking. "Caesar, is it really you? You still look so young and handsome." As she spoke, Linlin's cheeks flushed, the charming blush deepening to her ears, making her appear even more adorable. "Ah, yes, indeed. Haha." Caesar was taken aback, internally cursing himself for being so easily swayed by such simple charm. He silently warned himself that Linlin was no longer the little woman of yesteryears. She had transformed into a plump housewife, no longer fitting his preferences. Though he was technically 65 years old, having slept for 30 years made him appear youthful, and Linlin was 3 years his senior, despite having once been so dominant that he forced Linlin to call him Big Brother. There was no need to dwell on past pleasures. He was Emperor Caesar, and there were many beauties upon these seas. He must not repeat past mistakes. However, Linlin's next words caused Caesar's expression to shift completely. "Caesar, it's been over 30 years. Do you know how much I've missed you?" Linlin moved closer, causing Caesar to instinctively step back. Her expression bore a hint of sorrowful grievance, clutching at Caesar's heart. "Have you forgotten the 4 children we had together back then? How could you be so cruel as to disappear for over 30 years? Your 4 sons are nearly 40 years old now." Caesar's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, even his tonsils trembling in the open air. Puffed. Quinn and Jin could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter, only to hurriedly cover their mouths, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Kaiser felt as if he had received a heavy blow from Carp, leaving him somewhat dazed. After a long moment, he finally regained his composure and stammered, "Stop joking. Linlin, do we not have just one child? Besides, did you not say you had already?" Linlin gently punched Kaiser's chest, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if on the verge of crying. "You heartless one! How could I bear to part with my own child? Perispero is our firstborn, and did we not spend another period together afterward? I am pregnant again, but that wouldn't mean 3 children, would it?" Kaiser felt somewhat at a loss. Having slept for 30 years, awakening to find he had 4 grown sons, all nearing 40, was a burden too great for his psychological age of 35 to bear. Linlin flashed a radiant smile. "They are triplets. I have named them Katakuri, Daifuku, and Owen. Now that you have returned, Kaiser brother, I believe the children's surname should be changed to Barbarossa, and my Charlotte family can be renamed the Barbarossa family. What do you think?" Kaiser felt a splitting headache. He detested dealing with such familial matters. If not, he would not have left the ghost tribe at the tender age of 10 to become a pirate. "No, let us not do that, Linlin, that I mean. It's been so many years. How could you not have forgotten about me?" Kaiser stuttered, unsure of what he truly wished to convey. That in truth, he wanted to directly refuse Linlin. Yet somehow, upon seeing her still enchanting appearance, his heart raced. Frankly, during their time at sea, Linlin was truly unparalleled in both beauty and strength. Even the renowned Vice Admiral Akainu paled in comparison to her. Between the ages of 15 and her 20s, Linlin was at her peak, strikingly beautiful, with a perfect figure, tall and graceful, curvaceous in all the right places. She was the only woman who slightly lagged behind him in terms of strength. Thus, during one of their battles, the hormone-driven Kaiser found himself caught in a peculiar sensation. Alas, it was all his fault for being young and reckless. As Kaiser felt Linlin snuggling against him, he sighed deeply. Suddenly, Kaido charged in like a raging dragon, roaring fiercely as he swung his fist at Kaiser. "Kaiser, I'm going to kill you. Kaido, how dare you speak to your brother like that? Such disobedience." Linlin spun around. Her fist enveloped an armament hockey, and in an instant, it struck the astonished Kaido squarely on the right side of his face, sending him crashing back once more. Kaiser discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sensing that his future life might take a rather troublesome turn to Rabbit Well prison, 3 massive figures sat on the ground, Jin and Quinn standing before them like 2 infants. Jin glanced left at Kaido and right at Kaiser and Big Mom. Exchanging silent looks with Quinn, Kaido bore 2 very distinct fist marks on his face. The fists of Kaiser and Big Mom were not something anyone could easily withstand. Only someone with Kaido's physique could endure 2 blows to the head. Kaido's expression darkened, and he pointed at Big Mom. "Linlin, what happened to you? You've become such a ghastly sight at your age. It's truly revolting." Smack. Bang. Kaiser raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap to Kaido's head. The dull thud echoing like a drum. The force of his palm sent a gust of wind that blew Quinn far away. "What do you mean, Linlin? Show some respect and call her sister-in-law." Linlin, too, had a fiery temper, and she landed a punch on Kaido's left eye, leaving it bruised and swollen, resembling that of a bear. "I'm just how I am, aren't I, Kaiser brother?" she said, fluttering her eyelashes as she leaned closer to Kaiser. "Indeed, my Linlin is undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world. You fool." Kaido's fists cracked ominously, grinding his teeth as he glared at Kaiser and Linlin, filled with rage at their affectionate display. Both Kaiser and Linlin turned to him in unison, their eyes brimming with a threatening aura. Kaido's mouth twitched, his mind racing with curses, but he realized that the 2 before him possessed power equal to his own. After weighing his options, he had no choice but to suppress his fury. In the distance, Quinn, dragging his frail body, stealthily crawled into a pit, his dim, clouded eyes scanning for any remnants of Kaiser's blood. Found it. Spotting a trace of red blood in the corner of the pit, Quinn's face lit up with joy as he quickly bent down to lick it as the blood touched his tongue. His eyes widened in astonishment, feeling as if he had swallowed magma, a burning sensation rising within him. "Oh, I'm back," he exclaimed, laughing heartily. The charming Quinn returns. With a clang, his withered body swelled like a water-filled sausage, rapidly transforming back into a rotund figure, his face round and his belly as large as a barrel. "Shut up, you idiot, Quinn," Kaido bellowed, shaking the stone walls around them and causing debris to fall. Quinn shivered, quickly retracting his bulk and hiding in the pit, cautiously peeking out with his small eyes to observe the situation. Kaido sighed, covering his forehead. What is going on with this guy in prison? He looks oddly familiar. Did you capture him? Linlin pointed at the Green Bull in the cell. Kaiser glanced at the Green Bull and scoffed. That's the Navy's Admiral Green Bull. This fool came looking for trouble as soon as I woke up, trying to drain me, and I put him in his place. Linlin smiled seductively and punched Kaiser lightly. He truly is a fool if he couldn't even drain Kaiser, brother. What does he think he is? Cough, cough. Kaiser's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly shifted the topic, turning to the glum Kaido. Kaido, look at you. After decades of hard work, what have you become? I heard you were defeated by a bunch of kids. Truly pathetic. What did you say? Kaido glared furiously. Kaiser snorted dismissively, pointing a finger at Kaido's nose. You fool. Always so arrogant. As soon as I heard Jin's account, I understood everything. What do you have to be proud of? Do you think you can underestimate the younger generation? Have you forgotten how Roger and Carp defeated the invincible rocks on Hive Island? As Kaiser spoke, he stood up and pointed at the sky. Did you think becoming the Emperor of the Sea made you exceptional? Decades have passed, and you still haven't corrected your overconfidence. You clearly defeated them, captured them, but failed to eradicate them. Look, they've turned the tide, gathered a bunch of allies, and taken you down. What a promising hand you had, and you squandered it. Kaido's face darkened, and as Kaiser continued to berate him, he began to feel dejected. Kaiser was right. He had indeed been too careless. Kid and Luffy had long been in his grasp, but his eagerness for talent led him to want to recruit those rebellious spirits. Had he been more decisive from the start, Kid and Luffy would have long been dead. Let me tell you, unless you consider yourself Rocks, don't surround yourself with a bunch of troublemakers. Back in the day, Rocks had over a dozen conquerors under his command. Whitebeard, Shiki, myself, you, Linlin, John, Wang Ji. Which one of us wasn't he a formidable troublemaker? If it weren't for Rock's extraordinary power and sharp mind, we would have long since disbanded. Even someone as strong as Rocks was eventually overturned by Whitebeard and the others. Wasn't he? Kaiser taunted Kaido. Do you really think you're stronger than Rocks? Kaido lowered his head, falling silent. And you, Linlin, you too, with the two of you joining forces, how could you lose so miserably? I truly don't know how you set this up. Fighting can't rely solely on muscle. Jin looked at Kaiser's well-defined muscles in astonishment, recalling his ferocity against Green Bull, and couldn't he help but smirk. It felt rather incongruous coming from him. Linlin pouted, lowering her head in a hint of grievance. Kaiser clenched his massive fists. From now on, Kaido and Linlin, your pirate crews will merge entirely, and I shall take the helm as captain. Do you have any opinions? Kaido and Linlin lifted their heads to gaze at Caesar. After a moment, they both sighed and nodded. Kaido declared, Go ahead. Since I have lost, let us fulfill our original promise. This world belongs to you. However, Caesar, should you also be defeated, I shall not show you any mercy. Caesar burst into laughter. Ha! Rest assured, I am not like you, indecisive. Back on the rock ship, I was the strategist. Wisdom and valor, that is what defines me. Ha! Linlin, what about you? If you disagree, I shall not hold it against you. Caesar smiled at Linlin. Linlin responded earnestly, Brother Caesar, you are right. Perhaps I am truly unfit to be the captain. Over the years, I have somewhat lost my way. All the power of the Charlotte family is now entrusted to you. I believe in you. Ha! Excellent, Caesar exclaimed, spreading his arms wide and letting out a triumphant roar. Then, I, Emperor Caesar, shall officially return. I hereby establish the Beast God Pirate crew. The Charlotte family shall be renamed the Barbarossa family. Kaido, from this moment forth, you shall be known as Dragon God Kaido. Linlin, what god would you like to be? Linlin beamed, rising to place her palm upon Caesar's. I leave it to you, Brother Caesar, to decide. Ha! Then you shall be the god of souls, and I, the Beast God Caesar. From now on, anyone wishing to become a divine member of my Beast God Pirate crew must individually defeat a Marine Admiral. Kaido also stood up, placing his hand atop Linlin's. The three exchanged glances, smiles gracing their faces, as if time had reversed, transporting them back 38 years, noticing Jean and Quinn eagerly watching from the side. Caesar snorted, What are you staring at? You are still too weak, fit only to be mere lackeys. Jean and Quinn felt a pang in their hearts at the remark. That night, Caesar and his companions decided to head towards Casa Village. In the opposite direction of the flower capital, to find some food and address their hunger. Although Kaido and Linlin had absorbed a significant amount of Caesar's blood essence, they had not eaten a single grain for the past week. Regardless of their robust physiques, sustenance was essential, as Caesar put it. Even a lion must exert itself fully when hunting a rabbit. Moreover, the Straw Hats, who had defeated Kaido and Linlin, were far from mere rabbits. They were formidable lions. The night was pleasant, with the sky clear of clouds, perhaps due to the overwhelming presence of the three's formidable aura. The silvery moonlight bathed the earth, casting three tall silhouettes moving through the darkness. With Jean and Quinn trailing far behind, the dozen or so subordinates had been sent by Caesar to the Rabbit Bowl prison to watch over Green Bull. It wasn't that Caesar disregarded Green Bull, but rather that he had no time to attend to him. He had yet to decide what to do with him. Caesar was unconcerned about whether the Marines would send someone to rescue Green Bull. They were far too distant, and it would take them at least 10 days to reach Wano. Observing the towering chimneys partially obscured in the night, Caesar curiously inquired, "Brother, what are you up to?" An ironworks.it is a weapons manufacturing facility I established in Wano, Kaido replied with a sidelong glance. Caesar was taken aback. "Impressive, brother. I never imagined you capable of devising a means to earn money. I thought your mind was solely filled with muscle, resorting to robbery when funds ran low." Kaido's brow twitched, unable to suppress his urge to retaliate. Kaido's intellect is quite sharp. The weapons he produces here are of remarkable quality. And various nations in the New World, as well as some pirate factions, engage in trade with him. That Whitebeard frequently purchases Kaido's weapons. While Wano's gun technology may be somewhat outdated, their cold weaponry is truly durable. Linlin affectionately linked her arm with Caesar's, smiling brightly. "Indeed, I rely on this weapons factory to earn several billion berries annually. The 500 members of my gifters' army were all funded by this." Kaido boasted proudly. "Gifters? What are they? Are they formidable?" Upon hearing this, Kaido's pride swelled further, and he declared, "Over 500 of them. All are Zoan-type devil fruit users. Just the annual purchase of a large quantity of devil fruits consumes 90% of my earnings. After thousands of failures, I finally succeeded in obtaining over 500. They are my elite pirates. My dream is to create a crew composed entirely of Zoan-type devil fruit users." Caesar was genuinely astonished, turning to Kaido in disbelief. "So many users? But wait, where do you acquire such a number of devil fruits? All of the Zoan-type? Surely, you jest." Kaido was momentarily stumped. Linlin chimed in, "Brother Caesar, it is not as you imagine. I know about this. The devil fruits Kaido buys are artificial, which is why he can purchase them in bulk." "Artificial devil fruits?" Caesar exclaimed. "Such a thing exists. That is remarkable. With that, one could mass-produce users. Who creates them? Would the world government allow such an organization to exist?" Linlin stifled a giggle. It is not as impressive as you think. These were created by a scientist named Caesar. Their effectiveness is not very strong. They can only produce Zoan-type users. Additionally, the side effects are quite severe. If one is fortunate, only 1 out of 10 will be any good. Moreover, the potential of these users is quite limited. They cannot even reach Quinn's level. Although Kaido's claims sound frightening, in reality, they are merely a bunch of duds, none of whom are truly useful. Not far behind, Quinn's face contorted as he whispered, glaring at Linglin's back. "Humph, what are you comparing yourself to? Have you forgotten that I once knocked you out, or rather, that you recovered your memory? My bounty is quite high." Linlin seemed to have heard Quinn's muttering, glancing back at him, causing Quinn to shrink back in fear. Caesar understood immediately, casting a mocking glance at Kaido. "Oh, so it turns out to be just a bunch of half-baked pirates, hundreds of billions of berries each year, and you are quite the prodigal son." Kaido, feeling somewhat aggrieved, retorted, "What do you know? Although their potential is not high, their overall level is quite respectable. My gifter's army, if placed among the Marines, would at least be on par with a group of elite officers. A few of them even possess admiral-level strength. So what? Hundreds of billions of berries can buy a great deal of superior devil fruit abilities, yet you squander them on this worthless endeavor. After decades of accumulation, this is what you've achieved. What on earth were you thinking?" Caesar raised his thumb, pointing behind him. Kaido opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but he suddenly realized that Caesar's words were all too true. Still unwilling to concede, he muttered, "Top-tier combat power is not so easily acquired. Those who are slightly stronger tend to have foul tempers, like stones in a latrine. They would never easily pledge allegiance." Caesar chuckled lightly. "Then how did Newgate manage it? I have heard that he commands a fleet of 46 ships, with captains that are the cream of the crop. You cannot even win hearts? Is your only tactic to intimidate others? Kaido's face flushed with anger as he retorted, that bastard Whitebeard is always looking for sons to adopt. How could I possibly have the leisure to engage in such matters? I have only one son who does not even acknowledge me as his father and conspires with outsiders. Caesar shook his head repeatedly, sighing as he glanced at Linlin beside him. To elicit such loyalty that others willingly consider you a father is indeed a remarkable skill. What relationship can be more solid than that of father and son? Look at Linlin. She manages to run the vast Totland with her multitude of children, all in perfect order. How have you failed so miserably? Your own son has strayed into the enemy's camp. Linlin smiled, showing no sign of shame as she spoke. You know, Brother Caesar, aside from Perispero, Katakuri, Daifuku, and Oven, all my other children were adopted as infants from around the world. You are aware of my past. The influence of the old nun on me was profound, so I later followed her example and began adopting children everywhere. However, I publicly claimed they were all my biological children to strengthen my pirate crew. Caesar patted her hand gently, smiling. Linlin, you have truly worked hard over the years. There is no need for you to explain anything to me. You owe me nothing. Rather, it is I who have caused you hardship. Remaining in slumber for so long while you, a woman, single-handedly bore the burden of raising a group of children and building a force, it has been truly challenging for you. From now on, I will handle these matters for you. You aim to create a nation, and I will help you realize that dream. Kaisa's elder brother. Linlin displayed a look of deep emotion as she tightened her grip on Kaisa's hand. Kaido stood in silence, exasperated, wondering if the two were overly affectionate, which was quite bothersome, as Kaiza and his companions engaged in conversation, casually discussing the specific power dynamics surrounding Kaido and Linlin. Kaiza was simultaneously contemplating future strategies in his mind. Despite Kaisa's towering height of 9 meters and his physique reminiscent of an ancient behemoth, he was not exaggerating. Indeed, 38 years ago, Kaiza had served as the strategist aboard the Rock's ship. The formidable crew that Rocks had amassed owed a portion of their strength to Kaisa's efforts. Notably, individuals such as Kaido, Wang Ji, and John were all brought into the fold by Kaiza. The group moved swiftly, soon catching sight of a hazy village in the distance. That moment, Kabuto Village, much like Flower Capital, was basking in the joy of Wano's reconstruction. While it lacked the festive decorations and lanterns of Flower Capital, it had momentarily escaped its previous hardships, receiving a generous supply of aid from Flower Capital. Primarily consisting of food, clothing, and various necessities, families crowded the streets, where a woman clad in a kimono distributed food with a warm smile. Everyone, please do not push or rush. There is plenty of food for everyone, she assured, her gentle smile evoking a sense of springtime warmth that the villagers were familiar with, prompting them to obediently form an orderly queue. Suddenly, a series of heavy footfalls echoed through the darkness. Ahi paused, momentarily taken aback, before turning towards the source of the sound. Under the dim night, 3 massive shadows approached Kabuto village, step by step. Monsters. The villagers, alerted to the situation, screamed in terror, rushing chaotically back to their homes. Disregarding the food they had just received, the kimono-clad woman paled, her fingers clenching tightly. She glanced at the supply cart before turning her gaze to the 3 looming figures drawing nearer, gritting her teeth. She drew a short knife from her waist and shouted at the shadows, "Halt! Intruders! What is all the fuss about? I am the guardian king of this nation, after all. Ha. Fret not." Kaido's deep voice sliced through the darkness. Reaching Ahi's ears, with a clatter, the knife dropped from the woman's hands as her pupils widened in horror, watching Kaido's terrifying figure emerge from the darkness. Flanking Kaido were 2 even larger strangers. One woman's attire seemed vaguely familiar, while the other bore a striking resemblance to Kaido, albeit with an even more imposing stature. Kaido, the woman trembled, collapsing to the ground in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. It can't be. You were defeated by the Straw Hat crew, weren't you? Kaido stepped forward, nonchalantly grabbing a large barrel of alcohol from the supply cart, drinking heartily. Ha, brother. Your disgrace is so well known that even this remote place has heard of it. It seems your reputation is utterly tarnished. Kaiza laughed heartily, striding over to clap Kaido on the shoulder, seizing the barrel from him and pouring it into his own mouth. Humph, just a bunch of ants. Why bother? I did lose, but there's nothing more to discuss. Kaido snorted, grabbing handfuls of food, indiscriminately stuffing a mix of fruits and meats into his mouth. Huh? True enough. Hey, woman, step aside. We're here for food. Not for slaughtering villagers, and no need to panic. Huh? Kaiza, when dealing with subjects, one must be gentle rather than oppressive, Kaiza remarked, sitting beside the food-laden cart, taking a large piece of roasted meat and offering it to Linlin, who began to indulge as well. I see you only know how to oppress them. It's no wonder, after decades, these foolish people still harbor resentment against you. Ha! If it were me, with a weapons factory earning hundreds of billions a year, I could easily uplift Wano's economy, transforming this nation into a prosperous one. At that point, these ants would be well-fed, grateful for your protection, and would support you instead of trying to undermine you at every opportunity. Humph, Kaiza, your words are more melodious than the songs of Wano's songstresses. Governing a nation is not so simple. Don't tell me you've ever managed one. Kaido scoffed at Kaiza's words. Kaiza shoved an entire roast. Caesar contentedly stroked his belly and licked his lips. Kaido scoffed. What kind of delicacy is this? Just a hodgepodge of food. Had it been before, I would never have touched such shoddy fare. Once we reach the flower capital, I shall treat you to the true culinary delights of Wano. Splendid. It's settled then. After we finish off those little brats, I intend to indulge in a grand revelry. Caesar abruptly rose, waving his hand dramatically. Tonight, we shall rest and enjoy a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we shall attend to our business. Upon seeing him stand, Linlin gracefully swayed her figure and quietly followed suit. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the darkness. Kaido curled his lip and muttered, "Humph, a pair of shameless lovers in the depths of darkness." Within an abandoned temple, Caesar sprawled casually, embracing Linglin's resilient waist as he rested in the grand hall. "Caesar, brother, I heard you've been in slumber for many years. Why is that?" Linlin lay against Caesar's chest, sensually tracing circles on his firm torso with her long, powerful finger. As she spoke, her breath wafted like orchids, a mature fragrance enveloping Caesar, stirring his blood. Clearing his throat, Caesar replied, "Ahem. You see, after I departed Hive Island with Kaido, we roamed the New World and encountered many events. Due to a clash with that brat's ambitions, approximately 30 years ago, Kaido and I came to blows. And then, did you lose?" Caesar snorted derisively. "How could I possibly lose to that kid?" Truth be told, I won at that time, but somehow, I was caught off guard by the boy's grandiose words, coupled with my lingering gloom from Rock's defeat. Kaido provoked me, and I foolishly agreed to slumber beneath Onigashima. From the darkness came rustling sounds, yet Caesar remained unfazed, maintaining his composure. "Linlin, you know that as a member of the Oni clan, once we fall into a state of slumber, no matter how long we sleep, we retain our peak condition. This is a natural gift of our clan, akin to the divine race's innate ability to control flames. That a pair of soft, smooth arms encircled Caesar's neck as Linlin sat up, her voice laced with sorrow. "Humph, Caesar, brother, you truly have a heart of stone, consumed by your own desires, with no thought for me. You not hold me in your heart at all." Cough, cough. "What are you saying? How could that be?" Linlin, do you not know me? I, Caesar, am merely a carefree rogue." Linlin pouted, covering Caesar's mouth playfully. "You mustn't speak of yourself that way. But as your punishment for evading for 30 years, I shall ensure you receive your just deserts today. How do you intend to punish me?" Caesar felt a dryness in his throat, his hands beginning to wander restlessly. Linlin leaned closer, her breath fragrant as she whispered a few words into Caesar's ear. Caesar's eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing as he suddenly flipped over. The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Caesar wrapped his arm around Linglin's waist and exited the room. On the street, Kaido, Quinn, and Jin awaited them eagerly. "Linlin, use your abilities to conjure a bottle for me," Caesar said with a smile, addressing the increasingly radiant Linlin. Linlin flashed a seductive smile, raising her hand to pluck a tile from the nearby rooftop. A glimmer of light erupted from her fingertip as she touched it. In a miraculous turn of events, a chubby face emerged from the tile, gradually morphing into a plump little bottle. Bottle, I am a little bottle, mama," the tile sang joyfully, swaying as if it were alive. Caesar accepted the peculiar bottle. Noticing the small eyes on it filled with fear as it trembled, he sliced open his palm. pouring half of his blood into the bottle. "Jin, Quinn," Caesar called out. The two rushed over, and Caesar handed the blood-filled bottle to Jin. "What is this?" Jin asked, puzzled. "Soon we shall head to the flower capital. Linlin, Kaido, and I will confront the Straw Hats, while you two take the opportunity to rescue Kaido and Linlin's subordinates. Remember, the blood is limited, so prioritize saving the officers." Jin's face lit up with joy as he nodded vigorously, carefully tucking the bottle into his chest. Last night, he had rummaged through several houses in Kabuto village, finding outfits for sumo wrestlers to change into, as his previous attire was utterly tattered. "Then let us depart." Caesar crouched down, his powerful legs propelling him forward, the ground shaking as he soared into the sky like a cannonball. Second form. Golden-winged rock. Caesar extended his body, transforming his legs into talons, his arms into golden wings, and his head into that of a rock. His form rapidly swelled, soon overshadowing the entire Kabuto village in darkness. "Look, it's the divine bird Garuda." The villagers of Kabuto emerged from their homes, astonished at the sight of Caesar transforming into a colossal bird. "The divine bird has manifested. Bless us, Kabuto village." Some elderly men fervently knelt, bowing to Caesar in reverence. "Auk!" The golden-winged rock let out a mighty cry that pierced the sky, its voice resonating for miles. "Caesar brother's appearance is truly astonishing. Let us go, Kaido." Linlin leapt into the air, flames erupting beneath her feet, lifting her higher. "All right, let us seek out that straw hat brat and engage in battle once more." Kaido's form elongated, green dragon scales sprouting across his body, his hands morphing into claws as he grasped Quinn and Jin, swiftly transforming into the mighty azure dragon. Women in kimonos stumbled out onto the streets, gazing in a daze at the massive bird blocking the sunlight, a whirlwind of anxiety swirling upon their faces. High above, the golden-winged rock soared, with Linlin, Kaido, and others perched upon Caesar's expansive back, braving the fierce winds yet remaining steady as a mountain. What kind of fruit ability does Lord Caesar possess? This size is simply unprecedented. Even Onigashima is not this large. Quinn wandered around on Caesar's back, akin to a louse on the rock, with a wingspan exceeding 10 miles. Nearly reaching the size of the Marine headquarters Marineford Plaza, Caesar's back was covered in impenetrable scales. Standing upon it felt like walking on clouds, soft and yielding, as if one might sink at any moment. In the heat of battle, these soft scales would harden to be tougher than iron. With merely this massive physique, he could easily shatter a mountain. In the flower capital, the lively festivities of the fire festival came to an end. Luffy, Kid, Law, and others prepared to depart from Wano. "Lord Luffy, you are always welcome back to Wano. We shall miss you." Kinemon and a crowd surrounded Luffy, calling out in reluctance. "Luffy, Luffy, please don't leave without me. Take me out to sea." Yamato, as ever, donned a loose-fitting samurai outfit, a thick rope tied around her waist. Unbothered by the ample flesh exposed above, she bounced over to Luffy, her generous bosom swaying with each leap. "Phew, how alluring!" Luffy exclaimed, as he and others unanimously decided to invite Yamato aboard. Sanji and Brook's noses bled profusely as they gave a thumbs up. "Absolutely not. Yamato, you wish to become Odin? My ship cannot accommodate those without a sense of self. Only if you can truly be yourself will I consider bringing you aboard." Luffy found himself enveloped in Yamato's embrace, his face buried amidst her ample curves, turning crimson, nearly gasping for air. Meanwhile, the newly crowned ruler of Wano, Kazuki Momonosuke, with his long, flowing hair and gallant demeanor, wore a lewd grin as he dove into Nami's arms. "Namine, will you stay a few more days? I will miss you," Momonosuke whined, nuzzling his face against Nami's bosom. Nami was momentarily taken aback, her exaggerated proportions being squished by Momonosuke, who pressed into her with surprising elasticity. "Get off me!" Nami shouted angrily, delivering a punch that sent Momonosuke flying to Namine. "I'm only 8. Though it doesn't hurt at all." Peach Boy fell to the ground and, feeling the warmth on his face, scrambled to his feet, a rather indecent smirk creeping onto his lips. Peach, Sanji, Brook, and Kinemon, their expressions dark as thunderclouds, stealthily surrounded Peach Boy. "What are you doing?" "I'm only 8 years old," he exclaimed in panic. Crack, crack. Sanji clenched his fists, a cold sneer escaping his lips. "Throwing a tantrum isn't a privilege for adults, you little brat." Bang, bang, bang. The trio unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Peach Boy. "What are you doing? Stop it. Peach is the ruler of Wano. Galette, sporting long rabbit ears, rushed in to mediate. Peach Boy's eyes brightened at once, and he sobbed as he threw himself into Galette's embrace. Burying his face in her chest, "You insufferable little brat," Sanji and Kinemon seethed with rage. "What is that? A storm cloud?" Kid's companion, Killer, suddenly lifted his gaze toward the distant sky. Kid, taken aback, followed his line of sight. In the far-off heavens, a colossal shadow raced toward them at an alarming speed. The skilled individuals present quickly sensed the looming presence of the immense shadow. "What is that?" Luffy shielded his eyes and squinted to see better. Usopp, clutching a telescope, suddenly shrieked, stumbling back and landing on the ground, trembling as he pointed skyward. "What's wrong, Usopp? What did you see?" Chopper curiously rushed over, picking up the fallen telescope to look, only to freeze in shock. "Oh my! What a gigantic bird!" exclaimed the dog duke of the mink tribe. The enormous shadow moved with astonishing speed, and moments later, it loomed over the flower capital like an enormous warship or a floating island. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised his fist, eager for action, exclaiming, "What a huge bird! Everyone, I smell adventure. Let us bring it down." The crowd fell silent. "Luffy, get a grip. That bird is bigger than the flower capital. If you bring it down, the city will be obliterated in an instant." Nami chastised him with a punch to the head, leaving a sizable bump. No. This is bad. Really bad. Usopp's terrified voice rang out once more, drawing everyone's attention that he shook uncontrollably, clinging to Chopper, both trembling as they gazed in fear at the sky. Sanji, puzzled, kicked Usopp lightly and asked, "What's wrong, Usopp? Chopper, what did you see that has you so frightened?" As he spoke, Sanji bent down to pick up the telescope. Just then, Yamato beside Luffy suddenly appeared distressed, her complexion paling and her eyes filled with disbelief as she stared into the sky. The massive bird hovered ominously above them, and several tiny figures began to materialize along the edges of its wings, seemingly gazing in their direction. Usopp trembled as if struck by lightning, muttering, Kaido, what?" The crowd erupted into chaos, Usopp's words inciting widespread panic. With a crash, the telescope Sanji held fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Fear, petrification, unbelief. Everyone stared in shock at the imposing silhouettes of Kaido and Big Mom on the gigantic bird. A heavy silence falling over the assembly, an atmosphere of suffocating dread enveloped them all. Peach Boy, unable to bear it, let out a terrified shriek and collapsed to the ground. Aru, Straw Hat Luffy, long time no see. Mama, Kid, and Law, you're fully healed. Come, let us fight again." Kaido and Big Mom leaped from the colossal bird, Kaido transforming into a massive dragon, while Big Mom stood upon a fiery cloud. A terrifying aura erupted, shaking the very earth beneath them. Kaido, Big Mom, Luffy's eyes widened in shock. This is bad. How could they appear unscathed? What on earth happened? Have the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates been revived? Kid exclaimed, losing his composure as he stared at Kaido and Big Mom in disbelief. Caw! The golden giant bird suddenly let out a piercing cry, its terrifying sound waves slicing through the air. Whipping up a whirlwind over the flower capital, the giant bird opened its mouth and spoke with human words. "You are mistaken, little brats. They are now my subordinates of the Beast God Pirates, Dragon God Kaido, and Soul God Charlotte Linlin." The voice of the giant bird thundered like a rolling storm, shaking the very ground beneath them. What? The bird's proclamation struck the crowd like a deep-sea bomb, leaving them dizzy with confusion. The Beast God Pirates? Never heard of them. If a fight is what you want, then bring it on. After all, you've lost once already. Losing again won't change a thing. Luffy shouted defiantly. The Beast God Pirates? Yamato's face turned ashen, as if realizing something dreadful. This is bad, Luffy. We need to flee. Remember my name. Captain of the Beast God Pirates. Beast God. Kaiza, Kaido, and Linlin roared. Let loose. Let us wreak havoc. Kaiza opened his enormous beak and unleashed a massive frost pillar stretching 1,000 meters. Kaido and Linlin bellowed in unison. Understood, Captain Kaiza. The Beast Pirates unleashed their fury, with Kaido spewing forth crimson flames. Deep breath. Linlin removed her hat, transforming it into a colossal sword, bringing it down with immense flames. Emperor's sword. Break blade. Frost pillar. Heat breath. 1,000-meter-long icy chill and searing flames descended from the heavens. Boom! Like a cataclysmic disaster, the frost froze everything in its path, encasing countless structures of the flower capital in thick ice that on the ground. Zoro, wielding 3 swords, immediately sprang into action. Foxfire style, flame slash, the blade of Inma. Enveloped in armament haki, cleave through the air to counter Kaido's fiery breath. Soul sword, freeze. Brook brandished his sword with all his might, attempting to extinguish the flames that Zoro had severed at the same time. Marco took action. He transformed into a blue flame phoenix, soaring against the wind directly toward Kaiza. Law, we can't use the flower capital as a battlefield. Please evacuate everyone. I beg you. Peach Boy cried out in desperation. Law's expression darkened as he glanced at the terrifying giant bird above. What are you joking about? That bird is too massive. I can't transfer anyone. Peach Boy clutched his head, panicking. What should we do? If a battle breaks out here, the innocent people will suffer. Everyone, let us attack that giant bird first. Kinemon roared, drawing his long sword. That 1T work. It's flying too high. Not everyone can fly. The dog Duke exclaimed, filled with urgency that it was daytime, and their mink warriors couldn't transform into their moon lion forms, drastically reducing their combat capabilities. Law extended his fingers, creating a massive shield overhead. Shouting, I'll handle it. Room. Shambles. Within a vast area, several individuals suddenly vanished, whisked away by Law's abilities to eye in the sky. Over 20 individuals appeared on the back of the colossal bird. Kid, Killer, Law, Dog Duke, Kinemon, Zoro, Brook, and Luffy. Well done, Trafalgar, Luffy cheered. His body swelling with excitement. Gum Gum. Muscle balloon. 4th gear. Bound Man. Black lines spread across Luffy's rubbery form, a manifestation of armament haki, as he propelled himself skyward toward Kaiza's enormous headpoint 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds, Scythe Storm. Foxfire style, Dragon Slash. On Kaiza's back, it became a riot of color as over 20 individuals unleashed their fury. Ha! Are you all just tickling me? Is that all the strength you have? Haven tea you eaten? Kaiza's gargantuan form twisted mid-air, his immense wings crashing down onto the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that flattened everything in its path, creating a vast crater. Gum Gum, Monkey God Spear. Luffy roared in anger, transforming once more into the Sun God Nika form. His right arm swelling into a colossal fist, the size of an island, shrouded in armament haki, as he hurled it toward Kaiza's head. Ah, how amusing. You must be the Straw Hat Kid who has bested my younger brother. Huh, splendid. The colossal golden-winged rock has vanished into thin air, revealing Kaiser in human form, wielding the great blade. Zhulong a direct confrontation. How delightful. Zhulong. Engage in battle. Kaiser discards the greatsword, its blade swelling in the wind, transforming into a massive purple dragon that coils in the sky, roaring as it unleashes a torrent of purple venom upon Kid and his companions that eye in mid-air, with no means to brace themselves. Law has no choice but to utilize his powers once more, transporting the group back to the ground. Kaiser stands aloft, a pair of golden wings sprouting from his back, spanning over 20 meters. With the manifestation of armament haki and conqueror's haki, Kaiser unleashes a devastating attack. His right arm bulges with muscle, expanding hundreds of times, akin to a mountain, overwhelming Luffy's island punch. The 2 mountainous fists collide. Boom! The heavens and earth shatter, the sound reverberating for miles, as the air splits like shattered glass. Wah! Luffy's body is sent tumbling backward, as the colossal fist deflates and shrinks dramatically, causing him to plummet from the sky. Luffy, Zoro shouts. Law, beside him, immediately springs into action, hurling a stone. Room. Substitute. Whoosh. Luffy's falling form reappears beside Zoro, utterly spent and limp. Are you all right, Luffy? Zoro calls out. Law furrows his brow, stating his haki has been excessively depleted. He needs time to recover. With a furrowed brow, he gazes at the sky, eye in the air. Kaiser's immense right arm has returned to its former state, flapping his wings as he descends. Boom. Boom. With 3 thunderous sounds, smoke envelopes the area, revealing 3 gigantic figures. Kaido, Big Mom, and Kaiser. Luffy rises, his expression grave, sensing the dire situation. Kid, Law, Zoro, and the others gather around Luffy. Kid boldly proclaims, Hey, who the hell are you? Kaiser raises his hand, gripping the great sword. Grinning widely, I am Kaiser, Kaido's elder brother. Not long ago, my younger brother was under your care. Damn it. What nonsense. Kid loses his composure, unable to contain his emotions. That's absurd. You look younger than Kaido. Luffy shouts as well. What he says is true. A feminine voice chimes in from behind, startling everyone as they turn to see Yamato approaching, her face pale. That person is indeed Kaido's elder brother, a great demon, as I heard Kaido mention in my childhood. What? Kaido has an elder brother? The group's expressions shift dramatically, exchanging glances and murmuring among themselves. Yamato. Kaido clenches his kanabo, shouting, "My foolish son, return at once." Yamato bites her lip, roaring, "Silence, Kaido. I am not Yamato, I am Kazuki Oden of Wano." Kaiser grins wickedly, stepping forward, as the great sword Zhu drips with purple venom, corroding the ground beneath into deep pits, emitting foul black smoke. His face darkens as he glares at Yamato. "Look, Kaido, your daughter. Ha ha ha. Actually conspiring with outsiders to assault her own father. Truly a dutiful child. I heard from Jin that Yamato, you were brainwashed by a mere notebook belonging to Oden. How utterly laughable. You have no right to say that about her." Luffy roars, his eyes blazing with fury directed at Kaiser. Ha ha ha. "Then, let us all perish." Kaiser grips his sword firmly, unleashing both armament and conqueror's haki. As the sky rumbles with thunder, slicing through the air with a colossal black-red blade. Be careful. Zoro, Kinemon, Brook, and Killer, all wielders of swords, charge towards Kaiser in unison. "Kinemon, you're still alive?" Kaido exclaims, disbelief etched across his face. He vividly remembers cleaving Kinemon in two, yet here he stands, vibrantly alive. Clenching his kanabo tighter, Kaido's expression twists with rage, muscles bulging as he swings at Kinemon. Lower 3 worlds. Bring forth the abyss. Boom. The rending blade of light instantly sends Zoro, Brook, and others flying, a terrifying storm uprooting the very ground beneath them, forcing everyone to retreat in haste to evade Kaiser's onslaught at Kinemon. Amidst the chaotic black-red blade, Kaido charges forward, striking Kinemon's unprotected head with a ferocious blow. Crack! Kinemon's raised sword shatters instantly, unable to withstand Kaido's wrathful might. The overwhelming conqueror's haki shatters layers of space, delivering a devastating blow to Kinemon's skull. Boom! Flesh and blood burst forth, splattering everywhere, fragments of bone flying like bullets. Kaido flicks the remnants of flesh off his kanabo, glancing at his hands, grinning widely. "It seems my power remains undiminished." No. Kinemon, Luffy, and the others watch in horror as Kinemon is struck down by Kaido, becoming a rain of blood, leaving not a single word behind. Kinemon. "No, no, no. Mr. Kin." Everyone's eyes widen in disbelief at the gruesome spectacle before them. Trafalgar is breaking down in tears. Momonosuke shivers uncontrollably, feeling ice cold. The nightmare of Wano has not yet concluded. "Kaido!" Trafalgar screams in rage, charging forward with his sword. "Be careful!" Zoro exclaims in alarm, drawing Enma and unleashing a purple blade of light. "Come play with me." Kaiser brandishes his sword, the blade swirling with purple venom, grinning malevolently as he meets Trafalgar's strike. Clash! The blades collide with a metallic storm of sound, as Kaiser transforms his right arm into a blur of purple, swirling like a tempest. Trafalgar grits his teeth in fury. Yet his body is forced back repeatedly, unable to withstand Kaiser's overwhelming force. Divine light, slash. Kaiser bellows, unleashing a surge of monstrous strength that cleaves through Trafalgar's blade. Crack! Trafalgar's sword shatters, the immense blade slicing open his chest. Room. Just as Trafalgar is on the brink of being cleaved in two by Kaiser, Law activates his powers once more. Whoosh! Trafalgar crashes down behind the group. Trafalgar. Reza rushes to check on Trafalgar's injuries. What is this? Poison. Doctor. Chopper. Reizu's expression shifts dramatically as he sees that although Trafalgar's chest bears only a shallow wound, it is covered with a layer of purple venom, writhing as if alive, gradually seeping into his body. Trafalgar's chest visibly rots and emits a foul stench, large areas of muscle disintegrating horrifically. As the writhing purple liquid threatens to fully infiltrate Trafalgar's body, Reizu acts without hesitation, reaching out to grab it. Attempting to halt its advance, "Don't touch it." Chopper shouts in panic, rushing towards him. Marco also comes flying in at high speed. Yet it is too late. Reizu's right hand seizes the last of the purple venom, pulling it from Trafalgar's wound, about to fling it to the ground. Ugh! Reizu collapses, clutching his hand, howling in agony. Rolling on the ground, Chopper's body expands, his muscles bulging as he pins Reizu down, glancing at his right hand. What kind of poison is this?" Reizu's right hand has turned to mush, skin and muscle completely dissolved, leaving only charred, lifeless bone. Moreover, the purple venom is not yet fully consumed, continuing to spread up his arm. Marco's hand ignites with blue flames, attempting to engulf Reizu's right hand. However, it is futile. The venom has permeated his marrow, impossible to cleanse in a short time. Marco's expression darkens. Chopper looks up and sees Kamurasaki nearby. Shouting, "Kamurasaki, sever Reizu's arm." Quickly, Kamurasaki grits her teeth, raising her sword high, slashing down like a streak of lightning. Sizzle, vivid crimson blood splatters as Reizu's right arm is severed at the shoulder, falling to the ground. Everyone watches in horror as the severed arm disintegrates in the blink of an eye, eroding into a pile of brittle, blackened bones. Trafalgar, Reizu, the Duke of Dogs, gazed with bloodshot eyes upon the anguished wails of Leizong. And the decaying chest of the unconscious Chuanjiru, caught in a limbo between life and death, that a sense of inexplicable horror and fury gripped the hearts of all present. Kekiki, Kaiser laughed maniacally, advancing step by step, his massive blade dripping with purple venom, instilling a profound sense of peril in everyone. Magellan, the visage of Magellan suddenly flashed in Luffy's mind, recalling the same terrifying venom he wielded. Even inanimate objects like walls and steel would succumb to its corrosive power. What to do? What to do? All began to retreat, as dozens of skilled fighters were forced back by Kaiser alone. "Kaiser, I shall slay you." The Duke of Dog's eyes were ablaze, filled with blood vessels, on the brink of losing sanity as he charged to attack Kaiser. No. Kinemon, tearful, desperately tried to intervene. In an instant, Chopper transformed into his giant form, seizing the Duke of Dogs and pinning him down. Be careful. Do not let the venom touch your skin. If it does, sever the skin immediately. Chopper shouted frantically. Scatter, Zoro bellowed. Magnetic Bull, Kid shouted, extending his right arm as countless metal objects converged from all directions, morphing into a colossal iron bull. La, he cried out, do not conjure such a thing. Kid, use your power to provide everyone with iron armor. Kid paused, quickly realizing, and hastily gestured, causing the massive iron bull to disband. Frostfall. Kaiser unleashed a blizzard of icy breath that enveloped the enormous iron bull, rapidly freezing the metal into solid ice. Kid's expression changed drastically as he lifted the gigantic ice block bull, realizing the dire situation. Damn, the ice is too thick. My power is hindered and cannot break through. Killer, I shall shatter it. Killer shot forth, wielding his crescent-shaped scythe, aiming for the ice. Roar, do not forget, I am still here. Kaido thundered, his mountainous body crashing into Killer and sending him flying, simultaneously swinging a club towards the airborne Killer. Sanji, with blinding speed, vanished in an instant, delivering a kick to Kaido's midsection. Demon Wind Kick. Waist Strike. At that moment, Big Mom also moved, wielding a gigantic flaming sword that unleashed a torrent of flames towards everyone. Divine Wind Slash. Kaiser again swung his great blade, the purple venom cascading like rain towards Luffy and the others. Be careful, Luffy cried out in alarm. Wind Cannon. Just then, Frankie leaped forth, extending his robust arms towards Kaiser. His arms swelled, and a compressed air cannon burst forth, propelling the venomous rain back towards Kaiser, Kaido, and Big Mom. Well done, Frankie. Everyone gasped in astonishment and joy, Luffy bouncing with excitement. Splendid. Kid laughed heartily. Kaido, you bastards, savor your own venom. Chopper cheered loudly. Let us poison these beasts. The Duke of Dogs roared. The venom shot forth, dousing the bodies of Kaiser and his companions. Kaiser casually picked his nose as the venom splashed against him. Remaining entirely unscathed, the venom coalesced like clay on his form, twisting into a mass that ultimately flowed back to his great blade, the Candle Dragon. Meanwhile, Kaido and Big Mom, despite being drenched in venom, were barely affected, their formidable physiques and potent haki rendering the venom negligible. Gulp. Usopp swallowed hard, gazing in horror at Kaiser and his companions. Monsters. They are all monsters, Chopper murmured. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle, Jin and Queen made their way towards the underground prison of Flower City. Nestled beside a moat, the location was exceedingly concealed. Yet for Jin, well versed in the terrain of Flower City, finding this place was as effortless as returning home. As Jin and Queen stealthily approached the moat, Jin's gaze sharpened, for within the ditch sat two figures, conversing and drinking, a fox wagging its tail beside them. Is that River Pine and the sea warrior Jinbe? This could be troublesome, Queen, Jin murmured, extending his hand to signal Queen, only to find it empty. Jin turned, dumbfounded, as Queen boldly charged towards River Pine and Jinbe. Ha! Grandpa Queen is here. Worth two and a dog. Queen's corpulent form leapt from the bridge, crashing down upon Jinbe and River Pine like a mountain. Both Jinbe and River Pine, ever vigilant, had been on edge since the explosions from the direction of Flower City. Uncertain of what transpired, they had contemplated sending someone to investigate. Jinbe instantly spotted Queen's approach. Without hesitation, he wrapped his right fist in haki and struck Queen squarely in the abdomen. Tang Xiao Tile fist, 30,000 tiles. Boom! Queen's massive body plummeted swiftly, but was propelled back even faster, with a resounding crash. He smashed through the bridge, creating a sizable hole. River Pine vanished in an instant, following Queen's trajectory, his blade glinting as he aimed for Queen's neck. I've had enough of this, Jin roared, unfurling his pristine black wings as the flames dissipated from his back. Accelerating to his utmost speed. Boom! River Pine was sent flying by Jin's kick, spinning through the air, while Jin grabbed Queen by the back of his head, hurling his massive form towards Jinbe. Bind him. While I deal with River Pine, Jin bellowed, transforming into a flattened wyvern as he charged at River Pine. Oh whoa! The fox suddenly lunged at Jin, seeking death. Jin's expression remained cold as he seized the fox with his clawed feet. The creature unable to escape his overwhelming strength. With a sickening snap, blood sprayed as the fox was torn in two. No. River Pine closed his eyes in anguish, helplessly witnessing Jin's brutality as he gritted his teeth and charged with his blade. The two engaged in a furious exchange, moving like phantoms, yet Jin's speed clearly outmatched River Pine's. Enhanced by the Luna Lyre race's innate abilities, he struck like lightning, leaving a trail of wounds upon River Pine. In mere moments, River Pine was left bloodied and battered. This is a waste of time. Damn it, my blade was severed by that guy. If only I had my weapon, he would be dead by now. Jin fumed, realizing that without a weapon, his claw strikes were insufficient to inflict fatal damage. Meanwhile, Queen could no longer withstand Jinbe's martial prowess. After enduring a powerful blow from Jinbe, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Damn it, Sea Warrior Jinbe, you are quite formidable, he coughed, but I bet your fists hurt too, right? Ha! Grandpa Queen's belly is exceptionally tough. You must have been injured as well. No, stop talking nonsense. I am unscathed, Queen. You are no match for me. Jinbe asserted, his fists clenched with calm determination. What is happening? Weren't you defeated? Who rescued you? Jinbe questioned, appearing unfazed. The former warlord of the sea, Jinbe, is indeed impressively powerful, but I underestimated you, Jin thought, maintaining his relentless assault on River Pine while keeping an eye on the unfolding situation. He wasn't concerned for Queen, whose physical resilience remained formidable, and he had yet to unleash his devil fruit powers. Jinbe would find it challenging to swiftly deal with the robust Queen that AS expected. Queen roared, his thick neck elongating as his body swelled, transforming into a colossal ancient Zoan form of a brachiosaurus. Sea Warrior Jinbe, come at me, Queen bellowed, raising his pillar-like forelimb to stomp towards Jinbe. Jinbe furrowed his brow, unleashing a powerful punch. 30,000 tiles, Tang Xiao Tile fist. The two collided with raw strength, devoid of any embellishments, each blow landing with brutal force, no sword style. Suddenly, Jin soared high into the air, transforming into a humanoid form, his pitch-black wings unfurling, cloaked in the armor of haki, as he rolled towards Hisong. Fire Dragon Emperor, a searing flame erupted, and a colossal crimson fire dragon roared, engulfing Hisong. Hisong emitted a wretched scream as the fire dragon struck directly, his body igniting into a blazing torch. Hisong, Jinbe exclaimed in alarm, eager to assist. You are distracted, Sea Warrior Jinbe, Spark Queen. Queen's eyes glinted with laser intensity. Instantly striking Jinbe, boom. Ha! I've taken down a warlord of the sea. I, Queen, am indeed formidable. Queen laughed heartily, impatiently wanting to inspect his spoils. Not so fast. Haki, plum blossom skin, fishman karate. A large, jet-black hand suddenly emerged from the explosive smoke. Seizing Queen's head, with a surge of strength, Jinbe bellowed. Tidal wave suplex. Boom. The earth trembled as Queen's massive body, towering over 10 meters, was lifted by Jinbe's arms and slammed to the ground, shattering the city wall of the moat. causing Queen's immense form to sink deeply. Queen, break through the wall. Open the passage to the underground prison. Jin flew in an instant, throwing a punch at Jinbei. Flame calamity Jin. Jinbei blocked with a bent arm, his body enveloped in haki, his defense almost monstrous. Even Jin found it momentarily difficult to breach. Water strike. Jinbei swung his arm, launching bursts of water that produced explosive sounds, their power exceeding that of a cannon. Yes, indeed. I am turning the tables. Cough, cough. Mechanical arm dragon spark Queen. Queen thrust his robust arm into the rubble, firing lasers directly into the wall. Boom. The city wall exploded, creating a massive opening, and Queen's body tumbled down. Jin's flames dissipated from behind, and his form accelerated, vanishing from Jinbei's sight. Not good. Jinbei's expression changed dramatically, though he did not know Jin's method of rescue for the gravely injured officers in the prison. He was determined not to let Jin and Queen succeed. Jinbei strode to Hisong's side, checking his breath. Fortunately, though gravely injured, he was still alive. Jinbei sighed in relief, but upon seeing the fox split in two, he couldn't help but lament. That fox was dead. Hisong had taken the brunt of Jin's ultimate attack, but having fallen into the moat, the water had mitigated the flames and saved his life. Jinbei leaped into the river, stirring the currents of the entire moat. Instantly, the water twisted, coalescing into a singular torrent, which Jinbei grasped in his hands. Sea flow suplex. Jinbei roared, hurling the water towards the gaping hole. Boom, splash. A deluge of river water surged in, and then Jinbei followed the flow into the opening. Within the underground prison of Flower City, several gravely injured officers of the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates lay helplessly on the ground. They had sustained severe injuries, although each possessed extraordinary resilience and could heal rapidly. Having been imprisoned for 7 or 8 days without a morsel of food, they were left weak and on the brink of death, their eyes vacant. How infuriating! Kaido and Big Mom, even in collaboration, have been defeated. How did the Straw Hats achieve this? If only we had left Wano sooner. The eldest sister of the Flying Six, Ultai, sat angrily in a corner of the prison, her hands shackled with sea stone. Beside her lay the bloodied Page One, whose strength paled in comparison to Ultai, leaving him gravely injured and brought in on the verge of death. The Wano people, seeing his state, couldn't even be bothered to shackle him with sea stone, simply tossing him in and leaving him to fend for himself. Alongside Page One, several others from the Flying Six and Perispero from the Big Mom pirates were equally gravely injured and near death. This eldest son of Big Mom lay on the ground, a large pool of blood beneath him, motionless, uncertain if he had perished. Little brother, you must hold on. Don't die. Ultai pouted, cradling Page One's head, tears streaming down her face. In this prison, she only cared for Page One. The fates of the others, even in death, were of no concern to her. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the entire underground prison. Dust cascading from the ceiling. What is happening? Ultai gazed upward in confusion. The dark, lightless prison suddenly ruptured, allowing bright sunlight to pierce through. The massive head of a dinosaur crashed down. Queen. Ultai's expression shifted as she set Page One down and hurried to the front of the prison to assess the situation. Whoosh! A fleeting black shadow appeared as Jin transformed from a pteranodon back to his human form, standing outside the prison. But Ultai's face lit up with joy. Jin, are you here to rescue me? Yes. Without further ado, Jin produced a vial from his pocket and passed it through the gap in the prison. What is this? A key for the handcuffs? Ultai asked curiously as she received the vial. No, it's a healing potion. Quickly give it to everyone, just a little for each. Do not administer too much. Its potency is overwhelming. Be careful not to overdose. Jin urged hastily, rushing to where Queen had fallen, pulling him up and dragging him to the prison door. Queen, hurry, use your spare key to unlock the cell and free everyone from their sea stone handcuffs. Queen, still dazed from the fall, was shaken awake by Jin, extending his dinosaur forelimb to transform into a mechanical claw. From this mechanical hand emerged a continuously morphing key, crafted from the supermemory alloy by Vegapunk. This sea stone key is a master key, and I am the only one who possesses it. Jin shot him a fierce glare, scolding, stop the chatter and move quickly. Queen retracted his neck and hurriedly unlocked the cell door. Within the cell, Ultai was the first to take a sip of the potent blood from the vial. What kind of medicine is this? So hot. Ultai felt as though she had swallowed a piece of burning coal. The intense heat transforming her body into a furnace, a powerful warmth instantly clearing all fatigue and pain. Wow, I'm fully recovered. This medicine is astonishing, Ultai exclaimed in delight, rushing to page 1, carefully pouring a bit of the potion into his mouth. Suddenly, the opening above echoed with the sound of rushing water. Jin turned in alarm, his expression shifting as he saw the gaping hole flooding with a deluge of river water, the force formidable. Not good. Ultai. Hurry, Queen. Quickly free everyone from their handcuffs. Jin sensed the urgency. The prison was subterranean, with only one exit at the moat. If the river water continued to pour in, matters would take a dire turn. A quick glance confirmed that those imprisoned included Ultai, page 1, Toki, Fusif, Black Maria, Jack the Drought, Perispero, and several formidable members of the Beast Pirates. All were capable users. If the prison were to be flooded, they would all become prey to the sea warrior Jinbei. In the water, Jinbei's combat prowess could rival that of an emperor. Sea flow over the shoulder throw. Jinbei, enveloped in water, spotted the open cell door and the moving queen, his expression changing drastically as he hurled a massive water column directly into the prison. Damn it! Jin cursed under his breath, disregarding everything else, and instantly burst into the prison, swiftly lifting Perispero and teleporting out through the opening. Queen paused momentarily, saying nothing. Perispero was the son of Kaido and Big Mom, and it was only right for Jin to save him first. Queen plopped down heavily, his massive form forcing a considerable amount of river water aside, his broad back blocking the prison door. The sole exit. Jack, you idiot, are you dead yet? Wake up, Ultai shouted, you little brat. How are you still not healed? If the water fills in, we will perish here. Queen released Jack from his sea stone cuffs, checking for a pulse. Relieved to find Jack still alive. What are you rushing for? You dead pig. Ultai exclaimed angrily, swiftly pouring the potent blood into each person's mouth. Some individuals possess a little more, while others possess a little less. At this moment, such considerations are cast aside. Don't spill it all. Leave some for Jack. Quinn shouted, only to see Run-T toss a bottle his way, startling him into a frantic catch. Be careful. This is a precious gift from Lord Kaiza. Quinn muttered, pouring the contents into Jack's mouth. Once finished, he froze in realization. Oh no, I didn't leave a drop for that fellow above. Will I be punished by Lord Kaiza when we return? The thought of Kaiza beating Green Bull and Kaido made cold sweat trickle down Quinn's plump face. That I wonder if I can withstand it. Fishman karate. A surge of terrifying power interrupted Quinn's musings. Pain radiating from his back as he was slammed against the jail door, blood spewing from his mouth. The massive figure of the Ankylosaurus was sent flying forward by a punch from Jinbei. The rising water continued to engulf the jail door, reaching depths of 2 meters. Run-T and Pejuan, with their statures, were submerged by the flood. At that moment, everyone was healed by Kaisa's vital blood. Each one awakening with renewed vigor and opened eyes. Fuzz gazed at his restored body, his face a mask of shock and elation. Yet, it darkened once more as he caught sight of Jinbei at the jail entrance. Jinbei, Fuzz gritted his teeth, employing the Marine's 6 styles, wading through the water as he charged recklessly at Jinbei. Meanwhile, others, Taimu, Black Maria, Pejuan, and Jack, successively regained consciousness, both astonished and delighted. Ha, Lord Kaiza, my mission is accomplished. Surely, I will be rewarded by Lord Kaiza this time. Perhaps even surpassing Jean and becoming the 3rd, no, the 4th divine member of the Beast God Pirates. Get out of my way. Jinbei, Fuzz fingers wrapped in armament hockey. He launched a frenzied assault on Jinbei, desperate to push him back and escape upward. However, perhaps it was due to being in the water, but at that moment, Jinbei was as immovable as a mountain, allowing Fuzz's attacks to bounce off him effortlessly. A single blow from Jinbei could send Fuzz flying far away. Damn it. What are you all waiting for? Attack Jinbei immediately, or we'll all drown here. Fuzz bellowed in frustration. Run-T shot him a glare. Pointing above, can't we break the ceiling to escape? Are you an idiot? This prison is constructed with a significant amount of sea prism stone. We can't break through. The only exit is the jail door. Quinn was also taken aback. Earlier, he had sat at the door to block Jinbei's entry. Yet now, the roles had reversed. Though they had been freed, they had truly become trapped, with Jinbei standing guard inside. Everyone, charge with me. Fuzz commanded, leading the charge towards Jinbei. Run-T seized Pejuan, both transforming into their dinosaur forms. Run-T covering her head in armament hockey, crashing toward Jinbei. Damn it, don't all transform. The cell is too small. There's no room to maneuver. Fuzz was sent flying by Run-Ti's charge, his anger boiling over. Truly a bunch of useless teammates. Black Maria, towering and clad in nothing, her smooth, pale skin glistening, felt utterly powerless. Sitting in the water as the river soaked her alluring figure, plum blossom skin, seaweed-patterned rock fist, 20,000 rocks, Jinbei did not evade as Run-T charged, his right fist crashing down, striking her forehead directly. Boom! Water exploded around them, and Run-Ti's body was sent sprawling, colliding forcefully with Pejuan, who followed closely behind, slamming into the cell wall. Triceratops, charged with full force, Taimu transformed into a massive triceratops, hooves digging into the ground. His enormous horns aimed at Jinbei, attempting to break through. Ocean current smash. Jinbei, unfazed, wielded the water as a weapon, the massive water stream cracking like a whip against Taimu's head, knocking him flat to the ground. Unable to rise, Jack unsheathed his long tusks, swinging them towards Jinbei. Ocean current seaweed-patterned rock fist ultimate, tsunami strike. The water erupted violently, coiling around Jinbei before being launched like a cannonball at Jack's chest. Shattering both of his tusks, Jack coughed up blood, crashing against the wall like Run-T. Damn. Quinn stood in shock. Brother, are you really that fierce? One punch for each little fellow, treating the flying six as punching bags. Are you cheating? The water in the cell had risen over 4 meters deep, leaving only Quinn's head above the surface. Others, either due to their height or being knocked back into their human forms by Jinbei, could only float helplessly. Though this water wasn't seawater, being fully submerged would sap the strength of even the most powerful deity. This point, Jinbei no longer guarded the jail door. He charged forward with explosive ferocity, heading straight for Quinn. Panic flashed in Quinn's small green bean eyes, and he wanted to shout, "Don't come any closer." But contrary to his wishes, Jinbei's target was indeed Quinn. Fishman Karate Ultimate, Ghost Rock Fist. Boom! Quinn had no chance to evade in the water. Jinbei, this agile giant, struck with terrifying force against Quinn's neck, nearly snapping it as Quinn's hefty body slammed against the jail door. Jinbei's combat prowess in the water was unparalleled. Mercilessly pummeling everyone, none could stand against him. Run-T and Fuzz were bloodied and filled with rage, feeling that it would have been less painful to simply wait for death in the cell. Run-T cried in frustration, her heart heavy with grievance. Just when Jinbei was dominating in the water, the flow above ceased, and Jin appeared, holding River Pine's body, calling down loudly, "Jinbei, stop now, otherwise I will kill River Pine." Boom! Jinbei landed another punch on Jack, sending him spitting blood. He turned to the hole, his expression a mix of anger and helplessness. Clenching his fists tightly, he glared at the disheveled group in the cell. With a sigh, he began to manipulate the river water, rising toward the opening. Once Jinbei departed, the remaining individuals in the cell breathed a sigh of relief. The suffocating pressure lifted. They surfaced, gasping for air, and swam toward the top. When they reached the outside of the cell, Fuzz wasted no time climbing up Quinn's back, escaping the water. His strength gradually returned, and he prepared to fly upward. However, a large hand grasped his ankle. "You!" Fuzz roared in fury, turning to see Quinn clutching his ankle tightly on Quinn's body. All the others clung desperately to him. Run-T, Pejuan, Taimu, and Black Maria were all there. As for those truly fighting, Run-T had completely disregarded them. Not wanting to waste her precious medicine, they had likely drowned in the river already. "Let go, you bastard. With so many people, I can't rise," Fuzz shouted in frustration. Yet, Quinn paid no heed, and the others ignored his angry outbursts. Fuzz seethed with rage, wishing to lash out, but he had no choice but to exert every ounce of strength to leap upward little by little. Minutes later, Fuzz finally brought everyone up through the opening. Collapsing to the ground exhausted, like a puddle of mud. "Humph, truly useless," Run-T scoffed at him. "You!" Fuzz's face turned crimson with rage. "Where's Jinbei? Has he escaped?" Quinn glanced around, spotting Jean holding Perispero on one side. But Jinbei and River Pine had vanished without a trace. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, indignantly declaring, "Cough! That bastard, relying on being a fishman, treating me. Quinn, this way in the water. I will make him pay." Run-T rolled her eyes, openly displaying her disdain. Quinn, infuriated, retorted, "What do you mean, little girl? Do you think I can't defeat him? I am a proud member of the Beast Pirates, with a bounty of 1,300,000,000. Humph. Useless. Then why did you cry just now?" Run-T continued to mock him, while Pedguin hurriedly tugged at her sister. "Did I cried? But talking nonsense. Which eye of yours saw me cry? That was water, you know." "Enough, enough," Jean interrupted impatiently, pointing toward the Flower City. "Pedguin, you're the weakest. Come and take Perispero away from Flower City, or find a place to hide. The rest of you, follow me to assist Lord Kaiza and Lord Kaido." Upon hearing the words, the crowd was taken aback, and Jack excitedly turned to Jean, exclaiming, "Brother Jean, is Kaido all right? That's wonderful." Run-T furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "Who is this Kaiza? You've all been mentioning this name since earlier. Who exactly is he? Moreover, I heard from Jinbei that Kaido and Big Mom were both defeated by the Straw Hats and have perished." Jean grinned widely, saying, "Brother Kaido and Linlin are not dead. Lord Kaiza revived them both. It was also Lord Kaiza who brought me and Quinn back to life, including all of you. The drink we consumed earlier was a gift from Lord Kaiza. By the way, Lord Kaiza is the brother of Brother Kaido. Additionally, I must inform you that the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates have merged, and neither Brother Kaido nor Big Mom are captains anymore. Lord Kaiza has taken the helm." "What?" Run-T was stunned, Jack was flabbergasted, and all present, Fuzzfufu, Timu, Black Maria, were left speechless to in Rabbit Jail. Green Bull stared wide-eyed at Kaido and Big Mom as they were revived by Kaiza, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. The captains of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates, once among the four emperors, had returned to full strength, and now there was an even more formidable figure among them. This powerful alliance would surely give rise to a new superpower upon the seas, one that overshadowed the other four emperors, just when the new world had finally stabilized after the transition of the old and new emperors. Another wave of bloodshed was imminent. That bastard dared to speak to Admiral Akainu in such a manner. Once I escape, I shall not let him off lightly. Green Bull seethed with anger, for he had witnessed Kaiza insult Akainu just yesterday, which had infuriated him as a devoted admirer of Akainu's swoosh. "Huh? Who goes there?" Green Bull strained to peer outside the cell, yet saw no one, only the faint sound of the wind. Swish, swish, swish. The several pirate lackeys left to guard Green Bull had yet to react before a pitch-black hand crushed their throats in an instant. Tap, tap, tap. Outside the cell, a tall, slender figure appeared, clad in a white hat and wearing a mask. CP0. "Splendid. Quickly, find a way to free me from these sea-stone handcuffs. Has Admiral Sakazuki contacted you?" Green Bull's face lit up with surprise. He had long suspected that the world government spies were lurking in Wano. Thus, after being defeated and captured by Kaiza, Green Bull was not overly concerned, knowing full well that CP0 would surely intervene to rescue him. Outside the cell, the masked CP0 member stepped inside. The cell was not locked. It was merely that Green Bull was shackled with sea stone and chained to the stone wall. "Alamak. Haha. Long time no see. I never expected you to be defeated so easily, and in such a dire state." Truly astonishing. The CP0 member did not hasten to break the chains but spoke with a tone tinged with surprise and mockery. Green Bull's expression of joy gradually froze, and he furrowed his brow. "You are not CP0. Who are you?" The masked figure chuckled softly, removing the mask to reveal the face of a golden-haired youth. A scar running across one EYE was none other than Sabo, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. "Why are you here?" Green Bull's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched on his face. Sabo chuckled lightly, his right hand morphing into a claw as he grasped Green Bull's head, leaning down to meet his gaze. "Alamak, what brings you to Wano? Surely, you are not here to cause trouble for my brother." "Ha ha ha, he has finally become the Sun God, achieved the status of an emperor. And you Navy folks can't be a bit magnanimous." "Ha ha ha. Indeed, I have come to collect the head of that straw hat brat, Sabo. If not for Fujitora going easy on you at the Holy Land, you would not have escaped. What is your purpose in Wano?" Sabo's expression darkened, his fingers tightening around Green Bull's head, distorting it. "Go ahead and kill me. The Revolutionary Army, like the pirates, ought to be eradicated." Green Bull screamed that I won't allow Ace's fate to repeat itself with Luffy. Luffy awakening to become the Sun God Nika is the beacon of history, worthy of our Revolutionary Army's utmost protection. "Green Bull, I shall take you to Santiago Island. Your career as an admiral ends here." Sabo tightened his grip, knocking Green Bull unconscious. He then shattered the chains and lifted the tightly bound Green Bull. Exiting rabbit jailed, I in the flower capital. Kaisha, I will kill you. Luffy roared, his white hair billowing, flames of pale blue igniting around him, his fist enveloped in Conqueror's haki as he struck Kaisha's chest. Ha ha ha. Straw Hat Brat, this is the price you pay for sticking your neck out for Wano. At such a tender age, trying to play the big brother, standing up for this and that. Who do you think you are? A savior? You are nothing but a pirate. In the chaos moments earlier, Kaisha had cleaved Frankie and his robot in half with a single stroke. Frankie, a cyborg with much of his structure replaced by metal, did not perish from Kaisha's blow but fell unconscious. Without timely intervention, his life would be in great jeopardy. Marco was the first to staunch Frankie's bleeding. However, given Frankie's half-metal, half-human body, Marco's healing abilities had limited effect. Nami, Robin, Brooke, Chopper, Usopp, get Frankie out of here first. This battlefield is unsuitable for you. It's far too dangerous. Protect your lives. Luffy's eyes were red, tears streaking down his cheeks. Kaisha, with a single strike, sent the giant steel puppet controlled by Kid flying. And he charged once more at Luffy. Straw Hat Brat, only now do you realize the danger? It's too late. Zhulong, clear away all the riffraff. Kaisha's wrist exerted force, hurling the great sword Zhulong like a spear. Skimming past Luffy, roar, the great sword transformed into a massive purple dragon, unleashing a torrent of toxic venom from its maw. Trafalgar, Luffy shouted. "Dat room." Law extended his right hand, ready to shift Zhulong's position. Humph, that incessantly annoying ability. Kaisha was thoroughly vexed by Law's power. His constant teleportation and switching were incredibly versatile, allowing him to manage the battlefield and assist teammates seamlessly. Most critically, the range was vast, and it was instantaneous. Great Rock, light wing slash. Kaisha unfurled two enormous golden wings from his back, soaring into the air, his body spinning like a drill, as the rotating wings launched a storm of razor-sharp feathers. Swish, swish, swish. A deluge of feathers enveloped an area of several dozen meters, impenetrable. Clang, 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 clang. Kid blocked his body with his massive steel arm, while Luffy vanished in a flash, but Law was stranded. This is bad. Law had just used his ability to control the entire battlefield, targeting Zhulong's venom. Zhulong's immense size meant that Law could not completely envelop it, and the dragon's venomous spray was relentless. Thus, Law had to continuously use his ability to shift. This resulted in a dire consequence. Law remained stationary, unable to change positions. The barrage of feathers descended upon him like blades. Substitute. Law wasn't foolish. He quickly devised a way out by transferring Zhulong to replace his own position. Kaisha, spinning and dancing, seemed to anticipate Law's move. As Zhulong appeared, it transformed back into the greatsword, which Kaisha grasped with both hands, muscles bulging as he executed a horizontal slash close to the ground. A jet-black blade of energy swept past Kid's legs. Kid, Captain Kid. Kaisha executed a feint, first diverting attention with Zhulong to make Luffy believe he was targeting Nami and the others, then launching an attack on Law. Thinking that this was Kaisha's true aim, he had calculated that Law would indeed transfer Zhulong, thereby substituting himself out, and thus surged forward. As Law utilized his ability to swap with Zhulong, Kaisha seized the moment, gripping the sword tightly, his body inverted, haki enveloping him, and with a sweeping horizontal slash. Kid's legs were severed at the knees, detached from his body, causing him to scream in agony as he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the severed limbs. Kid, seeing his comrade in peril. Killer, who had been attacking Kaido alongside Zoro, felt his eyes bulge in rage, instantly reddening, as he abandoned Kaido and charged furiously toward Kaisha. Kira, in a fit of rage, unleashed extraordinary power, the scythe in his hand emitting a colossal phantom of a sickle that pierced through Caesar's chest like a bolt of lightning, as if to pierce him completely. Rubber, storm. Luffy roared, his fists creating countless phantoms that bombarded Caesar's chest like a tempest, forcing him to stagger backward, the ground beneath him crumbling underfoot. Awakening. K-Room. Law gritted his teeth. A massive dome unfurling before retracting entirely, ensnaring his weapons. With a sweeping motion, his weapon cut through space itself, directly penetrating Caesar's body. Law's blade grew immensely, resembling a towering pillar of light. Electrocution. Gamma scalpel. A powerful jolt surged through Caesar's heart, eliciting a pained exclamation from him. Meanwhile, Kid, after letting out a series of anguished cries, resolutely used steel to stanch the bleeding wound, commanding his magnetic prowess to charge fiercely at Caesar's back. Fruit awakening. Magnetic shock. Caesar's spine was directly impacted by Kid's assault, causing him to lurch forward. Room swap. Zoro, at Law's command, switched places with Yamato, ensnaring Kaido once again in a father-son scenario. Then he teleported the formidable Zoro right next to Caesar. Zoro's battle instincts were astoundingly sharp. He instantly grasped Law's intent and immediately unleashed his ultimate technique upon Caesar. 9 mountains and 8 seas, for one world, unbreakable, gathering the myriad realms into a lesser 1,000 worlds. Multiplied thrice, a grand 3,000 great 1,000 worlds. Zoro's 3 swords, enveloped in armament haki, gained even greater potency. Following his clash with Ashes, Zoro awakened Conqueror's haki, and under the terrifying augmentation of Enma. All 3 blades combined in a single strike, casting the world into stark black and white, as if the universe itself was extinguished. A fine, razor-thin black line swept across Caesar's chest. Swish. For the first time. Caesar was injured. Zoro cleaved through Caesar's robust chest, a deluge of blood gushing forth. Astonishingly, as Caesar's blood flowed onto the ground, flowers began to bloom where it touched, and verdant grass erupted in wild growth. In the blink of an eye, the previously ravaged earth transformed into a lush park adorned with flowers. What is happening? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him, even his fatigue dissipating significantly. Its vitality. This fellow's blood harbors immense life force, Law remarked gravely. What does that mean? Luffy was taken aback that it signifies that his regenerative abilities are formidable. Just as Law's words fell, Caesar staved off his decline. The wounds on his chest rapidly healed and scabbed over, and with a swift motion, he sent Kira flying. Gripping his blade with both hands, he swung down with thunderous force towards Zoro. Domination, Heaven Splitter. The colossal candle dragon blade crashed violently against Zoro's raised Enma, the terrifying might overwhelming, causing blood to spurt from Zoro's mouth as he was driven deep into the earth to room. Law prepared to unleash his power again. Damn it! Frozen for 1,000 miles, Caesar's massive form trembled, a chilling aura erupting forth, sweeping across half of Flower City in an instant. Wherever the cold passed, the ground froze, houses were blanketed in frost, and the dozen or so individuals surrounding Caesar were instantly encased in ice. Caesar soared high into the air, his blade swinging ferociously at Kira, world-ending devil's poison. The massive candle dragon blade, coated in purple venom, struck Kira's arm with a resounding clang. Kira howled in agony as Caesar's blade sliced through his 2 outstretched arms, the weapon then descending upon Kira's hood. A torrent of venom seeped through the holes in Kira's mask. Ugh! Kira shrieked, plummeting to the ground, writhing in torment. Kira! Kid's eyes reddened as he rushed to Kira's side, his immense steel arm pinning Kira down, extending his only hand, armament haki coiling around it. He shattered the mask on Kira's face. Beneath the mask, Kira's features were grotesquely distorted, the venom corroding his visage, his mouth, nose, eyes, and cheeks, all pocked with voids. Kill me! Kill me! It hurts so much! Kid, please, end my suffering! Kira desperately thrashed, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Kid cried out in anguish. Raising his massive steel fist, decisively smashing it down upon Kira's head, Kira showed no intent of resistance, dropping all defenses, allowing Kid to obliterate his skull. Beast, devil, you are a devil! Luffy roared like thunder, launching another punch at Caesar. Don't be naive, Straw Hat. Do you think being a pirate is child's play? As a pirate, one must be prepared to die at any moment. Rocks, Newgate, Roger, which one of them was not 10 times stronger than you little brats? When they died, did they weep and wail? Caesar's fist struck Luffy's chest, sending him careening backward, blood spilling from his mouth as buildings crumbled in the wake of his impact. Caesar spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, wiping his mouth and pointed at the others. When Rocks died, he laughed skyward, brimming with bravado. Tell me, is it not a form of happiness to die for one's ideals? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Boom. The buildings collapsed. Luffy, drenched in blood, remained steadfast, stepping forward once more to confront the others. At that moment, the fury vanished from Luffy's face as he raised his gaze to meet Caesar's. Caesar, you were right. To die fighting for one's ideals is indeed a form of happiness. Luffy raised his hand, pointing at Caesar, proclaiming loudly. Come on, captain versus captain. Caesar, let us duel. Ha! Straw Hat, you are impressive. At such a young age, you possess this level of strength, regardless of whatever bloodline or fate nonsense. I, Caesar, acknowledge you. Very well. Caesar clenched his fist. Then it shall be captain versus captain. He then pointed at Luffy, Kid, and Law. The captain of the beast pirates is I, Caesar. I shall face the three of you. The captains of the new era. Luffy was taken aback, ready to protest, but Law suddenly raised his hand, shaking his head at him. Room. The battlefield shifted. Law expanded his domain, enveloping Caesar, Luffy, Kid, Zoro, and himself. The five of them vanished from the main battlefield of Flower City in an instant. Luffy had proposed a captain versus captain scenario, the core team of 4 against Caesar, with Law, the strongest commander of the battlefield, disappearing. The remaining fighters faced perilous odds against Kaido and Big Mom. Mama. Marco, do you intend to stop me? How naive. Big Mom smiled seductively, her formidable armament haki once more launching Marco away, the gigantic emperor's sword igniting a vast inferno, transforming the battlefield into a sea of flames. Bang! Marco crashed to the ground, azure flames engulfing him, revealing a face etched with exhaustion, blood trickling from his mouth, turning into drops of blue fire as they fell. Not good. That Caesar's combat power is exceedingly fierce. Law's refusal to let Luffy confront Caesar alone must be out of concern. Although the battle over there is treacherous, with Law present, they can still manage. However, here, with just Yamato and me, we absolutely cannot overcome Kaido and Big Mom. Marco's expression darkened. If they could not break the deadlock at the 3 battlefronts, they would face total annihilation. As Marco strained to devise a solution, he found no point of entry, no matter how he pondered. A deadlock. Even if either Kaido or Big Mom were weakened, their combined strength could not swiftly eliminate either one. Without Luffy and the others to bolster them. Although they were top-tier fighters, they were still far from the level of Kaido. Unable to inflict fatal damage, they could only delay time, hoping Luffy and his group would successfully deal with Caesar and then return to confront Kaido and Big Mom together. Just as Marco was deep in thought, Big Mom seized the opportunity, slashing at him with her sword. Marco, distracted during battle, you are far too overconfident. Break blade, sky fire. The massive Emperor's sword descended upon Marco's head. He was about to evade the strike. Armament, plum blossom skin. Big Mom's great blade seemed to strike something as hard as a reef, becoming lodged, unable to be retracted momentarily. Fishman karate ultimate technique. Fishman breach. From within the flames, a figure surged forth, landing a punch squarely into Big Mom's abdomen, staggering her towering form backward. Jinbei, Marco exclaimed in delight. Jinbei nodded, standing shoulder to shoulder with Marco against Big Mom. Marco, what on earth is happening here? I saw several familiar faces fall. Jinbei's expression was grave. Marco sighed. Alas, I am just as perplexed. In any case, another ferocious figure has emerged. Both Kaido and Big Mom have recognized him as their captain, while Luffy and the others have gone to confront him. We must hold off Kaido and Big Mom, Jinbei. We must break the deadlock, or the consequences will be dire. Jinbei furrowed his brows, the veins on his forehead pulsating, yet he maintained an expression as cold as ice. His voice laced with chill. It won't be so easy, Marco. Aside from Kaido and Big Mom, they have other forces at their disposal. What? Marco exclaimed in shock. The underground prison has fallen. Jean and Queen have released the prisoners, and somehow managed to heal their wounds. Kawamatsu lies gravely injured and unconscious. How can this be? Marco's expression shifted dramatically at that moment. Jean transformed into a pterosaur, soaring through the air, closely followed by the monstrous head of the dragon. Runty, the triceratops, Sasaki, the mammoth, Jack, the brachiosaurus, Queen, the saber-toothed tiger, Fusif, and the venomous spider, Black Maria, as they crushed everything in their path, plunging into the throngs of Wano, Queen. Sanji's face paled. He distinctly remembered inflicting severe injuries on Queen, even sending him plummeting from Onigashima. Yet here he was, seemingly in perfect health and brimming with vitality. Brook, Nami, and the others, initially intending to withdraw from the battlefield, halted at this sight and rejoined the fray. Usopp, Chopper, ensure Frankie's safety and find a place to hide, Nami shouted, already wielding her climatact, unleashing Zeus, and charging into the battle. Nami, Usopp gritted his teeth, yearning to rush forward, but was restrained by Chopper, who shook his head. Usopp, that kind of fight is ill-suited for you. You are a sniper. Stay with Frankie and take cover. I will assist them. Be careful. Chopper! Usopp yelled, struggling to carry half of Frankie's body as he fled to safety. Woe is me, Toki, Kira, Kinemon, all have perished. Reizo, Frankie, are gravely injured as well. Everyone's situation is perilous. How infuriating! Tears streamed down Chopper's face as he grappled with his regret over coming to Wano to aid Momonosuke in reclaiming his throne. Though kind-hearted, Chopper's foremost concern remained Luffy and the others. With Frankie unconscious and in such a dire state, they now faced an even greater crisis. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, we cannot afford to lose each other again. Why is the world of pirates so cruel? Yamato, why? Why must you treat me this way? I am your father. Kaido, wielding a massive kanabo, was struck in the chest by Yamato, his colossal form crashing down upon the earth. Father? No, you are not. Kaido, I do not need a father like you. I am Kazuki Oden, not Yamato. I shall restore Wano. Yamato gasped, shouting defiantly. Why? What has changed you? Have I not always treated you well, although I often beat you and confined you to starve? It was all to toughen you. You have yet to grasp the harshness of this world. Kaido rose, tears streaming down his face, a giant weeping uncontrollably. Yamato, brandishing a smaller kanabo, glared at Kaido. You call that toughening? You merely desired a son. I am a woman. I do not relish violence. The life I wish for is one of peace and tranquility. Is it not people like you who bring suffering upon this world? Wano was fine. Why must you inflict misery upon everyone? Fine. Kaido shook his head, raising his kanabo to point at Yamato. Even without me, this country has Orochi and Kanjuro and other pirates who will come to wreak havoc. There is no place in this world that is peaceful and serene. Why did I set sail all those years ago? It was due to my lack of strength, my inability to control my own fate. Yamato, without strength, you will never enjoy a life of peace. Kaido swung his kanabo at Yamato. Yamato countered with a thunderous strike, clashing with Kaido. However, it was evident that Yamato's strength paled in comparison, as she was sent flying by Kaido's blow. In the distance, Momonosuke trembled, unable to muster the courage to face Kaido. Though his power had significantly increased after Shinobu's maturity technique, and his physique was reminiscent of the formidable Oden, the years spent in hiding had robbed him of the courage to confront the shadow of his life. Kaido, head on. Lord Momonosuke, please stay hidden and do not emerge. I will await your aid for Yamato. Duke Inu approached Momonosuke. Momonosuke clutched his clothing, his eyes filled with helplessness and panic, trembling. Flee. Let us escape. Flee. Let us escape. Momonosuke pleaded, shaking. Duke Inu and the snake, shocked, stared incredulously at Momonosuke, questioning whether they had misheard. Meanwhile, Shinobu and Kikunoji, tending to Reizo, were equally stunned, looking up at Momonosuke. Let us flee. Just as we did before, escape Wano, venture to the sea. To other lands, never return to this nightmarish hell. Momonosuke grasped Duke Inu's clothing, weeping copiously, his handsome face bearing a hint of Kazuki Oden's features, yet the magnitude of their spirits felt worlds apart. Duke Inu felt a pang of disappointment in Momonosuke that he had hoped that after enduring so many sacrifices, he would witness the unyielding flame of Oden's legacy and see Wano blessed with a brave, fearless, and wise ruler. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? In times of ease, Momonosuke could ride the coattails of the Straw Hat Crew's might to ascend to prominence, appearing formidable. Yet when faced with adversity and danger, he shrank back, indecisive. Duke Inu forced himself to find excuses for Momonosuke. The Lord is still young. He is but 8 years old. He has experienced the destruction of his family and carries a psychological burden from Kaido. Though he has matured physically, his mind remains immature. However, no matter how he justified Momonosuke's actions, Duke Inu could not shake off his disappointment, which was evident on his face. He should never have allowed Kinemon to take Momonosuke. Kanjuro, Reizo, and Izo, anyone else could have sufficed, but Kinemon was not fit for the task. Though Kinemon bore responsibility, he was too erratic, unreliable, and lascivious. How could a child raised by such a lecherous and despicable person be brave, fearless, and wise? No, Momonosuke. Duke Inu firmly rejected Momonosuke's pleas, even addressing him by his name rather than as Lord At that moment. Momonosuke was stripped of his status as Wano's ruler in Duke Inu's eyes. Reduced to a mere child. Why? We could escape before. Why can we not now? Did not my father endure humiliation for a lifetime? We could simply venture to the open sea, forge powerful alliances, and bring them to defeat Kaido. Momonosuke proclaimed loudly, recklessly, appearing somewhat deranged. Enough. Duke Inu snorted coldly, startling Momonosuke into releasing his grip. Shinobu, Kikunoji, take Momonosuke and flee. I will go into battle, even if it means death. Duke Inu turned, unwilling to gaze upon the face that bore a resemblance to Odin's. The snake sighed, saying nothing, following Duke Inu towards Kaido that if you do not escape, you will meet a grim fate, just like my father. A glint of hatred and resentment shone in Momonosuke's eyes. Yet when he turned away, it transformed into fear and a sense of injustice as he collapsed into Kikunoji's embrace, weeping, Kikunoji, let us leave. Take my sister with us. Shinobu, please. It is too dangerous here. We cannot stay. Though Kikunoji wished to pursue Kinemon. Upon seeing Momonosuke's helpless state, her heart softened. Thus, she, along with Shinobu, took Momonosuke, Hiyori, and the unconscious Reizo, fleeing towards the outskirts of Flower Capital. Barrel, descend, third world. Guide us to the abyss. Kaido struck Yamato high into the air, her kanabo flying from her grasp. Perhaps as Caesar suggested, having Linlin's daughter erase your memories entirely would be a wise choice. Kaido recalled Caesar's proposal from the previous night. He had initially disagreed, holding on to the hope that Yamato would experience a revelation. Yet now, he could only ponder what secrets Odin's notebook contained that brainwashed Yamato, her thoughts consumed by Odin, as if enchanted. All along, Kaido had acknowledged Odin's martial prowess. However, he held a profound disdain for Odin's intellect. When Kaido learned that Odin had served on both Whitebeard's and Roger's ships simultaneously, he felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Odin might directly summon Whitebeard and Roger to Wano to trouble him. At that time, he believed he could scarcely contend with Whitebeard's crew, let alone the Roger pirates. To Kaido's astonishment, despite the gravity of the situation being a mere trifle, Odin harbored an utterly foolish notion. He did not wish to trouble Whitebeard and Roger. With such thoughts, Odin willingly embraced death, placing his hopes on an elusive future. This was utterly absurd. When Kaido heard Odin express his willingness to die, he was rendered speechless. Yet, this very leader of Wano was fervently idolized by his own daughter. A fact that Kaido simply could not comprehend. As Jin and Queen joined the fray alongside the Flying Six, the numerical advantage of Wano's forces evaporated in an instant that lost subordinates, Kid's crew, and even the straggler Apollo, along with Nami, Robin, and Sanji, were all fiercely battling against Jin and his companions. Sanji felt the immense pressure. He had to protect both Nami and Robin while simultaneously fending off Jin and Queen. Among them, Sanji, who had awakened his bloodline powers, stood out in strength, while the others were barely adequate. This situation was dire. Robin, we must swiftly withdraw from the battlefield. The circumstances are increasingly unfavorable for us. Sanji shouted as he kicked Fusif away, turning to Robin with urgency. Flower fruit. Enormous tree. Palm of grasp, Robin exclaimed, and a massive, snow-white hand emerged from the ground, slapping Runmi to the ground with tremendous force. Soul-slaying sword. The chilling winds from the underworld. Brooks severed one of Sasaki's long horns with a single swing of his sword, the icy blade instantly freezing Sasaki's body in place. Demon God Wind kick. Rough beef kick. Seizing the opportunity, Sanji unleashed his full power, raining down a torrent of kicks upon the frozen Sasaki, ultimately causing his gargantuan Triceratops body to shatter into pieces. Sasaki met a swift demise, unable to even scream. Damn it, Sasaki, Fusif roared, lunging at Sanji. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, piercing Fusif's body as though it were divine punishment, pinning him to the ground in a charred heap. Nami, well done, Sanji exclaimed joyfully. Nami smiled as Zeus's visage appeared on the climate batten. Jin was enraged, wielding the sword of Komatsu. Executing the technique Royal Fire Dragon, he dispatched the encircling subordinates of Kid with ruthless efficiency. Simultaneously, Queen unleashed his full combat power, firing lasers at an astounding speed and force, far surpassing Frankie's capabilities, rampaging through Law's ranks. Rolling decapitation Queen. Queen bellowed, seizing the body of Chopper and flinging it toward Runmi. Armored headbutt. Runmi's forehead darkened as she accelerated, colliding with Chopper's body and creating a gruesome puncture. A torrential rain of blood fell, over 10 kilometers away from Flower City, near the open expanse approaching Blade Marshal Port. Kaido stood confidently, wielding his great sword. Long before him stood Luffy, Zoro, Kid, and Law, aligned in a row. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the grand battle atop Onigashima just days prior. The only difference being that this time it had devolved into a one-on-one duel between Luffy and Kaido. Luffy, bloodied and bruised, clenched his fists and approached Kaido, gazing up at him. Another one arrives after the last. How infuriating. Why are there so many old monsters in Wano? No, in the new world. Kaido, do you wish to rule this country like Kaido? Kaido grinned, saying, rule this country? How mundane. I have no interest in such trivial matters. Merely a wretched and impoverished land. Straw Hat, do not compare me with my brother. Then why do you not leave this place? Why persist in bloodshed? Luffy gritted his teeth. Kaido cackled, how tiresome. I already said it's boring. Kaido laughed maniacally, swinging his great sword without warning. I just woke up and heard that a bunch of little brats playing in the mud defeated my useless brother. It piqued my interest immensely. Though Kaido may be somewhat dull, he is not someone just anyone can defeat. Straw Hat, do you know? 38 years ago, I faced off against your grandfather, and back then, Garp was quite a formidable opponent. I wonder if you possess that same capability now? Zoro's muscles bulged as he braced 3 swords against Kaido's great sword, gritting his teeth as the ground beneath him began to fracture. Luffy erupted in a blaze of pale flames, his aura surging with intensity. Conqueror's Haki. You'll find out soon enough. Fourth gear, bound man, rubber balloon. Room. Law instantly entered the fray, a gigantic dome enveloping a radius of several hundred meters, relocating Luffy from in front of Kaido to directly above him. This ancient battleground was strategically chosen. The ground below must be rich in iron and metals. Kid stepped forward on his steel prosthetic, slamming his massive iron arm into the ground. Magnetic field. A torrent of magnetic force erupted from Kid, causing the earth to swell and crack. Clang, clang. Rusty weapons and metallic debris flocked to Kid's right hand like birds returning to their nest. Magnetic Skeleton King. Countless metal fragments rapidly converged, coalescing into a towering skeleton, exuding immense power. Domineering bind. Thunder God 8 trigrams. With a fierce cry, Zoro's 3 swords trembled violently. Unable to withstand Kaido's monstrous strength, his body sent flying over 100 meters, carving a deep trench in the ground. Kaido laughed heartily. Excellent. Very spirited. He raised his right hand, catching Luffy's colossal punch descending from above, squeezing Luffy's fist tightly before hurling it towards Kid's assembled skeletal giant. His physique was colossal, muscles bulging like a dragon. Boom! Kaido unleashed a devastating punch. The earth fractured, an explosion of dust and debris erupted as the terrifying shockwave obliterated everything in its path. Room. Transfer. Law swiftly relocated Kid and Luffy. Kaido roared. Kid, your ability disgusts me. I can't even enjoy a proper fight anymore. Since that's the case, let us see how large your little dome can be. Kaido discarded his great sword, clenched his fists, and a shroud of dark energy enveloped him, revealing spiraling patterns reminiscent of a devil fruit's surface. Human beast form. Kun giant. Kaido's form ballooned like a grotesque balloon, muscles bursting forth. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. 500 meters. Roar. The earth trembled as Kaido transformed into a towering black giant, his arms resembling colossal pillars, reaching 300 meters in height, akin to a mountain. Kaido bent down, delivering a colossal punch to the earth. It detonated like a nuclear explosion, a volcanic eruption. The ground within a radius of several thousand meters caved in, the giant fist creating a bottomless pit. 3-sword style. 1 big, 3,000, great 1,000 worlds. Zoro bellowed, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, as a massive black blade of light tore through space, slicing into Kaido's abdomen. World-slaying demon fist. Kaido erupted, his arms creating countless afterimages, each punch the size of a mountain crashing into the ground, sending shockwaves through Flower City, the earth quaking as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake, chunks of the ground collapsing. Boom! The massive skeletal giant Kid had just conjured was pulverized into several hundred meters deep into the ground by Kaido's punch. How are we supposed to fight this? Law gazed at the towering black giant, despair creeping into his heart. Under such cataclysmic attacks, Law could only repeatedly use his abilities to shift their positions. Utilizing his powers consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and with such frequent usage, his complexion turned pale, his body swaying unsteadily. Straw Hat Captain, Kid Captain, everyone, use your awakened powers together. I can't hold on much longer. I will keep him occupied. You all attack his vital points. Understood. Luffy and Kid shouted in unison. Boom! 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 Kaiza continues to unleash a relentless barrage, the power within him seemingly inexhaustible, pouring forth with wild abandon. Luo takes a deep breath and activates the final awakening of his devil fruit power. Kairum. The remaining stamina surges forth, and a colossal dome, towering over 1,000 meters, instantly envelopes the surroundings, with a horizontal slash of his massive sword. The ground beneath Kaiza splits as Luo uses his ability to shave off a layer. Flip! Luo roars, flipping his palm, causing Kaiza's immense form to tilt precariously, his footing faltering as his 500-meter-tall frame crashes to the ground with a thunderous roar. In an instant, Luo appears above Kaiza, his blade, the ghost cry, thrusting downward with ferocity. Whoosh! The sword elongates infinitely, stretching to a length of 1,000 meters, pinning Kaiza's gigantic body to the earth. Penetrate! A tremendous impact. Kaiza's colossal frame quakes violently, blood erupting from countless pores, his 7 orifices bleeding profusely, his mind clouded in a haze. Now's the time. Luffy bellows, his right arm stretching feverishly, rapidly swelling to the size of Kaiza's fist. Lightning from the sky coiling around Luffy's massive fist as he unleashes his haki, enveloping it. Rubber. Ape God Gun. The colossal fist crashes down, driving Kaiza's head deep into the ground, his entire body toppling over like a colossal headless giant. Yet none dare to relax. Zoro, wielding 3 swords, enveloped in black-red currents, leaps high. King of Hell 3-sword style. 130 emotions, flying dragon serval, the blinding flash of his blade shatters the very fabric of space. Slicing Kaiza from groin to neck, an eruption of blood and entrails, a grotesque sight. However, it is not over yet. Kid roars, metal coalescing into a rectangular box towering over 10 meters, resembling a giant cannon. Aimed at Kaiza's remains, releasing blinding electric light. Electromagnetic cannon. The searing electricity incinerates Kaiza's massive corpse, charring it black, the blood evaporating. Luffy lands, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Luo's complexion is as pale as parchment, barely supported by Kid's iron hand. Struggling to remain upright, Zoro appears to be in the best condition, though the Yama blade has drained much of his haki, his robust physique remaining intact, unaffected by the enormous stamina depletion from his ability awakening. Is he dead? Zoro approaches Kaiza's charred remains, scrutinizing the situation. Luo shakes his head. Uncertain, it feels too easy a victory. Easy? Kid gasps, gesturing at Luffy and the others. We 4 have defeated Big Mom and Kaido individually. You should have a clearer understanding of our current strength by now, Luo. We awakened our abilities simultaneously, striking his body with full force. Together, we could vanquish even Roger and Whitebeard if they were alive. This individual, although formidable, is merely on par with Kaido. Zoro raises his sword. Shall I strike a few more times to shatter him completely? Luffy, lying on the ground, gasps for breath, suddenly freezes. He spots the massive sword that Kaiza had discarded. Standing upright in the ground, its tip touching the earth, unmoving despite no one holding it. What is that? Luffy expresses a hint of confusion. Suddenly, the charred remains tremble, shedding countless blackened flesh, the blood and organs splattered on the ground writhing rapidly. Coalescing together, the bisected corpse shoots forth numerous crimson threads, intertwining with one another. The earth quakes, and Kaiza's headless body, previously exploded, rises with a thunderous rumble. Not good. Zoro, act quickly. Luo's expression turns grave. Impossible. How can he still be alive? Kid's eyes widen in disbelief at the sight before him. A headless body, cleaved in 2, pierced and charred, astonishingly sits upright. Without hesitation, Zoro unleashes a furious 3-sword strike. 3-sword style, black rope, great tornado. 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. 3-sword style, 1,008 worries wind. Waves of enormous sword energy ascend, relentlessly slashing at the towering corpse, cleaving through flesh and blood, as if in a slaughterhouse. The vast black giant's body suddenly begins to collapse. Its skin cracking into ashes, the immense frame exploding like a hollow shell, sending dust billowing into the air. At the heart of the explosion, an immeasurable crimson light radiates, a torrent of life energy surging forth. Countless blood vessels swirling, gradually forming a grotesque human figure. Ha! Impressive. You managed to shatter my black giant form. Your combat prowess is truly extraordinary. However, There is one shortcoming. Your stamina is, regrettably, too feeble. Bring me the sword. The great blade hums, slicing through the air as Kaiza catches it in hand. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembles as Kaiza, wielding the blade, strides forward step by step. Luffy struggles to rise. Luo extends his right hand, and Kid raises his iron fist. Kaiza grips the sword with both hands. Black-red conqueror's haki and armament haki enveloping the blade, a terrifying force warping the very fabric of space. Haki entanglement, world annihilation slash. Unremarkable, a straightforward strike, devoid of flamboyance. The trajectory of the blade easily discernible. Zoro boldly counters with all three swords, attempting to block. King of Hell three-sword style, swish. The black-red blade descends. Zoro's expression shifts dramatically as he feels an earth-shattering force that rattles his entire being, rendering his muscles weak and fatigued. Crack. Two sharp sounds echo as Kaisa's blade slices through Zoro's other two swords in an instant. Except for the Yama blade. No. Kuna. Zoro cries out in anguish, invoking the name of Kuna. Indeed, he has always cherished the wad Ikemanji she gifted him, considering it a treasure, a symbol of her spirit in Zoro's heart. The Sandai Katetsu represents his determination to seek the path. The Yama blade embodies the pinnacle of strength, while the wad Ikemanji holds the highest status in his heart, being the most treasured sword. This blade symbolizes Zoro's obsession, his promise to Kuna, and his vow to Luffy. Yet now, the wad Ikemanji lies shattered. Zoro spirals into madness, channeling all his haki into the Yama blade, his body instantly drained to a frail state. However, Kaisa's massive sword remains unyielding, descending resolutely. Swish. Zoro's left arm is severed, helplessly detached from his body. Zoro, Luffy's eyes fill with blood, recklessly charging forward. Luo weakly raises his hand. Room. Substitute. Zoro's body vanishes, reappearing beneath him. Straw Hat Captain. Luo shouts urgently, a highly skilled doctor. No one understands Luffy's condition better than Luo. Having utilized the awakening power of his fruit, consuming vast amounts of haki and stamina, the most prudent course of action should be to find a way to escape, not to charge forward. Huh? Straw Hat, are you eager to deliver yourself to death? Kaiza flicks his right wrist, the massive sword resembling a limp rag, torrents of purple venom pouring down upon Luffy like a torrential rain. Caught off guard, Luffy is drenched in the horrifying venom, the corrosive toxin ravaging his body, leaving him writhing in agony on the ground. Crack. Kaiza grips the sword with both hands, plunging it straight toward Luffy's heart. Kid, I will burn my life force for one last explosive move to transfer everyone. The distance won't be far, and I cannot guarantee the direction, so I'll leave it in your hands. Luo grits his teeth, his voice weak. Kid nods solemnly. Leave it to me. Luo's eyes widen, redirecting the blade to pierce his own heart. Boom. The final vestiges of life erupt from his heart, a massive dome enveloping the area for dozens of miles. SK Room. Whoosh. Kaisa's vision blurs as everyone before him vanishes, including the Straw Hat Luffy he was about to slay. You again. Ha! This fellow named Luo is truly the star of the show today? Kaiza laughs heartily, devoid of any disappointment, instead revealing a strange smile. For in his observation, Luo had burned his last vitality to transport Luffy, Zoro, and Kid together to the Flower Capital. Meanwhile, the battle in the main arena of the Flower Capital was nearing its conclusion. My. Remarkable work, Marco and Jinbei, showcasing such strength. I had indeed underestimated you before. Under the flawless cooperation of Marco and Jinbei, they managed to suppress Linlin in a short span. However, on the other side, several individuals lay defeated beneath Kaido's feet. Boom! Kaido swung the massive club, sending the serpent crashing into the ground, shattering the earth, and creating a deep chasm. Kaido. Duke Inuarashi screamed in fury, lunging directly at Kaido's face. Kaido's expression remained indifferent as he gripped the obsidian wolf fawn club, swinging it with ferocity. Bakine. Black Heaven King. The jet black wolf fawn club shattered Duke Inuarashi's longsword, and amidst his triumphant laughter, it smashed into his head, exploding it into fragments, his body crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Demon God Wind Kick. Sanji's bones, having been broken, healed rapidly, only to be shattered again by Queen and King, his entire being ignited in crimson flames, unleashing unprecedented combat power, as he single-handedly restrained both Queen and King. Sanji, Chopper's eyes widened with urgency. He could sense Sanji's life force burning fiercely, pushing himself to the brink. Boom! Chopper's massive form was toppled by Runmei, and Fuzufu seized the opportunity to unleash the Six Styles ultimate, finger gun. Spot! His thick fingers, shrouded in dark armor, transformed into countless phantoms, piercing towards the fallen Chopper. Zeus! Nami raised the weather stick, but the spirit within, Zeus, appeared listless, devoid of lightning power. That it's over. Nami, that my lightning reserves are depleted. I can no longer unleash any thunder. Robin's lips bled as she resolutely declared at this critical moment. Flower, flower, fruit. Giant tree. A colossal, naked woman sprouted above Chopper's head, identical to Robin, bending down to shield him in her embrace. Sizzle. Fuzufu's finger gun rained down, piercing the back of the giant woman, erupting into a shower of blood. Robin! Nami screamed in horror, witnessing Robin's back spouting blood, collapsing to the ground. Brook's face was etched with sorrow as he caressed the sword in his hand. Gazing longingly at Chopper, Nami, Robin, and Sanji. Nami-san, Robin-san, alas, there's no chance left to see your panties. Nami and Robin's expressions shifted dramatically as they turned to Brook. Soul burn. Oblivion of the yellow springs. The fiery blaze of Brook's soul surged from his eye sockets. The soulless skeleton collapsing into a heap, scattering across the ground. The ethereal emerald flames rapidly expanded, engulfing an area of 100 miles. The blazing fire igniting the enemy's deity was as if a cauldron of boiling oil had been poured over them. Not burning their flesh, but igniting their very souls. Fuzufu howled in agony as flames of a green hue erupted from his 7 orifices, his soul ignited and beginning to burn. He writhed on the ground for several revolutions before gradually coming to a halt. Motionless, Fuzufu bore no scorch marks. He simply lay there, quietly dead, devoid of any breath. Meanwhile, Runmei, sensing the dire situation, swiftly distanced herself, fleeing in haste. The flames of the soul enveloped their allies, bringing endless warmth, restoring everyone's stamina. Haki and spirit. Brook. Sanji's eyes turned red, tears streaming uncontrollably as he recklessly reignited his life force, delivering a brutal kick to Queen's chest, causing blood and internal organs to spew forth, a large dent forming in his chest as he collapsed. Utterly devoid of combat capability. Farewell, everyone. Brook's soulful melody faded away, leaving only the emerald flames he had left behind, enveloping Sanji, Nami, Robin, and Chopper, continuously rejuvenating their spirits. No. Brook. Chopper wept, pounding the ground in anguish. Nami and Robin were also in tears. Sanji seemed to be infused with boundless strength, each kick resonating with immense power, ferocity unmatched. Even King was forced to retreat repeatedly under Sanji's relentless assault. What troubled King the most was the soul flames enveloping Sanji, which suppressed the innate divine fire behind his head. Proximity to Sanji rendered his innate ability nullified, compounding the damage he sustained. Jack, stay away. Get back. King exclaimed in terror, watching Jack, the dim-witted giant, transform into a colossal mammoth, charging towards Sanji in an attempt to flank him. Demon God Wind kick. Memories of hell. Sanji's eyes cracked, blood streaming down his cheeks, a mixture of madness and sorrow. The terrifying force crashed against Jack's massive head. Erupting in a violent explosion, Jack's enormous form spiraled into the air, his giant head shattered, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Jack! King cried out in anguish, helplessly witnessing Jack being obliterated by Sanji, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Sanji, stop! Chopper shouted through tears, watching Sanji's life force burn like a candle engulfed in a torrent of flames, rapidly consuming itself at a terrifying pace. If this continued, Sanji would surely exhaust decades of vitality in mere moments. Sanji, Nami and Robin began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Nami-san, Robin-san, Chopper, you must flee. I have decided to perish here. Sanji, engulfed in azure soul flames and crimson life force, surged with an aura reminiscent of Conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, a massive dome appeared out of thin air, and several figures descended from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Law, Luffy, Zoro, and Kid landed on the ground, with Kid springing up instantly, his enormous iron arm shielding Luffy and the others. Upon surveying the surroundings, Kid was rendered speechless. In the dilapidated inner city of Flower Capital, The number of combatants still fighting had dwindled to nearly single digits. Marco and Jinbei faced off against Big Mom. Kaido had already concluded his battle, yet showed no inclination to assist Big Mom, merely sitting beside the unconscious Yamato, caressing her face, lost in thought. Surrounding him lay a circle of mangled corpses, the beast pirate, Duke Inuarashi, and the serpent. The ground around Sanji was even more littered with bodies. Black Maria, Sasaki, Jack, Fuzufu, Brook, Jinbei, Beppo, along with a multitude of Kid and Law's subordinates, a dark mass of corpses scattered about. Some barely intact, their fates uncertain. Drip, drip, Kid could no longer contain himself, tears cascading down his cheeks, splattering onto the earth. They are all dead. Kid's crew, completely annihilated. Not a single one alive. Law's subordinates had also suffered near total casualties. Beppo lay on the ground, missing a leg, unsure if he was alive or dead. At that moment, Sanji and the others also spotted Kid and the rest, their hearts seizing with disbelief as they gazed at Zoro. Lying on the ground, missing his left arm, Luffy, covered in purple venom, and Law, impaled by a long blade. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Robin, and Chopper completely broke down, Nami swaying before collapsing to the ground. Ugh, Sanji felt as though his teeth might shatter. His life force burning even more rapidly as he stomped down on King's arms, driving him deep into the earth. Luffy-kun. Jinbei, who had been coordinating with Marco to subdue Big Mom, noticed the dire situation and his expression darkened immensely. Marco gritted his teeth, once again stepping forward, igniting blue flames. Immortal Bird, Phoenix Strike. Jinbei roared, combining his attack with Marco's, delivering a heavy blow to Big Mom's chest. Both unleashed their full strength and haki, sending Big Mom's towering form flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the moat. Panting heavily, they glanced at Kaido, who remained seated, and sighed with relief, hurriedly rushing towards Luffy. Step aside. I will heal them, Marco shouted to Kid. Blue healing flames emanating from his hands. Kid stood there in a daze, seemingly oblivious to Marco's words, as if his soul had departed. Sigh. Jinbei lamented, sprinting towards Chopper, scooping up the unconscious Nami, and calling out to Sanji, Sanji-kun. Stop. Do not waste any more of your life. We must retreat quickly. We have already lost too much. The flames enveloping Sanji gradually subsided, revealing his wrinkled face, his once golden hair now gray and devoid of luster. He silently approached Robin, lifting her in his arms, joining Jinbei as they moved towards Luffy. How is Luffy-kun? Marco sighed, retracting the blue flames that enveloped Luffy's form. His complexion was pale, and blood continuously oozed from the corners of his mouth. On the ground, Zoro's expression stabilized somewhat, his body regaining some vitality, yet his left arm was irretrievably lost. The long knife embedded in Law's heart was extracted. This weapon bore Law's unique abilities. Thus, it had not truly pierced his heart. And thanks to Marco's intervention, though Law remained unconscious, his complexion had improved considerably. Only Luffy displayed signs of venomous corrosion. His eyes rolled back as if he were lifeless, and his chest lay still, devoid of any rise or fall. Luffy. Damn it. Sanji wept once more, tears cascading onto Robin, soaking her garments. Robin, not in a state of unconsciousness, also shed silent tears. Luffy. Chopper cried out in anguish. Marco coughed a few times, blood seeping between his fingers, and mustered a strained tone. Luffy is not dead. Do not grieve too deeply. Not dead? Sanji's eyes widened in disbelief. Jinbei, Robin, and Chopper were equally astonished. Marco forced a bitter smile. Alas, his condition is peculiar, neither alive nor truly dead. You may interpret it as a state of apparent death. Regardless, you must swiftly take them away from here. If you linger any longer, escape will become impossible. Marco glanced at the dazed Kaido and the distant sounds of Big Mom's furious shouts emanating from the moat. What about you? Come with us. Jinbei hesitated, brow furrowed as he spoke. Marco shook his head with a pained smile, coughing again, his visage waning. I cannot. I have lost too much of my essence. You must leave. Jinbei, go. Jinbei gritted his teeth, resolutely turning back to lift Luffy from the ground once more, calling out to Chopper. Chopper, pull yourself together and quickly get them on board. We must depart. Chopper, his voice quavering with tears, hurriedly grasped Law and Zoro, but when he attempted to lift Kid, he found himself unable. Kid stood silently, resembling a mere statue. Let us go. Do not concern yourself with him, Jinbei shouted. Chopper clenched his teeth and followed Jinbei. while Sanji dashed forward. Jahahaha, the battle seems to have concluded. A towering figure approached, the sky above darkening with ominous clouds and the rumble of thunder. Jinbe's hurried steps abruptly halted, his expression darkening as he beheld Kaido. No, it was not Kaido, but an entity equal to him in might. In the square, Kaido, once seated, now rose, retrieving his kanabo. Meanwhile, Big Mom swayed her graceful form, brandishing the colossal sword Napoleon, each step shattering the earth beneath her. Damn it! What do we do? What do we do? Jinbe, Sanji, Chopper, drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with terror and panic, clung tightly to Zoro and Law. Shit. For the first time, Jinbe uttered a curse, placing Luffy and Nami onto Chopper and Sanji. Run! Jinbe shouted a single word before charging toward the approaching threat. Over here, a voice shrieked. Sanji and Chopper turned to see Usopp in a steel war chariot, frantically waving at them. Usopp! Chopper exclaimed joyfully. They rushed toward Usopp without hesitation. What is this vehicle? Chopper hastily placed Zoro, Law, and Luffy in the chariot-esque compartment, shrinking his form to squeeze inside. Sanji carefully laid Nami and Robin inside, but did not climb aboard himself. It's me. I transformed myself and Frankie into this war chariot. A voice emanated from the front of the vehicle. It was Frankie. Sanji, what are you doing? Get on, Chopper urged urgently. You all go ahead. I will stay behind. Sanji retrieved a cigarette, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. Do not say such foolishness. Your condition is dire. If you fight again, you will perish, Chopper cried. Sanji smiled, casting a lingering glance at their faces, finally resting his eyes on the unconscious Luffy and Zoro before decisively turning toward Jinbe. Sanji, Usopp and Chopper shouted, but Sanji did not look back, flames of life once more surging around him. Go, go, do not let everyone's sacrifice be in vain, Chopper bellowed. Usopp, crying out, activated the chariot. You cannot escape. A chilling voice echoed from the depths of the earth. The ground shattered as Jin, drenched in blood, soared upwards, delivering a tremendous kick that sent Frankie's chariot tumbling, casting everyone aboard aside. Sanji's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee. Jin, he roared, flames erupting from him as his life force surged, speed exponentially increasing. It's too late. Jin flew directly toward the unconscious Luffy, his long knife poised to strike. Chopper's form expanded wildly as he leaped onto Luffy. Chopper! Sanji screamed in anguish. The razor-sharp blade of Jin pierced Chopper's body, pinning them both to the ground. Ah, guaranteed kill. Fire Star, Green Wave Star. Usopp, horrified, brandished his weapon, but Jin remained unaffected by his assault. Everyone, damn it, Frankie, now transformed into a chariot, cried out in agony, utterly powerless to prevent the unfolding calamity. Vibrant blossoms of every hue, Robin suddenly exclaimed, as the ground erupted with massive arms and legs, lunging toward Jin. Imperial Guard, Fire Dragon Emperor. Jin unsheathed his long knife, unleashing a torrent of fiery dragon flames that consumed all the limbs, reducing them to ashes. Smoke curled from Robin's charred limbs as her body trembled, curling up beside Nami. No. Sanji, engulfed in despair, felt as if he were about to explode. Die, Fire Dragon. Jin raised his long knife, his expression cold and indifferent. At that moment, a voice rang out. Fire Fist. Fire Fist. An enraged voice erupted, a brilliant fireball striking Jin, engulfing him in flames and driving him into the earth, amidst the flames. A young man clad in a long white robe emerged, his body still ablaze. Sabo? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Sanji finally arrived, his own flames burning fiercely, though tinged with crimson. Leave the rest to me. You take them away. Sabo waved his hand, extinguishing the flames that engulfed Sanji, then bent down to assess Luffy, Chopper, and Robin's injuries. Though serious, there remained a glimmer of hope. Sanji, you must flee to Rabbit Hole, the Revolutionary Army's ship. Along with yours, is there. Depart immediately. Sanji hesitated. What about you? Sabo waved dismissively. I am fine. I can escape. You go ahead. I will see if I can resolve this battle. Do not be careless. They are far too powerful. Sanji warned gravely. Sabo nodded, waving goodbye as he transformed into a streak of flame, racing toward the depths. Sanji understood he was pursuing Jin. Frankie, are you all right? Can you still run? Sanji righted the war chariot and helped the others into the compartment, his heart aching at the sight of Luffy and Chopper's wounds. No problem. I'm in super condition today. Hold tight. I'm about to accelerate. Frankie's chariot swiftly whisked Sanji and the others away from the battlefield. Heading toward Rabbit Hole, below ground, Sabo seized the charge in, holding him firmly as he soared toward Jinbe. Boom. Before reaching him, Sabo witnessed Jinbe's form being violently hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Jinbe. Sabo released Jin and flew to Jinbe's side. I am fine, cough cough. Jinbe clutched his chest, where a massive fist imprint lay deeply indented. Jaha. Yet another formidable opponent has arrived. Kaido strode forward, casually swinging his massive blade. It was you who did this to Luffy. Sabo's eyes burned with fury and hatred as he clenched his fists tightly. Ja. It's merely the law of the jungle. Why the anger? Kaido shrugged nonchalantly. Sabo's fury intensified, flames erupting from his right fist as he delivered a powerful punch. Fire fist. A surging wave of fire engulfed Kaido, blackening the earth beneath him. Fire, you say? A Logia-type flame fruit. Huh. Such a pathetic ability. Amidst the flames, the taunting voice of Caesar echoed, sending a chill through Sabo's heart. Extreme cold frost slash. A dazzling blade of light flashed past, extinguishing the flames in an instant, revealing a broad path of frost upon the earth, as the chilling aura of the blade swiftly approached Sabo's face. How fast? Sabo split his body in two, narrowly evading the blade's edge, leaping into the air and unleashing a torrent of flames with a powerful punch, soaring like a meteor towards Caesar. Blizzard. Caesar suddenly opened his mouth, spewing forth an unending stream of frigid mist, freezing the flames Sabo had conjured and creeping toward his body. Cursed be this man. He has the upper hand. Sabo transformed into flames once more. Retreating swiftly. At that moment, Jinbe charged at Caesar again. Fishman karate, 50,000-pound cannon. Jinbe's right fist struck out, the air resonating with a thunderous roar, the immense force lifting the ground beneath him. Ha ha ha. I relish a good brawl. Caesar laughed maniacally, showing no intention of dodging, as his colossal fist, imbued with overwhelming power, collided with Jinbe's without any technique. Boom. Jinbe's expression changed dramatically. His fist met the force of a divine mountain. An unimaginable power. Even as a formidable warrior of the Fishman race, he struggled to withstand it. Pain shot through his wrist as Caesar's fist hammered against his own, forcing it back against his chest. Wah! Jinbe spat blood, his body hurtling back like a meteor. Dragon claw fist. Sabo's form flickered behind Caesar, his fingers curling into claws, cloaked in a pitch-black haki, aiming for Caesar's nape. Caesar did not flinch. His nape enveloped in a thick layer of haki, as he retaliated with a fierce backward thrust. Bang! Sabo's fingers twisted, sent flying dozens of meters, crashing down at Kaido's feet. Descend. 3 worlds. Summon the abyss. Kaido raised his spiked club high, preparing to strike. Immortal bird. Phoenix stamp. Just as Sabo was about to be struck, Marco, enveloped in blue flames, kicked Kaido in the abdomen, sending him staggering back. Damn it. How can he be so strong? That guy must have been the one who defeated Green Bull. Sabo's face contorted in pain, 3 of his 5 fingers broken, yet he endured the agony, painstakingly straightening them. I'm sorry. I can't heal you properly. Marco chuckled weakly, coughing repeatedly, blood spilling from his lips, his condition deteriorating. Marco, are you all right? Sabo hurriedly supported him. Has that straw hat brat escaped again? Huh. There's still someone over there. It's Kid. What is he dazed about? Linlin sashayed over, ignoring Sabo and Marco on the ground, heading straight for the dazed Kid. Her great sword was already raised, an overwhelming aura emanating. Elbaf spear. Dominion. The earth shattered, a vast chasm appearing, and the terrifying shockwave surged toward Kid. Divine fire. Flame Emperor. Sabo bellowed, flames erupting from his body, transforming into a radiant sun, crashing into Linlin's path. Break for me. A fireball, as brilliant as the sun, nearly pierced through Linlin's dominion as she stared in shock. Facing off against her ultimate move, icebound for 1,000 miles, Caesar roared, unleashing a ring of icy frost from within, instantly expanding hundreds of meters, the bone-chilling frost clashing with Sabo's enormous fireball. Boom! The earth trembled with a cataclysmic roar, Sabo's body flung back, engulfed in a tempest of flames. One after another. You are quite the nuisance. I no longer wish to play. Kaido, Linlin, let us strike together. The triune assault technique. Caesar bellowed, his muscles bulging as he wielded his great sword, the might of his haki and conqueror's haki surging forth to envelop the blade. Understood, brother Caesar. Linlin exclaimed, tightening her grip on the Emperor's sword. Releasing her full haki, Kaido silently picked up his spiked club, wrapping it in Conqueror's haki. It's been 38 years since I used this move. Let us see if it can shatter this flower capital. Caesar laughed heartily, his great sword, Zhulong, slashing down. At that moment, Linlin and Kaido joined in the fray. The combined might of the top-tier warriors surged forth. Boss, if you don't strike back, we're done for. Sabo's expression shifted, cold sweat pouring down as he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Whoosh! The heavens roared with a howling wind. The ground was engulfed in dust, a terrifying aura, regal as an emperor, descended upon the earth. At the same time, in another part of the sky, a one-armed man with red hair strode through the air as if walking on solid ground. The winds howled, a whirlwind swirling and coalescing into the silhouette of a cloaked figure. He stood tall, not particularly large, yet exuding an aura that made him the center of the universe, drawing all eyes upon him. As the hood fell back, a formidable, resolute face adorned with a web-like tattoo was revealed. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, swish. In another part of the sky, the red-haired man, armed with a sword, stepped through the void like a deity descending upon the world, his presence a tempest. Shaking the heavens with each step, the four emperors, red-haired Shanks. At this moment, the terrifying power coalesced by Caesar and his companions finally converged into a chaotic torrent, erupting forth, combined assault, dominion of the empire. Dragon's gaze sharpened, and he struck in an instant. An endless storm surged forth, a colossal tornado reaching to the heavens, swirling with a pitch-black hue, radiating a terrifying aura reminiscent of the abyss of hell. Griffin's fury, divine avoidance. Shanks unleashed a conqueror's haki that altered the very fabric of reality, transforming the flower capital into a vast sea of blood. With Shanks reigning as its sovereign, an endless tide of blood surged forth, channeled into a single sword strike, cleaving the heavens and earth, creating a terrifying rift over 10 miles long, splitting the flower capital in two. Strike together, Dragon commanded, conjuring the stormy whirlwind with both hands. Joining forces with Shanks to clash against Caesar and his trio, with their combined might, they were swiftly forced into a disadvantage, the dreadful shockwave pressing inexorably toward them. Sabo's expression faltered, fear overtaking him as he mobilized all his strength for a desperate counterattack. Marco, Jinbei also disregarded their injuries, fighting with all their might. Divine Fire, Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, Immortal Bird, Nirvana Fire, Phoenix Stamp, the ultimate secret art of Fishman Karate, Tsunami Shockwave. With Marco, Jinbei, and Sabo's powers united, the unbalanced clash finally regained equilibrium. The forces converging, the heavens rumbling, as the inner city of the flower capital crumbled into the finest dust, buildings shattered, decomposed, and obliterated, corpses exploded under the overwhelming force, whether lifeless or lingering in the realm of death. All were crushed by the terrifying power. Yamato, Kaido's expression shifted, reaching out a massive hand to grasp Yamato's form. Awakening from the terrifying shockwave, Yamato looked into Kaido's anxious eyes, her heart quaking. Fool, Caesar suddenly bellowed, his body swelling as he transformed into a colossal golden-winged rock, swallowing Linlin, Kaido, and Yamato whole. Boom! With Kaido ceasing to release his power, the balance of the shockwave that had just formed shattered completely. The flower capital, no, the entirety of Wano, trembled violently, akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake, blindingly bright, like a nuclear explosion. A sun rose from the earth, radiating boundless light and heat. Run! Dragon's expression darkened, and with a wave of his arm, the whirlwind coiled around Shanks, Sabo, Jinbei, Marco, and Kid. Boom! The earth-shattering roar obliterated the land for miles around. The flourishing capital of Wano, the flower capital, which had stood for millennia, was utterly annihilated, transformed into a massive pit, erasing all traces of existence. The shockwave continued to expand, as Caesar's gargantuan rock form tumbled, flung away by the force for dozens of miles. Over Wano, the entire sky shattered, the space twisted and chaotic, obliterating all matter, dissolving into nothingness. Buzzing, the annihilating shockwave spread across the entirety of Wano. In the offshore waters, the 9-mile waterfall surged, waves rising hundreds of meters high, relentlessly crashing toward the horizon. A terrifying tsunami was racing toward the new world. Rabbit Hole. On the sea, The Thousand Sunny and a revolutionary army warship struggled amidst the towering waves. On the brink of destruction, Sanji stared in bewilderment at the apocalyptic scene, feeling utterly powerless, the flames of vengeance within him extinguishing. Such divine might! A gust of wind swept through as Dragon landed on the ship with Shanks and the others. Marco, Jinbei, Sanji, and the others exclaimed in delight. "Hold on tight, we're setting sail." Dragon raised his arms, and the two ships levitated into the air, powerful gusts of wind lifting them from the sea, ascending into the sky, the edge of Wano, at Blade Marshall Port, in a state of despair. Shinobu and Kikuno, accompanied by Momonosuke and Hiyori, gazed helplessly as the apocalyptic shockwave approached, obliterating everything before them. Master Elephant, I command you, come and save me quickly." "Damn it, you beast, come to my rescue," Momonosuke screamed in terror. His voice rising to a frantic pitch. In that moment of utter hopelessness, he realized he had no one left to rely upon. Kinemon, Denjiro, the dog, Luffy, those who had perished, those who had been wounded, all had drifted away from him. Though 3 women and the barely conscious Reizo remained by his side, a profound sense of insecurity engulfed him. With eyes filled with hatred and venom, he glared at Kikuno, then at Shinobu, Reizo, and Hiyori. He cast his gaze upon the entirety of Wano. "Brother, what is wrong with you? Your expression is terrifying." Hiyori trembled in fear. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Oden, why did you not kill Kaido? You had the chance to end him, yet you chose to feign madness and frolic about naked." Momonosuke howled in a frenzy, succumbing to madness as the end drew near. Consumed by hatred, he loathed everyone. "Kinemon, you are utterly useless, to die so easily, worth nothing. And Yamato, did you not wish to be Kazuki Oden? Then kill Kaido, kill your father, and Luffy. Are you not the savior? Not the Sun God Nika, not Joy Boy? Why can you not save me?" Boom! The impact reverberated, silencing Momonosuke's cries of resentment. The small figures of several individuals scattered upon the tumultuous sea as the towering waves surged forth, erasing all traces of them. Many miles away, the colossal elephant Zunisha swayed amidst the storm, its long limbs straining under the weight of its massive body. Teetering precariously on Zunisha's back, the Mink tribe's homes collapsed, the ground fissured, as the ferocious tempest swept through, whisking many Mink tribe members into the sky, vanishing within the storm. In the depths of the bamboo forest in Kibi village, within a humble hut, Kazuki Sukiyaki, donning a Tengu mask, bore an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Life and death, a cycle ever repeating, alas, Wano, still plagued by calamities. Surveying the room filled with renowned swords and weapons, Kazuki Sukiyaki remained silent. He retrieved a short blade from the shelf, drawing it forth to reveal patterns akin to a dragon. Its blade gleaming, evidently well polished. Gripping the short blade with both hands, he aimed it at his abdomen. The information regarding the Pluton has been fully imparted to Nico Robin, that if she survives, then one day this ancient weapon may once again see the light of day. My destiny does not lie in guiding Momonosuke or inheriting the Kazuki legacy, but in entrusting the Pluton to someone capable of deciphering its secrets. This mission is the very essence of the Kazuki family's existence, and indeed, the existence of Wano itself. Now that my mission is complete, Nico Robin, you are the last scholar, should you perish as well. Then let the Pluton be forever buried within the annals of history. With a swift thrust, the short blade plunged into his abdomen, and Kazuki Sukiyaki knelt in silence within the hut, succumbing to oblivion. 3 days later, in the New World, Tado Land waters, a massive pirate ship anchored at the port of Whole Cake Island. The shore bustling with a throng of people. As the crowd parted, a tall man emerged. The leader among them, Katakuri, the second son of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. "Katakuri, why aren't you wearing your scarf? No longer aspiring to be the perfect man." Oven jested with a smile. Katakuri maintained his usual attire. Draped in a black metallic coat, a black vest revealing his muscular chest, adorned with spikes on his left arm and black gloves. His lower half consisted of black jeans and spiked boots. However, unlike before, Katakuri's neck was devoid of his ever-present white scarf, exposing his scarred face, with sharp fangs protruding, rendering him particularly fearsome. It matters not. I am not a perfect man. Let those who wish to mock do so. Katakuri replied nonchalantly. "Brother Kakuri," a woman's voice called out, and Katakuri turned to see Charlotte Brle squeezing through the crowd. Calling to him Brle, she exclaimed, "Brother Katakuri, you must ensure that Mother and Brother Perispero return safely. Tado Land cannot exist without Mother's protection." Katakuri grinned broadly, revealing his fangs. Fear not, BRLE. I will certainly rescue Mother and Big Brother. This time, only Oven and I shall venture to Wano. Having too many people would be counterproductive and pose significant risks. Siblings, please maintain a low profile during this time, refrain from causing trouble, and await our return. In the waters surrounding Wano, 2 warships floated as Garp, Sengoku, and Kizaru gazed at the overturned vessels, their expressions grim. Just 3 days prior, Kizaru had set sail with 5 warships, utilizing the Navy's designated maritime safety route, making swift progress to the outskirts of Wano. Before they could arrange their forces, they unexpectedly encountered a towering tsunami. The monstrous waves surged from the direction of Wano, possessing a destructive force akin to cataclysm, while the naval officers aboard lacked the freezing abilities of Akiji. Even Garp, Sengoku, and Kizaru, formidable as they were, found themselves powerless against the tsunami. They could only watch helplessly as 3 accompanying warships capsized in the monstrous waves, with hundreds of elite sailors and officers aboard, leaving only a handful to survive by sheer luck. This tsunami was peculiar, not a natural disaster, but rather reminiscent of a man-made calamity. Sengoku furrowed his brow. Garp exclaimed, man-made. The power of this tsunami is formidable. Who could possibly create it? Sengoku, do you suspect Blackbeard? Sengoku shook his head. It need not necessarily be the tremor fruit. It could be a similar shockwave ability, or perhaps even residual effects from a conflict. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, must you speak of such terrifying possibilities? You frighten me, Kizaru exclaimed. Is it a battle of the Yonko? Garp pondered. Could it be Kaido? Sengoku, are we to do nothing? Merely wait here. Sengoku frowned. It is not that we are doing nothing, but rather that we cannot. Observe, the currents leading to Wano resemble those of Reverse Mountain, a massive waterfall. Attempting to navigate a warship upwards is akin to scaling a mountain, unless one possesses the ability to fly. Otherwise, it would be a fool's errand. So what now? Garp said, scratching his nose, clearly displeased. Hence, let Kizaru proceed to Wano first to investigate the situation, Sengoku stated, looking at Kizu. With a sigh, Kizaru nodded in resignation. I shall go and take a look. Exercise caution. If the situation becomes dire and you cannot locate Green Bull, prioritize your own safety, Sengoku instructed earnestly. Rest assured, I do not relish throwing my life away recklessly, Kizaru replied, gradually glowing, transforming into a blinding point of light that shot skyward, emitting a golden beam that refracted through the clouds, racing towards Wano at an elusive speed. How enviable. I wish to possess the ability to fly myself. Perhaps the thunder fruit's power would suffice. Haha, I have long desired such an ability, Garp mused, gazing upward as Kizaru vanished into light, his face filled with envy. Sengoku also reflected, if only you could consume the thunder fruit, Garp, perhaps you could truly realize my grand vision for the Navy. Alas, that fruit has not appeared upon the seas for 2 centuries. Deity is truly inconceivable to envision the extent of power that Garp could wield after acquiring the ability of thunder. In the land of Wano, specifically in the town of Boral, there exists an extensive ancient edifice, adorned with flying eaves and painted beams, where meandering streams and exquisite landscapes abound, and wooden structures stand side by side. Within a certain dwelling, the wooden house trembles violently, tiles from the roof cascade down like rain, and the tea set upon the table spills everywhere, resembling the aftermath of an earthquake. The trees in the courtyard rustle chaotically, and the artificial hills tremble, cracking open in several places. It is not until a full half-hour has elapsed that the tremors finally cease. Moments later, Kaiza steps out of the house with a contented expression, casually uprooting a tree as thick as an adult's arm, stripping it of its branches and leaves before breaking it to use as a toothpick. Exiting the isolated courtyard, Kaiza arrives at the grand square, where numerous large tables have been set, laden with an abundance of food and drink, while many individuals bustle about, seemingly preparing for a feast. The busy pirates notice the towering figure of Kaiza, and immediately their expressions stiffen with awe. They halt their activities and call out in unison, Lord Kaiza. Kaiza discards the twig from his mouth, approaches the table, and picks up a roasted fish over a meter long, tossing it into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. Ha ha ha. Quite delectable. Continue with your tasks. Do not mind me. Kaiza gestures to the pirates. He observes that many of these pirates possess various distinct animal features, such as ram horns, deer legs, elephant trunks, and even some adorned with the head of a lion. This must be what Kaido referred to as the gifted ones, though they may not appear particularly formidable. They are indeed significantly stronger than ordinary pirates, qualifying as elites, albeit their numbers are scarce, only 500. If there were 50,000 or even 500,000, that would be quite a spectacle. Kaiza settles upon the ground. Initially, there were chairs prepared for him. However, his immense physique renders these intricately carved hollow stools inadequate, as they would shatter beneath his weight. Thus, he opts to sit directly on the ground. His stature alone sufficient to elevate him 3 to 4 meters above the table. Lord Kaiza, your drink. He hears, and looking down, he sees a female pirate with fluffy ears, dressed rather lightly, straining to hold out a large wine jar. Kaiza extends his hand to take the jar, his piercing gaze sweeping over the petite and charming female pirate. Her cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she nervously fidgets with her clothing, unable to meet Kaiza's intense gaze. In an impulsive moment, Kaiza reaches out to stroke the fluffy ears of the female pirate. My lord, she gasps, her body softening, her delicate voice igniting a surge of heat within Kaiza. What is your name? He inquires, intending to engage her in a light conversation. Suddenly, a group of people rushes toward him, led by Jin.My Lord Kaiza. Jean calls out, hurrying forward with a motley crew of varying heights and builds trailing behind. Kaiza discreetly releases the female pirate and turns to Jean. Jean, what is it? Jean approaches, with several injured individuals being gently placed on the ground behind him. Lord Kaiza, I found these individuals in the ruins of the flower capital. They are gravely injured and on the brink of death that I implore you to save them. Let me see. Kaiza rises, his towering 9-meter frame inducing awe and fear among the men and women behind Jean. A formidable aura emanates from Kaiza, akin to a mountain pressing down on everyone, rendering them breathless. Who is this? Kaido, a tall female swordsman whispers in confusion. No, we met Kaido last time. He isn't this tall. Nor does he appear so youthful. A middle-aged man in a blue top and shaved head with 2 whiskers responds. Kaiza glances at the peculiar group, then at Jean, raising an eyebrow in question. Jean quickly comprehends Kaiza's unspoken query and introduces, Lord Kaiza. These individuals are the children of Bigmom, also known as Lady Linlin. This one is Smooji, and this one is Daifuku. Kaiza pauses, staring at Daifuku, disbelief washing over him. Daifuku, surely you jest. You are my triplet son. What on earth happened to you? Daifuku and Smooji exchange bewildered looks, and the crowd behind them is equally perplexed. After a moment of stunned silence, Daifuku's face contorts in rage. You bastard, what did you just say? Repeat that. Jean, who is this scoundrel? I will kill him. Jean quickly intervenes, restraining the furious Daifuku, signaling him to calm down, that he refrains from elaborating further, knowing that Daifuku would not believe him, and that Lady Linlin would clarify everything soon. This is a matter concerning Lord Kaiza's family, and he dares not interfere. Alas, my illustrious reputation, all because of rocks. Damn it, with such a vast pirate crew. Only Linlin is tolerable. Kaiza shakes his head, sighing internally, refusing to glance at Daifuku as he approaches the gravely injured individuals. Lying on the ground are Queen, whose chest is severely caved in, a barely injured Runmi, Pejawin, the barely breathing Parasparrow, whose blood has dried, and a half-dismembered female corpse. Kaiza raises an eyebrow, pointing at the half-corpse. Who is this? You brought back a charred body. Jean hastily explains, this is Black Maria. Her ability is rather unique. As long as more than half of her remains, there is a chance for recovery. Kaiza nods, saying nothing further, and begins to unfasten his belt. Smooji and Daifuku, along with the others, exchange bewildered glances. Not misunderstand. I am not about to disrobe. Kaiza grins, revealing that his belt is a soft, purple dragon. As he removes it, the purple dragon gradually transforms into a great sword, glimmering ominously. Lifting his left hand, he makes a swift cut across his wrist. A stream of blood, as red as molten lava, jets forth, cascading onto the injured individuals lying on the ground. What is this? Daifuku muses, focusing intently on Parasparrow. As Kaiza's blood lands upon Queen and the others. Their unconscious bodies suddenly tremble, the blood seeps into their pores, and Queen is the first to awaken, emitting a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered, a woo. He kneels, his previously caved-in chest swelling back to its original form. As his dry and cracked skin rapidly heals, restoring its healthy hue, with an ecstatic shout, he lunges at Kaiza, attempting to embrace his leg. Lord Kaiza, Thank you so much. You have saved my life once more. I, Queen, have nothing to repay you with, only my life. Kaisa's expression darkens as he grabs Queen by the braid at the back of his head, tossing him aside as if he were a hefty rat. What? His blood can actually heal injuries, and the effect is instantaneous. Smooji and the others are taken aback, while Daifuku swiftly turns to Perispero. Sure enough, the previously unconscious Perispero also opens his eyes, his injuries rapidly mending. Most remarkably, Perispero's severed arm from Cake Island begins to regenerate, sprouting anew. Perispero, brother! Daifuku exclaims in delight. Perispero gazes at his hands in bewilderment, seemingly struggling to believe his own eyes. My hand. How has it returned? On the ground, Runmi and Pejuan, having sustained no serious injuries, were merely stunned by the last shockwave. As Kaisa's blood stimulates them, they quickly regain consciousness. Kaido, Runmi, startled by Kaisa's looming presence, instinctively kicks at his head. Thud. Kaisa remains unmoved, allowing Runmi to kick him in the nose without flinching, while Runmi is sent sprawling back, landing awkwardly on the ground. Enough. Runmi, this is Lord Kaisa, the elder brother of Kaido. Did I not mention this to you? What, Kaido's brother? All present are struck with disbelief, their faces a portrait of astonishment. The final corpse, absorbing Kaisa's blood, gradually restores itself, flesh and bone reconstituting, revealing a stunningly tall woman. Over 8 meters in height, she stood before him. Completely unclad, her skin a pristine, delicate white, her figure perfectly proportioned in all the right places, truly a magnificent embodiment of allure. A demon tribe woman. Kaiser observed the 2 long horns protruding from the head of the dark-skinned Maria. Generally, members of the demon tribe tower over others, commonly exceeding 6 meters in height, some even surpassing Kaiser. Indeed, certain individuals of this tribe, possessing ancient bloodlines, are even taller and more formidable than giants. Upon awakening, the dark-skinned Maria immediately spotted Kaiser and, with a sultry twist of her waist, threw herself into his astonished embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks as she whimpered, "Lord Kaido, I thought I would never see you again." Kaiser froze, momentarily bewildered. What is happening here? Has everyone mistaken me for Kaido? How can I retain any semblance of dignity? With righteous indignation, Kaiser promptly pushed the dark-skinned Maria away from his embrace and cleared his throat, declaring, "I am not Kaido. See clearly, woman." Ah? The dark-skinned Maria blinked in confusion, scanning Kaiser from head to toe. Once she confirmed he was indeed not Kaido, her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly averted her gaze and fled. Kaiser squinted, watching her enchanting silhouette disappear into the distance. Kaido, your life is truly decadent, surrounded by women and spider women alike. Sigh, one is born into suffering and perishes in comfort. One must not succumb to the allure of beauty. In the afternoon, the grand square of Burrow Town was bustling with crowds, remnants of the beast pirates gathering here, including over 1,000 samurai and ninjas from Wano, the survivors of the Orochi's retainers. They had been summoned by Queen to witness the birth of a new historical chapter. A new leader, the elder brother of the 4 emperors Kaido, husband to Big Mom, a figure of immense strength. Lord Kaiser was to become the captain of the 2 elder 4 emperors. Thus, a colossal force was being born. The beast god pirates. At a massive long table, 2 rows of individuals sat upright. At the head of the table, Kaiser occupied the central position, with Kaido to his right and Linlin to his left. Beside Kaido sat Jin, Queen, Runti, Pejuan, and the dark-skinned Maria. Next to Linlin were Perispero, Daifuku, Smoker, and Linlin's other children. Yamato, where is my niece? Why hasn't she come? Kaiser inquired of Kaido. Kaido remained silent, seemingly unwilling to engage. Ha ha ha. What a dismal father-daughter relationship, Kaiser remarked. Linlin, do you think our children will be ungrateful to their parents? He affectionately wrapped his arm around Linlin's slender waist. Perispero's mouth twitched in disbelief as he exchanged glances with Daifuku and Smoker, all of whom were filled with skepticism and resignation. Linlin flashed Kaiser a charming smile. How could that be? Our children will surely be filial, right? Perispero, Daifuku, shouldn't you greet your father? Ah, Perispero and Daifuku were taken aback, yet dared not provoke Big Mom. They fidgeted in their seats, mouths opening and closing. But unable to utter the word father, a flicker of anger crossed Linlin's beautiful face, and the atmosphere around the table became tense, with everyone holding their breath. Perispero, Daifuku, do you not believe my words? Perispero and Daifuku's faces paled, cold sweat forming on their brows. We don't dare. Mother, Perispero hesitated, glancing at Kaiser. Kaiser gently patted Linlin's back, signaling her to relax. Then he addressed Perispero, Daifuku, and the others at the table. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am 65 years old, slightly older than Kaido. That I set sail as a pirate at the age of 10, later joining a certain faction where I met Linlin. A few years later, I brought Kaido into that faction as well. Everyone at the table listened intently, astonished to learn that Kaido, Big Mom, and Kaiser had once belonged to the same faction. However, they had never heard of such a thing. Kaiser continued, smiling at Perispero and Daifuku. 2 years before that faction was destroyed, which was 40 years ago, Linlin bore me a son, and that would be you. Perispero. Ha ha ha. Perispero's jaw dropped in shock. Beginning to believe. Later, our faction was destroyed by Roger and Garp. The captain perished, and we seized the chaos to escape Deity. That time, Linlin and I parted ways, unbeknownst to me that she was pregnant with triplets, which I only learned a few days ago. Kaiser smiled at Daifuku. Daifuku, you are 38 this year, correct? Notably, he had reduced their ages by 10 years. Katakuri was originally 48. Daifuku's face stiffened, feeling somewhat lost. Kaiser threw back his head and laughed heartily. To be honest, I, Kaiser, am a scoundrel. Ha ha ha. I have failed to fulfill the duties of a father and husband, even as an elder brother. Kaiser spread his arms, embracing Kaido and Linlin, grinning broadly. But it is not too late to make amends. From now on, I, Kaiser, will treat my family as treasures, and the officers of the Beast God Pirates will also be my family. Kaiser looked at Jin and the others, who were all beaming with smiles. Long live Lord Kaiser. Queen cheered, fervently believing in Kaiser's words. Ever since Kaiser had saved him twice, Queen had completely forsaken his former boss Kaido, embracing Kaiser instead. And you, whether or not you are my and Linlin's biological children, or merely Linlin's children, from now on, you will all be my Barbarossa Kaiser's children. Who dares to harm my family in this vast sea? Be it the Navy, the world government, the Revolutionary Army, or other pirates, I will make them regret ever entering this world. As Kaiser spoke, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki erupted, illuminating the skies over Burrow Town and dispelling all shadows. Kaiser rose, his towering 9-meter frame imposing a heavy sense of pressure upon all present. I hereby declare, the Beast God Pirates are established. All who join the Beast God Pirates are part of my Barbarossa family. Those promoted to officers will obtain my Barbarossa surname, becoming my Kaiser's family. Anyone who can single-handedly defeat an admiral will earn the title of God and stand on equal footing with me. Kaiser, everyone, I will lead you to the pinnacle of power, seizing the world in our grasp. Perispero, Daifuku, and the other children of Big Mom exchanged glances, not displaying dissatisfaction, but instead feeling a subtle sense of relief and comfort. Under Big Mom's reign over Tato Land, she had been overly willful, waging wars to satisfy her own cravings, leaving her children fearful of her might and power, while also fearing the loss of her protective umbrella. Moreover, Big Mom suffered from a severe eating disorder, and when it flared up, she would become unrecognizable to her kin. If she was not promptly appeased with food, she would transform into a source of destruction, annihilating all she encountered. Such negative influences had made the lives of Big Mom's children unbearable. Now, a figure strong enough to subdue Big Mom had emerged, ready to take over the forces of Tato Land, becoming a more formidable shield. From his impassioned words, it was clear to all that he was a leader brimming with charisma. He was enigmatic. Upon his arrival, he revived the dying Kaido and Big Mom. He was powerful. With a single strike, he defeated the alliance of Straw Hat and Kid, causing the Straw Hat brat, who had climbed to power on Kaido's coattails, to barely settle into his position. A drop of his blood could revive the gravely wounded. Such a leader, to follow him, is the dream of all pirates present. The dark-skinned Maria's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hooray, little Pei. All we need to do is defeat an admiral, and we can stand atop Queen and Jin, sitting at the same level as Kaido, Kaiser, and Big Mom. Isn't that simple? Runty exclaimed, playfully tightening her grip around Pejuan's neck with glee. Pejuan rolled his eyes, completely ignoring her words. Lord Kaiser, I want to become Barbarossa Queen. Queen shouted exuberantly, while Jin smiled, surveying the joyful and harmonious scene around the table. Indeed, this is the life I desire, and it must be what Brother Kaido longs for as well. This feeling is truly wonderful. Kaiser raised his goblet, prompting everyone to swiftly rise and join him in a toast. Cheers. As Kaiza was about to down his drink, a thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the very foundations of Burrow Town. The table before Kaiza toppled over, and the crowd staggered, their hands trembling as they raised their glasses, spilling liquor everywhere. What had transpired? A surge of fury ignited within Kaiza, prompting him to rise abruptly. The onlookers rushed outside, eager to uncover the source of the commotion. Suddenly, two golden wings unfurled from Kaiza's back with a swift motion, and his robust frame soared into the sky. What kind of ability was this? The crowd gazed upward in awe. Ascending into the heavens, Kaiza did not need to search meticulously. He immediately spotted an enormous creature, as colossal as a mountain, advancing upon Burrow Town. That it was a towering giant elephant. Its limbs resembling pillars of the heavens, its massive body obscured in mist, and its dark, cavernous eyes evoking a sense of terror and despair in all who met its gaze. Zo, the giant elephant? How could it have come ashore? Kaiza furrowed his brow in confusion. A colossal dragon, vibrant in hue, soared into view, landing beside Kaiza and speaking in astonishment. Zo, I have heard from the great serpent that this giant elephant has been exiled in the endless sea by the land of Wano for over 8 centuries. Without the consent of its master, it could never be pardoned and would eternally wander the ocean until the end of its days. Could it be that it has found a master? At that moment, a beam of golden light shot down from the entrance of Wano, revealing a tall silhouette suspended in the AI. It was Admiral Kazu, who had just landed in Wano and witnessed the astonishing sight of the enormous elephant stepping onto solid ground. The earth-shattering presence of the creature left Kizuru visibly shaken. Kizuru recognized the origin of the giant elephant, which only heightened his astonishment. The thought emerged in his mind. Zo had a master. Moreover, this master must be within Wano. The elephant's arrival on land signified it had received instructions from its master. Such a colossal beast, once ashore, could easily obliterate an entire nation without lifting a finger. Who was the master of this elephant? Did he intend to annihilate Wano? Kizuru transformed into a flash of light, approaching the giant elephant to gain a clearer view. Meanwhile, Kaiza and Kaido also soared towards Zo, seeking to observe the situation more closely. On the ground of Burrow Town, the citizens of Wano had already fallen to their knees, prostrating themselves in prayer to Zo, pleading for mercy. They regarded this towering creature as a deity. Yet, it was evident that this divine being had come with the intent to destroy them. What was this? An elephant? Am I dreaming? How could a creature of such magnitude exist? Even the Sea Kings could not match one of its legs. Perispero stood dumbfounded, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. This was the ancient elephant Kaido had spoken of, a being thousands of times larger than the giants, a true mythical creature. If such a being existed in Tato Land, it could have easily dominated the new world. Big Mom's eyes sparkled with greed, nearly drooling at the prospect. Kaiza and Kaido drew nearer, their keen eyesight quickly honing in on the top of the elephant's head, where a colossal pink dragon, resembling Kaido, coiled. Kaido exclaimed in surprise, "That dragon is Momonosuke." Momonosuke? Who is that? Kaiza pondered. Kazuki Momonosuke, the son of Kazuki Oden, the current ruler of Wano. Kaiza realized, in no wonder he commands the giant elephant. It seems he is coming for us, intending to wield Zo to slay us. Kaido scoffed. Humph. Just a clumsy beast. If we destroy one of its legs, it will be reduced to mere meat, ripe for slaughter. Kaiza looked at Kaido in astonishment. Impressive, Kaido. When did your intellect become so sharp? Have you been awakened by the straw hat brat? Get lost. Momonosuke, transformed into a dragon atop Zo's head, was filled with madness. Laughing maniacally, days prior, he had witnessed the shockwave thrust him into the ocean, plummeting into an abyss of darkness. The suffocating pressure he felt shattered his psyche. Just when despair consumed him, the elephant had arrived, slicing through the waves to rescue him. After being saved, Momonosuke had no interest in searching for his companions, Nika and Shinobu. He was frantically urging Zo to escape this nightmare. After traversing the endless ocean for a day and a night, Momonosuke suddenly realized, why should I fear now? With this giant elephant at my command, even Kaido, the beast, would be swatted down like an insect. Filled with overwhelming desires for vengeance, Momonosuke commanded Zo to return to Wano. He longed to make Kaido and his crew experience the terror and despair he had once faced. Kaido, the beast, is nothing but a mere worm before the might of this giant elephant. A pathetic creature. Why did I ever fear him? Father, mother, do you see? The one who caused your demise, Kaido, shall be crushed into a puddle of mud today. I, Kazuki Momonosuke, shall be the most illustrious ruler of Wano. I need no one's assistance. Luffy, kid, they are all worthless, utterly useless, and unable to deal with Kaido. In the end, they will have to rely on me. Zo, crush that crawling insect. With a thunderous roar, Zo obeyed, taking 2 steps forward. Each stride spanning over 10 miles, swiftly reaching the outskirts of Burrow Town. Its trunk, massive as a mountain, rose high, aimed at Kaiza and Kaido. The air howled with ferocity, the ground trembled, and a massive rift formed beneath the tremendous pressure of the wind. Zo towered 20 kilometers tall, a long-legged giant with 3 joints in each limb. Its trunk alone measured at least 5 kilometers in length. The sight of such a colossal creature in motion was nothing short of cataclysmic. In Burrow Town, the members of the Beast Pirates turned pale, witnessing the spectacle. The gifted individuals among them had already crumpled to the ground, their legs giving way. Some pirates were so terrified they lost control of their bodily functions, their souls seemingly departing. Even the cadres of the crew, Smuji, Daifuku, Queen, and Jin, wore ashen faces, trembling in fear, lacking even the courage to flee. Just as Kaido was about to evade the giant elephant's onslaught, Kaiza, standing beside him, gazed with fervent excitement, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha, what a magnificent beast! Incredible! I wonder how much vitality such a creature could provide me. My true form of the Kunpeng has remained at a length of 10,000 meters for decades. No matter how many sea kings I consume, I cannot advance an inch. Perhaps if I devour this monster, my power will ascend to new heights." Kaiza surged forward, charging at the giant elephant like a moth drawn to a flame. True form of the golden-winged Great Pong. In an instant, Kaiza's form expanded exponentially, his golden wings unfurling to blot out the sun, stretching 10 kilometers in length, appearing even more immense than the elephant itself. Chirp! The bird, larger than mountains, emitted a piercing cry as its enormous claws struck, colliding with the elephant's trunk. Boom! The heavens and earth mourned as an explosion echoed, a sound 100 times louder than thunder. The ground shattered, buildings in Burrow Town were uprooted by the tempest, and members of the Beast Pirates were sent flying for miles, some unfortunate souls spiraling into the sky, crashing down to become mere meat paste. "Get away! Stay clear of Lord Kaisa's battle," Jin bellowed. Perospero also ordered all of Big Mom's children to retreat. All gazes were fixated upon the 2 colossal beasts, too immense to be described in mere words. Awe, reverence, worship. Was that golden bird the manifestation of their father's power? What kind of force was this? How could it possess such an unimaginable form? For the first time, Daifuku uttered the word father, a testament to his submission to Kaisa's might. Smuji's expression was one of sheer shock and fervor. That power surpasses even mother. It is as if a mythical creature has returned to this realm. As the golden monkey drew closer to the colossal elephant, its eyes seemed on the verge of bursting from their sockets, propelled several thousand meters away by the fierce winds before it could stabilize itself. Its hair was disheveled, and its attire was in disarray, resembling a hapless old suitor who had failed to provide for his beloved, fleeing in utter disarray. How terrifying, indeed, was the power of Kaido, so dreadfully formidable. Was it not said in the Wano country that he could transform into a great fish? In this state, he hardly appeared fish-like at all. Yellow Monkey, even Kaido, in his blindness, could discern the spying figure of the golden monkey. Enraged, his azure dragon form soared, unleashing a torrent of scorching breath from his maw. The yellow monkey's countenance shifted yet again, hastily transforming into light to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, atop the elephant's head, the excessively confident and inflated Tama was struck with sheer terror by this sudden upheaval. Utterly frightened and losing control of his bowels, the pink dragon's body trembled violently as it collided with the gigantic elephant, and in a moment of carelessness, Tama slipped from the elephant's head. "No, don't," Tama cried out in horror. Although he had been artificially matured by Shinobu's techniques for 2 decades, the fruit he consumed was merely a man-made devil fruit concocted by Kaido. How much power could a child like Tama, who had never truly trained, possibly wield? He struggled even with the most fundamental technique of flight, let alone in this state of fear and panic, while Kaido, transformed into the heavenly phoenix, continued to clash with the elephant. Caw! The immense golden phoenix flapped its wings, which were as colossal as mountains, striking Zao's massive head and causing the giant elephant to stumble, its pillar-like limbs swaying as if about to collapse. Moo! The elephant let out a long, mournful cry, its gigantic form housing boundless power. Having grown for countless years, When thirsty, it would gulp down the sea. When hungry, it would consume sea kings. Given enough time, the elephant's size knew no limits and would perpetually continue to grow. Its mountain-like trunk soared high once more, lashing out at Kaido, a brute, relying solely on raw strength. How pathetic for the little brat to believe that controlling this beast would render him invincible? So na-ve, the candle dragon, Kaido's enormous wings unfurled, akin to a hand clenching tightly. In an instant, a violet longsword materialized, expanding at a frenzied pace until it reached an astounding length of 4,000 meters. Without any formal technique, Kaido wielded this colossal sword and charged towards the elephant's trunk. Moo! The elephant Zao emitted a heart-rending wail, seemingly foreseeing the tragic fate that awaited it in the distance. The yellow monkey, relentlessly pursued by Kaido, twitched at the corners of its mouth, watching the massive golden bird engage in battle with weapons, utterly shameless. On the ground, the members of the beast pirates, who had been frantically fleeing, now stood with their mouths agape, astonished by the spectacle above. With a resounding crack, Kaido roared, swinging his sword with reckless abandon, effortlessly severing the elephant's trunk, which spanned several kilometers, into two, as blood rained down from the heavens. Moo! The elephant let out an agonizing howl, its massive form collapsing, swaying as it began to topple towards Burrow Town. We're all going to be crushed. I don't want to die. Quinn's eyes bulged in terror, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of color. Ha! Even at death's door, you still wish to cause destruction. How na-ve? Kaido flapped his immense wings, soaring into the sky, and collided directly with the toppling elephant. The earth shook as two mythic beasts collided, with Kaido emitting a roar that tore through the heavens, his wings creating a tempest of unimaginable proportions. At last, he braced against the towering form of Zao, propelling the fallen giant towards the ocean. What a grand spectacle it was, a body 20 kilometers long crashing down. The highest peak on Earth, Mount Everest, stands at approximately 8,850 meters. The elephant Zao, towering at 20 kilometers or 20,000 meters, would nearly reach the stratosphere if placed on Earth. This was a true spectacle of monumental proportions. The sea off the coast of Burrow Town surged violently, the ocean depths collapsing as millions of tons of seawater cascaded in every direction. Ka! Kaido cried out in sheer exhilaration, diving down to retrieve the mountain-sized segment of the elephant's trunk, casting it into the ocean. In the heart of Burrow Town, Jean, Quinn, Daifuku, and Smooji gazed in awe, profoundly shaken by Kaido's sheer might. Big Mom's complexion flushed, her voluptuous form trembling uncontrollably, utterly captivated by Kaido's ferocity. Tama gasped in shock, rendered speechless, abandoning all thoughts of escape, collapsing to the ground. Heavens, this place is no longer safe. I shan't linger here any longer. The yellow monkey's heart surged with turmoil as it transformed into a streak of golden light, piercing through Kaido's flames, swiftly vanishing from this place of chaos. Kaido threw his head back and howled. Reveling in the thrill, he turned to glance at Kaido, only to see the massive phoenix diving straight into the ocean. What is Kaido up to? Kaido pondered, confused. Quinn and the others were left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief as Kaido plunged into the sea, stirring up monstrous waves. Father, Kaido, Smooji, Daifuku, and Perispero rushed towards the shoreline of Burrow Town, fearing for Kaido's safety. That a dark mass of individuals hurriedly made their way to the ocean's edge. Jean transformed into a black wyvern, soaring through the skies. Could it be that Kaido desired something? Was he courting death, a power user charging into the sea? Tama's eyes brimmed with confusion, his body weak and lacking the courage to flee. He watched helplessly as waves of people surged past him, none sparing him even a glance, as if he were merely air. Damn it! Tama felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Tama, suddenly, he heard a faint voice. Startling him to attention, he turned to see Yamato stealthily approaching, whispering to him. Yamato! Tama exclaimed joyfully. Yamato placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and then softly spoke. Tama, as your father, I cannot bear to watch you perish. Calm yourself, return to your human form, and I will help you escape. That a glimmer of derision and disdain, mingled with a trace of hatred, flickered in Tama's enormous dragon eyes. This woman, clearly the daughter of the one who had slain his father, was oblivious to her own insanity, living in a delusion that she was Kazuki Oden, seeking validation from all. In Tama's eyes, this was utterly ludicrous and absurdity beyond comprehension, while he found Yamato's behavior repulsive. He understood that to escape this wretched place, he needed her assistance. Thus, Tama forced himself to calm down, his form gradually shrinking until he transformed into a rather handsome young man. Yamato hurried over, affectionately ruffling Tama's hair. Yet, Tama's gaze was greedy, fixated on Yamato's bosom, as lascivious thoughts stirred within him. Were it not for the life and death stakes at hand, he would have undoubtedly indulged in his most proficient art. Father! Tama feigned panic, calling timidly. Yamato halted, her body trembling, her ample bosom heaving. Tama's call of father caused Yamato to lose her composure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as she affectionately patted Tama's head and embraced him. Tama's eyes sparkled as he buried his head in Yamato's embrace, greedily inhaling her scent. All right, Tama, let us flee. Come, Yamato said, filled with relief, taking Tama's hand as she turned to escape. However, as Yamato smiled and turned with Tama in tow, a robust and imposing figure blocked their path. Yamato, I shall not lose you again. Stay with me. In a few days, I will take you to Linling's home and erase all the painful memories you hold about Kazuki Oden and Wano. If you so desire, I will have Linling's daughter implant beautiful memories within your mind. Kaido gazed down upon Oden, his focus narrowed solely on him, utterly indifferent to the fate of Momonosuke. No, I shall not allow you to succeed. Oden shouted in fury, fiercely shielding Momonosuke behind him like a hen protecting her chick. Only then did Kaido's gaze shift to Momonosuke. The latter trembled violently, his legs quaking like a leaf in the wind. If you refuse, I shall kill him. Kaido's eyes were as cold and merciless as ice, regarding Momonosuke as one would a lifeless corpse. Kaido, you have ravaged Wano to this extent. Why can you not spare us? We will leave Wano and never return to your sight. Oden's eyes were bloodshot, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Kaido's rock-like visage shifted slightly, yet ultimately returned to its indifferent state. In utter despair, Oden shoved Momonosuke away, shouting, Momonosuke, flee! I will hold him back. Pale-faced, Momonosuke glanced at Kaido, and, in a panic, ran toward the rear. Attack! Why do you hesitate? Oden yelled. Kaido remained unmoved, coldly stating, if you stay, he may live. I will fight you. Oden, refusing to be left behind, transformed, white fur sprouting from his body as he assumed the form of a mighty beast, charging toward Kaido like a moth drawn to a flame. By the seaside, the beast pirates gathered in droves, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld a vast, pitch-black fish in the ocean, its size seemingly limitless. Lord Kaido has transformed into a colossal fish again. Queen exclaimed, astonished. Mama, Kaido seeks to devour this giant elephant and evolve once more. Big Mom remarked with excitement. The expressions of Smoker and the others turned blank. Devour this giant elephant? How is that even possible? Mama, there is nothing in this world that Kaido cannot accomplish. Your father is a truly formidable man. Big Mom said with pride. That I in the ocean, Kaido's mouth opened wide. Millions of tons of seawater pouring in, only to be expelled through his lengthy gills that he exerted all his might to consume. Damn it, this creature is simply too massive. Swallowing it whole seems implausible. Kaido thought, discontent. From the giant elephant, Kaido sensed a potential for further evolution. He could feel the blood of the Kunpeng raging within him, an instinctual yearning for ascendance, and the catalyst for this evolutionary instinct lay before him. The colossal Zoe. As Zoe toppled into the sea, the fur tribe that had thrived upon its back fell into the ocean, desperately swimming toward the shore. The turbulent waters claimed some unfortunate souls, dragging them into the depths where they met their demise. I nearly forgot about the severed trunk I tossed into the sea. Kaido suddenly felt invigorated, scanning the seabed eagerly. Moments later, he discovered the trunk, as large as a mountain, lying quietly on the ocean floor. With a terrifying suction, Kaido drew the giant trunk into his mouth. The trunk slid into his belly. The throat of the Kunpeng is spacious as its mouth, directly connecting to his abdomen. Inside this island-sized fish, there were no organs as one would expect from a living creature. Kaido's Kunpeng form lacked intestines, teeth, or stomach. Instead, his belly resembled a void, filled with a destructive, unique aura. Anything consumed by Kaido would be obliterated by this peculiar essence. Stripped of impurities and refined into pure blood, stored within the body of the Kunpeng as the trunk entered his abdomen, it was swiftly broken down and absorbed, transforming into pure, potent blood, its vitality surpassing even Kaido's own. Woo! The immense Kunpeng could not suppress a joyful cry. Its massive frame, unchanged for decades, began to grow rapidly, 11,000 meters, 11,500 meters, 12,000 meters, in an instant. The gigantic body of the Kunpeng expanded by 2,000 meters. A mere trunk has increased my size by 2,000 meters. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Kaido reveled in his newfound power, his lake-sized eyes gleaming with a vibrant light as he turned his attention to the body of the giant elephant. Now, I should be able to consume this colossal beast. Kaido opened his mouth once more, this time stretching it to an astonishing 5 kilometers, like devouring a large piece of meat. He began to gulp down Zo's massive limbs. As Zo's legs disappeared into Kaido's belly, they were incessantly shattered and disintegrated by the energy within him, transforming into pure vitality that fueled his growth. 13,000 meters, 14,000 meters. Moo. The giant elephant emitted a sorrowful wail, yet made no attempt to resist, as if resigned to its fate. This moment, Kaido's heart was filled solely with the joy of evolution. Impervious to the elephant's lament, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: devour. He continued to consume, his form expanding relentlessly, breaking through limits, shattering genetic chains, as if his very being was undergoing a transcendental evolution. As Kaido's mouth enveloped the giant elephant, the dark voids of its eyes remained devoid of pupils. Only 2 clear tears streaming forth. Kaido's mouth widened to its fullest extent, swallowing Zo whole. Time seemed to freeze as a terrifying energy began to brew within him, on the verge of exploding. Boom! An endless surge of life energy erupted from within Kaido, causing his size to swell once more. 18,000 meters, 19,000 meters, 20,000 meters. The dark body of the Kunpeng reached a staggering length of 20,000 meters. Its tail extending beyond the confines of the rabbit prison, while its head pierced the waters off the coast of Burrow Town. Kaido's form dwarfed even the entirety of Burrow Town, infused with an unfathomable amount of life force. Woo! Kaido let out a thunderous cry, his vast, boundless Kunpeng form slowly rising from the ocean. Golden feathers began to sprout, the immense black fish gradually transforming into a colossal golden bird that overshadowed the skies. The sheer magnitude of this golden-winged bird left even Carp and Sengoku, stationed on a naval ship outside Wano, in stunned silence as they gazed up at the sky. The geographical position of Wano resembled a water-filled volcanic crater, with several islands floating at its center. Thus, to enter Wano, one required an upward force akin to those great carp. When Kaido transformed into the golden bird, unfurling his 20-kilometer wings, even the sea below turned pitch black. As though night had fallen instantaneously. Gulp. Carp swallowed hard, speechless before this horrifying scene. Sengoku's expression darkened, his voice hoarse as he slowly uttered, "Carp. Could that possibly be Kaido's Kunpeng form?" Carp's lips twitched, rendered speechless. Memories flooded back to him from 38 years ago, when he had battled Kaido, who had also assumed the golden-winged bird form back then. However, that bird had merely been enormous, roughly 2,000 meters long, comparable to a larger whale, far from rivaling the more formidable sea kings. Yet now, though he was at a distance, Carp estimated that this bird must be no less than 10 kilometers long. Such a size surpassed that of the vast majority of sea kings. Luffy. Carp thought of Luffy, his heart sinking. Suddenly, a flash of golden light descended, landing on the deck. Countless specks of light converged, forming the figure of the yellow monkey. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair singed and beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Yellow monkey, how did you return so quickly? Did you find Green Bull? Sengoku inquired anxiously. The yellow monkey pouted, wiping his brow, and finally looked up at the terrifying bird in the sky before replying. Don't even mention it. The current Wano is fraught with peril. Do you see that massive bird? Indeed, that must be Kaido, right? Sengoku, Carp, do you have any idea what that madman has done? The yellow monkey's face twitched as he took a deep breath. He tore apart the giant elephant Zo and consumed it. The giant elephant Zo? Sengoku and Carp gasped in disbelief, staring at the yellow monkey. Sengoku struggled to articulate his thoughts. You can't be seeing things, can you? Yellow monkey? The giant elephant Zo, the one carrying an entire country on its back. That beast has lived for over 1,000 years and measures more than 20 kilometers in length. The yellow ape bitterly smiled and shook his head. Don't say you don't believe it. Even I, having witnessed everything with my own eyes, still feel as if I'm trapped in a dream. Moreover, both Kaido and Big Mom have completely regained their strength, and the members of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates are essentially unscathed. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The situation has escalated dramatically. Above the skies of Burrow Town, Kaiza raised his golden head and let out a triumphant cry, longing to spread his wings and soar away. Leaving everything behind. On the ground, everyone stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, their minds blank as they beheld this spectacle. The residents of Burrow Town first prostrated themselves before the giant elephant Zoe, beseeching the divine beast for forgiveness. Before they could receive a response from the deity, a massive golden bird appeared out of thin air, tearing through the giant elephant. Then, the giant bird transformed into a great fish, devouring the elephant, only to morph back into a bird again. Their cognitive capacity could no longer comprehend these events. They could only lay on the ground in terror, bowing reverently to the rock, before Kaido, Yamato ceased her actions. Staring blankly at the sky, devoid of combat spirit. On the outskirts of Burrow Town, Momonosuke turned pale, collapsing to his knees. Whoosh! The golden bird that covered the sky rapidly shrank, revealing Kaisa's imposing form, descending to the ground like a meteor. Boom! The earth shattered, and with a wave of his hand, Kaiza dispersed the swirling dust, stepping forth that he remained the same, but exuded an even more untamed and domineering aura. The terrifying physique glimmered faintly with a black golden sheen, perfectly embodying the essence of ultimate power. Originally standing 9 meters tall, he had grown an additional 10 centimeters, now reaching 9.1 meters. Though merely a 10-centimeter increase, the added grandeur and intimidation were beyond imagination. Kaiza surveyed the crowd, and wherever his gaze fell, individuals knelt reverently on one knee. His eyes pierced through the confines of space and landed on Momonosuke. In the next moment, Kaiza vanished, only to reappear before him. Momonosuke trembled, his face drained of color as he gazed at the godlike Kaiza, his mouth agape, lips quivering like leaves in an autumn breeze. Even those as insignificant as ants, despite their ability to command deities, remain ultimately mere ants. As the Lord of Wano, since you survived the recent battle, you should understand that the worthless can only cling to life through mere survival. Kaisa's expression was indifferent as he slowly extended a massive hand. Don't! Yamato, pale-faced, reached out in a desperate cry from behind. However, Kaisa's demeanor remained unmoved, as unyielding as ancient ice. The enormous hand hovered above Momonosuke's head and pressed down. The air compressed in layers, and the terrifying pressure descended like a 1,000-meter-high mountain. Despair, hatred, malice, fear, various emotions intertwined in Momonosuke's gaze. Boom! The earth erupted in a cloud of dust, the ground sinking several meters deep, leaving behind only a puddle of human-shaped flesh. Thud! Yamato collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the scene, her mind buzzing, utterly vacant. The following day, Burrow Town was adorned with festive decorations, the residents excitedly discussing astonishing news. The colossal golden bird that had obscured the sky yesterday was none other than the true form of Kaiza, captain of the beast god pirates. This revelation struck the hearts of the people of Wano like a thunderbolt. No one understood the might of that golden giant bird better than the residents of Burrow Town, who had experienced the rock and elephant battle. It was a true deity, the divine bird Garuda from Wano's mythology, capable of devouring dragons. In this moment, all felt a profound mixture of fear and reverence towards Kaiza, captain of the beast god pirates. Two starkly contrasting emotions coexisted within each heart. The residents of Burrow Town now regarded the beast god pirates with both respect and trepidation. On this day, Mr. Queen, the technical director and scientist of the beast god pirates, manufactured enormous projectors, which were distributed to every corner of Wano by the flying gifted, inside the grand hall of Kaisa's palace in Burrow Town. Kaiza sat comfortably in a specially designed dragon-patterned metallic chair, sipping wine while surveying the 3 women before him. To be precise, there were 3 women, or rather, 2 women and 1 man who bore a striking resemblance to a woman, Shinobu, Kiku, and Hayori. After witnessing Momonosuke commanding the giant elephant to attack, Kaiza developed a desire to take complete control of Wano and directly command the officers of the beast god pirates to become the Lord of Wano. Wano, as an ancient nation with a legacy spanning millennia, harbored many untold secrets. Even though Kaido had dominated Wano for decades, he had still not unraveled many of its mysteries. For instance, Kaido and others had gleaned no information about the whereabouts of the mythical figure Uranus, possessed by Kazuki Oden. Of course, Kaiza was also oblivious to the matter of Uranus. The ability of Wano's lord to command a giant elephant was an unfathomable concept that piqued Kaiza's intense interest. After discussing with Kaido for a considerable time, Kaiza learned that the lineage of Wano's lord included not only Momonosuke, but also Kazuki Hiyori, Momonosuke's sister. Upon receiving this information, Kaiza immediately dispatched men to search throughout Wano. Along the coast, perhaps fortune smiled upon Kaiza, as within just half a day, a flying squad led by Jin discovered 3 unconscious individuals in the area between Rabbit Town and Blade Harbor. When they found them, the 3 were tightly embraced, their bodies filled with seawater, barely clinging to life. "Which of you is Kazuki Hiyori?" Kaiza inquired blandly, gazing at the trio before him. The 3 were taken aback, nervously observing Kaiza's every move. Hiyori was gentle and graceful, her figure slim and exquisite, renowned as Wano's most beautiful woman. Her crystalline lips moved as if to speak, but she was restrained by Shinobu. Without hesitation, Kiku immediately exclaimed, I am Kazuki Hiyori." Kaiza smirked, displaying a look of resignation as he pointed at Kiku. "Don't think that just because you resemble a woman, you can impersonate one. I'll ask again. Never mind. You, come here." At first glance, Kaiza had already discerned who Hiyori was. Kazuki Hiyori, at 26 years of age, certainly could not be the short, stout woman on the left. The individual on the right was clearly a man, and thus could not possibly be Momonosuke's sister. Pointing at Hiyori, the 3's expressions changed dramatically, with Shinobu and Kiku stepping forward to shield Hi. My patience is limited. If you waste any more of my time, I shall annihilate this nation. I trust you have already come to understand who I am, Kaiza. And do not think I jest. Kaiza's gaze was icy, an overwhelming aura of terror bearing down upon the hearts of the trio. Heavy and oppressive. Fine. Hiyori pursed her lips, pushing past Shinobu and Kiku, stepping toward Kaiza. "Princess Hiyori." Shinobu and Kiku called out anxiously, yet they dared not advance, for Kaiza's presence was far too formidable, even more terrifying than the beast Kaido. As Hiyori approached Kaiza, she looked up at him, fear evident in her eyes, yet her expression was resolute, defiantly meeting Kaiza's gaze without a hint of retreat. Ha, not bad. Kaiza smiled, suddenly leaning down to grasp Hiyori's slender waist. Lifting her onto his lap, Shinobu and Kiku gasped in shock, and without a word, charged at Kaiza. Kaiza's gaze hardened, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful gust of wind erupted, swirling like a tornado around Shinobu and Kiku, sweeping them out of the grand hall. Outside the hall, the pirate guards swiftly apprehended Shinobu and Kiku, efficiently placing handcuffs on them. A female pirate, graceful and timid, approached the entrance of the grand hall and asked, "Lord Kaiza, do you have any orders?" "Nothing. Just take those 2 away. Don't make it too difficult for them," Kaiza replied. "Understood." The female pirate obediently acknowledged with a soft reply before exiting the grand hall. Upon hearing Kaiza's words, Noera's previously tense expression relaxed slightly, her gaze clear as she looked at Kaiza. Kaiza beheld Noera's delicate and beautiful oval face. An inexplicable flutter surged within him, and almost instinctively he reached out to grasp her fair, tender chin. "Kazuki Noera, daughter of Kazuki Oden, tell me, how shall I deal with you?" Kaiza loomed over Noera, his mouth agape, revealing menacing fangs that appeared somewhat grotesque. Noera maintained her defiant demeanor. "Whether you wish to kill or torture me is entirely up to you. I am the daughter of Kazuki Oden and shall never submit to you." "Ha ha ha. How amusing, how amusing. You're far superior to your foolish brother, much more pleasing to the eye. Ha ha ha." Nohara's complexion shifted drastically as she exclaimed, "Have you seen my brother, Momonosuke? Where is he?" Kaiza did not respond, but instead shifted the topic. "I have re-established my power and intend to expand my dominion. The little land of Wano holds no value for me anymore. Noera, tell me, shall I depart just like this, or should I obliterate this nation before I leave?" Kaiza gazed into Nohara's beautiful eyes, his words dripping with a sinister allure, causing her to tremble. The stubbornness on her face gradually faded, replaced by apprehension. Noera, panicked, looked at Kaiza, her lips quivering. After a moment, she pressed her red lips together and said, "What do you want me to do?" "Ha ha ha, clever, truly a smart girl, grasping my meaning so swiftly." Kaiza laughed heartily. Conversing with someone as astute as Noera was a relief. Like a ravenous wolf, he fixed his gaze upon her. "Noera, you are a capable woman. You ought to devise a way to balance weapon production and the happiness of the people of Wano. I am offering you an opportunity. Wano is too small for my ambitions, but my brother's years of accumulation must not go to waste. I require vast quantities of weapons to expand my territory. If you cannot even manage this, Kaiser leaned close to Noera's ear, his voice a mere whisper, yet sending shivers down her spine. Tell me, can you accomplish this? Noera's face turned pale as she trembled, biting her lip before nodding. I can do it. Please grant me this opportunity, Lord Kaiser. Kaiser's lips curled into a smile as he released his embrace of Noera, leaning back in his chair and raising his chin. Show me. His gaze was piercing, exuding an undeniable authority. Noera hesitated for a moment, suddenly flushing crimson, her eyes filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger. After a brief pause, she summoned her courage and leaned down. Half an hour later, Kaiser resumed his true form, taking Noera with him as they exited the grand hall. Behind them, Noera's face was flushed, her gaze fixed on her toes, filled with confusion and a hint of shyness. Upon entering the plaza, Quinn, who had been waiting, eagerly activated the projector, directing the lens towards Kaiser. The projector whirred to life. The densely populated corners of Wano were immediately captivated by Kaiser's towering figure. People of Wano, I am Kaiser Barbarossa, captain of the Beast God pirate crew. You may not have heard of my name, but it matters not. Look this way. Kaiser waved, and Quinn gleefully turned the camera to focus on Kaido and Big Mom, who stood like models. Here is the Guardian King Kaido, and the Big Mom pirate crew. The citizens of Wano gasped in shock, terror rendering them speechless. Just days prior, the Red Scabbards had proclaimed their support for the new Lord Kazuki Momonosuke, declaring that they had defeated Kaido's regime. They even announced that Kaido and Big Mom had been slain by Lord Momonosuke and his samurai. Thus, a wave of joy had swept through Wano, celebrating the downfall of the tyrant Kaido, which meant they were finally liberated from hunger and forced labor in the quarries and steel mills, no longer subjected to the artificial devil fruits that turned them into mindless, laughing fiends. However, Kaiser's next words sent shockwaves through Wano once more. As you can see, your guardian king and the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, have joined my Beast God pirate crew. Ha ha ha. Moreover, your Princess Noera will today become my concubine. As he spoke, Kaiser revealed Noera's figure to the citizens of Wano. The sight of the captivating young woman on the large screen stirred the hearts of Wano's populace. Little Purple. It's the first courtesan, Little Purple, they murmured. Did Kaiser just claim that she is Kazuki Noera, daughter of Odin? Hey, shouldn't you be more concerned about Kaiser's identity? He has become the leader of Kaido and Big Mom. It's over for us. Wano is doomed. Noera raised her gaze to Kaiser, her resolve strengthening. Clearing her throat, her melodious voice rang out. People of Wano, please do not panic. I am Kazuki Odin's daughter. Kazuki Noera, Lord Kaiser of the Beast God pirate crew, has promised me that as long as I become his woman and establish a weapons factory in our country to provide an endless supply of arms for the Beast God pirate crew, they will leave Wano and cease to disrupt our lives. Noera's words sparked uproar among the crowd. The vile Beast God pirate crew. How dare they covet Lady Noera? Unforgivable. How could this be? They still intend to open a weapons factory. Will we not return to that dark existence? No, not necessarily. Did you not hear Lady Noera? They will depart from Wano as long as we meet the production demands for weapons. This could be a good thing. Noera paused, allowing the murmurs to settle before continuing. Everyone, Lord Kaiser has stated that citizens working for him will not only receive protection from the Beast God pirate crew, but they will also earn a salary. The previous work model will be abolished. From now on, each household must provide 1 male laborer who will only need to work 12 hours a day for a salary of 500 berries per month, with clean drinking water and food provided. Outstanding individuals will be promoted to management positions within the factory, receiving even greater salaries and benefits. As Riho spoke, she couldn't help but steal glances at Caesar. In truth, when Riho heard Caesar say such words, she herself was taken aback. She never expected Caesar to show such unexpected benevolence, offering such generous treatment if Caesar's words were to come to fruition. Then the positions at this weapons factory would no longer symbolize mere labor, but rather serve as a pathway to prosperity through hard work. The citizens of Wano country, in fact, did not lead easy lives. Even without Kaido's exploitation, the geographical location and climatic conditions of this nation dictated that only the flower capital would experience some semblance of prosperity. Places like the northern graveyard and Boratown were cold, arid, and unsuitable for farming. Humph. Clearly, he could compel these wretches to work, yet he chooses to pay them. Caesar, I truly wonder what you're thinking. Kaido wore an expression of displeasure. Ha, Kaido, you simply do not understand. I am merely offering a little charity. And these people will willingly devote themselves to me. Not only will they fulfill my weapons production demands without resentment, but they may even exceed my expectations. Brother, your method of violent exploitation is outdated. Learn from me. Caesar chuckled heartily, patting Kaido on the shoulder. By the way, where is your precious daughter? Kaido swatted Caesar's hand away, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his face. Daiwa. Humph. It's all your fault, Caesar. Why did you have to kill Peach? You could have just captured him. Daiwa has stopped eating and is even contemplating a hunger strike, after Caesar presented the corporate slave system 2.0 proposal to Riho, which she then conveyed to the citizens of Wano. It sparked an immense uproar. These individuals, who lived in dire straits, could hardly have anticipated that a job once feared like a tiger would suddenly transform into a stable source of income capable of supporting families. If they performed well, they might even receive promotions and salary increases, ultimately becoming part of the factory management, marrying beautiful and wealthy partners, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Just the thought of it stirred their blood. Under Caesar's formidable military deterrence and enticing promises, the populace, which had initially been filled with righteous indignation and a desire to revolt, found their anger dissipating, replaced instead with a glimmer of anticipation for the new factory. Most crucially, the future rulers of this nation would no longer be the fearsome Kaido or Caesar, but rather the delicate Riho. This revelation quelled any lingering resistance in their hearts. Although Kazuki Oden may have been somewhat eccentric, his influence in Wano was still significant, and his reputation was largely positive. Unlike the scheming Kurizumi Orochi, a leader who was devoid of cunning and who cared for the weak was often trusted by the people. The next day, when Caesar awoke on his expansive bed, the first sight that met his eyes was Riho, curled up in his embrace, her white and soft form, along with Linlin, sprawled across the bed in a state of undress. Huh? Black Maria? When did this woman sneak into my sleeping quarters? Caesar was utterly bewildered as he observed a woman with horns, voluptuous and languidly lying asleep at the edge of the bed. It was none other than the towering Black Maria, standing at 8 meters tall. Rubbing his groggy head, Caesar desperately tried to recall the events of the previous evening. The night before, he and Riho had celebrated a grand wedding in front of everyone. Following that, guests had come forth to toast, and Caesar had indulged without refusal, consuming copious amounts of alcohol that he had also engaged in a drinking contest with Kaido, Jin, Queen, and others, ultimately overpowering the entire Beast Pirates crew, including the notorious drunkard Kaido himself. Subsequently, Caesar felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he embraced the bashful Riho and returned to their room, just as the battle raged on. Both sides panting heavily, Linlin suddenly twisted her slender waist and entered the fray. Upon spotting Caesar, who had dramatically shrunk to over 2 meters in height, her eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a new world. With the introduction of a third party, the fight intensified further. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, Caesar fought valiantly, overpowering both Linlin and Riho, causing them to falter and retreat. Utilizing his extraordinary control over size, Caesar unleashed unprecedented combat prowess. Later, Black Maria stealthily joined the fray as well. Alas, the decadence was overwhelming. Born from adversity, yet perishing in comfort, Caesar vowed not to follow in Kaido's foolish footsteps, as he muttered to himself. He adjusted his trousers. Startled awake by Caesar's movement, Riho opened her beautiful eyes, her face instantly flushing with embarrassment upon seeing him. Yet, shy and timid, she rose to her feet and approached Caesar, assisting him in dressing. Riho had seamlessly embraced the role of a devoted wife, naturally tending to Caesar's appearance. Gazing at the demure and alluring Riho before him, Caesar felt a surge of desire, lifting her into his arms. "No, please, don't." Riho's voice was as faint as a whisper, her delicate arms pushing against Caesar's iron-like chest in a futile attempt to resist. However, Caesar's overwhelming masculine presence left her dazed and weak. As the sun climbed higher in the sky. When Caesar emerged from the Grand Hall with Riho and Linlin, the entire Beast Pirates crew was prepared to set sail. Indeed, Caesar planned to embark immediately to the New World. Splendid, very spirited, Caesar surveyed the crew. Noticing Jin, Queen, and others were all dressed impeccably and full of vitality. "Listen up, everyone. Today marks the moment when my Beast Pirates will shake the world, letting those New World children who play house understand what it truly means to be a pirate." Woo! Following Caesar, we marched towards the New World. Queen, ever the devoted sycophant, was the first to respond, embodying the role of a dutiful supporter. Onward to the new world. The crew, including the gifted individuals and the samurai who had recently joined from Wano, along with the offspring of Linlin, all erupted in excited cheers, the atmosphere reaching unprecedented heights. Behind Caesar, Riho, who had initially appeared shy and demure, suddenly turned pale, her petite frame trembling. Sensing her distress, Black Maria quickly stepped in to support her. Caesar's perceptive nature immediately detected Riho's unease, and he turned to look at her. Riho's complexion was ashen, her pink lips pressed tightly together, and summoning her courage, she spoke. "My lord, are you leaving Wano so soon?" "Indeed," Caesar replied, his voice deep and resonant. "Wano's limitations are too great. It is not suitable for the beast pirates to develop our base here. But my lord, you could establish a nation in Wano." And then, Caesar smiled, "Wano must indeed become a nation, but not at this moment. Once I have secured enough territory in the New World and the weapon production from Wano is adequate, I will personally dismantle the pillars of Wano and restore this secluded nation to the surface of the New World. Riho, as my concubine, I hope you can put aside past grievances and transform Wano into my stronghold. That I will ensure that Runmi, Pejuan, and Black Maria remain to protect you." Leaning down, Caesar affectionately ruffled Riho's hair and smiled at her. "Once I have established my dominion in the New World, I will bring you over. Until then, you must fulfill your role as Wano's empress." Riho's face flushed crimson at Caesar's public display of affection, leaving her feeling quite bashful. Yet, his words steadied her emotions, and she resolutely replied, "You can rest assured, my lord, that I will not disappoint you." Caesar nodded and called out to the crowd, "Runmi, Pejuan, step forward. I command you both, along with Black Maria, to remain temporarily in Wano. Your task is to protect Riho and maintain the weapon production within the country." Pouting and visibly displeased, Runmi stepped out from the crowd, exclaiming, "Hey, Caesar, I don't want to stay and protect your little lover. I want to go play in the New World. Sister, please don't speak to my lord like that." Peggy was startled and hurriedly dissuaded the carefree Runmi. The smirk graced Caesar's lips. Dealing with Runmi was a trivial matter. Clearing his throat, Caesar addressed her, "Runmi, should you assist Riho in enhancing the weapon production of Wano country, you might just earn the esteemed title of God within the pirate crew, placing you on equal footing with me." Upon hearing this, Runmi's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she remained somewhat hesitant. Caesar cast a glance at Quinn, who, being shrewd as ever, promptly scampered forward, exclaiming, "Lord Caesar, I, Quinn, am willing to stay. Please bestow the god title upon me. If Runmi does not want it, so be it. Get lost, you fat pig." "Quinn, how dare you compete with me?" Runmi retorted, hands on her hips, her tone reminiscent of a scorned harpy. Caesar chuckled, "Well then, Runmi, you must earn it that I shall reserve one god title for you." With confidence, Runmi patted her ample chest, assuring Caesar, "Rest easy, Caesar, leave it to me. Call me sister, not lord." Peggy felt a pang of anxiety for her boisterous sister, just as Caesar and the others were about to set sail. A fierce battle erupted off the coast of Wano. 200 miles from Wano, the warships of Sengoku and others were making their way back to the marine headquarters. Originally, Garp intended to venture alone to Wano to investigate Luffy's situation. However, this notion was promptly rebuffed by Sengoku. The reasoning was straightforward. As a marine hero, how could one contemplate rescuing a pirate who is a Yonko? Moreover, Wano was currently a treacherous place, despite Garp's formidable strength. Age was not on his side. To Tio suggest he go alone was akin to a dung beetle burrowing into excrement. Thus, Sengoku immediately ordered a retreat, prioritizing their safety in leaving the perilous waters of Wano, and later strategizing against Caesar and his cohorts based on subsequent intelligence. The speed of the marine ships was not swift, as the previous tsunami had damaged some propulsion devices, leaving them reliant on the sea winds to fill their sails. A ship approaches," Garp exclaimed in surprise while idly wandering the deck. "Oh, let me see." Sengoku also found it peculiar that any vessel would approach this area at such a time. Upon lifting his telescope, he discerned the iconic Jolly Roger of the Big Mom pirates billowing in the wind. Sengoku's expression shifted, and he spoke gravely. "It's the Big Mom pirates. It seems they are heading to Wano in search of Charlotte Linlin." Garp nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we released the news of Kaido and Big Mom's defeat a few days ago. That blasted Morgans must have leaked information about Straw Hat Luffy, and this ship is certainly attempting to rescue Big Mom. As they watched the pirate ship draw closer, Sengoku pondered deeply. After a moment, he clenched his fist and turned to Garp, saying, "We cannot allow Caesar's power to grow any further. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have already been confirmed to have revived. Garp, prepare yourself. Once they draw near, we shall employ decisive measures to eliminate them. I will immediately inform Kaiza to coordinate with this operation." Garp tightened his fists, grinning with a menacing smile on Katakuri's pirate ship. Only Owen and Kakuri remained, accompanied by a dozen sailors and crew members tasked with the ship's propulsion, provisions, and navigation. The instant Sengoku issued the kill order, Kakuri, who had been lounging on a deck chair soaking up the sun, suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, his hair standing on end as an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within him. "This is bad. Something's amiss. Owen." Katakuri swiftly rose and whispered urgently to Owen. Owen, having complete faith in Katakuri's instincts, immediately grabbed his weapon. The two stood up and focused ahead, quickly spotting the silhouettes of two warships that its the Marines. How could they appear in Wano's waters? Are they targeting Mom and Kaido? Why are they heading this way? Are they returning from their mission? What is Mom's current situation? Katakuri furrowed his brow deeply. "Katakuri, should we turn back? If we get any closer, we'll be within cannon range." Owen anxiously watched the approaching warships. Owen's ability stemmed from the heat fruit, and being on the ship limited his power, as he could easily damage it otherwise. Katakuri concentrated, pushing his observation haki to its limits, firmly locking onto the enemy vessels. This is not good. The opposing ship has Marine Admiral Sengoku, and the Marine hero Garp. Kakuri's expression shifted, fingers tightening instinctively. Owen, upon hearing this, was instantly taken aback, panic washing over him. "What are we hesitating for? Let us turn back immediately. Who would dare approach such a formidable lineup?" Yet, Katakuri hesitated to issue the command, instead remaining intensely focused on the enemy. "There's no escaping. Owen, if we turn back now, we'll face utter annihilation." Owen's face darkened, his voice dry. "Katakuri, can you foresee the future?" Katakuri solemnly nodded, inhaling deeply, and spoke slowly. "Since we cannot retreat, we must engage. Owen, we have only one chance that I need you to intercept Hero Garp immediately, while I will destroy their warship in that moment. If we miss this opportunity, we will perish." Owen's expression turned grave, and he gritted his teeth, nodding in agreement, his upper body already emanating heat. Strangely, the once tumultuous sea grew eerily calm as the two sides drew closer, the air itself seeming to thicken with tension. The two warships slightly separated, forming a pincer movement, one to the left and the other to the right, advancing toward Katakuri's pirate ship. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Too close. At this point, those aboard both ships could clearly see each other's faces. Just as Sengoku was about to raise his hand to issue a command, Katakuri suddenly stepped forward, his right arm swelling to several hundred times its size, sharp spikes protruding from it, enveloped in a pitch-black coating of haki. Crashing down in a split motion, dividing into two streams, one left and one right, aimed at the two warships. Cut the rice cake. Boom! Katakuri's strike shattered the sound barrier, causing the air to explode with a deafening crack. Sengoku's command froze on his lips, unable to be uttered in time. Boom! Two colossal, ominous arms, resembling gigantic spiked clubs, descended upon the warships with blinding speed, shattering the towering masts and wreaking havoc upon the decks. "Damn it, how dare he strike first?" Sengoku's composure faltered, disrupted by Katakuri's assault, and he stumbled, losing his footing and landing unceremoniously. Truly terrifying, the high-ranking officers of the Big Mom pirates. Kaiza stood unfazed beneath the massive onslaught, watching as the warship's mast crumbled, displaying an air of nonchalance. In the final moment before the assault struck, Kaiza erupted in radiant light, transforming into an endless golden brilliance, shooting skyward in a fan-shaped blast. Yada no Kagami, the infinite golden light pierced through Katakuri's colossal arm, rendering it riddled with holes, like a broken sieve, losing its potency and allowing air to escape from all sides. Meanwhile, on Sengoku's ship, a thunderous explosion erupted as Katakuri's enormous arm disintegrated into countless fragments just before reaching the deck, cascading into the sea like a celestial shower. Garp clenched his fists, still poised to deliver a powerful blow. Although he foresaw the future and chose to act preemptively, the Marines' top-tier combat strength proved insufficient to eliminate their foothold. Katakuri's expression remained grave, yet he retained his composure, continuing to analyze the situation. Owen, pay attention. The next moment is crucial. As long as we can hold on for a brief while, a turning point will emerge, Katakuri suddenly shouted. Owen gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow. What turning point? We are at sea with no land in sight. There's no escape left. Instinct, as Katakuri's eyes gleamed with divine light. His ability to foresee the future through observation haki reached its zenith, seemingly transcending a certain limit, allowing him to glimpse further into the future. In the depths of his intuition, Katakuri sensed an immensely familiar and kindred bloodline power approaching him. Yada no Kagami. With a moonlit step, he ascended the ship. On the warship, two figures, one golden and one black, instantly cut through the sky, hurtling towards Katakuri's vessel. Kizu! Garp! Kizu! Garp! With a thunderous shout, Odin leapt into action, his towering frame launching a fierce punch, crimson with fury, towards the oncoming duo. Truly, a ferocious pirate indeed, Kizura screeched, dispersing into a myriad of radiant beams to evade Odin's strike. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder who boarded the ship next let out a hearty laugh, delivering a straight punch towards Odin. Bang! The seemingly carefree punch from the old man exerted immense pressure on Odin's searing fist, rebounding it forcefully against his own chest. Wah! Odin spat out a mouthful of blood, his robust form crashing against the ship's cabin, smashing a colossal hole into the wooden wall. Whoosh! On the other side, Kizaru, having just solidified into human form, was met with countless glutinous rice dumplings enveloped in haki, moving at an astonishing speed, whistling towards his face like bullets, the unmatched rice cake blade. Katakuri's arm transformed into a pitch-black Gatling gun, incessantly firing dark haki-infused rice dumplings, targeting Kizaru. It turns out that the most formidable star of the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri, is rumored to foresee the future. I wonder, did you predict this outcome? Kizaru's form vanished in an instant, reappearing as if teleported right before Katakuri, delivering a swift kick. Speed is power. Katakuri, have you ever been struck by light speed? Admiral Kizaru, I have long desired to face you. Katakuri's expression hardened as he looked down upon Kizaru, retaliating with a kick of his own. Willow cake. His obsidian long leg thundered against Kizaru's, and the clash of their immense powers sent the entire ship into violent tremors. Such formidable haki, truly ferocious. Kizaru's expression shifted slightly. From Katakuri's massive arm, a three-pronged spear suddenly erupted, pitch black, aimed at his crown. Aim no Murakumo. Kizaru pulled his hands, and a blinding golden sword materialized, intercepting Katakuri's spear. Yet, at the moment he summoned the sword, the deck beneath him sank, becoming sticky and soft, ensnaring his elemental form. What? Is this a power awakening? Kizaru's expression changed, but he had no time to react. Katakuri seemed to sense every direction he might evade. And from those very spots, countless dark square fists emerged, unleashing a torrential barrage. Bang, bang, bang. Gritting his teeth, Kizaru was sent flying by the rain-like barrage of haki-infused fists. Katakuri stood firm, holding the earthen dragon, towering like a mountain, utterly unyielding. Kizu, this is what it means to foresee the future. At the opposite end of the deck, Kizaru's disheveled form appeared, his expression somewhat grim, and a trickle of crimson blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. A troublesome ability. Wiping away the blood, Kizaru transformed into golden light once more, striking towards Katakuri with his sword. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Garp unleashed his might like a rampaging dragon, pummeling Odin mercilessly. How infuriating. High-heat fist. Odin's head swelled like a pig's, his eyes bruised and battered, utterly disheveled. This bizarre old man, appearing ancient and frail, delivered punches that seemed ordinary yet bore the effect of haki, striking with immense force. Often, Odin's own punches would rebound upon him, returned by the very fists that struck him. Such a frustrating style left Odin in utter dismay, awestruck by Garp's strength. Ha ha, you little brat. It'll be 1,000 years before you can resist my fists. Garp laughed heartily, akin to striking a sandbag, sending Odin crashing through the ship's cabin, plummeting into the sea. Katakuri! Odin cried out in alarm. Katakuri stood at the bow of the ship, his observation haki enveloping the vessel at all times. Upon hearing Odin's call, he did not rush forward. Instead, he stomped his foot, unleashing an invisible force that twisted a section of the wooden hull, transforming it into white, glutinous rice dumplings. Their powerful stickiness instantly ensnaring Odin and pulling him back aboard. Garp's eyes lit up, his form vanished, appearing at the bow, hurling a punch towards Katakuri. Katakuri fixed his gaze on Garp's fist, activating his future-seeing ability once again, attempting to evade the blow to him. Unable to evade. Katakuri's eyes widened in disbelief. In his foresight, this white-haired elder's fist descended like a mountain, solidifying the surrounding space, rendering him momentarily immobile. The consequence of attempting to escape would be Garp catching up and delivering a devastating blow. Since I cannot evade, then I shall fight. Grilled rice cake. Katakuri's right fist swelled, emanating heat, simultaneously infused with hockey and immense warmth. Crashing towards Garp's fist. Boom! The collision of the two fists, one large and one small, sent shockwaves through the air, the deck beneath them cracking under immense pressure, as if it might shatter at any moment. Ha! Not bad strength. Warm-up's over. Now I shall unleash my fury. Garp's eyes gleamed with fervor, his aura erupting. Though not Conqueror's hockey, it stood like a towering mountain, suddenly rising from the earth, a presence that demanded reverence. Mountain-breaking fist. Garp, in a frenzy, made no extravagant moves, merely curling his right arm and tightening his fist, slowly swinging a punch towards Katakuri. Katakuri's expression grew grave. From the void behind him, massive black arms emerged, pummeling towards Garp. He chose not to evade, but to clash directly with Garp's fist. It wasn't reluctance to escape, but in his foresight, he understood that fleeing would only lead to Garp's relentless pursuit, ending in a crushing blow. This old man's fists hold a mystery. Katakuri unleashed all his strength. A multitude of hockey-infused rice cake fists bombarding Garp. However, as Garp's seemingly slow fist advanced, all of Katakuri's colossal punches found themselves unable to penetrate, disintegrated by an invisible force midway. It was a matter of momentum. The pressure of his fists manipulated the surrounding space, causing the entire small realm to shift with his advance, rather than being merely a small fist, gritting his teeth. Katakuri's form melded into the deck, morphing into a massive donut-like shape. Unmatched sweet donut. Power mode. The donut rolled rapidly across the deck, with Katakuri's arm extending from its center, muscles bulging, exhibiting terrifying strength. Slice-cut rice cake. The donut soared into the air, and with a thunderous roar, Katakuri's enormous arm shot forth from the rapidly spinning donut center, imbued with tremendous inertia, expanding into a colossal, spiked black appendage, crashing down with cataclysmic force. Boom! The space tore apart, dark fissures emerging amidst their clash, as if the void itself was rent asunder. The massive ship fracturing into splinters, with scattering, the grand pirate vessel splitting in two. Katakuri's expression twisted in disbelief as he beheld his giant fist being crushed by Garp. The unassuming fist then striking his chest with tremendous force. Boom! An even greater sound reverberated through the heavens, sending Katakuri soaring like a meteor, crashing through the ship's railing, straight into the hull of Sengoku's warship. Plunging deep within. Garp, you bastard! What on earth are you doing? Sengoku's furious voice echoed. Haha, my apologies, I miscalculated the direction. This guy's strength is formidable, and I cannot afford to hold back. Garp sheepishly scratched his head. Katakuri! Odin clung to the slowly sinking remnants of the ship, his expression turning frantic as he glanced towards the warship. Where are you looking, Charlotte Odin? Kizaru's infuriatingly languid voice echoed in Odin's ears, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Lightspeed kick. As Huang Yuan lifted one leg, a sudden flash of golden light emerged, causing Owen's chest to cave in, blood spurting forth as he crashed through layers of the ship's hull, plummeting straight into the sea. Owen, inside the warship's body, Katakuri's expression darkened. His observation hockey sensed Owen's peril, yet his own situation was equally dire. Looking down at the unmistakable imprint of a fist on his chest, Katakuri's usual stoic demeanor faltered slightly. Monkey D. Garp. Is he the grandfather of the Straw Hat Brat? What a formidable old man, truly a legendary marine. The hero Garp. Katakuri rose, surveying his surroundings. Scattered about were shattered wooden fragments, and judging by the broken beds, this must be the quarters of the Marines aboard the warship. Taking a deep breath, Katakuri placed his hand on the ground. Fruit awakening. Flowing glutinous rice. In the blink of an eye, everything around him began to transform into glutinous rice dumplings. Whether wood or steel, all were influenced and altered by the awakened power of the fruit, morphing into soft, sticky rice balls. In an instant, half of the warship was entirely converted into a pliable mass of glutinous rice, which Katakuri skillfully manipulated. That moment, circles of golden light streamed through the gaps of the rice dumpling. Huang Yuan. No, it was Sengoku. Sengoku the Buddha. Katakuri's expression shifted, and with a wave of his hand, countless rice balls rose, forming layers of barriers before him. On the ship's deck, Sengoku gazed at the majority of the warship now transformed into a sticky mass, his face grim with anger as he prepared to unleash his full power. Buzzing, Sengoku's form expanded immensely, an infinite golden radiance emanating from his body. In the blink of an eye, Sengoku transformed into a resplendent golden Buddha, his immense weight causing the warship to tilt precariously. Buddha's impact, Sengoku struck out with his palm, sending a spherical wave of golden energy that shattered the rice dumplings, reaching Katakuri within. Katakuri spat a jet of blood, his gaze fixed intently on Sengoku. Sengoku the Buddha. His ability can directly penetrate my hockey defenses and strike at my internal organs. Where is the turning point? Katakuri frowned in deep contemplation, yet he could not conceive of any potential opportunity amidst the current turmoil. Whoosh, whoosh. Garp and Huang Yuan landed beside Sengoku, the three standing in a triangular formation, their gazes locked onto Katakuri. An overwhelming aura bore down upon him, suffocatingly oppressive. Battle. Katakuri gritted his teeth and roared, unleashing his fruit's power once more. Fruit awakening, unmatched sweet donut, rice dumpling chant. In an instant, the half of the warship that had become glutinous rice transformed into massive, hollow donuts, spiraling upwards. Boom, boom, boom. From the centers of the donuts, enormous dark square arms emerged as if from another dimension, aimed directly at Sengoku and the others. Yada no Kagami. Huang Yuan clasped his hands together, unleashing a barrage of golden light. Buddha's impact. Sengoku stepped forward, the colossal golden Buddha striking down, his shockwave reverberating. Garp, with no specific technique, charged in, pummeling the giant rice arms with powerful fists, drawing ever closer to Katakuri. 3 against 1. The tide of battle was overwhelmingly against Katakuri, despite his relentless attempts to conjure entangling hockey-infused fists. He could not halt Sengoku and his companions' advance. The golden shockwaves cleaved through the rice dumpling obstacles, golden beams piercing through the giant arms, with Garp bulldozing his way to the forefront. Boom! Katakuri was once again sent flying by Garp's relentless assault. In midair, Huang Yuan materialized, descending from above with a single kick. This was the Flying Thunder God's second phase, a lightspeed kick. Katakuri coughed up more blood, hurtling towards the deck. Yet, awaiting him was Sengoku's fully charged golden palm. Buddha's impact. Although Sengoku relied on the same technique, Katakuri found himself powerless to resist. The compressed golden shockwave struck him squarely in the abdomen, exploding within. Boom! The sea roiled, waves rising and falling, as the golden shockwave radiated outward, forming rippling circular waves. Ugh! Blood poured from every pore of Katakuri's body, his towering frame a grotesque figure dripping crimson, his breath faltering, clearly gravely injured. The cost of capturing 2 capable officers was well worth the price of a warship. Huang Yuan approached Katakuri, a golden sword of light in hand. The golden Buddha gradually diminished, and Sengoku returned to his original form, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was perhaps the only good news of the past few days. Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the Sweet Commander, a pillar of the Big Mom pirates, had long overseen many affairs in Tato land. Garp added with a chuckle. Capturing this big fish grants us leverage in negotiations with Kaido and the others. Are you referring to Alabasta? Sengoku's brows furrowed. Meanwhile, Katakuri, lying on the ground and gasping for breath, suddenly widened his pupils, a smile creeping onto his face as he murmured, the turning point has arrived. The opportunity one foresaw has come. What are you saying? Huang Yuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why has the sky darkened? Garp suddenly remarked. As soon as Garp's words escaped, a sense of foreboding gripped Huang Yuan and Sengoku. It wasn't just the 3 of them. All the remaining Navy soldiers on the 2 warships looked up towards the sky. What is that? A storm cloud, a soldier whispered. High above, a colossal shadow raced swiftly, coming from the direction of Wano, seemingly having detected their presence. Tracing an arc as it approached, the shadow descended, the The soldiers and officers aboard the warships gaped in astonishment, shock and horror spreading across their faces. Chirp! The sound tore through the heavens, a super-colossal golden rock with a wingspan of 20 kilometers, its lake-sized golden eyes reflecting the figure of Katakuri sprawled on the deck. Such a potent bloodline power. It resonates with my own. That kid below, has he inherited the bloodline of my Oni clan? Is he another child of Linlin and me? Ha! He was defeated by Garp and Sengoku. The sky-darkening shadow enveloped both warships, casting a pall of darkness over all. Garp, Sengoku, and Huang Yuan stood on high alert, their expressions grave as they gazed at the golden bird. Huh? Garp, Sengoku, huh? What are you doing to my child? Katakuri's pupils dilated as the golden rock blotted out his entire vision. He felt his blood boiling within, his head buzzing as if something was about to burst forth from within. Kaido. Sengoku's brow furrowed, his expression more serious than ever. Is he that terrifying? The beast pirates? Huang Yuan clenched his sword tightly, licking his lips. Marmor. Garp, Sengoku, what do you two old geezers plan to do to my son? On the broad wings of the golden-winged rock, Charlotte Linlin's figure appeared. Mother, Katakuri exclaimed joyfully. Big Mom was unharmed. Not only did she seem unscathed, but she appeared rejuvenated by decades, brimming with youthful vitality. Aurora, what a splendid way to welcome me, just as I step into the new world. A glorious battle awaits. Everyone, the beast god has arrived. Let us take down the navy below. Kaido cackled, his massive form leaping down, plunging directly towards the warships. Garp clenched his fists, speaking gravely. Sengoku, Huang Yuan, this situation is dire. We must ensure our safety. Huang Yuan felt a dryness in his mouth, faced with two peak-level emperors and a monster even stronger than the emperors, the creature that had devoured the 1,000-year giant beast. Zo, upon its appearance, whoosh, whoosh, shadows shot forth from Kaido's back, darting down towards the sea. Leading them was Jin, transformed into a dragon. Kaido lowered his altitude, unleashing a torrent of frost. Ha! How can we have a thrilling battle without a battlefield? Icebound for miles. Crack, crack. The colossal frost struck the ocean, instantaneously turning vast expanses of water a brilliant white, freezing rapidly and thickening. In just a breath, the surrounding seas had entirely transformed into a glacial realm. The power of Aokiji, Sengoku's fists cracked with tension. The colossal bird that obscured the sky vanished in an instant, as if its prior appearance had merely been a figment of everyone's imagination. Countless members of the beast god pirate crew materialized densely in the air, plummeting towards the icy surface. Kill! In an uproar, the battle cries resounded through the heavens. Prepare for battle, Sengoku bellowed ferociously. The hundreds of Navy soldiers aboard the two warships gazed with trepidation at the dark mass of figures hovering above. Particularly, the sight of two towering, familiar silhouettes rendered their legs weak and immobile. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying figure slowly rose between Sengoku and his companions. Keek, Carp. It's been a long time. As the figure stood up, the dilapidated warship disintegrated instantaneously, collapsing in layers and exploding into a shower of debris. Kaiza. Carp fixated on the ominous creature gradually emerging from the dust. He could acutely sense the overwhelming pressure radiating from Kaiza, weighing heavily on his shoulders even before any confrontation began. This being had grown even more monstrous. Such physicality was indeed befitting the strongest bloodline of the ancient lineage. Sengoku stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Demon Kaiza, after decades of seclusion, what brings you back to the fray? Do you seek to follow in the footsteps of rocks? As the dust dispersed before Kaiza, his towering figure stood at 9 meters tall, exuding a terrifying vitality that subtly warped the very air around him. This harrowing spectacle cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Kaiza utterly disregarded Sengoku, his gaze first settling on Carp, then gliding past Kizaru, and finally landing on Katakuri, who lay on the ground. Child, what is your name? Kaiza inquired with a wide grin that Sengoku's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Kaiza would completely ignore him, engaging in casual conversation instead. You, Sengoku felt a surge of rage, yet Kaiza, along with the oppressive auras of Kaido and Big Mom looming in the distance, held them firmly in check. One wrong move from Kaiza could unleash devastation akin to a nuclear explosion. At such close proximity, Katakuri felt his blood boiling, his temples throbbing violently, a mysterious force within him on the verge of awakening. Katakuri, Charlotte Kakuri. Somehow, Katakuri felt an inexplicable familiarity, instinctively uttering his name. Kaiza threw back his head and laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. Indeed, you are the child of me and Linlin, my son, Katakuri. You possess the greatest talent among them. Yet I see you have yet to awaken the blood of the demon. No wonder your physique appears so frail. Kik, today is a splendid day. Allow me to unlock the true, invincible bloodline within you. Katakuri felt a sense of foreboding, as if he had anticipated Kaisa's words. Yet even so, he remained astounded, his pupils contracting. Kaiza disregarded Sengoku entirely and strode purposefully towards Kakuri, his arrogant demeanor akin to one strolling through his own garden. Arrogant fool. Take this. Carp's anger turned to laughter as he propelled himself off the ground. Launching a punch towards Kaiza, Kaiza bared his fangs, identical to Katakuri's, and as he stepped onto the icy surface, the entire glacial expanse seemed to tilt abruptly. His colossal right arm stretched forth, resembling an ancient stone pillar, while black-red lightning erupted, culminating in a terrifyingly massive fist that thundered through the void, aimed at Carp. Boom. A deafening crack echoed across the heavens as Kaisa's fist seemed capable of shattering the void itself. Unimpeded, colliding with Carp amid the stunned gazes of all present, the ice splintered violently, fissures stretching for miles, and the clouds above tore apart, revealing a profound vacuum. It was as though two realms collided, both wielding the same grand power, the same oppressive force upon the void. The difference lay in Carp's ashen expression as he was sent hurtling like a meteor, propelled thousands of meters by Kaisa's overwhelmingly ferocious punch. Boom! A chasm dozens of meters deep opened behind Carp, extending straight for over 10 miles. Carp. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Carp being sent flying by Kaisa's blow, uncertain of where he had landed. Kizaru's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, feeling as though his heart was pounding like a drum. Carp's punches were immensely powerful. Among these high-ranking Navy officers, they were acutely aware of that a seemingly simple punch could harness the might of the heavens. And when unleashed, it bore the weight of the entire world upon one's shoulders. In Sengoku's words, the D lineage, especially Carp's branch, was inherently favored by the heavens, endowed with exceptional talents from birth. They were the chosen ones of this world. Yet, a fierce warrior emerged, collapsing the heavens and sending the invincible war god of the Navy tumbling from his pedestal. Kaiza stood before Kakuri, their eyes locking. Kaisa's aura was as fierce as the ocean, while Katakuri remained steady as a mountain. Two distinct temperaments, yet sharing the same bloodline. My son, Katakuri, bathe in your father's blood and awaken the supreme power of the Kaiza bloodline bestowed upon you. Kaiza extended his right arm, and without needing a blade, a gash opened on his wrist, releasing a torrent of potent blood energy that enveloped Katakuri entirely. Ugh! Katakuri had foreseen this transformation, understanding how he would change. Kaiza, my father, he mused. Indeed, you are an incomparably magnificent man. Katakuri bellowed, as the life essence flowed like a waterfall, absorbed into his towering form. Kaiza, show some respect. Yellow monkey, attack. Sengoku's body swelled with immense power, a golden light radiating as the colossal golden Buddha stood tall, its massive golden hand striking towards Kaiza and Katakuri. Impact of the Buddha. 8 Shaku Cheongyu. Kizaru. 2. Recognized the necessity of intervening. If Kaiza continued to control the situation, they would face utter despair, as Sengoku and Kizaru made their move. Kaido and Big Mom simultaneously raised their weapons, launching a coordinated strike. Overlord! Overlord! In unison, Kaido and Big Mom unleashed their assault, causing the ice to shatter explosively, with 2 massive shockwaves, as thick as dragons, crashing towards Sengoku and Kizaru. Boom! Kizaru's form shattered into countless motes of light, while the towering golden Buddha was sent flying hundreds of meters by Kaido's strike, sliding across the ice, smashing through the waves that had transformed into icebergs. Kaido and Big Mom stood like formidable gatekeepers, their presence overwhelming and unparalleled. As Big Mom approached Kaiza, she gazed in astonishment at the struggling, roaring Kakuri and inquired, Kaiza, brother, what has happened to this child? Kaiza withdrew his hand, the wound healing autonomously. Linlin, little Kakuri possesses extraordinary talent. He is the one among our 4 children whose bloodline is closest to mine, that I am awakening the power of our ancestral bloodline within him. His strength will undergo a tremendous leap. Big Mom was filled with immense joy as she embraced Kaisa's robust form. Her eyes fixed intently on Katakuri's, an abundance of essence was absorbed. Katakuri's physique expanded, his height increasing by a meter. He stood with his eyes closed upon the icy surface, dark flames slowly enveloping his form. Two curved horns, piercing the heavens, sprouted from his temples, resembling those of Kaido and Kaiza. Buzz, a dark halo erupted from Katakuri's being, emanating a chilling aura that felt akin to gazing into the abyss, his innate conqueror's haki. Now, it had reached its zenith, exuding an overwhelming presence, black flames entwining around him. His physique robust, he appeared as a miniature version of Kaiza. Kik. So this is the demonic flame, one of the gifts of my lineage. Indeed, this hellish black flame, derived from the soul, can burn the souls of adversaries, inflicting unbearable agony and disrupting their battle performance. The weak will be consumed entirely, reduced to mere shells. Katakuri reveled in his newfound power, feeling a tenfold increase in his physical prowess, an insatiable urge to kill and fight igniting his blood. Yet, upon sensing Kaisa's aura beside him, the tumultuous force within him instantly calmed, subdued by the presence of a superior being. Kaiza stood there, yet Katakuri could perceive the vast ocean of life force within him. A terrifying physicality that warped the very fabric of space. This left Katakuri profoundly awestruck. It was a power far beyond his current capabilities. Katakuri, have met my father and my mother. Katakuri knelt on one knee, paying his respects to Kaido and Big Mom. Splendid, Katakuri, after being tempered by your father's guidance, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. Rise now up. By the way, how did you end up here? Big Mom expressed her delight upon witnessing the remarkable transformation in Katakuri. Recognizing the enhanced strength of the beast god pirates, Katakuri paused. Suddenly his expression shifted as he recalled Owen. Mother, Owen and I set out to find you in Wano, but we encountered the Marines along the way and engaged in battle. Please, ask father to send someone to search the seas for Owen. He was just struck into the ocean by Kizaru. Anger surged across Big Mom's face as she exclaimed, that damned Kizaru. How dare he treat my son Owen this way? Katakuri, go and eliminate Kizaru. Katakuri appeared taken aback. Kaido nodded with a smile. Go defeat Kizaru. Young Katakuri, with your current strength, you should be able to claim the fourth divine title within my beast god pirates. Katakuri inquired with confusion. Father, what divine title? Kaido gestured towards the distant gathering of Kizaru, Sengoku, and Garp. This is a position I established, holding supreme power within the beast god pirates. The prerequisite for obtaining this title is to defeat a marine admiral. Katakuri's eyes shone with determination, his battle spirit igniting as he locked his gaze on Kizaru in the distance. Very well, let this day mark my attainment of this honor, as a gift for my parents' reunion. Ha ha ha! Excellent. Let us, father and son, obliterate these old marine relics together. Kaido and Katakuri exchanged a knowing smile before vanishing from their spot, heading straight for Sengoku and the others that on a warship. Jean, a marine rear admiral, stood bored, yawning as he observed the overwhelming aura emanating from Kaido and his Son. In a wonder they are the children of Lord Kaido and Big Mom. Their presence far surpasses ours. Beside him, Queen wore a frown, muttering, damn it, how can we grow stronger to earn a divine title, Jean? I feel like our presence is diminishing by the day that I wish I could be Lord Kaido's son too. Jean scrutinized Queen, causing him to feel uneasy. What are you doing? Queen, I've noticed you bear some resemblance to the former Big Mom. Jean chuckled. Why not plead with Lord Kaido? Who knows, you might actually be his long-lost son. Jean burst into laughter, but Queen's eyes lit up with intrigue as he pondered the feasibility of the idea. Jean shook his head. Queen, you're beyond saving. Even without Kaido and Big Mom's intervention, the soldiers aboard the two marine warships were swiftly defeated by the members of the Beast God Pirates. The disparity in numbers and strength insurmountable. Capture the high-ranking officers. We can negotiate with the Marines later. The rest can be eliminated. Paraspero commanded his siblings. He also noted Katakuri's transformation, feeling a sense of joy for his prodigious brother. Kaido sat on the ice, a displeased expression on his face as he toyed with his large club. He watched as Kaido and his son clashed with Sengoku and the others, yearning for a battle of his own, yet without any meat to feast upon. That rascal Kaido has stolen all my opponents. It's infuriating. Why can his son awaken the demon flame, while my daughter Yamato shows no sign of any bloodline power? It's maddening. Meanwhile, Kaido laughed maniacally, sending Sengoku flying with a powerful punch as he engaged Garp in fierce combat, their fists colliding with explosive force, shaking the air with a series of thunderous booms. Katakuri, enveloped in black flames, moved with exceptional speed, utilizing his foresight to pressure Kizaru into relinquishing his speed advantage and face him head-on. Demon flame attached. Machi slash, Katakuri shouted, extending his right arm, which transformed into a massive, dark appendage, covered not only in armament haki, but also ablaze with eerie black flames. Amaterasu sword. Yada no Kagami, Kizaru wielded his light sword, unleashing a barrage of golden light that detonated upon impact with the ice. With his formidable physique bolstering him, Katakuri charged forward like a raging dragon, allowing Kizaru's laser strikes to hit him, resulting in explosive bursts. The immense Wolf Fang club arm created an afterimage as it descended upon Kizaru, who attempted to evade. Damn it, is that foresight at work again? Such a troublesome ability. Kizaru's scalp prickled as he braced for the impact. The dazzling Amaterasu sword was shattered by Katakuri's arm, sending Kizaru crashing deep into the thick ice. Kizaru, Sengoku exclaimed, alarmed, moving to check on him. Ha ha ha. Youngsters fighting. Old men should not intrude. Sengoku. Kaido laughed heartily, his colossal legs sweeping across Sengoku's chest, unleashing black-red lightning that sent Sengoku hurtling away once more. Garp's expression darkened as he realized that Kaido could single-handedly contend with both him and Sengoku's combined might. Kaido's terrifying physique was beyond human comprehension, even when Garp managed to land a lucky blow. Aided by Sengoku's distraction, it merely caused Kaido to spit some blood, as he continued fighting as if unfazed that Kaido's stamina seemed boundless. Whereas Garp and Sengoku were left panting from exhaustion, Kaido remained vigorous. As if unaffected, Garp quickly moved beside Sengoku, helping him up. The officers have been defeated, Sengoku. We must retreat from the battlefield swiftly. Otherwise, we will all fall here, and Kaido and Big Mom have yet to make their move. Sengoku, pale and coughing, spat blood before standing tall beside Garp. Ha ha ha. Ready to fight to the bitter end. Garp, Sengoku. Kaido remained unarmed, showing no intention of using his candelabra dragon. Garp's eyes widened, his aura surging like a mountain rising from the earth. As he tore open his shirt to reveal a scarred chest, the marks of countless battles, Sengoku followed suit, channeling his haki, his silver hair flaring as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. Very well. Let us engage in a decisive battle. Kaido roared, his form shattering the fabric of reality, leaving a series of afterimages as he hurled himself towards Garp and Sengoku. Conqueror's wrath. Light of justice. Sengoku's voice thundered, his fist embodying the Marine's relentless justice. As black-red lightning crackled and the air shattered, Kaido's fury erupted, akin to a dragon or serpent, as his colossal fist descended upon Sengoku. Mountain splitter. Garp bellowed, swinging his fist. The air trembled as he unleashed a gargantuan armored punch, crashing down upon Kaido, sending him flying hundreds of meters and shattering the last remaining warship on the IC. In unison, Garp and Sengoku pursued Kaido, their fists striking like relentless shadows, landing simultaneous blows on Kaido's diamond-hard body. Great Buddha impact, Sengoku roared, expanding into a golden Buddha, delivering a palm strike imbued with a terrifying shockwave that detonated within Kaido, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The force was akin to 1,000,000 tons of dynamite detonating, or a meteor crashing from the heavens, shattering the surrounding ice for hundreds of meters, obscuring all vision in a blizzard of icy rain. Kaido's body was engulfed in a torrent of crimson blood as he plummeted into the depths of the ocean. Garp roared, diving into the sea, his fist aimed at Kaido. Part the sea. In the depths of the ocean, the currents before Garp seemed to possess a sentient quality, as if responding to his formidable punch. The translucent water coalesced into enormous fists that relentlessly battered the descending form of Kaiza. Garp's assault mirrored Jinbei's fishman karate, a testament to his own martial prowess, beneath the inky darkness of the sea. Kaiza pushed against the seabed with his legs, observing the oncoming barrage of transparent fists. With a fearsome grimace, he raised his right arm skyward, inflating it with a monstrous intensity, his massive limb cleaving through the water and shattering the translucent onslaught. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Kaisa's right arm resembled a colossal mountain, crashing into Garp and propelling him upward with tremendous force. a thunderous roar erupted as tons of seawater exploded. A fist as large as a mountain obliterating the ice surface and sending Carp soaring into the heavens. Wow! Carp, like a shooting star, was hurled aloft by Kaiza, blood spouting from his mouth. The gargantuan arm, extending over 1,000 meters, clutched the edge of the ice, rapidly retracting and bringing Kaiza back to the glacier. Sengoku's expression turned ashen, and without uttering a word, he continued his assault on Kaiza. However, bereft of Carp's support, Sengoku found himself steadily retreating beneath Kaiza's frenzied onslaught, lacking the strength, haki, and physicality to match his opponent. Utterly overwhelmed, boom, Kaiza unleashed another mighty fist, sending Sengoku, who had also employed the same technique, flying hundreds of meters away. Meanwhile, the battle between Katakuri and Kizaru had reached its climax. Kizaru unleashed a thick beam of golden light that traversed space in an instant, striking Katakuri squarely. The searing, deep crimson explosion erupted around Katakuri, who became the focal point of a cataclysmic blast. The sheer force extinguished the black flames enveloping Katakuri, leaving a gaping hole in his towering form. Damn it. Was it premonition that allowed him to evade? Kizaru gritted his teeth, pulling forth the resplendent Amitsukami sword once more, dashing forward and slashing at Katakuri's head. Unsparing donut, fruit awakened, sweet domain, demon flames ignite. Katakuri roared with boundless fury, his conqueror's haki radiating forth, transforming the ground within a kilometer into a soft, viscous terrain. As colossal donuts rose into the air, each as dark as ink, flames licking at their surfaces. Kizaru, after enduring so many instances of searing flames, surely some effect must manifest. Soul black flames. Detonate. Katakuri bellowed, his right hand splayed as if releasing something ominous. Kizaru, wielding the light sword, suddenly changed countenance, a searing pain rending through his mind, causing him to lose control and plummet to the ground. Great waves of black flames erupted from Kizaru's body, roaring with intensity. He discarded the light sword, clutching his head in agony, as his soul was mercilessly scorched, the pain transcending the corporeal realm, resonating vividly within his nerves. At that moment, the ground had transformed into a sticky mass of glutinous rice, and as Kizaru fell, he resembled an insect ensnared in a web, rolling helplessly as more of the viscous substance ensnared him. Glutinous rice chant. Katakuri's towering form stood resolute, giant donuts hovering above him, akin to portals to alternate dimensions, as arms entwined with haki and demon flames clenched into fists, raining down like a torrential storm. Boom, 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 boom. Kizaru, suffering in agony, possessed no means of resistance, battered by the relentless fists that in mere moments. He was stripped of his combat capability, lying bloodied within the sticky rice mass. Sengoku's expression was a tempest of grief and fury. Sengoku, do you still have the luxury to worry about others? Kaiza grinned, delivering a punch that sent Sengoku deep into the ice. Standing 6 meters tall, cloaked in swirling black flames, Katakuri resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Beneath him, the Marine Admiral Kizaru lay bloodied, sprawled upon the glutinous mass, the Marine's premier fighting force. Kizaru's strength was beyond doubt, undeniably one of the apex powers. He possessed one of the fastest abilities bestowed by the light fruit. Throughout his career, he had achieved victory after victory with overwhelming dominance. Perhaps the overwhelming power of his devil fruit led Kizaru to neglect the cultivation of his haki and physical skills. His demeanor was laid back, his daily routine consisting of leisurely pursuits, gliding through battle scenarios with his superhuman speed. Yet now, his incredible reflexes were countered by Katakuri's precognitive abilities. His unmatched speed was hampered by the viscous ground. And after prolonged exposure to the demon flames, Katakuri's sudden detonation of power caused Kizaru to lose control in an instant. One misstep, and all was lost. Katakuri, you have indeed vanquished an admiral of the Marines. Congratulations on becoming the 4th divine member of the Beast's Pirates. Perospero's expression was a blend of complexity, surprise, and melancholy, yet above all, he felt a profound pride and joy for Katakuri's growth as an elder brother. Katakuri quelled the flames emanating from his body, restoring his stoic demeanor. Aside from his towering height and elongated horns, his appearance remained largely unchanged. Brother Perospero, were you also saved by father? How wonderful. By the way, what of Owen? Was he rescued? Katakuri held a deep respect for his brothers, especially for his elder brother Perospero. It was precisely due to this respect that, despite being the strongest under Big Mom, he maintained humility, allowing Perospero to handle significant matters. Perospero nodded. Rest assured, Owen has been found. He is unharmed, merely having taken on some water and sustaining minor internal and external injuries, with a few days of rest. He will recover. The two conversed. Big Mom's other children soon gathered around to congratulate Katakuri. Initially, Charlotte Flamp had felt disdain upon witnessing the tarnishing of Katakuri's flawless image, yet her gaze now brimmed with awe. Especially upon observing the two horns atop Katakuri's head, reminiscent of Kaiza, she dared not rebuke Katakuri as she once had. With Kizaru's defeat and Sengoku's continued retreat, the battle had effectively reached its conclusion. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged a knowing glance, rising in unison to advance toward Carp and Sengoku. It was time to bring this conflict to an end, as Sengoku once again strained his exhausted body. Emerging from the shattered ice to confront Kaiza, Carp, who had been sent soaring to an unknown height, descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful punch that forced Kaiza back, shielding his wounded friend Sengoku behind him. Carp, there is no hope left. I know you possess a powerful technique yet to be unleashed, but I implore you, do not use it for battle. Unleash everything. Kizaru has fallen. He is still young and must not perish here. Take him and flee. I shall hold them off. Sengoku's eyes were fixed on Kaiza as he quietly urged Carp. Without a second thought, Carp resolutely replied, Do not jest, Sengoku. Are you asking me to abandon my comrade and flee alone? I, Carp, have never committed such a disgraceful act in my life. Listen, I will unleash my final strength and drag Kaiza down with me. You seize the opportunity to rescue Kizaru. You are a retired admiral. I am merely a vice admiral, and your life is far more precious than mine. Carp, Sengoku felt a tumult of emotions, both anger and warmth that he and Carp had joined the Marines together in their youth. Having relied on each other through countless life and death situations, their bond transcended any familial ties, forged in a friendship that could entrust one another with their lives, while he wished for Carp's escape. Carp undoubtedly yearned for his survival as well. Listen, Carp, you are the unparalleled hero of the Marines. An admiral can have a successor, but a Marine hero exists only once, to the new generation of Marine soldiers. They have grown up listening to your tales. The Marines cannot afford to lose you. We have lost Zephyr, lost Akiji. Today we may lose Sengoku, but you must live on. Take Kizaru with you. He is still young. And there lies a long road ahead. Treat Kaiza as the most terrifying enemy the Marines must face in the future. Inform Akainu that I have endorsed his absolute justice philosophy, Sengoku declared, seemingly resolved, as his body began to radiate light once more. Unlike before, this time the golden light was tinged with a hint of crimson. A towering golden-red Buddha emerged, solemn yet suffused with an uncanny and resolute aura. Sengoku, Cap's eyes suddenly reddened, tears uncontrollably streaming down, shattering upon the icy surface. He understood that Sengoku had irrevocably ignited his final spark of life, resolutely and without a moment's hesitation. After today, it was likely that the world would see one less admiral of justice among the Navy. The wise Sengoku, the Buddha of the battlefield, Sengoku took heavy steps towards Kaiza, his silhouette towering like an ancient pine. He did not look back, and his final words echoed. Kapu, having a comrade like you makes my life worthwhile. Tell Ahi, do not grieve. The journey of life is destined to encounter partings. Farewell, my dear friend. Sengoku began to run, and as he passed, the ice shattered beneath him. Streams of dark red and golden energy continuously emanated from Sengoku's immense Buddha form, dyeing the vast expanse of the sky and sea into a realm of deep crimson, filled with the aura of withering life. Kaiza's pupils contracted as he bellowed, Leave, everyone, evacuate this area immediately. Kaido, Linlin, you too. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged puzzled glances, having noticed that Sengoku was not in his usual state. However, they thought Kaiza might be overreacting. What tempest could an aged man stir up in his dying moments? Yet Kaiza's expression was unprecedentedly grave. He sensed a profound aura of death emanating from Sengoku. As if a reaper was slowly raising its scythe from the depths of hell, Sengoku ran faster and faster. Cracks began to appear on the surface of his golden-red Buddha form, and a terrifying blood light erupted from the fissures. This was the final, explosive impact of the Buddha. Sengoku roared with all his might. An infinite golden-red radiance burst forth, engulfing everything within a 100-mile radius, and less than a few dozen meters away from Kaiza. Sengoku's golden Buddha form erupted with a deafening explosion. Kapu's eyes were torn apart, red tears cascading down as he erupted with a volcanic fury. With a stomp on the ice, a radius of hundreds of meters shattered, and Kapu shot towards Katakuri like a meteor, landing a devastating punch on the unsuspecting Katakuri's chest, crushing him into the depths of the ocean. Kapu seized the unconscious Kizaru and cast one last glance in Sengoku's direction. With another stomp of the ground, his speed surged exponentially, transforming into a black comet that streaked across the boundless ice. Vanishing from view in an instant, the golden red light shone like a dazzling sun, filling everyone's sight. Boom! Like the chaos of the cosmos being born, a thunderous roar split the heavens and the earth, causing thousands of pirates nearby to cry out in agony, clutching their ears, with many bleeding from their orifices. Within a 5-kilometer radius of Sengoku's explosion, weaker pirates fell silent, their bodies collapsing lifelessly. Kaido and Big Mom, who had been somewhat dismissive and slow to retreat, suddenly changed their expressions, sensing a profound aura of death. Sengoku, this old man. Actually, Kaido's pupils widened slightly, shaken to the core by the chilling silence that enveloped him. At the epicenter of Sengoku's explosion, Kaisa's front was stripped of flesh, his entire body drenched in blood. Yet this shockwave was relentless, akin to nuclear fallout, crashing in waves that seemed to have no end. Kunpeng true form. Kaiza croaked, suddenly roaring, his majestic body rapidly transforming as his pitch-black skin spread out, morphing into a gigantic fish that crashed down upon the already shattered ice. Bang! 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 The Kunpeng true form expanded wildly, each breath causing the massive fish to grow tenfold. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. The 20-kilometer-long fish body stretched across the heavens, sprawling upon the sea's surface, instantly crushing those pirates who could not evade, reducing them to mere puddles of flesh without a sound. Everyone, leave, leave! Jin screamed frantically, flapping his wings as he soared above, gazing down at Kaisa's transformed black fish. Lord Kaiza, upon the immense fish body spanning 20 kilometers. Vast areas of flesh began to dissolve and decayed up by proportion. The wounds measured 5 to 6 kilometers in length, with countless crimson blood gushing forth, staining large swathes of seawater. In the waters, any fish that came into contact with Kaisa's blood began to grow uncontrollably. Tiny shrimp, initially the size of a fingernail, swelled to over 10 meters within mere breaths. Monster fish that were previously several meters long ballooned to the size of small hills upon contact with the blood. Kaisa's essence spread through the sea, causing it to boil like water brought to a rolling boil. An endless swarm of fish surged from the depths, rushing to bask in Kaisa's essence and undergo a rare super evolution. Kaiza felt excruciating pain, unbearable as the aura of death scorched him, akin to Katakuri's awakened demonic flames, yet far more profound. Sengoku had never grasped such a level of power. Perhaps it was the culmination of his final life force combined with the unique Buddha fruit that birthed this bizarre force capable of both annihilating the flesh and scorching the soul. The Kunpeng true form, as if a colossal mountain, began to thrash uncontrollably upon the ocean's surface. Kaisa's movements set the entire sea into turmoil, the frozen expanse stretching for miles shattered as torrents of seawater surged skyward. Leave, quickly! Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, spiraling in the air, anxiously watching the tumultuous waters below, where Kaiza thrashed about. His massive dragon eyes were filled with worry. Although their ideals often clashed, Kaiza was, after all, his own brother, and seeing the horrific wounds that continued to invade Kaiza's body, that anguished writhing, stirred feelings of compassion even within Kaido's iron-hard heart. Kaiza brother, Linlin floated in the air, flames trailing her, tears brimming in her eyes, fists clenched tightly as she fixated on Kaisa's form. Out of over 10,000 pirates, only a little over 6,000 managed to escape this terrifying battlefield, retreating to a massive ice floe miles away. Over 2,000 perished from Sengoku's explosion, while more than 1,000 were crushed under Kaisa's transformed body. The surviving Navy officers were instantly obliterated in the explosion. Katakuri, with a caved chest, spewed blood. Lying on the ice, gasping for breath. Kapu's final burst of power, a vengeful strike, had inflicted a grievous wound on the already weakened Katakuri after his battle with Kazu. Jin, transformed into a wyvern, was pushing the massive ice floe away to a safer distance. Linlin, go help them leave this sea. Otherwise, everyone will perish here, Kaido shouted. Yet Linlin remained oblivious, lost in trance, her gaze fixed solely on Kaiza. Sigh, crazy woman, I'll go myself, Kaido sighed, brandishing his dragon form as he approached the ice floe. Where Yamato, shackled with sea stone handcuffs, was also present, Kaido cast a glance at Yamato and then unleashed his formidable wind manipulation abilities, conjuring a massive storm that propelled the ice floe swiftly forward. In the waters, Kaiza continued to thrash, surrounded by countless fish that surged like a horde of zombies, ravenously devouring his spilled essence. As billions of fish feasted, Kaiza's essence was consumed entirely. These frenzied fish quickly set their sights on Kaiza's massive wound. In an instant, countless fish of all sizes opened their mouths wide, aiming for Kaiza's injury. Among them were even several kilometers-long sea kings. The blood from Kaiza's wound continued to seep out, providing a deadly allure to these mindless fish. However, Kaiza's wound was not merely a simple injury. It was infused with Sengoku's ultimate power, a force imbued with overwhelming death and destruction. As the fish approached the gaping wound of Caesar, they erupted into a multitude of flesh and blood, swiftly becoming a feast for other frenzied fish. Caesar's consciousness began to blur, and upon inhaling the overwhelming scent of blood in the seawater, his insatiable desire for slaughter surged uncontrollably. At long last, Caesar opened his colossal maw, reminiscent of a vast chasm. In an instant, countless fish were devoured, their bodies torn apart, as the 10-kilometer-wide abyss consumed them without hesitation. Once inside his belly, the multitude of fish was obliterated by the chaotic essence within Caesar, transforming into a ceaseless stream of vital blood that replenished his form. The wound disintegrated, releasing a torrent of life essence. Meanwhile, Caesar continued his frenzied consumption of fish, replenishing his vitality. In this cycle of consumption and regeneration, the enormous wound upon Caesar's body began to close. With each fish devoured, the gaping wound diminished in size, ultimately leaving behind a narrow fissure over a kilometer long, exuding an aura of death and destruction that could not be washed away by the vital blood. Caesar ceased his ravenous feeding, realizing that such fish could not facilitate his evolution. Perhaps only a colossal being like the Zao giant elephant could stimulate Caesar's form to evolve once more. After most of his injuries had healed, Caesar felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Longing for slumber, his immense fish form began to shrink, reverting back to his human-shaped eye. In the sky above, Linlin, initially lost in despair, suddenly awoke when Caesar's massive form vanished. Hastily scanning the surface of the sea, soon, she spotted Caesar lying on his back in the water, rapidly sinking toward the depths. Brother Caesar. Linlin's expression shifted dramatically as her enormous blade elongated, becoming incredibly supple, wrapping around Caesar's body and pulling him from the sea. She quickly assessed Caesar's condition and, upon realizing he had merely succumbed to sleep, breathed a great sigh of relief. As she stroked Caesar's chest, her gaze fell upon the unhealed, pitch-black wound, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. Zhonghua. Linlin recalled the final moments of Zhonghua, letting out a sigh of inexplicable sorrow. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a skeleton floating on the surface of the sea. The skeleton was towering, entirely gilded, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. After a moment's hesitation, Linlin decided to retrieve the skeleton, believing it to be the remains of Zhonghua in the land of Tsangyan in the New World. On the island of Santiago, which spanned only a few dozen square kilometers and was remote and desolate, numerous ferocious sea kings lurked in the surrounding waters. This unique geographical condition rendered the island a veritable isolation in the New World. Meanwhile, within the desolate expanse of this white land, there stood a solitary mountain peak. Inside, there existed a spacious hall, smooth corridors, and numerous accommodations of various sizes, appearing as if gently smoothed rather than hewn by human hands. In the vast hall, instead of conference tables, there lay rows of narrow beds. Shanks, with his crimson hair, the tattooed revolutionary leader dragon, and Chief of Staff Sabo were inspecting the conditions of those resting on the beds. "How is Ivankov, and how is Luffy faring?" Sabo asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he turned to Ivankov, who was examining Luffy's condition. The cross-dressing King Ivankov sighed heavily, his expression grave as he traced the pockmarked scars on Luffy's body. Luffy has once again succumbed to a terrifying poison, another deadly poison. How does it compare to the one from Magellan? Shanks furrowed his brow, gazing at Luffy, who had been unconscious for several days. I fear this poison is even more dreadful than Magellan's. While Magellan's poison primarily affected the mind and body, this one solely targets the physical form and possesses extraordinarily corrosive properties. Even the Straw Hat Kid, who developed a strong resistance after encountering Magellan's poison, would find it difficult to withstand, Ivankov replied, shaking his head. Dragon's expression remained stern, showing no sign of concern that he spoke calmly. Is there any way to cure Luffy? Ivankov nodded. Yes, there are several options, such as Law's fruitability, which could solve Luffy's predicament once and for all. However, this would put Law's life at risk. The little guy is already on the brink of death. Alternatively, we could have Marco treat Luffy, but as you all know, Marco's condition after Wano is far beyond his capacity to handle. Even Marco's own injuries have yet to fully heal, let alone assist Luffy. If we force him to treat Luffy, Marco would undoubtedly perish, as Ivankov explained. The expressions of those present grew increasingly grave. The petite Kara noticed Sabo gritting his teeth, hands clenched in a fist. Tears welling in his eyes, she quickly approached him, embracing him gently and patting his head. Sabo, don't cry. Luffy won't die. However, Sabo, comforted by her words, could no longer hold back the tears that streamed down his face like a kite set free. Soaking Kara's clothing, Shanks sighed. What else is there? There is another healing ability I've heard of. The fruit's user can absorb the healing power from others to heal the injured, regardless of the severity of the wounds. As long as the absorbed healing power is sufficient, they can be cured. Upon hearing this, Shanks's expression softened considerably, and he forced a smile. The user of the healing fruit is the Little People's Princess, Mancheri, from Dressrosa. She knows Luffy and the others, so this should be manageable. But we can send someone to Dressrosa to bring Princess Mancheri here, or send Luffy to her. With this answer, Shanks felt a wave of relief wash over him. As he was indifferent to the fate of others, for instance, Kid had lost both legs but remained relatively unscathed. Since his return, he had been lost in a daze, as if driven mad. Moreover, Jinbe, the fishman, had also sustained significant injuries. He had been struck by Caesar's punches several times, resulting in a concave chest. Despite Jinbe's robust healing ability, he could not recover completely in a short time. Then there were Law and Marco, who were recuperating elsewhere. All of them had suffered severe trauma, both mentally and physically. Particularly for Law and Kid, the loss of their longtime comrades, who had been like brothers, during the battle in Wano was an immense blow. Even among Luffy's crew, they had lost a companion, the Soul King Brook. When Shanks arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was greeted by Sanji, Nami, and others who had been waiting anxiously and rushed to inquire about Luffy's condition. It wasn't that they were unwilling to approach. Rather, they were afraid to do so. Having already lost Brook, they could not bear to lose Luffy, their cornerstone. All were filled with trepidation. Shanks inwardly sighed as he scanned the faces of those present. Sanji, with his golden hair turning gray and wrinkles appearing on his face. Chopper, with his abdomen wrapped in bandages, seeping blood. Nico Robin, severely burned yet unwavering, remained conscious and continued caring for others. Zoro, who had lost an arm, was regaining his strength, gripping the remaining Enma's sword, lost in thought. Frankie, who had transformed himself into a vehicle. The only two members of Luffy's crew who remained unscathed were Usopp and Nami, along with the unconscious Luffy and Jinbe. The situation was indeed dire, with nearly everyone suffering significant losses. However, compared to Law and Kid, their circumstances were comparatively better. Shanks shook off his thoughts and smiled. Everyone, try not to worry too much that Luffy's condition is severe, and he remains unconscious, but there is a possibility of healing, including for your injuries. Really? That's wonderful. Luffy is going to be all right. That's fantastic. With a heart-wrenching wail, Chopper was the first to weep, consumed with worry for Luffy over the past few days. On that fateful day in Flower Capital, had it not been for Chopper's desperate attempt to intervene, the blade wielded by Jin would have pierced Luffy's heart directly. At a heart pierced through in such a manner could never again beat. Regardless of the liberating drums of freedom, even Luffy, the false rubber man, the true sun god, would meet his end and conclude an 800-year fate. Nami's eyes brimmed with tears as she questioned, "What about the healing method? Surely, You are all familiar with Princess Mancheri of Dressrosa, whose powers can mend wounds. Are you resolved to journey to Dressrosa, or shall you remain here? I shall send someone to fetch Princess Mancheri. Let us go to Dressrosa. Sanji, his face lined with weariness, suddenly spoke as the others turned to him. He sighed. For now, we should distance ourselves from this chaotic new world. I believe we all require some time to reflect. We have truly lost too much this time. Upon finishing his words, Sanji's eyes reddened, and he turned away. Yet, his gaze fell upon the dazed Zoro, the emptiness of his left arm, and Frankie, who lay motionless. Like a wrecked vehicle, the weight of sorrow in Sanji's heart grew heavier. Trembling, he fumbled for a cigarette, placing it between his lips, only to realize he could not find his lighter. This trivial matter unleashed the anguish Sanji had concealed for days. His eyes burning red like a feral beast, flames erupting from his body as he plunged into a stony forest, wreaking havoc in a frenzied outburst of emotion as he destroyed. He wept uncontrollably. Sanji, Nami cried out in shock, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground, sobbing. Shanks observed the scene in silence, offering no words. This outcome was, in some sense, a lesson and a means of growth. He had often felt that Luffy's path to growth had been too smooth, reflecting on Captain Roger, who throughout his journey was always accompanied by strong and reliable companions. He knew that death could strike unexpectedly due to various reasons. Severing bonds utterly, Luffy, after this experience, would finally grasp the true nature of this world, where freedom might be your pursuit, yet cruelty remains the eternal theme. Embrace this sorrow. It shall fortify you. In a certain maritime region of the New World, a shadow streaked through the sky like a comet, occasionally pausing mid-air. Then it erupted with even greater force, propelling itself towards the horizon. Carp, in a daze, bore the marks of anguish on his face. His eyes bloodshot with dried crimson tears, resembling two bloody tattoos etched upon his cheeks. Beneath his arm, the yellow monkey lay bloodied and unconscious. Carp, unleashing his life force at any cost, surged forward repeatedly, venting his rage and sorrow across miles. For a full day and night, Carp moved like an unceasing machine, traversing over 2,000 miles from the waters of Wano country, crashing into the G1 branch of the Navy headquarters in the New World. On that day, as Carp descended from the heavens, bloodied and carrying the unconscious yellow monkey, the entire Navy headquarters erupted in chaos. The G1 base blared with piercing alarms as countless elite soldiers poured from every corner. Swiftly spreading throughout the entirety of the Navy headquarters on the square, in the inner bay, in the outer sea, and even further afield, massive warships patrolled relentlessly, leaving no suspicious vessel unchecked. One after another, admirals donned injustice cloaks, their faces taut with tension and disbelief, rushed into the highest conference hall of the Navy. Inside the hall was a sea of faces, each one resolute and enraged, comprised of powerful Navy generals. All eyes fixated on the center of the hall, where Admiral Kazara lay drenched in blood, his bones grotesquely twisted, unconscious, and beside him was none other than the invincible legend of the Navy. Hero Carp, whose eyes were tightly shut, his breath flickering like a candle in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Beneath his eyes were two trails of blood-red tears. Who can tell me what has transpired here? The legendary Vice Admiral, Chief Strategist Ahe, had completely lost her usual composure, cradling Carp's head as she bellowed at those around her. As her gaze swept across them, towering and formidable generals dared not meet her eyes. Bang! The hall's door was suddenly thrust open, and Fleet Admiral Akainu rushed in, enveloped in smoke, his urgency palpable. Following Akainu were several masked CP0 members and Admiral Fujitora, who leaned on his cane sword. Borsalino, Carp, how could this be? Akainu gasped, his vision blurring as he beheld the two figures lying on the ground, his massive frame swaying perilously. Ahe sprang to her feet, advancing several steps to stand before Akainu, and in the astonished gaze of all present. She raised her hand and struck Akainu across the face. The hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Ahe's chest heaved violently, her expression icy, trembling as she pointed a finger at Akainu. Shouting, Sakazuki, what mission did you assign them? How did this situation arise? Where is Sengoku? 5 warships went out, yet not a single one returned. What of Alabasta? Why have Carp and Borsalino ended up like this? Akainu, having been slapped and berated, did not retaliate but rather gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening as he roared at the gathered crowd. Where are the doctors? Where are the medical personnel? If they don't come soon, I'll take matters into my own hands. No sooner had he spoken than several doctors in white coats rushed into the hall, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, glancing apprehensively at Akainu. Akainu's fury erupted, his fists raised, bubbling with molten magma. What are you waiting for? Hurry and treat Vice Admiral Carp and Borsellino. The medical personnel quaked in fear, kneeling beside the yellow monkey and Carp to assess their injuries. In the hall, aside from the bustling sounds of the medical team, no one dared to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, a leading doctor raised his head, wiping sweat from his brow. They are temporarily out of danger. Admiral Kizuru's injuries are severe, with most of his muscles and bones torn and shattered, necessitating transport to the medical room for further treatment. Vice Admiral Carp's situation is more complex. His vitality has been significantly depleted. Yet he bears no visible wounds that I suspect he must have unleashed his potential, resulting in bodily strain. The special medicine developed within the Navy should restore Carp's physical damage and awaken him. Akainu immediately urged, "What are we waiting for? Quickly send Borsellino to the medical room and administer the special medicine to Vice Admiral Carp. We need to ascertain the specifics." "No." Ahe's face turned pale, glaring at Akainu, her furious expression causing him to flinch. Ahe, witnessing Carp's aged visage, her expression betraying anguish, felt a sense of foreboding, her eyes welling with tears as she coldly stated, "You all know the rapid effects of the special medicine. It is meant for emergencies, not for treatment. Carp cannot endure any further unexpected injuries. Let the best medical team take over and treat Carp's wounds with the most cautious approach. However, this would require considerable time." The leading medical personnel continued to explain, but was silenced by Ahe's icy glare, too intimidated to utter another word. Ahe coldly addressed the massed CP0 members beside her. "You all, return to the world government immediately and demand the finest medical personnel from the Holy Land Mariawa for Carp and Kizuru's treatment." Her tone was resolute, as if issuing a command. A masked individual began to voice his indignation, but was swiftly restrained by his companions. In an instant, the entire hall, including Akainu and Fujitora, fixed their murderous gazes upon the CP0 members, a tide of hostility causing them to tremble. "Rest assured, Vice Admiral Ahe, we will return to Mariawa at once. We will fulfill your orders," one of the taller masked individuals nervously assured, hastily tugging along his stiff comrade as they left in disgrace. Once the medical personnel whisked Carp and Kizuru away, everyone in the hall turned their attention back to Aku. "Sakazuki, you must explain what mission they undertook this time." Ahe's voice was heavy with urgency. Akainu, his countenance grim, surveyed the crowd before finally speaking. "They were dispatched to the waters off Wano. Previously, I received a call from Alabastis Den Den Mushi. However, the man speaking opposite was one who claimed to be Kaiza." I furrowed her brows. "Kaiza? From Wano? Could it be Kaido's brother, the demon Kaiza?" "Kaido's brother?" A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. Akainu glanced at Ahe and nodded. "Indeed, it is the demon Kaiza. He asserts that Alamak is in his custody, yet we remain unaware of the specific circumstances. Consequently, Sengoku proposed that Kizuru, Garp, and he should lead 5 warships to position themselves off the coast of Wano, awaiting the emergence of those within, before executing the capture plan." The atmosphere in the hall grew exceedingly grave. The scarred Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider, rose and solemnly inquired, "The force capable of vanquishing Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Admiral Kizuru, along with 5 warships, is virtually unparalleled upon this sea. What has transpired? Just based on this, Kaiza. Even if he is Kaido's brother, he could at best be considered equal to Kaido, if not inferior. I truly cannot fathom what kind of scene that must have been." Yet Akainu's expression darkened considerably as he shook his head. "Not only that, just 2 days prior, I received a transponder snail call from Sengoku. He informed me that as soon as the 5 warships arrived off the coast of Wano, 3 of them were obliterated by a sudden tsunami. Moreover, after Kizuru's reconnaissance, they uncovered a terrifying fact. Within Wano, not only is there the unfathomably powerful Kaiza, but also the resurrected Kaido and Charlotte Linlin." "What? Kaido and Big Mom have both returned to life. How can this be? Just days ago, it was confirmed that they were defeated by the Straw Hat crew and had gone missing. Their fates unknown." The generals in the hall gazed at Akainu in disbelief. Akainu continued solemnly, "Furthermore, Kaiza has established the Beast God Pirates. incorporating both Kaido's beast pirates and Big Mom's crew under his command, effectively making him the captain of both Kaido and Big Mom. According to Kizaru's reports, this individual's strength may even surpass that of Kaido. He can transform into colossal fish and birds spanning dozens of kilometers. And the massive, walking sea elephant, Zo, was devoured whole by Kaiza. Silence, a profound stillness enveloped the hall, as all present wore expressions of shock and horror. Fujitora tightened his grip on his cane sword, his voice hoarse. It seems another terrifying force has emerged upon the seas. Akainu, how shall we address this power? They appear even more formidable than the typical four emperors. The Rocks Pirates. Ai suddenly interjected. All eyes turned to her once more as she continued. The demon Kaiza, ambitious and driven, is not beneath the likes of the former Rocks. Now that he has returned with such force, he undoubtedly aims to reconstruct the Rocks Pirates. His ambitions are vast, yet, during the peak of Rock's power, he was far more terrifying than Kaiza's present forces. And what ultimately became of Rocks? Was he not defeated? Thus, there is no need for excessive concern. Let the pirates of the New World clash amongst themselves due to the emergence of this shark. That evening, in the Navy headquarters medical ward, Ahi sat alone beside the slumbering Garp, observing the bloodstains on his cheek, marks that, no matter how hard she scrubbed, would not wash away, as if they were deeply etched into flesh or heart. Just as Ahi felt lost in thought, Garp, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly jolted awake, his eyes wide with bloodshot intensity, emitting a guttural roar akin to an injured beast that Ahi, filled with joy, rushed forward and grasped Garp's arm. Garp, you're awake. You've finally awakened. How wonderful. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears, her nose tinged with sorrow. Garp's chest heaved violently, as if he had just emerged from a nightmare. His gaze was unfocused, scanning the medical ward as if searching for someone. For a long time, he found nothing, until he shook his arm repeatedly, at which point his eyes slowly focused on her. Little he, Garp turned to look at Vice Admiral Ahi, his eyes reddening as tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. He gripped her shoulders with immense force, causing her pain, and spoke with a choked voice. Little he. Sengoku he. Ahi's complexion turned ashen, her body swaying as she beheld Garp's expression of profound anguish, her own face etched with sorrow. Sengoku has sacrificed himself, to shield me, and Kizaru's escape. He burned away all his life. Damn it, it should have been me. It should have been me to do all of this. Why? Why must it be like this? Garp painfully shut his eyes, yet the tears would not cease. Cascading down like a torrential downpour, a hardened man, who had seldom wept throughout his life, now appeared as sorrowful as a child. When Roger perished, Garp cried for a worthy rival with whom he had battled all his life. When Ace died, Garp cried for a promise unfulfilled, for the extinguishing of familial bonds. Now, with Sengoku's death, Garp cried for a comrade to whom he had entrusted his life, a brother as close as kin. Ahi embraced Garp, patting his back, even as tears streamed down her own face in a continuous flow. For 4 to 5 decades, how long that time has been, she, Garp, and Sengoku had formed an iron triangle since joining the Navy. They fought, bickered, worked, undertook missions, sailed, adventured, and mentored new recruits together. This sincere friendship, tempered through the passage of time, transcended any earthly emotion. That it was a bond eternally inscribed upon the hearts of the 3.2 years ago. Due to Ace's incident, Ahi witnessed Garp's agonizing turmoil during a particularly tough time. During that period, Garp was filled with rage, restlessness, grief, and despair, a whirlwind of emotions he had never experienced in the preceding decades. Similarly, Sengoku harbored profound guilt over his old friend and comrade, grappling with his own duties. He even contemplated risking everything to release Ace in exchange for Garp's peace of mind. 2 men of steadfast principles. For the sake of this matter, once found cracks in their decades-long friendship. These two towering figures were filled with contradictions, yet it was this very humanity that shone through their characters at 5 o'clock the next morning. Before dawn had yet broken, the great clock of the Navy headquarters was struck. Dong, dong, dong. One after another, the resonant tolls echoed endlessly, like the tumultuous waves of an angry sea, crashing in wave after wave. Without end, the clock's sound was hoarse and low, akin to somber drumbeats, striking the hearts of all. Each chime reverberated through every corner of base G1, resounding out into the inner bay, the outer sea. And drifting across the vast ocean, as if bidding farewell to a solitary soul. Within the base, doors to residences and rooms swung open, as citizens, soldiers, and generals alike raised their heads, gazing toward the source of the tolling. Their expressions wrought with grief, silently lifting their hands, salute, to bid farewell to the great pioneer of justice, the beacon of the Navy, the eternal strategist, and Admiral, Buddha Sengoku. Justice will prevail. In the Admiral's office. Kaido gritted his teeth, slowly raising his hand, clear traces of moisture appearing on his resolute face. His gaze pierced through the walls, witnessing the unceasing toll of the bell of justice. An unprecedented determination manifesting upon Akainu's visage. Justice will prevail. Above the seas surrounding Wano, Linlin soared upon her fiery clouds, accompanied by Kaiza, flying toward Tado land. After half an hour, the drowsy Kaiza slowly awakened, and the first sight that met his eyes was Linlin, staring at him with a dazed expression. Huh, Linlin, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Kaiza jested, sitting up and noticing his remarkably good condition, although he had emerged from Sengoku's self-detonation looking disheveled. That peculiar aura of death and destruction still lingered, marked by a lengthy black scar across his chest and abdomen. However, having unknowingly devoured countless fish in the sea, he now brimmed with vitality. One could say that Kaiza was now bursting with energy, as if he could never tire. Linlin's bewildered expression was jolted back to reality by Kaiza's words that a flicker of surprise illuminated her slightly weary face. And she suddenly leaped into Kaiza's embrace, pressing his robust form against the soft, fluffy clouds of fire. Drip, drop. Large teardrops cascaded from Linlin's eyes, splattering against Kaiza's cheek and leaving him dumbfounded. He cautiously asked, "What's the matter? Who has bullied my Linlin? I will make them pay." Linlin wept for a moment, her tears transformed into laughter by Kaiza's words. With her slender fingers, she playfully poked at Kaiza's chest, which was as solid as diamond. And with a tear-streaked face, she exclaimed, "You." Kaiza, bewildered, wore a puzzled expression. Linlin sat up, blissfully unaware that her current position had her straddling Kaiza's waist. With a flirtatious huff, she scolded, "It's all your fault. Why did you have to use your body to shield against that old fool's self-detonation? Do you realize how perilous that was? You nearly perished just now." "Hee, I didn't need to block it with my body. My beast god pirate crew was on the verge of annihilation as soon as we set sail." Kaiza grinned mischievously. Linlin huffed again, turning her face away with a pout. "If a useless person dies, so be it. The sea is filled with the likes of them that I only want you to survive. You heartless one, abandoning me for 38 years that I want to allow you to reappear in my life only to vanish once more." Observing Linlin's angry yet adorable demeanor, Kaiza licked his lips, feeling a stirring sensation within him. Linlin, clearly aware of the tension, felt a blush spread across her cheeks, her soft earlobes turning crimson. She turned to glare at the embarrassed Kaiza, huffing, "Humph, pervert. What are you plotting now?" Kaiza chuckled shamelessly in reply. "I want to." Linlin blinked, momentarily dizzy before being overwhelmed by Kaiza's formidable physique pressing her down. "No, Kaiza, not here on the sea. Please." Half an hour later, Kaiza, brimming with triumph, leaped from the clouds, his body stretching as he transformed into a colossal golden-winged roc. Carrying the blushing Linlin upon his expansive back, racing towards Kaido and the others. Kaiza's speed was astonishing, his wings beating fiercely, sending waves crashing across the ocean. Occasionally, a few pirate ships could be seen, but they remained frozen in awe, their crew too intimidated by Kaiza's terrifying presence to make a move. After flying several hundred miles and passing 2 island chains, Kaiza's keen eyesight clearly observed the islanders trembling and collapsing to the ground as he cast a vast shadow overhead. "Jiahaha! New world. I, Kaiza, have once again returned to these waters." Kaiza reveled, his speed surging as he soared through the sky like a massive aerial island. "Kaiza, look, Kaido and the others are down below." "Hiki, my silly brother Kaido is laboring away. It's quite a rare sight." Linlin leaned out, grinning as she peered down. Kaiza glanced below and indeed spotted a massive iceberg being relentlessly pushed forward by Kaido, resembling a gigantic ship moving at a steady pace. However, Kaido, in his dragon form, appeared somewhat fatigued, his expression sour. "Jiahaha! Kaido, your expression is just like when you devour a devil fruit. Such a face of despair." Kaiza bellowed with laughter, soaring above Kaido and his crew. Kaido, fuming, cursed under his breath, Here I am, kindly offering my help to your newly established pirate crew, and you mock me, you scoundrel. Oh, it's Lord Kaiza. He is unharmed. On the ice, the previously dispirited queen sprang back to life. Bouncing with joy, Jean, his face darkened, watched as cracks appeared beneath Queen's exuberant leaps. Queen, stop it. The ice is going to collapse, Jean roared. Unheeding, Queen continued to frolic, celebrating with others. Crack, crack. After several hundred miles, the ice finally gave way, emitting a thunderous sound before shattering. Help. I'm a devil fruit user. I can't swim, the panicked crowd on the ice cried out as they fell into the water. Including the unconscious Kakuri and the silently seated Yamato, who were both unprepared and tumbled into the sea. Kaido, fire spewing from his nostrils, glared fiercely at the cowering queen, who realized the trouble he had caused. Jia ha 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 ha. Don't panic. I'm coming, Linlin. Hold on tight. Kaiza let out a mighty roar, diving steeply, his enormous bird form plunging into the water silently, as if melding with the sea itself. That colossal body, comparable to several islands, pierced through the shattered ice, lifting everyone who had fallen into the water along with the broken ice chunks. In an astonishing display, the massive golden bird emerged, water cascading from its sleek feathers, creating a magnificent waterfall that spilled onto the ocean, forming vibrant rainbows arching across the sea. All those on the ice were now safely perched upon Kaiza's broad back. He raised his head, letting out a triumphant cry, flapping his immense wings as he flew towards the Totland Sea, guided by Linlin. Oh, we're saved. Long live Lord Kaiza. This is the fourth time he has rescued us. I am truly moved. Queen bounced up again. Suddenly, a group of grim-faced pirates approached, cracking their knuckles menacingly, with Jean, Yamato, and Daifuku at the forefront. What do you want? Don't act recklessly. I warn you. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of slaps echoed as moments later. The crowd dispersed, revealing Queen with a head swollen like a pig's. He had gained even more weight at the port of Totland. The scene mirrored that of 2 days prior when Katakuri had set sail. The throng surged forward, surrounding 2 tall young men as they approached the pirate ship. Cracker, snack. You must be careful. Please find Mama and Brother Katakuri. With a haggard and anxious expression, Brulee's voice faltered as she repeated her plea for the 10th time. The current situation in Totland was precarious. Just over 10 days ago, the Empress of Totland, Big Mom Pirate Crew's Captain Charlotte Linlin, had lost contact after departing for Wano. Less than a week later, explosive news rocked the seas. The Straw Hat crew, led by Luffy, had defeated the allied forces of 2 Yonko and Wano, toppling the once invincible Kaido and Big Mom, who had reigned supreme in the New World for decades. Luffy's bounty skyrocketed to 3 billion berries as he ascended to the rank of a new Yonko. Upon hearing this news, the children of the Big Mom pirate crew were thrown into disarray. Though Big Mom could be unreliable at times, her strength was unparalleled. For years, Totland had thrived, its prosperity largely due to Big Mom's accumulated influence that it could be said that she was the very soul of Totland. It could survive without Katakuri or her other children, but not without her. As the news of her defeat spread, Totland descended into chaos, with undercurrents of tension brewing, especially with the emergence of the new Yonko. Blackbeard Marshal D.Teach, and the Clown Buggy, whose pirate forces had been spotted in Totland, seemingly probing the Big Mom crew's vulnerabilities. If Big Mom's disappearance were confirmed, then the vast territory of Totland would be ripe for the taking by these 2 powerful factions. Thus, the mightiest among Big Mom's children, Kakuri, stepped forward to seek out their mother, bearing the hopes of many. Despite his previous defeat at Luffy's hands, Katakuri's position remained solidly as the second-in-command of the Big Mom pirates. However, on the very next day after setting sail, all communication was lost, and no matter how they tried to reach him via transponder snails, there was no response. Now, the children of Big Mom were in a complete panic. With their protector missing and the Prince Kakuri also gone, the situation in Totland was dire. In a state of disarray, the children of Big Mom found themselves compelled to once again elect the mightiest among them. The formidable Kakuri, alongside Charlotte Snack, who had been defeated by the enigmatic monk and stripped of his title as one of the Sweet Commanders. They were to embark on a quest to locate Big Mom and Katakuri. This decision was nothing short of a desperate gamble, for without Big Mom, the fate of Whole Cake Island was assuredly bleak. Katakuri, chosen as the most powerful brother, bore no expression of pride or joy. Instead, his visage was marred by concern, tinged with an undercurrent of despair. He was acutely aware of Katakuri's strength. Although both held the rank of sweet commanders, facing his perfect brother would result in an overwhelming defeat. Thus, Katakuri viewed his sibling with a mix of reverence and trepidation. However, this formidable warrior had vanished without a trace after setting sail for Wano, leaving Katakuri in a state of trepidation. What perilous abyss awaited them in Wano? Why had Kaido, Big Mom, and Katakuri all mysteriously succumbed to silence in that land? Just as Katakuri and the dazed snack boarded the vessel that had long been prepared for their journey. The world around them was suddenly engulfed in darkness, akin to being thrust into the depths of night. Blackbeard. The thought of Blackbeard's ominous powers surged through Katakuri's mind, prompting him to instinctively gaze skyward. Clang, the sword in his grasp fell to the deck. Yet he remained oblivious, his mouth agape as he stared into the heavens. Whole Cake Island, Totland Sea. A colossal golden rock, spanning 20 kilometers in wingspan, majestically traversed the vibrant expanse of the ocean, casting an awe-inspiring shadow over the myriad islands below, instilling terror in countless souls. On a donut-shaped island, two towering men stood transfixed, gazing at the magnificent avian creature. One had horns adorning his head and a few missing teeth, while the other had a corpulent figure and a prominent bulbous nose, clutching a large wine jug. They were none other than the 4th ship captain of the Yonko Blackbeard, Abelo Pizarro, and the 8th ship captain, Basque Choate. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Their astonishment was not directed at the gargantuan bird, but rather at the formidable pirate standing atop its back. The two leaders among them emanated an aura of sheer terror, their conquerors' hockey rampaging unchecked through the territory of Whole Cake Island, altering the very essence of the atmosphere. Kaido, Big Mom, Pizarro's face contorted in horror. Akin to encountering a ghost, the inebriated Choate, startled into forgetfulness of his drink, shivered and hastily discarded his wine barrel. The duo quickly ducked their heads and scurried towards the port, cursing the Navy for the nonsensical rumors they had propagated. Damn it, those bastards are clearly trying to stir chaos in the new world. Choate, we must return and report to Teach. Kaido and Big Mom are perfectly intact. Pizarro's expression darkened, akin to discovering that his bride on the wedding night was a transgender individual whose endowment surpassed his own. Ah, Luffy, why are all your children at the port? Did they know we were coming and come out to greet us? Kaido's boisterous laughter resonated through the skies above Cake Island, silencing the bustling crowd in the port, who gazed in disbelief at the imposing figure of Kaido. The golden rock descended, abruptly shrinking in size to reveal a robust silhouette that landed atop the tallest structure on Cake Island. A swarm of pirates descended like raindrops upon the island, cascading towards the ground, the apex of the cylindrical structure. Caesar embraced Big Mom's waist, leisurely approaching the edge to survey the scene below. Children, come forth and meet your father, Bartholomew Caesar. Big Mom exclaimed with laughter. Gulped out on Cake Island. The children left behind, Bruley and others, as well as Katakuri and Snack on the ship, stood frozen in astonishment. Mother has returned. Suddenly, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted. The heavy burden that had weighed upon their hearts lifted at last. Overwhelmed by the release of pent-up emotions, the children wept unabashedly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The following day, Whole Cake Island, Totland. With the appearance of Kaido and Big Mom, the entire realm erupted in jubilation, the pervasive sense of dread and despair that had lingered for over a week dissipating in an instant. Across the islands, chefs renowned for their culinary prowess donned smiles, their brows laden with sweat, as they prepared an abundance of delectable dishes. The streets bustled once more with the return to a tranquil existence, free from the anxiety of potential incursions by rival pirates. For the common folk of Whole Cake Island, as long as the formidable Big Mom reigned, their safety was assured. All she required were vast quantities of sweet delicacies. In the heart of Totland, on Cake Island, the atmosphere was vibrant, with a host of elegant maids delivering exquisite delicacies from the grand ships to every table in the square. These tables were occupied by fierce pirates, including the gifters, the pleasure pirates, the beast pirates, samurai from Wano, elite members of Big Mom's crew, and her children. Laughter and toasts filled the air, fostering a warm sense of camaraderie. At the very center of the square stood an enormous round table adorned with a dazzling array of rare delicacies, alongside barrels of fine wine, tended to by several brawny figures poised to serve the esteemed guests seated at the table. The most prominent figure at the table was undoubtedly Caesar, seated at the center. His imposing stature and powerful aura reminiscent of a god descended upon the mortal realm that moment. Caesar wore a genial smile, resembling an amiable elder, continually nodding in acknowledgement towards Big Mom's children. Ha ha, Big Mom. Your domain is truly magnificent. Just look at Kaido's Wano. It's a chaotic mess, a dilapidated backwater. I can't fathom how he has endured there for decades, while your realm is the epitome of a paradise in the new world. Caesar bellowed with laughter, affectionately draping an arm over Big Mom's shoulder and exchanging knowing glances with Kaido. Kaido, infuriated, gulped down his drink, too disdainful to acknowledge him. Little Katakuri, how fares your injury? Would you permit your father to offer you some of my blood to aid in your recovery? Caesar inquired with a broad smile, directing his gaze towards Katakuri, who sat to Big Mom's left. Ordinarily, this seat would have been occupied by Perispero. However, following Katakuri's resounding victory over Admiral Kizaru off the coast of Wano, his strength had surged, earning him universal respect and admiration, particularly from Caesar and Big Mom. Thus, the elder brother, Perispero, willingly relinquished his position, taking a seat beside Katakuri, followed by Daifuku, Oven, Smoker, and others. At this moment, Katakuri sat upon a massive chair. Towering at 6 meters tall, setting him apart from the rest, though still appearing somewhat youthful in comparison to the 3 titans. I am perfectly fine, Father. There is no need for you to expend your vitality on my behalf. In a few days, I shall make a full recovery, Katakuri respectfully replied, harboring a sentiment of genuine willingness to regard Caesar as father among the 4 brothers. This was not solely due to Caesar's timely rescue during a life-threatening moment for Katakuri, but rather the profound bond of blood that resonated between them. Strengthened further after Caesar had assisted Katakuri in awakening his lineage. At the round table, Katakuri extended his left hand, and one by one, Big Mom's children, some curious, others awestruck or silent, stole glances at the imposing figure of Caesar at the center, intrigued by the sudden emergence of this great father. Ever since Katakuri had sprouted horns atop his head, the resemblance among Caesar, Kaido, and Katakuri had become increasingly pronounced. Caesar, this great father, could embrace their mother with affection and jest freely with Kaido, all of which underscored Caesar's formidable and enigmatic nature. Children, stand and introduce yourselves to your father and Uncle Kaido. In the future, we shall all be one family. The Charlotte family will henceforth be known as the Barbarossa family. I regret not mentioning this sooner, but your father is the elder brother of Kaido, and his name is Barbarossa Kaiza. Linlin beamed with joy, gesturing for Katakuri to commence. Katakuri nodded, rising first to raise his cup in a toast to Kaiza, and then to Kaido, respectfully stating, "Your nephew Katakuri pays his respects to Uncle Kaido." A rare smile of satisfaction graced Kaido's face as he lifted a massive barrel of wine, clinking glasses with Katakuri, and bellowed with laughter, "Arolo, Katakuri, you are quite impressive. I wish you would soon surpass that scoundrel of a father. Do you even know how to speak?" Kaiza retorted, his nose wrinkling in anger as he punched Kaido's arm, causing Kaido to stagger and spill some of his drink. Barbarossa Kaiza, the elder brother of the beast Kaido. The first time Kuri, Snag, and Bree encountered Kaiza, their brows shot up in surprise when it was their turn to introduce themselves. They trembled, tongue-tied, overwhelmed with nervousness. It was not until Bryn, a strikingly beautiful individual with a third eye on her forehead, stood up that the atmosphere shifted. Kaiza and Kaido had both heard from Linlin about Bryn's remarkable ability during their time in Wano. She possessed the powers of a paramecia-type memory fruit, capable of reading, extracting, seizing, and altering the memories of others. This was an extraordinarily potent ability, tinged with a hint of idealism. Upon realizing the implications of such a power, Kaisa's mind raced with possibilities. He could exploit Bryn's ability to enslave countless formidable figures, altering their memories to ensure their unwavering loyalty. For instance, capturing Kizaru, modifying his memories to transform him into Kaisa's son, and turning him against the bewildered Navy. And if memory conflicts rendered such a plan unfeasible, it would suffice to obliterate their memories entirely, rendering them as blank slates devoid of comprehension. Kaiza could hardly contain his amusement at the thought of a multitude of high-ranking Navy officers reduced to imbecility. Surely, the overseers of the world government would be thrown into disarray. Of course, this hinged upon the successful capture of individuals, rendering them incapable of resistance, since her marriage to Vinsmoke Sanji ended in failure. Bryn had become somewhat melancholic. Usually, she made an effort to conceal her third eye to maintain an appealing image, but now she seemed indifferent to such concerns. She rose silently, obediently, yet her expression bore no hint of a smile. In contrast, Kaiza and Kaido exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with delight as they laughed heartily. "You are Bryn. Splendid." "Ha! Bryn, I require your talents to assist me with certain endeavors that I in return. What is it that you desire?" Everyone was taken aback, astonished that Kaiza, who had shown a touch of warmth to the Kakuri brothers, was equally welcoming toward Bryn. Bryn was momentarily stunned but simply nodded, her face displaying a stiff smile. "There's no need. Father, I desire nothing." Kaiza grinned broadly. "I've heard from Linlin that you are quite fond of that Vinsmoke Sanji. I could capture him and present him to you as a genuine husband. What do you think?" Bryn froze, her petite frame trembling, a glimmer of excitement flickering in her eyes as she gazed at Kaiza. She parted her lips as if to speak, but seemed to recall something else. Letting out a sigh that hinted at despondency. "Perhaps it's for the best," she murmured hoarsely. "No, he must come. What I, Kaiza, have resolved to achieve, no one can thwart." Kaiza's grin widened, revealing his sharp teeth, exuding an aura of malevolence. "My name is Buggy. I am 39 years old. I reside on Karabali Island in the New World, and I am currently unmarried. I operate a chain of courier franchises, often working late into the evening, only returning home around 8 p.m. I do not smoke cigars and limit my alcohol consumption to mere tastings. I retire at 11 p.m., ensuring I get a full 8 hours of sleep. Before bed, I always drink a cup of warm milk and then perform 20 minutes of stretching exercises. Once in bed, I fall asleep almost immediately. I wake with the dawn, never allowing fatigue or stress to carry over into the next day. Even doctors claim I am quite normal. I am a man blessed with extraordinary luck. My subordinates revere me, though my personal strength is modest. However, for reasons unknown, my influence has inexplicably multiplied several times over. I unwittingly became one of the 7 warlords, only to be alarmed when the Navy abolished that system shortly thereafter. To my astonishment, rather than suffering a setback, I experienced a series of promotions, rising to become one of the 4 emperors reigning over the seas. This was largely due to a few former warlords inexplicably aligning themselves with me. Since becoming an emperor, my fortunes have continued to soar. The Big Mom pirates, led by that monstrous old woman, have reportedly been defeated, and rumors suggest she has perished, igniting my desire to seize a piece of the prosperous Totland territory in recent days. I have been relentless in gathering intelligence on Totland's situation, ever ready to amass my forces and claim a portion of the territory, until this morning, when a newspaper was placed on my desk. In the office of Buggy the Clown, the newly minted emperor of the New World, a thunderous scream shattered the morning tranquility. The sound was filled with terror and panic, akin to waking up in the morning only to find one's manhood missing. Arriving at the scene were Galdano, known as MR3, along with Buggy's old companions, the successful Moji and Kabaji. They rushed into Buggy's office, bewildered by his expression of sheer fright. "Captain Buggy, what troubles you? You are an emperor now. Please maintain your image. Those fierce individuals outside are quite perceptive," Moji urged, tugging at Buggy's extravagant red cloak. Although MR3 possessed limited strength, he was a wise man. His keen eyes quickly noticed the newspaper in Buggy's hands, and his brows furrowed in concern. "Buggy, what on earth is happening? Is there some significant news?" Buggy opened his mouth, but was too anxious to articulate a coherent thought, beads of cold sweat covering his face. MR3 seized the newspaper from Buggy's grasp, glancing down at it in an instant. His expression morphed drastically. The entire newspaper was dominated by a single faction's news: Beast God Pirate Crew. Captain, Beast God Barbarossa Kaiza. Bounty, 4.8 billion berries. Latest achievements: defeated the Navy's new Admiral Green Bull, triumphed over the newly appointed Emperor's Monkey D. Luffy, Kid, and Trafalgar Law, and killed former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, crew members. Dragon God, former Emperor. Captain of the Beast Pirates Barbarossa Kaido, bounty, 4.6111 billion berries. Crew members, Soul God, former Emperor, Big Mom Pirate Captain Charlotte Linlin, bounty, 4.388 billion berries. Crew members, God of War, Barbarossa Kakuri, former Big Mom Pirates. Head of the Sweet Commanders, bounty, 2.678 billion berries. Latest achievement: defeated Admiral Kazu. Crew members: Jin, Queen, Daifuku, Oven, Territory, Wano, Totland Sea. The newspaper displayed 4 clear photographs of Kaiza, Kaido, Linlin, and Kakuri, their faces vividly captured. The headline boldly proclaimed, "For Emperors." Barbarossa Kaiza. MR3 trembled, the newspaper slipping from his hands as he shook uncontrollably. He finally comprehended why Buggy had screamed in horror. MR3. Damn it, which fool suggested we annex Totland's territory? How could this happen? Another terrifying figure has emerged at sea. What should I do? What can we do? Buggy stammered, his voice quivering, his complexion as pale as death, gazing at the cold, domineering expressions of the 4 individuals on the newspaper. Their astronomical bounties and their fearsome accomplishments caused his heart to race dangerously. Just 3 days prior, he had confirmed the news of Big Mom's disappearance, leading one of his factions to seize several islands in the Totland Sea. Moreover, one of the newcomers to his crew, the dim-witted giant known as Edward Weevil, had also played a part in Buggy's rise to emperor status. At that moment, he was being urged by his greedy mother to stir up trouble in the Totland Sea, aiming to be the first to seize the core area of Totland. Retreat, retreat. MR3, we must leave, immediately. I cannot bear to stay in this cursed place even for a second. Why must I be adjacent to such a monster? As the inhabitants of the treacherous waters of the New World were gripped by trepidation, contemplating a retreat from Totland, a newspaper, printed by the hands of the world government and the Navy, swept across the seas with alarming velocity. On Hive Island, the stronghold of the Blackbeard pirates, who had ascended to the rank of the 4 emperors post the Summit War, a ship approached with great urgency. Pizarro and Jote disembarked hastily, as if flames licked at their heels, rushing towards the heart of Hive Island. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Pizarro exclaimed loudly, "Captain Deitich, this is dire news." At the center of the hall, seated majestically upon a towering golden throne, was Blackbeard, his imposing figure having grown significantly since their last encounter, his brow furrowing as he clutched a newspaper. "What troubles you, Pizarro?" he inquired. Pizarro gasped for breath, struggling to articulate, "It's grave, Captain D.Teach. You won't believe what Jote and I witnessed in Totland. Kaido and Big Mom, those 2 monsters, are very much alive." Jote nodded fervently, adding, "Indeed, they appear to have formed an alliance. And Totland is now swarming with members of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. I believe we should refrain from encroaching upon that territory." Blackbeard's bearded visage broke into a wide grin. "Ha ha ha. You 2 are woefully out of date. The Kaido and Big Mom you speak of have been integrated into the Beast God Pirates. Henceforth, a new terrifying force has emerged in the New World." Pizarro and Jote were momentarily taken aback as Blackbeard hurled the newspaper aside. Pizarro swiftly intercepted it, while Jote leaned in to read. "What?" The seasoned pirates gasped in shock upon reading the contents. A bounty of 4.48 billion, defeated the Marine Admiral Green Bull, overcame the new 4 Emperor, Straw Hat, killed the former Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. They swallowed hard, feeling their legs tremble beneath them. Seated on his golden throne, Blackbeard's face was shrouded in darkness. Barbarossa Kaido, the Demon King Kaido. It is he. Ha ha ha. How utterly fascinating. This world grows ever more intriguing. Meanwhile, outside the opulent palace of the Amazon Lily, an anxious Granny Nyan clutched a newspaper. Stumbling through the door of the hall, rushing inside, the palace, adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes, featured colossal stone columns draped with silky ribbons of a seductive pink hue. Navigating through the vast palace, Granny Nyan finally arrived at a door, gasping as she flung it open, calling out, "Snake Princess, it's bad news. Look at the newspaper." As her gaze swept across the expansive chamber, she beheld an immense bathing area. The floor was laid with precious white jade, intricately carved, with steam rising from the pool, adorned with floating red rose petals that exuded an intoxicating fragrance. At that moment, within the pool, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, the captain of the Kuja Pirates and Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, was bathing, her skin as radiant as snow, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her chest, accentuated by her voluptuous figure, her graceful curves and long, elegant legs playfully splashed in the water, creating ripples akin to the strings of a harp, captivating anyone fortunate enough to behold her. Ugh! Despite being an elderly woman, Granny Nyan was overwhelmed by Hancock's beauty, causing her to spurt blood from her nose and collapse. Hancock, disturbed by the sudden intrusion, raised her delicate brow, stepping out of the steaming water with her long, pale legs, draping a sheer garment over her body. She sauntered out of the bathing area, Old hag, what brings you here? Do you not realize this is my bathing time? Hancock raised her chin haughtily, gazing down at Granny Nyan, her posture exuding an innate superiority, enhanced by the ethereal fabric that draped her figure, making her appear even more regal, like a proud peacock. Snake Princess, could you not don something more appropriate? Your attire leaves little to the imagination. It's utterly indecent, Granny Nyan exclaimed, rising to her feet, her face flushing upon seeing Hancock's sheer garment. This entire nation belongs to me. I shall wear as I please, even if I choose not to wear anything at all. For I am the most beautiful woman in the world, Hancock declared, kicking Granny Nyan down, standing over her with an air of arrogance, her finger pointed accusingly at the old woman. Everyone has seen it. It's all been revealed, Granny Nyan sputtered, once again spurting blood. As Hancock observed the fainted Granny Nyan, she resumed her aloof demeanor, bending down to pick up the newspaper and flipping through it. Humph, more of these filthy men. The new world is perpetually rife with all manner of monsters, but it concerns me not. Hancock held no interest in the beast god pirates or the new emperor, Kaido. To her, there was but one man worthy of her attention, and that was Luffy. Just as she was about to discard the newspaper, she noticed an article about Kaido defeated the newly appointed emperor, Monkey D. Luffy. Hancock's expression shifted dramatically as she frantically searched for any information regarding Luffy. Quickly, upon flipping the newspaper to the next page, she was confronted with a recent photograph of Luffy and his crew, presumably obtained by the Marines. The image depicted Luffy sprawled upon a metallic war vehicle, unconscious and marred with disfiguring wounds, rendering him grotesque and frightening. His companions, including the one-armed Zoro, were also featured. However, Hancock's focus remained solely on Luffy, whose battered form filled her with dread. Luffy? No. How could this be? Hancock's hand trembled as she clutched the newspaper, her disbelief growing with each moment she gazed at his pitiful visage, her heart constricting painfully. She collapsed to her knees, clutching her chest, her face flushed. Her eyes fixated on Luffy's image as her emotions shifted from heartache to fury. A seething hatred for Kaido and the beast god pirates ignited within her. The beast god pirates. Barbarossa Kaido. How dare you lay such vile hands on Luffy? I, Boa Hancock, shall not let you go unpunished. Hancock's chest heaved with intensity, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she clutched the newspaper tightly, hastening toward the palace exit. Sonda Sonia, Marigold, gather the Kuja warriors at once. We shall set sail for the new world, she commanded, her voice resolute. Understood, sister. The two sisters complied with Hancock's orders without question, promptly setting out to assemble their forces. Half an hour later, Granny Nyan awoke in a daze, bewilderedly surveying the empty hall. After pondering for a moment, her aged face suddenly twisted in alarm. Where has the Snake Princess gone? She couldn't have. No, 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 Snake Princess. Granny Nyan's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly exited the palace. Rushing to the open area outside, where she spotted the bustling warriors of Amazon Lily, she seized a passing woman, anxiously inquiring, "Where is the Snake Princess? Have you seen her?" The woman paused, instinctively nodding. It's Granny Nyan. Her Majesty set sail half an hour ago. What? She has set sail? This is disastrous. Granny Nyan collapsed onto the ground in despair, lamenting, "It's all my fault for showing her the newspaper, knowing how deeply she cares about Straw Hat Luffy." Granny Nyan's expression fluctuated, her heart racing with anxiety. She was not concerned about Hancock seeking Luffy, but rather, although Hancock's identity as one of the 7 warlords has now been stripped away, her ability to traverse the calm belt freely and the formidable strength of the Kuja pirates render her unafraid of the Navy's encirclement. What concerns Granny Nyan the most is the possibility of Hancock, upon witnessing Luffy's injuries, acting impulsively and heading directly to the New World to confront the monstrous threat that has suddenly emerged. The Beast God pirates led by Kaido and the notorious Kizaru herald a resurgence of the rock pirates' former glory, a truly terrifying force, capable of instilling fear even in the likes of Sengoku, that I must call Rayleigh and ask him to keep an eye on Hancock and Sabaody. She must not venture into the New World, for that would be exceedingly perilous. In the nameless waters of the New World, a peculiar sight unfolded upon the vast and tumultuous sea. A tall, slender middle-aged man was pedaling a bicycle across the water's surface, leaving behind a continuous path of ice in his wake. Occasionally, colossal sea beasts would launch themselves from the depths, intent on devouring this audacious human. Yet, A thin stream of frost would swiftly immobilize the creatures, encasing them in solid ice before they plummeted into the ocean below. The man's expression was as cold as ice. He donned an attire reminiscent of a bar steward, complete with a pair of black and white mesh goggles atop his head. Standing at 3 meters tall, one of his legs, which propelled the pedals, was astonishingly made of translucent icy. In the front basket of his bicycle lay a newspaper. And this individual was none other than the former Admiral Kaiza, who had defected from the Navy 2 years prior after a fierce disagreement with the current fleet Admiral Kaido, joining the Whitebeard pirates instead. Kaiza directed his gaze towards a distant island. From afar, a town could be seen, its buildings clinging to the mountainside, exuding an air of antiquity. At the island's center stood a towering peak, resembling a colossal chimney, which appeared to be a volcano. Kaiza parked his bicycle at the base of a cliff, releasing a cloud of icy mist as he ascended several hundred meters to the cliff summit. A row of fully armed soldiers lined the spacious road, raising their rifles in his direction. Each soldier bore a cross-shaped weapon at their waist, alongside fishing nets and other tools. Their tattered clothing suggested they were more akin to hunters or fishermen than soldiers. Tin hands, sea stone nets. These are all weapons designed to combat those with abilities. Kaiza pinched his forehead, revealing a hint of discomfort as he looked towards the 2 figures standing before the soldiers. The man was bizarrely proportioned, with a large head and long legs, standing awkwardly with his feet turned inward. His comical features were accentuated by 2 small mustaches above his lips, and he bore a sword on his back. Dressed in gaudy attire. Conversely, the woman possessed a head of blue curls, wielding a long blade, and was clad in a sleek training outfit that radiated a sense of valor. Upon seeing them, Kaiza's face broke into a rare smile. It has been a long time. Bins, silence. The woman named shouted, drawing her long blade swiftly and pointing it at Kaiza. You have joined the infamous Yonko pirates. Kaiza, you have forsaken the justice you once upheld throughout your life. You are unworthy to utter our names, let alone appear on this island. How unfortunate it is to see that once gentle girl transform into such a tempestuous woman, Kaiza thought, shaking his head in lament. The usually reticent Bins furrowed his brow and spoke. Enough with the pleasantries, Kaiza. You are a pirate now. What brings you here? Surely you know that the people here harbor a deep-seated hatred for pirates. Kaiza's expression stiffened, and his voice grew heavy. I have come to find Zephyr-sensei. A profound silence enveloped the scene as and Bins regarded him with cold indifference. Replied icily. There is no Zephyr-sensei here. Leave, Kaiza. If you do not depart, do not blame us for being unkind. I am looking for Zephyr-sensei, Kaiza suddenly shouted, causing and Bins to frown, while soldiers began to ready their weapons. Kaiza's call echoed unanswered through the desolate town, reverberating far and wide. With gritted teeth and reddened eyes, he raised the newspaper aloft and cried out, Zephyr-sensei, the old admiral has fallen. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has been slain by a pirate. What? And Bins' eyes widened in disbelief. With a thunderous explosion, a robust figure shot forth from the town, colliding with Kaiza and snatching the newspaper from his grasp. Kaiza did not retaliate, crashing to the ground several meters away. Though he appeared disheveled, he sustained no serious injuries. The man with a purple buzz cut emerged, donning dark sunglasses, his countenance both imposing and resolute, draped in a black cloak that revealed his powerful chest. His right arm was a formidable mechanical appendage, adorned with metal tubes, its hand terminating in 3 thick claws. This was none other than the former admiral, a veteran of the Navy and a contemporary of Garp and Sengoku. Known by the moniker Black Arm Zephyr, a renowned admiral of an earlier era, Zephyr's life was nothing short of legendary. He was a masterful cultivator of talent within the Navy, having trained countless powerful commanders throughout his career. The last generation of admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazuru, had all experienced significant growth under his tutelage, along with many vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, who had once been his students. Initially, Zephyr's twilight years were destined to mirror those of Garp and Sengoku, remaining at Navy headquarters to enjoy retirement while mentoring new recruits and nurturing future talent. However, fate intervened 9 years prior when the ship carrying his training camp was ambushed by pirates, resulting in the massacre of all his beloved students save for and Bins, and leaving him with a grievous injury to his right arm. This calamity ignited an inferno of rage within Zephyr. Yet the Navy's subsequent handling of the situation left him utterly disillusioned. Instead of launching a pursuit against the pirate, they had allied with him as a warlord of the sea, this pirate being none other than Edward Weevil. The son of Whitebeard, in his despondence, Zephyr, accompanied by Ein and Binns, severed ties with the navy and established the Neo Navy, gathering soldiers and civilians who had lost family to pirates, vowing to cleanse the New World and eradicate all pirates. As he perused the newspaper's contents, his massive mechanical arm creaked ominously as he clenched it, and 2 tears cascaded down his rock-like visage, betraying his stoic demeanor. Sengoku, my old friend, what is the Navy doing now? Why do the scoundrels of the sea multiply with such fervor? This damned world shall meet its reckoning. As for Borsellino, I had advised him to focus diligently on honing his haki, warning against an over-reliance on his devil fruit abilities. Although his powers are formidable, they serve only to suppress those of lesser strength. When faced with foes of equal might, his meager haki training would prove insufficient. Zephyr's emotions were aflame, his anger surging as he tucked the newspaper into his coat. He cast a piercing glance at Kazan and declared, Kazan, I care not for your reasons for joining the pirates. You have your convictions, and you need not share them with me. What is your purpose for coming here? Was it merely to deliver the news of Sengoku's demise? Kazan dusted himself off, rising to his feet and stepping forward to face Zephyr with solemnity. Zephyr-sensei, I seek your assistance in exterminating Kaido and the beast god pirates. Avenging Fleet Admiral Sengoku on Whole Cake Island. Nestled within the Tado Land archipelago, many of the structures were crafted from a myriad of delectable confections. For those with a penchant for sweets, it was nothing short of paradise. However, without a certain status, one was prohibited from damaging specific edifices, such as the towering pink cake that served as a symbol of Big Mom's residence. But on this particular day, as dawn broke, several attractive maids attended to the now Princess Yamato, who was bathing in the opulent bathroom atop the colossal cake tower. The air was thick with steam as the maids, smiling and on tiptoe, assisted Yamato in shedding her masculine attire, which had been cinched at the waist with a coarse rope. Princess Yamato, your physique is truly magnificent, they exclaimed with delight. A blush appeared on the face of a maid as she furtively admired the voluptuous figure of Yamato, whose sun-kissed skin glistened in the light. A few maids exchanged glances, each recognizing the envy and jealousy reflected in the other's eyes. Yamato, resembling a lifeless statue, exhibited neither shyness nor impatience, ever since Kaiza had, in her presence, reduced Peach Boy to a mere pulp with a single slap. Yamato had been engulfed in a state of dazed stupor for the past few days. With a gentle rustle, the maids applied fragrant shower gel to Yamato's entire body, meticulously cleansing her. Moments later, they assisted the freshly bathed Yamato out of the bath, presenting her with a splendid princess gown and adorning her hair with exquisite accessories. Once clad in the princess dress and fully adorned, Yamato appeared extraordinarily beautiful, towering at over 3 meters. Her figure was both ample and graceful, with long, flowing hair cascading down her back. The 2 delicate red horns atop her head did not detract from her beauty. Rather, they added a unique charm, complemented by an array of dazzling headpieces, red high heels, and white stockings encasing her long legs. The gown trailed elegantly behind her, making Yamato resemble a noble princess from a distant kingdom, regal and graceful, dignified and lovely. The only flaw in her beauty was her expression, which remained vacant and devoid of life. The maids guided Yamato through a lengthy corridor into a vast reception hall, the venue for the grand tea parties hosted by the matriarch over the years. Inside, 3 individuals awaited her arrival. Upon ushering Yamato in, the maids respectfully exited the hall, closing the door behind them. The large round table sat Kaiza, towering over 9 meters, and Kaido, at 7 meters, positioned on either side, both gazing at Yamato, who stood like a statue upon the crimson carpet. Kaiza patted Kaido's shoulder, chuckling. Brother, don't you think your daughter's attire is rather inappropriate? How could you, as her father, allow her to wear coarse hemp ropes and tattered garments, clumsily shod in wooden clogs? A girl should wield a weapon befitting her, not a hefty hammer like a brutish man. Surely, you must realize how irresponsible that is. Kaido rolled his eyes, inwardly lamenting. Do you think I desired this? Yamato has a rebellious streak, constantly opposing me. I am at a loss. Observing Yamato's vacant demeanor, a shadow of sorrow crossed Kaido's weathered face as he sighed deeply. Ultimately nodding toward the 3-eyed girl, Bruin, seated beside him. Bruin bit her lip, nervously acknowledging Kaiza and Kaido before stepping down from the round table to approach Yamato in the center of the hall. Upon reaching Yamato, Bruin slowly extended her hands towards her head. Yamato remained motionless, unresponsive. But as Bruin stood on tiptoe and touched Yamato's cheek with her fingertips, a vision akin to a flowing videotape emerged from Bruin's fingers, revealing Yamato's past memories flashing before them. Suddenly, Yamato's eyes snapped open, as if jolted by a tremendous shock, her innate conqueror's haki igniting spontaneously, erupting forth in overwhelming Bruin, who stood too close, causing her to stagger. Her eyes widening in shock. Dare to tamper with my memories? You seek death. Yamato snapped back to reality, her face flushed with rage. Without a second thought, her alabaster fist, now enveloped in armament haki, swung towards Bruin, who stood mere inches away. In a swift motion, two towering figures intervened, one before and one behind, blocking Yamato's strike. Kaido cautiously shielded Bruin, while Kaiza extended his colossal hand, grasping Yamato's fist midair. Release me! Yamato screamed, her fury surging as her golden and silver ornaments scattered across the floor. She struggled to break free from Kaisa's grip, yet no matter how fiercely she fought, Kaisa's hold on her arm remained unyielding, his fingers akin to heavy sea stone handcuffs, restricting all her movements. In a fit of desperation, Yamato, abandoning all semblance of a lady, raised a leg and kicked towards Kaisa's knee. However, given Kaisa's exaggerated height, Yamato, at over 3 meters, could only aim for his knee while being restrained. The force of her kick sent a gust of wind through the hall, displacing furniture and even lifting the carpet from the ground. Yamato's foot, imbued with armament haki, struck Kaisa's knee with a resounding thud, yet Kaiza remained unyielding, while Yamato winced in pain, her foot swelling within the deformed red high heel. You monster, just like Kaido. Don't touch me. Let me go, Yamato cried, writhing in her struggles, the princess gown she had so painstakingly donned now in disarray, rendering her a picture of madness. Enough, Kaiza bellowed, his voice echoing with impatience, as the overwhelming conqueror's haki surged forth, propelling Yamato into the air. Were it not for Kaisa's grip on her fist, she would have likely soared out of the hall. Yamato, like a mere doll, was held in Kaisa's grasp, succumbing to the almost invincible aura of his conqueror's haki. Despite her formidable strength, she found herself momentarily dazed. Proceed, Bruin, erase from Yamato's mind all memories of Wano, of Kazuki Oden, and even of Kaido. Then, with your abilities, implant new memories, ones filled with joy and innocence that I recall her expressing a desire for a tranquil and peaceful life. Indeed, within these waters, with my and your protection, Yamato can live her life as a carefree little girl, Kaiza declared coldly. Faced with Kaiza, a near unstoppable force, Yamato, despite her considerable strength, found herself utterly powerless to resist. She could only watch helplessly as Bruin, regaining her composure, timidly approached her once more, extending her hands. Despair and fear welled up in Yamato's eyes. The fiercely strong individual who had lived like a man was on the brink of losing her memories and identity. At that moment, her resilient spirit finally crumbled. Pouting, she began to weep, tears cascading down her cheeks, as if they were free-flowing. Seeing Yamato in such torment, Bruin hesitated, her outstretched hands faltering as she cast a glance toward Kaiza. Kaiza's expression was as unyielding as stone, coldly uttering 2 words, proceed. Bruin, unable to defy Kaiza's command, offered Yamato an apologetic look before continuing her approach. As her fingers grazed Yamato's cheek once more, the vision of memories began to resurface, hazy yet vivid. Please, I beg of you, do not erase my memories, Yamato sobbed, desperately imploring, her gaze pleadingly seeking Kaiza. However, all she met was Kaiza's indifferent expression, causing her heart to tremble with fear of this uncle who seemed so distant. Realizing that pleading with Kaiza was futile, Yamato gritted her teeth and turned her desperate gaze toward Kaido. Observing his daughter's tear-streaked face, Kaido felt a pang of guilt. Yet, during the time he had awaited Yamato, Kaiza had shared many sentiments with him, akin to cutting through chaos decisively, solidifying Kaido's resolve that he believed that allowing his daughter to continue in a state of confusion was far worse than granting her a new set of memories. Freeing her from the burden of pain in this world, better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged suffering, Kaido concluded, deeming the erasure of Yamato's memories to be the best course of action. Seeing Kaido turn away, ignoring her pleas, Yamato's panic escalated. She could distinctly feel her memories being extracted in a peculiar manner, transforming into vivid images, segment by segment. No, please, father, have mercy on Yamato. I no longer wish to be Kazuki Oden. Please, do not erase my memories, Yamato implored once more, her heart filled with dread at Bruin's powers. When one's memories are erased, even if new ones are instilled, will that person still be the same? It is to be presumed that such a feeling of strangeness is far more terrifying than death itself. Kaido had resolutely decided that no matter how much Yamato pleaded, he would not relent. However, when Yamato called out "Father," Kaido's formidable frame trembled violently, his throat tightened, and his eyes inexplicably glistened with unshed tears. How many years had it been? Kaido found it difficult to recall the last time he had heard Yamato call him father. Only during the initial years following Yamato's birth did he experience the joy of fatherhood. Carrying the petite and adorable Yamato upon his shoulders as they roamed about, transforming into a dragon, he would soar into the skies with his giggling daughter, chasing clouds and capturing the moonlight. Lost in these thoughts, Kaido gritted his teeth, his nose tinged with a sudden ache. Overwhelmed by an impulse to weep, he gazed blankly at Yamato, faintly recognizing the visage of her unfortunate mother, who had perished during childbirth. That was the last flicker of emotion Kaido had ever felt in his life. Let it go. Release her, Kaiza, Kaido sighed, addressing Kaiza. Brin immediately ceased her actions, preparing to withdraw her hand, yet Kaisa's icy voice rang out once more. Continue. Brin froze, unsure of what to do. Yamato's fear of Kaiza intensified. Upon hearing his emotionless tone, she shuddered and cast a pleading glance at Kaido. Kaido's teeth ground together audibly, and he suddenly roared, "I said enough. Let her go." With that, Kaido unleashed a powerful punch, striking Kaiza squarely in the chest. Boom! The terrifying force erupted, hurling Kaiza's imposing figure backward, crashing through the parlor's door and tumbling into the long corridor. Upon hearing the commotion, servants rushed in from all directions, but when they beheld Kaiza, they trembled, hesitant to approach. Kaiza shot them a cold glance, causing them to collapse to the ground as if turned to wooden stakes. Yamato fell onto the carpet, finally escaping the clutches of Kaiza, panting heavily, her expression one of relief after a near brush with death. Kaiza stood up and re-entered the hall, his massive frame casting an ominous shadow over the crumpled Yamato. Brin, her face marked with fear, stood tensely to the side. Yamato, feeling trepidation toward Kaiza, darted behind Kaido as he approached. "Brother, did I not advise you to avoid showing mercy? In times like this, one must be resolute. Otherwise, you will regret it later." "Enough, Kaiza. Allow her to determine her own future. The Kozuki clan has become a relic of the past. Wano is under our control, and Yamato can never return from this moment forward. Let her choose her own path. I no longer wish to impose." Kaido's voice was low and bore a hint of age. "Father, father." Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed urgently as Katakuri rushed in, his robust form carrying an air of menace. Upon entering the hall, he glanced at the shattered door, said nothing, and went straight to Kaiza. "Father, the scouts dispatched yesterday have gathered crucial intelligence on Oven Island. There is a formidable pirate wreaking havoc and seizing treasures. Based on the scouts' descriptions, we have pinpointed an individual to as he spoke." Kakuri handed over a photograph. Kaiza took it, glanced briefly, and exclaimed in surprise, "Whitebeard." "No, wait. While the beard is identical, the face is simply foolish, little cat." "Who is this person?" Kaido inquired, lifting his head, his complexion returning to normal as he peered at the photograph in Kaisa's hand. "This is a pirate who claims to be the son of Whitebeard. Named Edward Weevil, that he was previously summoned by the Navy to become a warlord of the sea, so his strength should be substantial," he explained. Katakuri continued, "Indeed, it is Edward Weevil. His current allegiance is to the newly ascended Yonko." "Buggy the Clown." "Yonko? Buggy the Clown? I have not heard of him. Is he truly a formidable character? Ha ha ha. The world has become quite intriguing. I have not flexed my muscles in days, and fortune has smiled upon me. Little cat, take me to meet this fellow who shares the title of Yonko. I am eager to see what kind of individual he is." Kaiza twisted his thick neck, emitting a series of cracking sounds. A sanguine smile curling at the corners of his mouth to Kaiza's surprise. The expressions on Katakuri's and Kaido's faces shifted to one of peculiarity. Observing their strange demeanor, Kaiza questioned, "What is the matter? Did I say something wrong?" Katakuri quickly shook his head. No, it's just that. Father, you might not be aware, but this newly appointed Yonko, Buggy the Clown, his strength, how shall I put it? If he is not deeply concealing his abilities, he is merely an ordinary devil fruit user, likely on par with Uncle Kaido's subordinates." Kaiza was taken aback. "Oh, how did he rise to the rank of Yonko? The Navy's criteria for evaluating such sea emperors cannot be so low." Kaido too appeared puzzled, as Buggy had only recently claimed the title of Yonko. In truth, it was due to the defeats of Kaido and Big Mom that positions had opened up for Luffy and Buggy. Yet, Luffy's fate was even more tragic, having barely settled into his Yonko status before being ousted by Kaiza, and to this day, his fate remained uncertain. Katakuri chuckled. Well, it turns out this individual has enjoyed quite a bit of luck. During the war 2 years ago, he garnered the support of numerous escapees, and his former affiliation with the Pirate King's crew granted him the title of Warlord of the Sea. Recently, the Navy abruptly announced the abolition of the warlord system and dispatched troops to hunt down several of these capable individuals. This led to a few of them banding together for safety and unanimously endorsing Buggy the Clown as their leader. Thus, he became a Yonko. Kaiza was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be so simple? Though Kaiza was somewhat clever, he had always adhered to the worldview of strength being paramount. Throughout his career, he had faced countless battles, fully aware that one's standing upon the ocean was earned through sheer force. Yet today, Buggy, that child of destiny, shattered Kaiza's preconceived notions that a mere pretender to the title. How dull. Very well. I shall find Linlin and take a stroll outside. Kaiza, feeling somewhat disinterested, suddenly noticed Yamato still nestled behind Kaido, eavesdropping on their conversation, and found it inexplicably amusing that he pointed at Katakuri, addressing Yamato. Yamato, since you refuse to have your memories wiped, accompany your cousin to that island and capture the troublemaker. If you fail, you won't be so fortunate next time. You won't have me. Your foolish brother, to protect you. Little cat, it's up to you now. If there is an emergency, contact your Uncle Kaido. Understood, father, Katakuri promptly responded, glancing at Yamato, his cousin whom he had yet to meet. Upon hearing Kaiza's words, Yamato felt a flicker of excitement rise within her. After the earlier commotion, the pent-up negativity she had carried for days seemed to dissipate along with her earlier tears as someone who had spent over 2 decades in the impoverished land of Wano. Yamato's greatest longing was not to become Kazuki Oden, but to set sail, to escape the stifling confines of Wano, and to embark on adventures across the vibrant seas, much like Oden had done. Yamato regained her boisterous demeanor, stepping boldly out from behind Kaido, her gait uneven due to having broken a high heel while kicking Kaiza earlier. She casually discarded her remaining high heels and, clad only in white stockings, approached the towering Kakuri, taking a moment to observe her cousin closely. Despite feeling somewhat disoriented lately, Yamato recognized that this cousin before her had recently defeated a marine admiral, earning the title of the 4th divine member of the Beast Pirates, known as the God of War. Yamato scrutinized Kakuri, her gaze devoid of any restraint. Katakuri stood at an imposing height of 6 meters. Adorned in his signature heavy metal attire, his gleaming knee-high boots studded with silver spikes, his mouth bore distinct scars, revealing sharp fangs, and 2 long horns protruded from his head. Yamato couldn't help but smirk, muttering, "Humph, a true chip off the old block. No wonder they're father and son. Ha. Shall we set off, Yamato?" Katakuri chuckled, his smile somewhat fierce, yet his voice resonated with a magnetic charm that conveyed warmth. Kaido observed the two depart in succession before returning to the round table and pouring himself a jug of wine. Bruley soon exited the hall, retreating to her chamber. Recently, her standing among Linlin's numerous offspring had significantly risen, owing to the esteem held by Kaiza. Once back in her room, Bruley sat on her bed, lost in thought. She touched her forehead, and a long, ethereal tape materialized in her palm, displaying a scene of Sanji bustling around a colossal cake. Assisted by several chefs, that Sanji's dedication to his culinary craft exuded a unique allure, as he would lament over any imperfections in his dishes and rejoice like a child upon achieving success. He would often glance back to share his delight with Bruley. Gazing at these familiar memories, Bruley bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. The footage continued to play, reverting to that fateful wedding day when Bruley revealed her long-perceived ugly third eye. Leaving Sanji, who stood in shock, to raise his gun in the scene, Sanji's gaze was vacant until he exclaimed, "What beautiful eyes you have, Bruley." Wiping her tears, she repeatedly replayed this moment, her vision blurred by emotion. Atop the cake tower, Kaiza embraced Linlin as they prepared to depart Cake Island for a leisurely exploration of the Tato land seas. With no battles to engage in, Kaiza felt restless, always seeking something to occupy his time. Suddenly, a phone snail's voice echoed from Linlin's embrace. Who's calling?" Linlin was surprised. This phone snail was typically used solely by her to make calls, with only a select few important figures like Katakuri, Kaido, and Morgan's possessing her contact number. Kaiza paused, looking at Linlin. As the phone snail connected, its snail-like visage swiftly transformed into that of a middle-aged man, prompting Linlin to furrow her brow, recognizing him somewhat. I am Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. Is this Charlotte Linlin? Is Kaiza there? Have him take the call. Kaiza, taken aback, took the phone snail and casually remarked, Ah, it's you, Akainu, right? What do you want? On the other end, Akainu, seated in the Navy headquarters office, gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress the murderous intent rising within him. Sakazuki, remain calm. We must discuss a matter concerning the dignity of the Marines and Sengoku. In the office sat several stern-faced individuals. Garp, Akiji wrapped in bandages, Fujitora with his cane sword, and a man with a white dove perched on his shoulder. Akainu took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain composure as he was about to speak. Kaisa's impatient voice interrupted. What the hell is it? Hurry up and say it. I'm about to head out for some fun. You, a fleet admiral, shouldn't be so tedious. I've heard you're a magma fruit user. Shouldn't you be a hot-headed individual? Why are you acting like a timid ninja? Akainu, seething with anger, felt white smoke emanating from his head. Kaisa's words struck a nerve. Ever since he had taken on this ridiculous admiral role, he had been trapped in the office, dealing with a mountain of trivial matters, devoid of the freedom he once enjoyed, chasing pirates and causing trouble at whim. Who dared defy the face of Akainu? However, upon becoming an admiral, he realized anyone could spit in his face. The Gorosei occasionally summoned him to the Holy Land to serve as a punching bag, while Sengoku and Garp treated him with disdain, constantly mocking him. Even now, the man standing in the office, Rob Lucci, hardly regarded him as an admiral. Kaiza, I want to inquire if there are any remains of Sengoku left. If so, please return them to us. The Marines, we would owe you a favor. Akainu suppressed his murderous impulse, forcing the words through clenched teeth. A favor? What a joke. A notorious pirate like me, asking for a favor from your righteous Marines. Ridiculous. True, Sengoku self-destructed, but his bones remained intact. I could consider returning them. I hold great admiration for that old man, so I wouldn't stoop to insult him. In the office, several individuals abruptly stood, Garp's fists clenched, his expression a mix of anger and sorrow. Akiji gently placed a hand on his arm, whispering, Calm down, Garp. The priority now is to ensure Sengoku's remains return home, to the Marine headquarters. I understand, Garp replied hoarsely. They all focused on the phone snail before Akainu, urging him to continue negotiating with Kaiza. Speak, Kaiza. What are your terms? Akainu demanded in a low voice. Atop Cake Island, Kaiza wore a peculiar smile, grinning as he replied, Hand over Shiki, Wangji, and bear it to me. Linlin couldn't help but laugh, casting a flirtatious glance at Kaiza. You truly are incorrigible. In the Fleet Admiral's office, silence enveloped the room upon hearing Kaiza's words. After a long pause, Akainu slammed his hand on the table, shouting, Kaiza, what kind of joke is this? Shiki has been in prison for over 20 years, and no one knows where he is. Wangji, that cold-blooded individual, like you, has been missing since the God Valley incident. Barrett is the same. Who knows where he is hidden? You expect me to hand these three over to you? Are you out of your mind? Ha ha ha, don't be so agitated. I'm just joking. Kaisa's mischievous laughter echoed, further provoking Akainu's impending explosion. How can this be a joking matter? Kaiza, understand this clearly. The Marines need to reclaim Sengoku's remains. This is imperative. We are negotiating calmly with you. As long as your demands are reasonable, we can consider them. But if you continue to act unreasonably, we will resort to the most direct course of action, war. Akainu bellowed, exasperated. On the other end, Kaisa's smile faded, his voice turning icy. War? Ha ha ha. Then let us go to war. I've been waiting for this moment. Who told you to slap a ridiculous title of Yonko on me? I am Emperor Kaiza, the beast god Kaiza, not some mere Yonko. I intend to be the one and only emperor. Bark again, and I will sell Sengoku's bones to the revolutionary army. Kaiza, Garp suddenly shouted, startling everyone in the office. He snatched the phone snail from Akainu's grasp, speaking in a hoarse voice. Kaiza, for my sake, return Sengoku's remains to us. After a brief silence, Kaiza replied, Very well, considering we're few old acquaintances. Garp, when shall we have another bout? Garp smiled. I'm always ready. How about this? I've heard from my little brother that you've captured his partner, a young fellow named Doflamingo. He is quite capable and adept at managing influence. I need him. Also, send the Germa army, Vinsmoke Sanji, to Tato Land. That's all. An admiral for a few pawns is quite the bargain. Upon hearing Doflamingo's name, Rob Lucci's pupils constricted, ready to speak, but Akiji's chilling gaze silenced him, sending a shiver down his spine. Whatever you wish to say, keep it to yourself, or I won't hesitate to remove a good dog from the celestial dragon's ranks. Akiji's voice was cold, as if emanating from the depths of hell. Agreed. We accept. Let us arrange for a diplomatic exchange in 3 days at the Tado land seas. How does that sound, Kaiza? Without a moment's hesitation, Carp readily acquiesced to Caesar's demands. In Carp's eyes, figures like Doflamingo and Germa held little significance. The only aspect of Caesar's proposal that piqued his interest was Sanji, for he recognized this individual as Luffy's indispensable ally. Nevertheless, when faced with the choice regarding the relics of Sengoku, Carp unflinchingly abandoned his grandson's comrade. After all, he was still a pirate. Ever since Sengoku met his demise at Caesar's hands, Carp's mindset underwent a profound transformation. And even the previously laid-back Kizaru began to adopt a demeanor more akin to a Kainu, growing increasingly stringent in matters concerning pirates, even though his grandson had now embraced a life of piracy. It did nothing to alleviate Carp's current disdain and murderous intent towards them. Very well, Caesar succinctly replied before abruptly terminating the call. Inside the office, Carp bypassed Akainu and commanded, Isho, you are to travel to Dressrosa and capture Vinsmoke Sanji. Sakazuki, instruct the subordinates to relay the location of the Germa army's encampment. Dispatch personnel to suppress and apprehend them, ensuring it is completed within 2 days. I shall personally head to Impel Down to bring back the Flamingo. Rest assured, I will certainly deliver this individual. Fujitora solemnly affirmed, I will apprehend Germa, Kizaru stated in a low voice. Carp regarded him with a penetrating gaze and nodded. Thus, the naval commanders were assigned their tasks. Not even sparing a glance at Rob Lucci, the CP0 officer, with a darkened expression, Rob Lucci departed the office alone, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Doflamingo, once a celestial dragon, possessed many secrets of their kind. Entrusting him to the ferocious Caesar was undeniably perilous, and it was imperative to notify the Gorosei for their decision. On Cake Island, within a bar tailored for the officers of pirate crews, a sense of tedium enveloped. So boring. Jean, how can you handle those trivial matters every day without a hint of annoyance? I find this place far less entertaining than Wano, Quinn lamented, occupying a significant portion of the table and voraciously devouring a large platter of noodles while grumbling. Observing his excessively corpulent figure, Jin's mouth twitched slightly. Are you really so bored yet still consuming so much? I mean, if you keep eating like this without exercising, you won't just resemble an ancient dinosaur anymore. Quinn paused, perplexed. Huh. Then what will I be? A pig in the kitchen? Jean retorted. Quinn appeared momentarily stunned, as if Jin's words struck a nerve, and he fell silent for a while. Jean felt a twinge of regret, questioning whether he had gone too far, but then Quinn abruptly slammed the table and shouted at the bartender, Boss. Hey, you slippery rascal, why haven't you brought out any roasted pork from the kitchen? I demand a whole pig. Smack. Jean slapped himself in exasperation. Noodles paired with ice cream. My head hurts. By the way, Jean, why haven't I seen Lord Caesar and Brother Kaido around these days? Jean numbly gazed at Quinn, who was incessantly shoveling food into his mouth. You're the one who keeps eating here, you idiot. Lord Caesar and the others are at the Cake Tower. However, I heard that Lord Caesar plans to visit another island, though I'm not sure if it's of an island or... Before Jean could finish, Quinn's eyes lit up, and he hastily shoved the food from the table into his mouth before rolling out of the bar like a massive meatball. He didn't forget to leave behind a parting remark. Boss, if I come back next time and still don't see a whole roasted pig, I'll peel your skin off. Jean. Quinn, brimming with excitement, his corpulent body quivering, dashed towards the port. Haha, of an island. At last, I have another opportunity to be alone with Lord Caesar. He. I must arrive at that island in advance to prepare and surprise Lord Caesar. The onlookers at the port stared in bewilderment at the exuberant Quinn, unable to grasp the situation. Brother Quinn. Do we have a mission? Enough chit-chat. Full steam ahead to Oven Island. Quinn bellowed, leaping onto the ship with an agility that belied his size. Half a day later, Quinn stood in a stupor, staring at the scene before him. Buildings askew. The ground shattered, and the earth drenched in crimson and yellow blood, with dismembered corpses strewn about. This ice and tea right. Quinn touched his forehead, swallowing hard, his beady eyes scanning the surroundings. Brother Quinn, the situation here is dire. What should we do? Should we report back or investigate further? Quinn hesitated but ultimately nodded. Let us go take a look. This is Lord Caesar's territory, and he will be arriving shortly. If it's unruly pirates causing havoc, we can handle it before Lord Caesar arrives, and that would be a significant achievement. Understood. A dozen individuals promptly ventured into the ravaged streets. Quinn furrowed his brow, observing the massive fissures that marred the thoroughfare. A nagging sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Doesn't this resemble the aftermath of an earthquake? At the island's center, amidst the raging flames consuming the surroundings, stood a terrifying man. Towering at 6 meters and resembling a mountain of muscle, Owen, emanating a crimson glow and exuding heat akin to molten lava, was lifting a diminutive old woman by the neck, as if she were a mere chick. Mommy, this toy is quite amusing. And it even glows red. Shall we take it home? The man chuckled foolishly, his enormous nose adorned with a long, crescent-shaped mustache that curled upwards, while his face, arms, and neck bore long, stitched scars. This man was none other than Edward Weevil, self-proclaimed son of Whitebeard and former warlord of the sea. Now a subordinate of the Yonko buggied A.S. Weevil spoke. He absently wiped his nose with his hand, swinging Owen's body towards a diminutive old woman barely visible at his feet. With a sickening crack, Owen's once vibrant eyes lost their luster. His neck inadvertently snapped, and the radiant glow dissipated, leaving behind a lifeless husk. Oh no, the toy is broken. Mommy, I'm so sad. Weevil wailed, his massive form trembling as he cried like a child. Tears and snot cascading uncontrollably. Enough, Weevil. If the toy is gone, just find another. You are the son of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Do not behave like a blubbering child. The diminutive old woman, Bakken, scolded, struggling to lift a large box filled with treasures looted from the island. Bakken was out of breath and fuming. She struck Weevil's ankle with her small stick, berating him. Why aren't you helping me carry this box? Throw that useless thing away. Mommy, please don't hit me. It hurts. Weevil recoiled in fear, carelessly tossing Owen's corpse aside. Boom. Owen's body hurtled through the air, breaking the sound barrier, crashing through building after building, until it landed several kilometers away at the island's edge. Bang! The searching agents heard the sonic boom and instinctively looked up, only to be met with darkness as several individuals in their path were violently obliterated. Enemy attack. Quinn is here. Who dares? Quinn roared in fury, extending his robust arm in an attempt to intercept the projectile. Boom! Quinn's rotund body was sent flying like a cannonball, tumbling several times before crashing into a building, finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. What was that? Quinn felt a heaviness in his chest, akin to being struck by Kaido's fist. As he pushed off the debris, he grabbed a nearby corpse and gasped in horror. Owen, frantically checking for Owen's breath. Quinn's hand trembled again. Dead. How could this happen? Lord Caesar and Linlin will go mad. Who did this? No. Owen flew in. That person is still on the island. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Quinn's eyes as he carried Owen's corpse out of the ruins. Brother Quinn. The remaining agents rushed to him. Quinn handed Owen's body to them, his tone icy. You all quickly take Owen back. You cannot assist here. Go inform Lord Caesar. Owen is dead. The agents' faces went pale with shock. Mommy. There are more toys coming this way. Can I catch them to play? The earth trembled with a thunderous resonance, as if a colossal beast were approaching from the end of the street. A vexed voice of an elderly woman echoed. Enough. Weeble, do not concern yourself with a few pests. We are here to uncover the treasure of the Big Mom pirates. If we capture Charlotte Linlin, this entire island will belong to us. Ha. Move, Quinn bellowed, charging headlong into the street. A few frantic subordinates hurriedly lifted Owen's lifeless body, scrambling onto their vessel to retreat. I in the street. Weeble brandished a massive cleaver in one hand, while the other struggled to lift a pair of boxes far too large for Bakken, which appeared as mere toys in his grip. He vacantly raised his head, gazing ahead. Mother, the toy is about to set sail. Bacon's expression shifted dramatically as she screamed. What are you dawdling for? You fool. Kill them. We cannot allow the news to leak. Oh, Weeble replied sluggishly, nodding without relinquishing the boxes. He hefted the cleaver and swung it forward with a mighty chop. Whoosh! The clouds above seemed to part, and the ground ahead split open, a vast chasm extending straight toward the harbor. Quinn's face paled, and with a furious roar, his form began to swell, transforming into a towering 20-meter-long brachiosaurus. His substantial body rapidly morphed into a mechanical form, robust arms raised as he withdrew a spiked club from his chest. Quinn brandished the club, meeting the fierce blade of air, with a thunderous crash. The spiked club rebounded violently, colliding with the massive mechanical dinosaur's body, sending Quinn hurtling through the air like a bowling pin. Mid-flight, blood sprayed from Quinn's mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell? Am I facing the resurrected Whitebeard? Struggling to rise, Quinn glanced around. Realizing he had narrowly avoided being sent into the sea, his mechanical body was caked in dirt and debris. Ugh, Quinn spat out mud. Bracing himself with his limbs against the ground, his enormous form poised for a frenzied charge. What of Whitebeard? Who does he think he is? I am Quinn, the illustrious figure of the beast pirates. The Brachiosaurus surged forward. The mechanical force trampled the earth beneath, shaking the very foundations, a cacophony of thunderous noise that Weeble's eyes gleamed with delight, his foolish face breaking into a joyful expression, exclaiming, "Mother, this toy is splendid. It can transform into a dinosaur and then into a robot. I want to take it home to play." Bagan's expression darkened as she hurriedly stepped aside, recalling the dinosaur form Quinn had just assumed. It was Quinn, the plague of the beast pirates. Why was a cadre of the beast pirates here? Weeble set down the boxes, arms outstretched, eager to seize Quinn. Boom, the wind howled, the street erupted, surrounding buildings crumbling under the force. As the elderly woman Bagan screamed, swept away by the gale. It hurts. Weeble was struck in the chest by Quinn, his massive body rolling like a mountain collapsing, two behemoths entwined, crashing against each other across the island, leaving destruction in their wake. Spark Queen, Quinn roared, beams of laser shooting from his eyes, striking Weeble's head. Boom! A scorching red light surged forth, a massive explosion resonating through the heavens, several hundred miles away at Oven Island. Katakuri and Yamato stood on the deck. Yamato scanned the horizon, now clad in her former attire, a coarse rope tied around her waist, her chest protruding, one hand wielding a large iron rod. The previous spiked club had been shattered by her father Kaido, and she had just detached an iron pole from a lamp post on Cake Island. Though it lacked elegance, its length, girth, and solidity made it a suitable weapon. Where is that island? Why have we not arrived yet? What was it called? Kakuri, he replied nonchalantly, pointing ahead. We are 200 miles away. This ship is swift. We should arrive in no more than an hour. Yamato, abandoning all semblance of ladylike decorum, plopped down on the deck. Tossing the iron rod aside in impatience, why is it still so far? It's infuriating. On Oven Island, Weeble appeared fatigued, allowing Quinn's heavy mechanical dinosaur form to restrain him, relentlessly battering him. Quinn's eyes shone with fervor as searing laser beams shot down without restraint. Spark Queen! Spark Queen! Spark Queen! The reverberating explosions echoed throughout the island, engulfing Weeble's mountainous form. Gasping for breath, Quinn rose from Weeble, leaning on his knee, feeling utterly drained. Ha ha ha, turns out he's just a dim-witted giant. I thought Whitebeard had come. Now you know the might of Quinn, don't you? Quinn's form gradually diminished, reverting to his original state. Suddenly, a thick arm, as sturdy as a stone pillar, emerged from the smoke. Seizing Quinn's mechanical neck and yanking him forcefully towards the ground, the terrifying strength gripping his neck left Quinn unable to resist, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud, creating a substantial crater. Weeble's mountainous form slowly rose from the haze. Resembling a beast awakening from slumber, Quinn's neck was pressed firmly into the ground, feeling as though a great mountain bore down upon him, and no matter how he struggled. It was futile. He could only awkwardly turn his head to gaze at Weeble. Upon recognizing Weeble's visage, Quinn's pupils constricted in horror as he stammered, "Impossible. You not hurt at all?" Weeble's body was shrouded in a thick layer of imperceptible armor. Quinn's relentless barrage of laser attacks had failed to penetrate this layer of hockey armor. After all that, even Weeble's slender white mustache remained unscathed. Hee, I've caught a delightful toy. Mother, where are you? Weeble grasped Quinn's mechanical neck, dragging his colossal form across the battered ground in search of Bagan. Mother, no. Weeble suddenly cried out in anguish, dropping Quinn to the ground and collapsing onto his knees, staring at the street where a massive stone had crushed half of Bagan's body. Bagan's eyes widened in terror, her expression reflecting immense pain and resentment. She should have been enjoying a life of luxury and splendor, empowered by the might of her foolish son, for so long. Bagan had lived a life of indulgence. Now, an extraordinary opportunity awaited her. All she needed was to breach Tado Land and have her dim-witted son Weeble eliminate the members of the Big Mom Pirates. This former pirate could, like her past companions, use her Big Mom's place and become a person of great stature, the Queen of Tado Land. 40 years ago, Bagan was one of the few beauties in the Rocks Pirates. Yet fate had conspired against her. An unexpected twist of fate had thwarted her dream, as a massive stone fell from the sky, turning her into mere rubble. Weeble's eyes clouded with blood, a terrifying aura rising. Casting an ominous chill over Oven Island, he turned to Quinn, who had transformed into a brachiosaurus and was now fleeing in panic, unleashing a tremendous roar. His already massive form expanded further, seams across his body tearing as crimson muscles were exposed. Weeble gripped the cleaver, his slender legs propelling him explosively off the ground, transforming into a colossal shadow that thundered after Quinn. Quinn sprinted wildly, his enormous brachiosaurus form crashing through everything in its path. His small eyes filled with terror, sensing an icy chill at his rear as a dreadful presence drew nearer. "Stay away from me." On the streets of Cake Island, a girl of around 10 sauntered about, a lollipop clasped in one hand. Her sparkling eyes occasionally darted towards the towering cake structure before her. Beneath the pink edifice stood two sentry homies, toy soldiers with large eyes that ceaselessly followed the girl's movements. This young girl sported cascading waves of sea blue hair, and her purple tank top and shorts appeared rather oversized for someone of her tender age. Noticing the girl's intent to approach the tower, the homies opened their mouths in warning. "Please do not come closer. This area is off limits to civilians, or else your mother will be displeased." The girl hesitated for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed. Tumbling forward, the toy soldiers gasped and hastily reached out to assist her. However, upon contact with the girl's fingertips, their bodies instantly froze. Their once pristine plastic forms began to separate with a series of cracking sounds, disassembling into scattered fragments. Humph! The girl smirked with delight and nimbly slipped into the towering cake. Out in the seas surrounding Oven Island, Katakuri was taken aback upon spotting a pirate ship approaching from across the waters, its flag unmistakably belonging to the beast pirates. The pirate flag featured a skull adorned with enormous horns, with two outspread wings crossed behind it, and beneath the skull, stylized waves rolled. This flag had been personally crafted by Captain Kaido of the beast pirates, and countless copies had been printed. The larger ones served as the flags for various islands and pirate ships, while the smaller ones were distributed to households in Tado Land, bearing the message, "Join the beast pirates. Happiness lasts forever." According to Captain Kaido, the aim was to deepen the impression of the beast pirates among the citizens of the New World and beyond. Katakuri held great admiration for his enigmatic father, considering Kaido's strategy to be remarkably clever. Consequently, he had ordered the printing house in Tado Land to continuously produce these small flags, dispatched via the merchant ships of the nation to every corner of the world. As the pirate ship drew nearer, Katakuri instinctively swept his advanced observation haki across the vessel. Are they gifted ones? What mission could they possibly have at sea? He was not surprised. In recent days, the over 6,000 individuals brought from Wano by Kaido had been assigned their respective positions and daily patrol duties alongside him and Oven, from himself and Oven down to the lowest-ranking members. Each had their own tasks to fulfill. With a nation as vast as Tado Land, it was no longer appropriate to compare it to mere pirate crews. This was an expansive ocean dotted with hundreds of islands, home to millions of people. Katakuri paid little mind as the two ships passed each other. When he retracted his observation haki, he noticed that the gifted ones on the opposing ship seemed to recognize him, their excitement palpable as they leaned over the railings, shouting animatedly. Katakuri offered them a smile and a nod. Ever since the pirates from Wano witnessed him defeat Kizaru, his reputation within the beast pirates had soared to new heights, subtly positioning him as the foremost among the trio of commanders. This surge in esteem had led to an astonishing increase in the number of his admirers. It was not uncommon for civilians or pirates alike to greet him with respect as he traversed the islands, and such enthusiasm was hardly rare. "Wait, what are they saying about someone dying?" exclaimed Yamato, seated on the deck. Katakuri paused, retracting his observation haki, having thought they were merely extending their greetings. Upon hearing Yamato's remark, he activated his haki once more, scanning the ship thoroughly. This time, his investigation proved thorough, and upon discovering a lifeless body sprawled upon the deck, Katakuri's eyes widened in shock. A wave of Dark Conqueror's haki erupted from him without warning, causing the sea to surge violently, shattering the wooden structure of the ship beneath him into splinters. Yamato's pupils constricted, silently astonished by Katakuri's formidable power. In an instant, Katakuri's towering form vanished, propelling himself through the air with explosive speed towards the opposing vessel. "Owen!" Katakuri knelt, trembling hands caressing Owen's already cold cheek. The terrifying aura he exuded sent waves crashing skyward, and the atmosphere rumbled ominously, with tears welling in his eyes and his gaze fierce. Katakuri stared at the gifted ones, who trembled before him, and in a low, almost feral growl, demanded, "What on earth happened?" A trembling gifted one with antelope horns stammered, "Lord God of War, we were originally heading to Oven Island with Brother Quinn. But upon landing, we found that the island had been destroyed, and then Lord Owen was thrown out, colliding with several of our brethren, leading to their deaths. Brother Quinn instructed us to retreat and report to Lord Kaido while he stayed behind to confront the formidable enemy." "Edward Weevil, I will kill you," Katakuri roared, rising abruptly, dark flames manifesting around him, his killing intent radiating like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. "You all, return to Cake Island at full speed. First, seek out Uncle Kaido and have him contact Father. He seems to have just left." With that, Katakuri swiftly returned to his ship, loudly instructing the crew to accelerate towards Oven Island. Noticing Katakuri's grim demeanor, Yamato inquired curiously, "What's wrong? What has happened?" Katakuri shot a cold glance at Yamato, his expression frosty, yet he replied, "Something has occurred. The island we intended to visit has been destroyed by the enemy, and my brother Owen, the master of Oven Island, has been killed. Quinn is currently battling the adversary." "Your brother? You mean Kaido, Uncle Kaido's son?" Yamato's eyes widened in shock, her sturdy frame trembling involuntarily at the thought of Kaido's reaction, sending a chill deep into her bones. Oven Island. Quinn clutched his collapsed chest, spitting blood as he fled, cursing vehemently. "You bastard, are you insane? When will this end? Your mother is dead. What does that have to do with me? I didn't kill her. And who the hell are you?" Boom. The response to Quinn's outburst was Weevil's massive cleaver, descending menacingly. The ground split open, creating fissures dozens of meters long, and the razor-sharp blades sliced dangerously close to Quinn's body, sending shivers down his spine. "You are finished. I assure you, you are utterly finished. Lord Kaido is coming." Boom. At the Cake Island's towering cake, a girl dressed in adult clothing scurried about the various rooms within the high tower, her demeanor suspicious. This central edifice of Tado Land was currently inhabited by only a select few: Kaido, Big Mom, Katakuri, Oven, Yamato, Quinn, and the newly elevated BRLE. Their residences were arranged in descending order of status. The highest floors were entirely reserved for Kaido and Big Mom. The tower's staff, aside from chefs and maids, consisted solely of homies created by Big Mom's soul, lacking substantial intelligence compared to unique homies like Zeus or Napoleon, yet possessing unwavering loyalty. Whenever the girl encountered patrolling homies and found herself unable to evade them, she would feign a fall to draw them closer, subsequently touching them to deconstruct them. This girl was Ain, a student of Zifa, endowed with the extraordinarily idealistic ability of the backward fruit. This coercive power allowed her to reverse the passage of time for people or objects. Currently, Ain's limit for reversal was 12 years. Since the homies granted life by Big Mom were merely a collection of fragments 12 years ago, this created a natural counterbalance that it must be said that the intricacies of ability interactions are indeed fascinating. With the aid of her backward fruit, Ain successfully explored various areas of the tower from the bottom up, until she arrived at the door of a small room in the middle of the tower. Ain peered inside and saw a girl sitting attentively at the bedside, embroidering a handkerchief with great concentration. Perhaps due to Ain's unmasked footsteps, the girl in the room was startled and lifted her head to gaze at Ain. A shiver ran through Ain's heart. The girl possessed 3 eyes. 2 were normally placed, while the third was situated in the center of her forehead. Under the scrutiny of those 3 eyes, Ain's petite frame appeared somewhat rigid and unnatural. "Hello. I seem to have lost my way. May I inquire where the exit is?" Ain feigned a stutter, asking nervously, "Did I in the room?" Bryn furrowed her brow slightly. She, too, was an exceedingly rare member of the Three-Eyed clan, endowed with a natural third eye that granted her the unique ability to discern lies. This unfamiliar girl before her was someone she had never encountered before. Moreover, the Cake Tower was a forbidden zone on Cake Island, a fact that even ordinary residents were well aware of and often warned their children about. Most importantly, at the entrance of the tower, there were the ever-vigilant, tireless Homai soldiers standing guard. Something feels amiss. Bryn's expression returned to normal as she donned a gentle smile and approached the little girl. When it came to acting, Bryn was the strongest actress in the world, capable of seamless performances by utilizing her memory fruit. In fact, a certain lecherous Kappa had once fallen victim to her outstanding acting skills. Seeing the peculiar three-eyed girl with a warm smile and her graceful demeanor, Ain felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation wash over her, and she responded with a faint smile of her OWNAS. She smiled. Ain subtly raised her right hand. What was that hand trying to accomplish? Bryn continued walking, her mind racing with thoughts that a girl of around 10 years. Donned in adult clothing and shoes that were clearly ill-fitting. How had she managed to penetrate layer after layer of Homai's guards to reach the center of this tower? That right hand was suspect. Bryn instantly sensed it but maintained her gentle smile, making her seem as refreshing as a spring breeze. Lost, are we? Worry not. Dear sister will lead you down. Which family do you belong to? And how did you wander here? Bryn smiled and extended her hand towards the little girl's head, seemingly intending to pat her. Such behavior was entirely natural, being a woman herself and embodying the persona of a kind older sister. Bryn executed it effortlessly without a hint of discord. Even her outstretched hand appeared entirely unforced. Meanwhile, Ayn, who had activated her retrogressive ability, found that her stature had diminished, and extending her hand to quicken her speed was challenging. She could only smile, resembling someone slightly anxious, as she attempted to grasp Bryn's outstretched hand. Two young women, both possessing exceptional beauty and sporting wavy curls, were caught in their own schemes, though Bryn's acting prowess slightly outshone Ayn's. As Bryn, still smiling, gently placed her hand on Ayn's head, Ayn's body suddenly trembled, her mind buzzing, and goosebumps erupted across her skin that a sense of foreboding gripped her. In an instant, her small hand shot towards Bryn. However, whoosh, Bryn's right hand reached towards Ayn's forehead, grasping just above as a long beam of light extended from Ayn's head, resembling a tape reel that continuously projected images. Ayn's body froze instantly. Her memories were being extracted, leaving her mind a blank slate. Let me see who you are. Bryn's smile faded, as if it had never existed, transforming her into a girl with a disingenuous grin. The footage displayed on entering the room, taking down 2 Homai soldiers, making her way upstairs, peering into various rooms, and continuously evading patrols while pretending to stumble, dismantling soldier after soldier. Bryn's body quivered as she exhaled, her vigilance shifting towards Ayn's right hand. What a strange ability. What could its properties be? Decomposing objects, perhaps? So, that's it. Her power is the retrogression fruit. Bryn continued to sift through Ayn's memories, feeling as if Ayn were stripped bare before her, devoid of any secrets. When she saw Akiji declare his intention to kill Kaido and destroy the beast pirates in Ayn's presence, Bryn's body trembled, her pupils dilating. It turned out that 2 former Marine admirals sought revenge for Sengoku, infiltrating the world of the Yonko to ambush Kaido's father. Thankfully, I discovered this. Phew. Those were 2 admirals. So perilous. I must inform father post-haste. Bryn hurriedly rose, intending to ascend to the upper floors. As she passed by the dazed Ayn, Bryn suddenly halted, staring intently at her. After a long moment, a chilling smile crept onto Bryn's face. I've come up with a brilliant idea. A few minutes later, Bryn walked ahead, followed by a bouncy little girl. Ayn, Sister Bryn, wait for me. Are we going to find Uncle Kaido? How wonderful, I haven't seen him in ages. By the way, where's father? I miss him a little. Ayn twirled her large, dark eyes, playfully glancing around. Bryn smiled and replied, Ayn, when I give the signal, you must use your snail to call that villain who wishes to deceive you and endanger father's safety. Remember, do not let anything slip. Ayn pouted, looking displeased. Sister Bryn, you underestimate me. I am 10 years old this year. In the grand hall of the Cake Tower, Kaido sat alone, drinking amidst a table laden with sumptuous delicacies. Wah. Why can't I have a good son? That scoundrel Kaiza has slept for decades and still profits immensely. It's infuriating. Kaido wept loudly between swigs of alcohol, his expression darkening as he pondered something. His face shifted with every drink, displaying a range of emotions that surpassed even Bryn's acting skills. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor, causing Kaido to frown. He had explicitly instructed his subordinates to keep their distance. How could someone dare to disturb him now? He looked up to see 2 girls approaching. One was Bryn, while the other was a girl he had never seen before. However, he paid it no mind, assuming she was merely Bryn's sister. Upon entering, Ayn exuberantly cheered, her melodious young voice a delight to hear. She scurried beneath the large table, clinging to Kaido's pant leg, and, much like a tree climber, ascended onto his lap, swinging her little legs. Ayn tilted her small face up at Kaido, grinning widely. Uncle Kaido, you're crying again. So shameful. Kaido's eyelids twitched in confusion. Who are you? So familiar with me. Aren't you afraid of my fearsome visage? I, Kaido, could easily devour a little friend. Bryn stifled a giggle at Kaido's bewildered expression. She stepped forward and beckoned to Ayn. Come down. That's quite rude. Ein shook her head adamantly, pouting, no, no, I want a drink. With that, she tilted her little face towards Kaido, exclaiming, Uncle Kaido, I want a drink. What would a little girl drink, huh? Kaido instinctively replied, but then his burly frame shuddered as long-buried memories surged forth. How reminiscent this scene was. Kaido's eyes moistened again as he recalled how many years ago his beloved daughter Yamato had similarly looked up at him with her innocent demeanor, evoking a mix of exasperation and amusement. Come down, or I shall inform your father, Brin added. Upon hearing Brin mention Kaiza, Ein quickly slid down from Kaido's lap and obediently walked over to Brin, her cheeks puffed out in an adorable pout. Sister Brin, you're being unfair. Always using father to scare me. Watching Ein depart, Kaido felt a sudden pang of wistfulness wash over him. Brin placed a hand atop Ein's head and gently grasped it, causing Ein's memories to surface, leaving her small body frozen in place. What are you doing? Kaido furrowed his brow, confused and slightly irate at Brin's actions. Strangely, within that brief moment, he found himself developing a paternal affection for the little girl. Ein, seeing Kaido's anger, Brin hastily explained, It's not what you think, Uncle Kaido. She is a spy for the Marine Admirals. Kaido appeared increasingly perplexed, gesturing towards the diminutive Ein, who was barely the size of his palm. Exclaiming, This tiny individual is purportedly a spy for the Marine Admirals? Are you certain there has been no error? Bruin shook her head, beckoning Kaido closer. She magnified Ain's memory recordings, the scenes unfurling like a cinematic reel. Kaido furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the footage, and after a moment of contemplation, his expression turned grave, silencing him. After a brief pause, he retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket and placed it on the table. Then turned to Bruin, musing, You have done exceptionally well. That I never would have imagined that such a small girl was diminished due to her abilities, a subordinate of that old coot Zifid Ha, an aged half-wit. Combined with the former Marine Admiral Akiji, 2 former admirals, indeed a bold undertaking. Fortunately, you discovered this. Otherwise, an ambush from these 2 could have resulted in catastrophic losses. Bruin offered a faint smile, appearing remarkably composed. Kaido discreetly smirked, internally thinking, Little girl, with that expression, it's clear you're overjoyed. Trying to feign calmness in front of me is an endeavor far too premature. He, Kaido of the Beasts, was, after all, a master of expression management. What do you plan to do? Kaido was no fool. Recalling Ain's earlier behavior, he deduced that Bruin must have altered her memories. Bruin replied, It cannot escape your keen perception. Uncle, my intention is for her to directly communicate with Zifa, to arrange a favorable day for a surprise attack. Upon hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but grin, giving Bruin a thumbs up and praising, That is an excellent plan. Let us not rush to notify. It would be prudent for you to safeguard the transponder snail for her. Even though you have modified her memories to make her one of us, she is still a child and may act mischievously. Such a significant matter cannot afford any mistakes. Bruin paused, realizing this concern had not crossed her mind. After a moment's thought, she recognized the wisdom in Kaido's words. Immediately, she regarded him with admiration, contemplating that he was indeed the formidable 4th Emperor of the Sea, possessing foresight. You may return now. I will speak with Kaiza Linlin shortly and have her select a time. Kaido stated as he resumed his position. Bruin nodded, extending her finger to reintegrate Ain's memories that it was as if time, previously frozen, began to flow once more, and Ain, previously dazed, became animated and lively, her bright eyes darting around, even drooling over the delicacies on the table. Shall we return to our room? Ain, Bruin smiled. Ain pouted, appearing somewhat reluctant. Suddenly, Kaido coughed and called out, Ain, come here to Uncle. Are you hungry? Feel free to eat whatever you desire. Bruin was taken aback, blinking in surprise, before breaking into a smile and descending the stairs alone. Behind her, the faint sound of the little girl's jubilant cheers echoed on Hakanosu Island in the New World. Within a grand palace, several prominent captains of the Blackbeard pirates were gathered. 2nd Ship Captain Shiryu, 3rd Ship Captain Van Augur, 4th Ship Captain Abelo Pizarro, 5th Ship Captain Lafitte, 6th Ship Captain San Juan Wolf, 7th Ship Captain Katarina Devon, 8th Ship Captain Vasco Shot, and 9th Ship Captain Poison Cute. Where is Akiji? Why has he not joined the meeting? Blackbeard inquired, frowning from his golden throne. The heavily made-up Katarina Devon giggled. He has been sneaking around these past few days with a captain you would never expect, seemingly plotting against the beast pirates to avenge Sengoku. Huh, avenging Sengoku. That does align with Akiji's character. Stop teasing me, Devon. You know I dislike beating around the bush. Devon quickly covered her mouth, giggling. It's Zifa, the former Marine Admiral. Black-armed Zifa. Blackbeard's eyes lit up as he sat up straight. Oh, are you certain of this? He is no minor player. Akiji has indeed kept many secrets from us. Huh? Keep a close watch on everything concerning the beast pirates and report every detail to me. Shiryu, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Captain, this presents an excellent opportunity. Blackbeard raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding, I understand your implication, Shiryu, but that Kaiza is no ordinary character. Moreover, the strength of the beast pirates is rather formidable. Involving ourselves could result in significant losses. Shiryu nodded. That is true. So we shall not participate. No. Blackbeard grinned widely, revealing the darkness lurking behind the few missing teeth, an abyss that instilled an inexplicable terror as if it were a gateway to the depths of hell. We shall act according to the circumstances. On Oven Island, explosions periodically erupted, followed by debris flying, buildings collapsing, and dust swirling. That I'm not running anymore. I'm too exhausted. Damn it, just kill me. I, Quinn, would rather die here than flee. Quinn, his corpulent body covered in wounds, appeared disheveled and filthy, his clothes reduced to rags, resembling a beggar in a refugee camp. One could only imagine how he had endured the past half hour, relentlessly pursued by the dim-witted Weevil. Any moment he slowed down would result in an onslaught of devastating attacks. Hey, even hanging oneself requires a breather. Aw, I'm going to kill you. Weevil's tiny eyes turned crimson as he brandished his massive sword. With a springing motion, Quinn's hefty body shot forward like a ball, evading Weevil's strike. Weevil, a colossal figure resembling an oversized Quinn, pursued him, both of them rolling like two massive meatballs, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. Suddenly, a sound of air bursting echoed from the horizon as two figures rapidly approached. Quinn glanced over, and upon seeing Katakuri's long horns, he grew excited, believing it was his longed-for boss Kaiza, and waved his arms frantically. Boss, I'm over here. Weevil, momentarily distracted by the sudden appearance of the two, stood frozen, his foolish mind devoid of direction without Bacon's guidance, resembling the sluggish internet speeds of the 2G era. Katakuri descended swiftly, saying nothing, and unleashed his attack. Machi no. Shave. His right arm ballooned dramatically, encased in haki, covered in long spikes, swirling with dark flames. Boom, like a thunderclap, his enormous arm sliced through the air, leaving a series of afterimages as it struck the dazed Weevil. The tremendous explosion reverberated, shaking the very ground of Oven Island, causing the earth to crack and roll like waves, obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius, leaving a gaping pit of unfathomable depth. Quinn was sent flying like a deflated ball. Whoosh! At the edge of the vast crater, two figures landed almost instantaneously. Yamato, wielding an iron rod, peered into the pit, observing the crater-like hole where the formidable Weevil had endured Katakuri's terrifying strike, although he appeared to move slowly. He seemed to have suffered no fatal injuries, shaking his head before rising again. Weevil shook off the dirt from his head, his round little eyes gleaming with ferocity as he roared, "You hit me so hard. I'm getting angry." Yamato's mouth dropped open in disbelief, exclaiming, "What kind of monster is he? He took that massive blow, and didn't he die?" At that moment, Quinn, looking weary, returned, casting a sidelong glance at Yamato and the others, muttering, "I thought it was Boss Kaiza who arrived. Turns out it's just you guys. If it had been the boss earlier, he would have already been dead." Yamato disdainfully shot him a glance, grimacing at Quinn's plump physique. "Hey, what s with that look? Do you underestimate me, Quinn?" Quinn, feeling insulted, jumped up, pointing at Yamato. "Do you know how I made it here in the past half hour? Do you have any idea?" "No, and I don't care to know," Yamato replied, indifferent, fiddling with his stick without sparing Quinn a second glance. Quinn, momentarily speechless, almost choked, before breaking into a sly smile. "Well, since you want to know, Lord Quinn will graciously enlighten you." He was pointing at the pit, eager to climb out, incessantly damaging the walls of the pit. "This fellow, tougher than you can imagine. To defeat him, one must first breach the armor of Conqueror's haki that envelopes his body. I cannot fathom how this gluttonous fool has cultivated such profound haki." Upon hearing gluttonous, Yamato turned her head, staring intently at Quinn's necklace head. Quinn, taken aback, touched his face, and said, "What's wrong? Are you mesmerized by my handsomeness? No matter how formidable he may be, today he must be defeated, crushed, annihilated. Katakuri, rarely gritting his teeth, summoned the earthen dragon spear from his writhing arm, shimmering with lethal radiance. Dark flames began to rise from his body. A chilling aura spreading forth, coating the ground with a layer of frost. Boom! Katakuri charged forward, his right arm spiraling and whirling, transforming into a gigantic drill, thrusting towards Weevil's head. Machi Spike. Seeing this, Yamato immediately followed suit. Her elongated form sprouting flowing white fur in midair, her cheeks puffing up as she morphed into a silver wolf, raising the hefty club in her hand high. Thunder Bagua. Observing this, Quin's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt down, exclaiming, "Ah, Grandpa Quinn is here." Although Weevil was dim-witted, his innate battle instincts were exceptionally potent. As the trio's attacks reached mid-air, Weevil gripped his massive scythe with both arms and executed a sweeping strike. The black-red lightning erupting from the blade, tearing through the air and shattering the void. The 100-meter-long slash seemed intent on cleaving the heavens and the earth asunder. Boom! 3 against 1. The terrifying impact caused the already unfathomable pit to crack anew. Soil and stones soaring as if a great earthquake had struck, the surrounding walls rumbling and shedding countless fragments of rock and dirt. Katakuri roared, the veins on his right arm bulging, the earthen dragon howling. Engulfed in burning black smoke, crashing against Weevil's blade with terrifying force, the tremendous energy piercing through Weevil's heavy scythe, aiming straight for his face. Ino's samurai eyes fangs. Yamato opened her mouth, exhaling frigid frost that swiftly spread along the blade pressed against by Katakuri. Rapidly encasing Weevil's arms in in an instant, he was enveloped in a layer of frost, the thickness increasing swiftly. Whirlwind decapitation. Quinn bent forward, his body swelling as a bizarre mechanical dragon emerged, its robust mechanical arms launching forth to seize Weevil's massive form, swinging him like a wrecking ball. Boom! Quinn laughed maniacally, gripping Weevil's ankle and spinning him against the surrounding stone walls, creating a series of thunderous crashes. What a thrill! Quinn's face was alight with exhilaration. The tables turned after being pursued for so long. Stop playing around. Throw him over here, Yamato shouted angrily. Katakuri spread his arms wide, the earth softening and writhing as massive spiked donuts emerged, engulfed in ominous black flames. All right, caught him, Quinn, bowling style. Quinn swung Weevil and hurled him towards Yamato and Katakuri. Yamato unleashed her Conqueror's Haki, which erupted like thunder, wrapping around the heavy iron rod, her aura surging, dark red lightning flickering ominously upon the iron rod. Whoosh! Weevil, encased in shattered ice, rocketed towards the two-diamond bolt. The black-red lightning exploded in the void as Yamato swung with all her might, causing the air to roar. Fruit awakening. Haki armor. Haki entwined. Demon flames burning. Machi chanting. Katakuri bellowed, as from the center of the donut above him, enormous black fists entwined with Conqueror's Haki swirled, stirring the heavens, unleashing torrents of black lightning that turned the air into a sticky mass. Compressing layer upon layer. As Kaido's daughter, Yamato possessed an innate, formidable talent akin to Katakuri. She was naturally endowed with the potential for Conqueror's Haki, having trained alongside the world's peak powers, temperament, talent, diligence, all of the highest caliber. This cousin duo, now collaborating for the first time, managed to produce a flicker of a combined attack. Their strikes began to overlap subtly, the mass of lightning intertwining and intensifying, resembling a prison of thunder. Boom! The earth crumbled into dust as Weevil was struck by the frenzied assault, countless blows raining down upon his robust Haki armor, akin to a cataclysmic collision of worlds, akin to the explosion of millions of tons of dynamite. Puff! At last, Weevil's outer defenses were breached, the combined might of Katakuri and Yamato striking him unreservedly. Boom, 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 boom. A tempest unleashed, innumerable colossal fists crashing down. Katakuri's visage contorted in rage, the black demon flames surging like tidal waves, completely enveloping Weevil's massive form, fiercely igniting his very soul. Ah, it hurts so much, mommy. I'm in so much pain. I want a toy. I want chicken legs. Weevil discarded his scythe, clutching his head as he rolled on the ground, attempting to escape the black flames that clung to him, but to no avail. The demon flames were not merely attached to his surface. They were affixed to his very soul, scorching his consciousness. The pain he felt was not corporeal, but rather ethereal. Quinn's flesh quivered as he watched Weevil writhe incessantly, swallowing hard. "Boss Caesar, come back. What on earth is wrong with this guy's body? Why can't we break him? I thought it was just his hockey being too dense, but his physique is terrifying too. Is this even human?" Katakuri and Yamato registered this realization as well. Their expressions darkened, appearing somewhat drained and pale. The recent combined assault had nearly drained them of their strength. They had unleashed their full power, employing awakened fruit abilities and potent techniques, landing solid hits on this monster. However, the outcome was that, aside from breaching Weevil's hockey armor and Katakuri's demon flames having a slight effect, Weevil appeared merely bruised, blood spilling profusely. Yet, all three were masters among masters. Quinn remarked, "I know what you're thinking. Today, I am undoubtedly the MVP of the entire event. Possessing unparalleled insight, having already discerned a dreadful truth, after enduring such a barrage of attacks, this brain-damaged monster has merely sustained surface wounds. His aura has barely diminished. This fellow was tougher than Kazuru. His physical resilience was horrifying. Clearly, they could only wear him down gradually." Katakuri furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the earthen dragon. Yamato glanced at the bent iron rod in her hand, pursed her lips, and extended her right hand to straighten it, restoring it to its original form. Wah! Suddenly, Weevil ceased rolling, sitting upright, and emitting an earth-shattering scream that startled the trio. "This guy is going nuts again. You have no idea. His mother just died, and he chased me for dozens of minutes," Quinn remarked, clicking his tongue. Yamato stared at Quinn as if he were a fool. "You killed his mother. Who else would he chase?" At this moment, Weevil, covering his mouth, wailed in terror, "Wah! My beard! My beard! My daddy's white beard is gone. Wah!" Quinn felt the surrounding air boiling like scalding water, his eardrums nearly shattering, his mind buzzing. "Stop whining." Quinn could no longer contain himself and shouted. As Weevil's cries ceased, his tear-streaked, reddened eyes turned to Quinn, his massive form rising from the ground and charging straight at him. "Oh no." Quinn startled, blinking rapidly, whistling as he stealthily moved to hide behind Yamato and Katakuri. Boom! The battle erupted anew. Atop the cake tower, Kaido's expression darkened as he regarded the gifted one before him, stunned by the news they brought. Caesar and Lingling's son, Katakuri's twin brother Owen, had perished in the waters of the world. On the very island he was stationed, Boss Kaido, now Brother Quinn, and the war god should already be on that island, engaging the enemy. Kaido slowly rose, grasping the Black Wolf Fong club at his feet. Speaking in a deep voice, "Take me there." As Kaido reached the door, his steps involuntarily halted. "But I cannot leave this place. Akiji and Zephyr, those old coins, are still lurking around somewhere, spying T-side." "Forget it," informed Caesar and Lingling. Blurp blurp. The telephone snail rang several times before being answered, and a languid voice emanated from the other end. "What's the matter, Kaido? We're enjoying afternoon tea on Donut Island. Ma 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 ma. Do you want to join us?" Kaido paused for a moment before responding. "Lingling, where's Kaiza? Have him take the call." "Huh? Is there something you're hiding from me?" "Humph. So mysterious. Donut Island, situated 200 miles from Cake Island, is the stronghold of Katakuri. It produces a plethora of delightful confections, renowned particularly for its donuts and chocolate fruit tea. The island's most famous dessert establishment, Zero Card Restaurant. Kaiza and Lingling sat face-to-face at a window-side table on the third floor, leisurely sipping fruit tea and indulging in donuts while admiring the architectural scenery. The third floor was sparsely populated, filled exclusively with the affluent and elite. Yet, despite their opulent attire, the guests couldn't help but cast glances of awe towards Kaiza and Lingling. "What's the matter, Kaido?" Kaiza inquired, taking the telephone snail from Lingling. "Trouble has arisen on Oven Island. Owen is dead. I have Zephyr and Akiji lying low here, unable to move. Quinn and Little Ka have gone over. You are swift. I suggest you take a look." Kaido's voice lowered ominously. Kaiza's warm smile gradually faded, and an overwhelming aura of dread began to emanate from his imposing frame. Sensing something amiss, Lingling, lost in the joy of sweets, halted her movements and gazed at Kaiza in confusion. "What's wrong?" Suddenly, the sky above Donut Island, previously clear and blue, became engulfed in dark clouds, obscuring the ground below. Thunder rumbled ominously as if a dragon was roaring within the tempest. Kaiza rose, the air around him warped, rendering his towering figure somewhat indistinct, and the scenery around him morphed into a surreal tableau. Lingling, Return to Cake Island at once. Enemies are at our doorstep, Zephyr and Akiji. I have matters to attend to. Kaiza uttered these words through clenched teeth, shattering the balcony on the 3rd floor. His robust form ascended, golden feathers unfurling from him, transforming him into a magnificent golden bird that streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Vanishing into the ether, Zephyr and Akiji, Linlin furrowed her brow, glancing longingly at the sweets on the table before rising to make her way back to Cake Island and on Oven Island. Katakuri's razor-sharp spear. Earth Dragon, pierced through Weevil's sturdy chest, lifting him high before crashing him down to the ground. The earth trembled, and dust billowed. Diamond. Mingdiao. Yamato's chest heaved as he swung the twisted iron rod in his hand. Striking Weevil's head with brutal force. At some point, Quinn had climbed to the top of a massive hole, now the ground of Oven Island. In his powerful Brachiosaurus form, he set his gaze upon Weevil's head below. Taking a deep breath, Quinn leapt head first. Rascal Baiachio. Bam! The massive Brachiosaurus head collided directly with Weevil's cheek, embedding his entire head into the earth. His body arched upwards. Yamato wore a sinister grin as he swung the black-red lightning-wreathed iron rod, striking precisely between Weevil's splayed legs. Bam! The tremendous force sent Weevil straight into the ground. Quinn, dazed and swaying, transformed into a disheveled, rotund figure, staring vacantly at the slanted hole beneath him, muttering, "Is this guy dead?" Yamato panted without replying, and the black flames on Katakuri's form began to flicker out. Exhausted, he approached the dark hole, shaking his head. Not dead yet, but his mind is likely completely shattered. What manner of creature is this? Its hardness, resilience, and armed color hockey are astonishingly powerful, and its recovery ability is terrifying. If it weren't for its apparent mental instability, it would indeed be a formidable foe. Crack, crack, crack. Within the dark hole, Weevil's voice emerged. A mumbling murmur, while the cave's entrance began to collapse, the ground rising ominously as he somehow used his head to push against the weight of the earth, step by step emerging from below. His face was a terrifying sight. Both eyes had exploded into a mushy pulp, his nose was flattened into his cheeks, and his visage was smeared with blood and dirt. Blood flowed incessantly from his 7 orifices, rendering him a horrific spectacle. His mountainous body bore the scars of torn skin, exposing thick, crimson tendons beneath, writhing like giant serpents, some already severed yet visibly regenerating. That Weevil's skin was in tatters, resembling an oversized liquor, with even his lineage being obliterated by Yamato's attack. His mouth opened, producing meaningless sounds. Guided by the formidable observation hockey, he staggered towards Katakuri and the others. Katakuri clenched Earth Dragon tightly, his arm muscles bulging. Thunder rolled. At some point, the sky darkened, thick clouds gathering, the air turning cold and damp, temperatures plummeting as a chilling aura seeped into the hearts of the three. This frigid sensation was not a mere ability, but a palpable intent to kill. Katakuri's eyes widened in shock as his supreme observation hockey enveloped Oven Island. Yet he found nothing. The power that could foresee the future yielded no discernible outcome. It was as if this sudden, bone-chilling killing intent was something even his observation hockey dared not confront. Not good. Yamato, Quinn, we must leave this island, Katakuri declared, his countenance shifting, eyes flashing. Yamato and Quinn were taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Aren't you going to kill him? He murdered your brother, Yamato exclaimed. Katakuri gazed up at the dark clouds, lips trembling as he murmured, Father is coming. Whoosh! A fierce gale swept across the land, sending debris flying as large chunks of earth began to collapse. A terrifying force, like divine wrath, extended from the horizon. The stone walls around them cracked ominously, fissures spreading like spider webs. The air around them thickened, making even walking a laborious endeavor. Swish! A brilliant golden light tore through the sky, splitting it asunder, landing squarely in the center of the pits. Katakuri and his companions focused, a colossal figure, as imposing as a mountain, with a physique akin to a dragon, and an aura as vast as the heavens, emerged into their view. Quinn's face lit up with excitement, poised to call out to Kaiza. But he saw Kaiza, with arms as thick as ancient stone pillars raised high, his massive form engulfed in a surging crimson light. Flames erupting around him, transforming him into a towering inferno. A power that could change the very fabric of reality, brewing to its zenith, was on the verge of being unleashed. Quinn trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by an impending sense of dread. Go! Leave this island! Katakuri seized the dazed Yamato, shouting fiercely, before propelling himself into the air, vanishing into the pit. Wait for me. Quinn, pale with fear, rolled his hefty form, springing up and bolting wildly towards the island's edge. Weevil was barehanded, and so was Kaiza. Weevil stood at 6 meters tall, his body as robust as a mountain. Yet before the towering Kaiza, who stood at 9 meters, he appeared diminutive. Perhaps out of instinct. Sensing an overwhelming threat, Weevil charged forward in a frenzy, raising his massive fist to strike Kaiza's chest. Boom! The heavens roared. The air behind Kaiza compressed and exploded, the force of the impact shattering the surrounding stone walls and cracking the earth beneath him. Yet Kaiza remained steadfast, unmoving, his body erect like an ancient mountain, his expression cold and devoid of emotion, a silence that was profoundly unsettling. Crack, crack, crack. Black fissures opened in the air above Kaiza's raised fist. Stretching hundreds, even thousands of meters long, Conqueror's hockey entwined. Armament hockey enveloped. As Kaiza ignited the depths of his life essence for the first time, his formidable physique had long transcended all limits. With each movement, he could shatter the air and rend the void. His colossal fist descended inch by inch, seemingly slow, yet it appeared to penetrate layers of spatial barriers, bearing down with the weight of an entire sky. Whitebeard, his body rigid and trembling, lifted his blood-stained visage, seemingly yearning to glimpse the form of Kaiza. Roar! Kaiza bellowed. Crimson flames of life essence erupted explosively. The purest physical strength erupted perfectly at that moment. As his massive fist bore down upon Whitebeard's head relentlessly. Boom! Without uttering a sound, Whitebeard's enormous cranium shattered inch by inch, disintegrating into the finest particles, reduced to dust. His head, neck, torso, waist, and thighs. Kaiza's fist crashed from the top of Whitebeard's head and exited from beneath, instantaneously obliterating his vast form, leaving not a trace behind. When the fist struck the earth at the center of the pit, it seemed to detonate a megaton of explosives. Boom! The ground trembled as layers of rock fractured. The void shattered, and the entire oven island quaked, an unfathomable force erupting from beneath Kaiza's feet, radiating outward in all directions. With a thunderous explosion, the entire oven island erupted in a single breath. A colossal mushroom cloud rising, formed from countless shattered stones and dust propelled by the unleashed power. Katakuri and his companions grasped the ship's railing, buffeted by the terrifying shockwave. The pirate ship beneath them surged away from the island at unprecedented speed. The keel even lifted off the surface of the sea by the force of the blast. A titanic tsunami surged across the ocean for hundreds of miles, while the sky, shrouded in clouds, instantaneously cleared to brilliance. Gulp. Queen stood in stunned silence, swallowing hard. Clang. The iron rod in Yamato's hands clattered to the deck as her eyes widened in disbelief. Father. Katakuri inhaled deeply, profoundly shaken. One punch, and the island shattered. At this moment, beyond the waters of Totland, a colossal vessel navigated the vast sea. This ship, resplendently luxurious and entirely a deep red hue, was a massive 2-masted sailing ship on the sail near the stern. A gigantic snake character was embroidered, while the mainsail depicted an enormous skull, encircled by 9 serpent heads that on either side of the ship's hull, 2 immense pythons trailed behind, exuding an air of majesty and terror. Hancock, your vessel is truly impressive. I have encountered countless formidable ships, and yours ranks among them. The luxury is secondary. What intrigues me is that your 2 pythons can traverse the waters surrounding Fishman Island, dominated by colossal sea kings, with such ease. What is the origin of these serpents? On the deck stood an elderly man wearing round-framed glasses, a vertical scar marring his right eye, his hair a cascade of silver curls, and a uniquely styled beard adorning his chin. This old man exuded an inexplicable charisma, standing out even amidst the surrounding beauties aboard the Kuja pirate ship. He was none other than the legendary pirate King Roger's right-hand man. The vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Silver's Rayleigh, ahead, a stunning woman clad in a vivid red open coat, bore an expression of irritation, chastising. Rayleigh, did I not warn you? Only Luffy has the right to call me by my true name. Do not overstep your bounds. Sister, a robust woman beside Hancock, one of the Boa sisters, Boa Marigold, quickly intervened, smiling as she explained to Rayleigh, Mr. Rayleigh, please do not take offense. The pythons you mentioned are the national treasures of Amazon Lily. Known as yushi, exceedingly rare, a species of large, venomous pythons, they secrete a potent toxin that envelopes them, instilling fear in marine creatures. ensuring they steer clear of our vessel. Rayleigh chuckled, unfazed. I see. No wonder we have not encountered any sea monsters during our journey. I was rather apprehensive due to the hasty coating. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the other sister, Boa Sandersonia, flicked her forked tongue, grinning. Mr. Rayleigh, you are far too modest. I believe you are the finest coating artisan in the Shabandi archipelago. Rayleigh laughed heartily, but moments later, he turned his gaze toward the sea ahead. There, islands began to emerge from the horizon, scattered across the vast ocean, indicating a densely populated region. Totland, we have arrived. Rayleigh adjusted his round glasses, his tone turning serious as he looked at Hancock. Hancock, are you truly prepared? Once we enter here, it is akin to stepping into hell. A rare struggle flickered across Hancock's face, yet her expression soon solidified with determination as she replied. Rayleigh, you have seen the news. Luffy has been grievously injured by that Kaiser, and there has been no word since. How can I remain at ease? If Luffy were to perish, this heartbroken woman would surely follow him into the grave. I cannot bear to imagine the torment he is enduring, both mentally and physically. Look at his companions, those who have died, those who have been wounded. The outcome is simply as Hancock spoke. Her beautiful eyes glisten with unshed tears. Alas, what is love that it compels one to life and death? Truly, as the old woman foretold, this is a tragic fate. Rayleigh sighed. If you are afraid, remain on the ship. Hancock wiped her tears, raising her chin like an imperious swan. Ha ha ha. At my age, what is there to fear? I have one foot in the grave. Even if the path ahead leads to true hell, I shall venture forth today. Rayleigh's eyes sparkled with fierce confidence, enhancing his masculine presence. The young women aboard the pirate ship curiously tugged at Rayleigh's skin, their fascination evident. However, Rayleigh's smile faltered. Suddenly, the ship began to rock violently, the sea beneath churning furiously as a massive wave, towering dozens of meters high, surged forth from the direction of Totland, an awe-inspiring sight. Rayleigh and Hancock furrowed their brows, gazing towards the commotion. At the horizon, no islands were visible, yet the sky appeared unusually clear, as if an invisible hand had swept away all clouds in an instant. An unseen wave of energy surged from a distant area, sweeping across the entirety of Totland at a terrifying speed, inciting a cataclysmic tsunami. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed in alarm, his emotions surging as he fixated on that direction. Hancock mirrored his expression, her demeanor stripped of its previous haughtiness, now etched with unprecedented gravity. As the tumultuous tsunami subsided, the sea regained its tranquility, and all aboard fell silent, gazing at Rayleigh and Hancock. Rayleigh exhaled deeply, exchanging a glance with Hancock, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, a fierce battle was underway. Judging by the terrifying aftershocks, the combatant strength likely rivaled that of Captain Roger and Whitebeard. Hancock's body trembled, her expression torn as she gazed towards that direction, rendered speechless. After a long pause, Rayleigh spoke. It would still be prudent to depart. It is not necessary to risk our lives. We can seek out Luffy. Hancock hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth. Sandersonia, which island exists in that direction? The tall and slender Sandersonia hurriedly retrieved the eternal log pose, checking the position and distance. Approximately 160 miles away lies the renowned Oven Island of Totland, the territory of Charlotte Oven, one of Big Mom's sons. Let us circumvent that place. We shall hasten to Cake Island. With you, Rayleigh, we can capture Kaiser's son, the war god Katakuri. At that time, I shall ensure that Kaiser feels remorse for the harm inflicted upon Luffy. Hancock's face regained its composure, revealing a glimmer of hatred and murderous intent. Rayleigh sighed, choosing not to press the matter further. In truth, Rayleigh himself was seething with anger. He had spent 2 years alongside Luffy, sharing countless moments, and had developed feelings for Luffy that were both mentor-like and fraternal. Luffy indeed possessed formidable talent and a unique charisma akin to Roger's, capable of subtly influencing all who encountered him, be they foes or allies. Irresistibly drawn into his orbit, consider the former warlord Crocodile, or the clown Buggy. Rayleigh's mind was preoccupied with another pressing matter. That Katakuri, the mightiest star under Charlotte Linlin, had been further empowered by his father, Kaido, awakening the bloodline of the Oni clan, rendering him extraordinarily formidable, so much so that even Kazuru had fallen to him. Alas, if only he were alone on Cake Island, there might still be hope for a capture. However, should other powerful adversaries emerge to complicate matters, escaping unscathed would surely become a formidable challenge. The Oven Island. No, It was no longer an island. As the tsunami subsided, the waters engulfed the remnants of the terrain, transforming what was once a sprawling landmass into a mere sea mound scarcely a few hundred meters in size. Katakuri urged the pirates aboard his ship to hasten their return, finally arriving back before darkness fell. Previously, amidst the terrifying shockwaves and tsunami, their vessel had been driven over 100 miles away, nearly landing back at Cake Island, where Kaido awaited. Over there, Quinn whispered, pointing to the distant mound. Upon it sat an imposing figure, bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun. The undulating black sea, the protruding rocks, the gloomy sky, and the blood-red twilight combined to create a breathtaking tableau, dominated by the silhouette of a towering man. Katakuri and his companions silently gazed at this lone figure, remaining wordless. They did not disturb the seemingly solitary presence, but instead shared a tranquil silence with him over the expansive ocean. After a considerable time, the man atop the rocks finally rose and vanished in an instant. The next moment, Kaido's massive form appeared before the trio. Father, uncle, boss, the voices echoed as Katakuri, Yamato, and Quinn respectfully knelt on one knee. Even Yamato, who had been sparring with Kaido that very morning, showing no exception, bowing with utmost reverence and palpable tension. Kaido nodded and casually seated himself, a hint of solitude etched upon his face. Little cat, do you think this father of yours has failed? Kaido suddenly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Katakuri lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Kaido, earnestly shaking his head. No, father, please do not say that. Without you, mother and Uncle Kaido, along with everyone else, would have perished. You saved me and Owen when it mattered, and this Tado land territory would have been ravaged by marauders had you not returned in time to me. You are a father deserving of our utmost respect. Indeed, I feel the same way, Quinn quickly added. Yamato kept his head bowed, concealing his expression. Kaido raised his head, surveying the vast expanse around him, exhaling deeply. When I awakened from my slumber, I was burdened with a sense of frustration that time. I harbored a desire to bring about destruction, But later, when I found Linlin and my little brother, I rediscovered a sense of purpose that transcended mere bloodshed, because now, I have sons, 4 of them. Kaido spoke to himself as Katakuri listened intently. Quinn and Yamato also discreetly tuned in. My childhood. Forget it. It was far too long ago. I began my journey at sea at the age of 10, steeped in slaughter, relentless in my killings, believing that only through combat could I find fulfillment, feeling the warmth of my enemy's blood upon me, reminding me that I was alive. Hence, I earned the title of demon, for those who stood against me were destined to face their doom. To be honest, even after encountering Linlin and Kaido, I remained unchanged. My desire for Linlin eclipsed my feelings, while my indifference toward Kaido persisted. In my world, it was solely about me. 30 years ago, I grew weary of dragging Kaido around to build power. I craved blood. I craved slaughter. Destruction was in my very essence, leading us to a divergence that would be resolved through battle. Kaido was formidable then, yet he was still beneath me, ultimately falling to my might. My eyes burning with rage. I even contemplated ending his life. As Kaido spoke, a chilling aura of indifference and menace enveloped him, causing cold sweat to bead on Yamato and Quinn's foreheads, leaving them breathless. Yet, inexplicably, when I stood upon Kaido's chest, raising my sword high to pierce his skull, I saw myself reflected in his eyes. I was consumed by madness, by bloodlust. My gaze was devoid of emotion, filled only with an insatiable desire for destruction. Even more malevolent than rocks, who aspired to dominate the world. It finally dawned upon me why I could never become like rocks. In my world, there was only me, no world beyond. I stood there, sword raised, aimed at Kaido's head. For what felt like an eternity. I relented. I chose to slumber, wishing to witness the future and see if I would change. Life within one's own world truly is mundane. Kaido chuckled suddenly, and the surrounding world seemed to brighten momentarily. Yamato and Quinn exhaled deeply, feeling a newfound lightness in their bodies. Little cat, do you know, when Linlin told me I had 4 sons, my heart sprang to life. I felt as though I had transformed. Though I still occasionally yearn for battles and bloodshed, I am no longer alone. I have brothers, a wife, sons, and a loyal following. Even so, I still feel a certain distance from the 4 of you, particularly from the 3, perhaps because you inherited my bloodline. My feelings for you run deeper than for them. Nevertheless, Owen, Perispero, and Daifuku remain my sons. A weighty, Mountainous aura emanated from Kaido as he grasped Katakuri's shoulders, gazing deeply into his son's eyes. Anyone, be they divine, who harms my family shall be plucked from their celestial perch and reduced to ashes. Kaido rose slowly, an overwhelming presence akin to an ancient godly mountain rising into the sky, returned to Cake Island, resolve some matters, and then summon the forces to annihilate the clown buggy's dominion, leaving not a single soul behind. Murderous intent that could alter the very fabric of the heavens erupted from Kaido, as if the sea itself threatened to capsize, dark waves rising high into the sky. I will make this world understand the fate that awaits those who dare to harm my family. 1 hour later, on Cake Island, in a room of a modest dwelling, Akiji and Zephyr, disguised as commoners with comical fake noses and bushy beards, their heads wrapped in large scarves, peered discreetly through the window towards a distant tower. At that moment, a phone bug nestled in Zephyr's arms suddenly rang. Both men jumped in surprise, and Zephyr quickly retrieved the small device. Connecting the call. Hello, this is the Tato Land restaurant. Would you prefer donuts or toasted bread? A bright, quirky voice of a girl chimed from the other end, her words sounding quite peculiar. Yet neither Zephyr nor Akiji found anything amiss. I require a refined serving of roasted escargot, Zephyr stated gravely on the other end. Ein's voice responded swiftly. I have gathered intelligence. Currently, only Kakuri is stationed at the Cake Tower. Kaido, Big Mom, and Kaido have all departed for Oven Island to confront the Blackbeard pirates and the Clown Buggy subordinates. Zephyr and Akiji exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. This is the perfect opportunity, Zephyr-sensei, Akiji declared in a low voice. While Kaido and the others are absent, we must strike at his stronghold, eliminate or capture this future pillar of the beast pirates, and ensure Kaido lives out his days in regret. Zephyr's eyes sparkled with determination. No, it is imperative we capture him and hand him over to the Navy. This would allow us to ignite another war, akin to what we did with Whitebeard. Katakuri is the prince of the beast pirates. Defeating even Kizuru, his significance is immeasurable. At that time, it was the most opportune moment to utterly annihilate the beast god pirates. Just an hour prior, while Kaiza was aboard Kakuri's ship en route back to Whole Cake Island, he discovered Big Mom's transponder snail and placed a call to Kaido. They conferred on a plan to commence in 1 hour. As their return journey would take that long, Kaiza had resolved to instruct Kaido to signal Broly to initiate a baiting strategy, drawing out the lurking Akiji and Zephyr. The optimal approach was to lure them into a remote wilderness for a decisive extermination operation. However, the flaws in this plan were numerous. Seasoned individuals like Akiji and Zephyr would undoubtedly not fall for such a ruse easily. Therefore, the most effective method would be to lead them directly into the Cake Tower, where a surrounding strategy could be executed at that moment. With Kaido inside and Kaiza and Katakuri outside, Akiji and Zephyr would find themselves inescapably trapped. The most unpredictable variable in this situation was Big Mom. Due to the haste of their departure, Kaiza had taken the transponder snail without having the opportunity to communicate these details with her at this juncture. It was uncertain where Big Mom was or whether she was nearing Whole Cake Island. Should she arrive before Kaiza and the others, Akiji and Zephyr, being the cautious individuals they were, would surely abandon their mission. After all, they were well aware that facing 2 or more God-level members would be exceedingly challenging for them. Both parties maintained a cautious demeanor, refraining from extensive observation, for revealing their intentions would lead to disaster. Thus, Kaiza was gambling on the timing of Big Mom's return and Katakuri's significance in the minds of Zephyr and Akiji. However, even if this plan were to falter, Kaiza would instantly transform into a giant rock, boldly appearing. If the timing were right, even a failed plan would inevitably lead to Akiji and Zephyr meeting their demise. As time passed, the hours swiftly approached, and Kaiza and his companions neared Whole Cake Island. Meanwhile, Akiji and Zephyr had made up their minds to disguise themselves and head directly towards the towering Cake Tower. The moment they entered, Kaiza would ignite his blood essence, joining forces with Kaido and Katakuri, unleashing a thunderous assault on Akiji and Zephyr. Yet, an unforeseen circumstance arose, just as Kaiza was on the verge of erupting, and Akiji and Zephyr were about to step into the Cake Tower. Kaido silently grasped his massive club, ready to catch them unawares. At the port of Whole Cake Island, 2 figures caught the attention of both sides. Although they were also disguised, their flamboyant appearances and mannerisms clearly revealed their true identities. Akiji and Zephyr tensed, Akiji's pupils constricting as he instantly recognized the two, the pirate Empress Hancock and the Dark King Rayleigh. How could they possibly be here? A flurry of thoughts raced through Akiji's mind, and his intention to enter the cake tower abruptly ceased. The two naturally bypassed the tower, slipping into a dark alley without being noticed by Rayleigh and Hancock. A testament to the exceptional skill and professionalism of Akiji and Zephyr, far surpassing that of Rayleigh and Hancock on the ship, Kaiza instructed his crew to retreat into the cabin and halt their advance. His pupils transformed into the golden eyes of a rock, allowing him to keenly observe the happenings at the port, where he swiftly detected the unusual presence of 4 individuals. 4. Kaiza frowned. Wasn't it said that only Akiji and Zephyr were coming? How had 2 more appeared? Although Kaiza did not employ observation haki to gauge Rayleigh and Hancock's depth, their gait and expressions clearly indicated that they were formidable opponents among the 3 parties. Both Akiji and Kaiza were seasoned and cunning, while Rayleigh and Hancock, with their ostentatious appearances, were constantly peering around, yet they hesitated to unleash their observation haki that moment. Any slight trigger could ignite an explosion at the port of Whole Cake Island, turning it into a desolate wasteland. The air felt palpably oppressive, and no one dared to act recklessly in this critical instant. A tall woman clad in a pink dress, holding an umbrella, descended from the sky. Riding a swirling mass of fire clouds was the tardy Big Mom. One could only wonder why she chose to carry an umbrella at such a late hour. Big Mom's character was bold and unrestrained. Upon hearing Kaisa's words about 2 former Marine admirals lurking on Whole Cake Island, her fiery temperament could hardly tolerate it, coupled with the fact that Kaiza had given no explanation and had taken off in a hurry. She rushed back to Whole Cake Island with great urgency. However, she had encountered a minor mishap along the way that moment, on an uninhabited island situated between Donut Island and Whole Cake Island. A massive pirate ship lay overturned, deeply embedded in the ground. The island was marred by craters and burn marks. At the bottom of one of the craters lay the grotesque figure of Katerina Devon. Half of her body charred, her skull shattered, beside her a massive fist imprint embedded in the hard stone. Not far away, the drunken Bosco shot, his long tongue licking at a barrel, had been dragged out and discarded. His lower body reduced to a pulp by a giant foot. Yet Shot was not dead. He struggled to crawl back to the ship in search of a transponder snail that moment. He was consumed by wrath, blood oozing from his mouth devoid of a tongue. As he passed by Devon, he spat a mouthful of blood onto her half-shattered head. Devon, you foolish woman, did you think you were invincible? Provoking that woman? And to impersonate Kaiza? Damn it, don't drag me down with you. I must find the transponder snail and contact Captain Daki. He can save me. I refuse to die yet. As Big Mom arrived at the port with unabashed vigor, the expressions of Akiji and Zephyr, hiding in the alley, changed drastically. However, the ones most flustered were Rayleigh and Hancock on the street. Rayleigh instinctively sought to take cover, yet his body froze, for upon Big Mom's descent, her overwhelming observation haki instantly enveloped the entire island. Akiji, Zephyr, you sneaky bastards, where are you hiding? How dare you cause trouble on Kaisa's territory? You must be seeking death. Big Mom, with her towering figure and umbrella, cast a shadow that warped under the lamplight, distorting into shapes of humans, beasts, even plants, stones, and buildings, creating a nightmarish spectacle. What? Rayleigh and Hancock were momentarily dumbfounded. Rayleigh snorted, expelling mucus from his nostrils, causing the beard he wore on his lip to fly away. Big Mom's grim visage gradually turned towards them, her gaze landing on 2 additional mythics at the port of Whole Cake Island. With Big Mom's unrestrained perception unleashed, the strong auras of those present stood out distinctly beneath her observation haki. Inside the tower, Kaido's dormant, volcanic-like presence stirred, poised to erupt. In the alley, a chilling aura emanated like ice, while another was as heavy as a mountain. On the street, Rayleigh's aura pierced the sky like a sword, while Hancock's presence towered above all, looking down with disdain. Moreover, from the sea behind, an aura emanated with a cold, fiery spirit, Katakuri. Another aura was profound and unfathomable, akin to an ancient divine mountain standing between heaven and earth. Kaiza? Big Mom marveled, astonished to find that, including her, this small port now harbored a total of 8 pinnacle masters of the sea. Sensing that Kaiza made no excessive movements, Big Mom seemed to grasp his intent. A charming smile gracing her lips as she removed her hat, letting her silky black hair cascade down, enhancing her femininity. You are Rayleigh, and you, the Empress of the Amazons? I am truly curious, without men. How do you reproduce? Humph. You possess some beauty. Perhaps I shall take you as a concubine for my husband. Linlin gave a shake of the hat in her hand, and flames entwined around it, revealing a colossal blade over 10 meters long, aimed directly at Rayleigh and Hancock. Rayleigh forced a bitter smile, drawing his sword from his waist, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Hancock, realizing there was no way to conceal herself, tore away her disguise and stood proudly in the street. However, in comparison to Linlin, both of their statures appeared diminutive. Hancock's usual expression of disdain for all was rendered ineffective, even if she returned with her pet snake. It would not surpass Linlin in height. Here, two of the most formidable women of the seas encountered one another. Equally enchanting, one petite, the other towering. Both exuded an air of arrogance, looking down upon all. Hancock's gaze was solely reserved for Luffy, while Linglin's attention was fixated solely on Katakuri. Suddenly, without warning, the two proud women unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki that rivaled that of any man. Linglin's haki shimmered a deep crimson with a hint of pink, signifying her dominant personality transcending feminine sentiment. In stark contrast, Hancock's haki was predominantly pink, interspersed with shades of deep crimson, representing her extreme obsession with her beauty and her devotion to personal feelings, overshadowing her duties as empress. In the alley, Aokiji and Zephyr exchanged glances. Aokiji gritted his teeth and addressed Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, do you not feel that this opportunity seems even more promising than before? Zephyr's robust frame trembled, his eyes suddenly brightening as he looked at Aokiji. Are you suggesting that we let Rayleigh and Hancock deal with Charlotte Linlin while we capture Kukuri? Aokiji nodded emphatically, tearing away his disguise. Precisely. According to Ain's intel, there is only one Katakuri on the island, and Linglin's return is clearly unexpected. Our original plan had failed, leaving us only the option to escape with Ain. But with Rayleigh and Hancock's appearance, does this not resolve our dilemma? Their strength is comparable to that of a Marine admiral. Together, even if they cannot defeat Big Mom immediately, they can certainly suppress her. Zephyr inhaled deeply. Shedding his disguise, he understood that hesitation was no longer an option and resolutely declared, "Let us proceed as you suggest." At that moment, a massive opening erupted at the top of the tower, shattering the wall above, and a towering shadow appeared at the edge of the gaping hole, gazing down. Was that Katakuri? He seemed as formidable as Kaido, truly a family of demons. Zephyr looked up, his voice cold. However, beside him, Aokiji felt a chill surge through him, a wave of dread rising from within. No, that was Kaido. Damn it, something has gone awry with Ain. The tower was too tall, and the recently breached wall was shrouded in smoke and dust. Just as Zephyr glanced up, he caught sight of a familiar figure, sporting the same long horns as depicted on the bounty poster. Neither of them employed observation haki, but Aokiji had the advantage. His ice-manipulating abilities allowed him to enhance his vision at any moment, enabling him to see vast distances. What? Kaido? Zephyr was taken aback, his complexion shifting dramatically as he began to grasp the dire situation. Without a moment's hesitation, the two released their formidable observation haki, sweeping across Cake Island and the surrounding seas. The island had become eerily desolate, with only a sparse few lingering presences, aside from themselves. 6 terrifying auras surged forth, piercing the heavens. Aokiji and Zephyr's pupils constricted, their expressions transforming in alarm. They had fallen into a trap. The 4 elite members of the Beast Pirates had all arrived. I must have encountered trouble. Keek, came Kaisar's boisterous voice as he suddenly exhaled towards the sea, like Yamato's ice bite, but exponentially more powerful. A frigid column of air descended upon the ocean. In an instant, the waters beneath the ship turned rapidly white, the churning sea transforming into a thick layer of ice, spreading at a terrifying speed in all directions. In the alley, the drastic drop in temperature and the changes in the sea detected through their heightened senses left Zephyr staring in shock at Aokiji, exclaiming, "Kazan, is this not your ability?" Aokiji's face darkened. His signature technique had been wielded by Kaisar, a blatant affront to him. "Teacher Zephyr, we must leave this place. The situation is dire." Aokiji decisively resolved to retreat. Zephyr glanced toward Kaido atop the tower, furrowing his brows. "No, Ain is still inside. I must find her." Aokiji hesitated, knowing that no matter how he pleaded, his stubborn teacher would never abandon his students to flee alone. Especially Ain, who, like Binns, was one of the last two students from Zephyr's Marine training camp. Surviving the massacre 9 years ago, to Zephyr's bond with Ein was akin to that of a father towards his children. On the icy surface, two remarkably similar, towering figures approached, their footsteps echoing rhythmically across the ice. Linlin cast a glance at Kaisar and Katakuri, a radiant smile gracing her face as she raised Napoleon. Pointing it at Hancock, "Here, it is just us two women. Let us battle upon the ice." Hancock's expression remained haughty, wordlessly leaping onto the expanse of ice, just as the battle on Cake Island was set to ignite. Far away in the New World, Dressrosa, an unprecedented spectacle unfolded in the sky. Atop the palace castle, the Emperor of Dressrosa, King Riku, alongside the Guardian General, Guild Tesoro, gazed up with pallid faces, while Rebecca, Violet, and others swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Dressrosa, within the fairy forest, the Straw Hat crew, who had come seeking treatment from the Little People Princess Mancheri, were struck by disbelief as they beheld the terrifying sight above. 10 gargantuan meteors, ablaze with fierce flames, loomed like 10 brilliant suns, completely sealing off any escape routes for those within Dressrosa. Those with keen eyesight could discern a figure at the center of the 10 suns, an elderly man clad in a purple robe, his eyes glinting with a white hue, bearing scars that crossed over his gaze, wielding a cane sword as he floated upon a drifting stone. This man was none other than the Marine Admiral Fujitora, dispatched to capture Sanji. A bead of sweat trickled down Fujitora's forehead, the cause unknown, whether from heat or exhaustion, and his complexion appeared somewhat pale and resigned. He did not intend to target the civilians of Dressrosa. Rather, the recent notoriety of the Straw Hat crew had become overwhelming. Even Kaido, the so-called invincible creature of land, sea, and air, had been toppled by them. These individuals had only recently escaped from his grasp about 20 days prior. Relying on the assistance of Dressrosa's citizens. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. It is not that I wish to oppose you, Straw Hat. In fact, I rather admire your character. However, Admiral Sengoku is a man of great integrity and respect, and I hold him in immense esteem. For both public and personal reasons, I must retrieve Sengoku's remains for a proper burial. Fujitora sighed deeply, casting aside his final pang of reluctance, and produced the Marine's amplifying device. Placing it to his lips, the Straw Hat crew heard his voice. "I am Admiral Fujitora of the Marine. Today, I have come for one person that if you surrender this individual, Dressrosa will remain unharmed, and I will cast these meteors into the sea." Under Fujitora's extensive observation haki, the entirety of Dressrosa was encompassed, allowing him to effortlessly track the whereabouts of Luffy and the others. Fujitora's gaze shifted to the fairy forest as he proclaimed, "This person is Vinsmoke Sanji." "What? Me?" In the enchanted forest, Sanji stood in astonishment, pointing at himself with a look of utter bewilderment upon his face. Beside him, Nami, Robin, Usopp, the formidable Frankie, Chopper, Jinbe, and Zoro all wore expressions of shock. From the moment Fujitora had appeared, they sensed the gravity of the situation, yet the sheer terror of his abilities rendered them helpless, even in their currently restored condition. There was no conceivable way to escape the cataclysmic onslaught looming over them. Luffy, gravely injured, was still receiving Princess Mancheri's full treatment, while the others, having sustained less severe wounds, were beginning to recover. Among them, Sanji's vitality had returned to that of a 30-year-old. Jinbe's chest, once marred by deep wounds, had healed completely. Robin's once sun-kissed skin and voluptuous figure had re-emerged, showing no trace of the severe burns she had endured. "Sanji, don't listen to him. You cannot go," Nami screamed as she rushed over to grasp Sanji, who was visibly struggling with his emotions. "Nami-san, I must go." Sanji's face was etched with profound sadness, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his comrades. "No, I want to allow it." Nami's tears flowed freely as she collapsed to the ground, weeping once more. In recent days, Nami had been utterly exhausted, her life more sorrowful than it had been years ago in Cocoa Village in the East Blue. Each day was filled with the sight of her listless companions. Watching as the unconscious Luffy lay injured, Zoro appeared lost and dejected, Sanji bore an aging demeanor, and Robin was covered in scars, devoid of any healthy skin. Such circumstances often led Nami, a woman of deep emotions, to weep uncontrollably. Zoro, his gaze vacant, suddenly trembled, his unfocused eyes regaining clarity as they locked onto Sanji. "Go with peace of mind. Cook, I will hold this ground," Zoro declared, gripping the remaining blade. "Enma, with unprecedented seriousness. Ha ha ha, with your words. I can rest easy. Green Moss Head, cheer up. You are destined to become the world's greatest swordsman, whereas I hold no such grand aspirations. Sanji retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, attempting to light it. But his hands trembled violently, not from fear, but from reluctance. 2 tears streamed down his cheeks. Zoro stepped forward, casting Enma to the ground as if discarding refuse, snatching the lighter from Sanji's hand, and igniting the cigarette for him with a single hand. Sanji was momentarily taken aback, staring at the discarded sword. How can you treat your own blade this way? This is not my sword. Mine is broken. Enma belongs to Odin, who could not surpass himself. Wielding his weapon will only shackle my future. I will forge my own blade and sever all obstacles that lie ahead, becoming the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro declared, stomping Enma into the earth with determination. The sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, trembling as if in confusion or rage. Yet Zoro remained indifferent, for though he lacked a blade, an inexplicable aura of swordsmanship surged within him like a towering tree growing ever stronger. Hearing this, Sanji could not help but smile radiantly, delivering a hearty thump to Zoro's chest before turning to address the others. Everyone, farewell. Sanji. Sanji-kun. Swish. Sanji did not glance back at the pained and trembling Nami and Chopper. It was not that he did not wish to, but rather that he feared his heart might soften, endangering them all. Nami-san. Once Luffy awakens, have him find another cooked. I may not return to the Thousand Sunny this time. Please take care of yourselves. The days I spent with all of you were the happiest of my life. With that, Sanji stepped into the void, ascending toward Fujitora. Upon reaching Fujitora, the Admiral regarded him for a long moment before sighing. My apologies, young man. Sanji appeared remarkably at ease, smiling nonchalantly as he inquired. So, who exactly seeks me? If it were the Navy, they would not merely capture me alone. Luffy and the others are gravely injured. With your strength, it would not require much effort to seize them. Fujitora sighed again and nodded. You are astute. Indeed, it is Kaido, the very demon you suspect. He has specifically requested you. Ha ha ha. Sanji erupted into laughter, doubling over as if hearing a tremendous joke. When did you, a dignified admiral of the Navy, become a lackey for a brute? There is no choice. The remains of Admiral Sengoku still lie in his possession. You are merely one of the pawns he seeks to exchange, Fujitora stated plainly. Sanji froze momentarily before shaking his head with a bitter smile, taking a drag from his cigarette and falling silent. Fujitora turned his gaze toward the enchanted forest, silently manipulating 10 massive meteorites, casting them down from the skies above Dressrosa into the sea below. It's exhausting to fly for so long. Why not take a rest on my stone? Fujitora offered a small space for Sanji. Nodding, Sanji leaped onto the rock. Their figures soared through the sky, swiftly disappearing from view. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, massive snail-shaped ships sailed in formation across the waters, flags billowing in the wind. Emblazoned with the words Germa 6th, at the helm of the leading iron snail ship stood the towering figure of Judge. Engrossed in a newspaper that he read repeatedly, beside him stood his 3 sons and 1 daughter, Reiju, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji. The latest edition of the newspaper detailed the beast pirates, and for the past few days, Judge had been unable to sleep, obsessively poring over its contents. He could hardly comprehend that Big Mom, who was supposed to marry into their family and wield considerable power over a vast sea territory, would willingly submit to a newly emerged figure as captain. This was beyond Judge's imagination. What caught his attention most, however, was the photograph of Sanji, now appearing aged and frail, clad in pink leather. Reiju's figure was strikingly accentuated, her violet butterfly wings adding to her ethereal beauty. Concern was etched across her face as she softly asked, Father, how could Sanji become like this? Ichiji and the others exchanged glances, mirroring her worry. Since their traumatic experience in Whole Cake Island, the genetically engineered warriors had unexpectedly begun to awaken a semblance of humanity, no longer resisting Sanji's presence, but instead embracing him as a brother. Judge sighed. If I am not mistaken, Sanji has likely accelerated the burning of his vitality. He may have been driven to the brink, forced to fight with desperation. Then what of Sanji? Reiju's eyes glistened with tears, her beautiful gaze filled with sorrow. Alas, we can only leave it to fate. This fundamental loss of essence might be solvable with our scientific prowess, but we must return to the North Blue first. Increase the speed. We must hasten back to the research base. I need to develop a remedy as swiftly as possible. Judge's expression was grave, his concern for Sanji stemming from the fact that Sanji had once saved his life in Whole Cake Island. Furthermore, Judge had an inkling that his only son who had not been successfully modified might indeed be the most exceptional specimen of the devil gene.hm. What is that? Yanji suddenly furrowed his brow. Gazing toward the distant sky, where a brilliant golden light shot forth from afar, unmistakably aimed at their location. Enemy attack. All hands on deck, Ichiji bellowed, activating the communication devices across the fleet. In an instant. Every engineered warrior raised their heads, weapons drawn, ready for battle, their faces devoid of fear or panic, resembling programmed automatons that if you don't want to die, surrender obediently. I have no patience left, a chilling voice echoed from the golden light, which then coalesced into a 3-meter-tall middle-aged man clad in yellow. His body was wrapped in bandages, suggesting he had endured severe injuries, yet he exuded no formidable presence, appearing rather ordinary, just an average person. However, the manner of his arrival was unlike anything the others had ever witnessed. Regardless, it seems that no one would truly consider him an ordinary citizen. Gaji's expression shifted instantaneously, for he was all too familiar with Kizaru. As the head of the Navy's scientific division, Kizaru had long been engaged in dealings with Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory. In the past, Gaji, Caesar, Queen, and Vegapunk had all worked together in a research facility, which was later dismantled by the Navy, leading to Vegapunk being summoned to the world government. The individual who spearheaded that operation was none other than Kizaru, a vice admiral of the Navy. Kizaru, what brings you here? Do not act recklessly. Our Germa 66 Kingdom is still a member nation of the world government, and we have no conflicts with the Navy. Gaji raised his hand to halt his eager sons behind him. His eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded Kizaru, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Gaji could not afford to be anything less than anxious. After all, this was the highest combat power of the Navy, and he did not believe that he and his men could repel Kizaru. Noticing the injuries on Kizaru's form, Gaji couldn't help but recall the news he had read in the papers. It appeared that Kizaru, the Navy admiral, had indeed been defeated by Big Mom's son, Katakuri, whom Gaji had encountered previously. He found it somewhat hard to believe that Big Mom's offspring was so remarkably formidable. If circumstances allowed, he truly wished to forge another alliance with the Big Mom pirates. No, now they were referred to as the Beast Pirates. Gaji had already envisioned the union, which would involve the renowned warrior Katakuri and his eldest daughter, Reiju. Height was hardly a concern for Gaji. In his eyes, it was a trivial matter. His research on genetic factors, akin to Caesar's studies on human gigantification, could easily bestow Reiju with a few extra meters in stature. If he could indeed ally with this newly ascendant power, it would far surpass any previous association with Big Mom. Each time Gaji picked up that newspaper and gazed upon those terrifying figures, he felt a tremor resonate through his very being. If the beast god Caesar could lend him even a single word of support, the entire North Sea would tremble, and the Germa kingdom might yet reclaim its dominance over the North Sea. As Gaji pondered these thoughts, Kizaru's expression grew frigid as he stated, "All of you will return to the New World with me, at the utmost speed." What? Return to the New World? Why? Gaji was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. A flicker of anger and murderous intent gradually emerged on Kizaru's face, his golden aura intensifying to a blinding brilliance, exuding a formidable pressure that left everyone feeling parched and trembling. My patience has reached its limit. The Kizaru before him bore no resemblance to his previously laid-back demeanor. His face was now painted with an aura of menace. An uncanny spectacle unfolded around Kizaru's form. His body, once radiant with golden light, began to manifest in eerie darkness on his left side, as if the golden glow were being eroded and transformed into a shadowy luminescence from the crown of his head downward. Kizaru's left half was engulfed in darkness, while his right half remained a dazzling gold, emanating an essence that was both radiant and sinister. Confusion and contradiction filled Kizaru's being, as if a cataclysmic fission of light was occurring within him, unleashing an incredibly terrifying aura that made Gaji's throat constrict, reminding him of a dreadful ray he had once discovered in the laboratory. Gamma rays. Thud. Gaji trembled uncontrollably, his knees buckling as he found himself kneeling before Kizaru, his body shaking like a leaf in the wind, lips quivering as he stammered, "Do not strike. Our entire Germa legion shall follow you." "Father, what are you afraid of? He is but one man, with so many of us." "We need not." Yanji stepped forward, intent on seizing Kizaru's form. "Stop," Gaji cried out in terror. But it was too late, as Yanji's hand made contact with Kizaru's shimmering yet shadowed body. His gloved palm silently disintegrated into particles of light, vanishing into the air without a trace. Yanji recoiled in horror, aghast at the sight of his severed arm. Kaizo's towering figure flickered with alternating light and darkness, his demeanor cold and devoid of humanity. Resembling more a deity than a man, the Grand Line, renowned as one of the three great symbols of justice of the Navy, housed countless of the most heinous criminals of the sea within its depths. Within the super prison fortress known as Impel Down, this prison, constructed centuries ago, was renowned for its geographical advantages and formidable security systems, earning it the moniker of an impenetrable fortress. However, since the audacious escape of the Golden Lion Shiki from the 6th level of Impel Down 2 decades prior, a series of jailbreaks had ensued. Several notorious felons, like the so-called demon's descendant Douglas Bullet, who possessed a fruit power that amplified his abilities 100-fold, and the world destroyer Bondrewd, had managed to escape through unknown means. Yet, compared to these solitary escapees, the chaos of Impel Down over the past 2 years, instigated by the Straw Hat Kid and the Clown Buggy's malicious release, led to an influx of pirates, wreaking havoc across the seas. This monumental incident not only tarnished the Navy's reputation but also birthed a new warlord of the sea in Buggy, while unleashing countless marauders who wreaked havoc across the globe. It also rendered the once imposing Impel Down incapable of maintaining its claim as an unyielding bastion. In reality, within the depths of this prison, unbeknownst to many, lay a hidden paradise for those of dubious nature. In other words, Impel Down had long since been riddled with vulnerabilities. On this fateful noon, a dog-headed warship slowly approached the harbor of this great prison. Woo, woo, on the wooden plank extending from the port. Prison guards sounded the horn, signaling the warship to halt at a distance of 1 kilometer from the harbor. Several small boats were promptly dispatched to navigate toward the warship. This cautious approach was a lesson learned through bloodshed. The seas were rife with individuals capable of disguising their true identities. Previously, a bold individual named Fong Klai had impersonated the prison warden Magellan, resulting in a significant incident. Thus, 2 years later, the guards had grown wise. Regardless of who approached, all must remain at a distance and first undergo a genetic test produced by the Navy's laboratory. Only those whose genetic profiles match those of Navy officers would be permitted to proceed. Otherwise, even if the fleet admiral himself made a call, passage would be denied, as voice and appearance could be mimicked, but bloodline could not be altered. Dressed in a black prison uniform, a tall figure with 2 curved horns and a pair of black wings, Deputy Warden Magellan extended a hand, producing a device to present to the imposing elder before him. I apologize. It's a routine procedure, Vice Admiral Garp, to test your genetic lineage. Magellan saluted Garp. Garp returned the salute with a serious demeanor, then pricked his finger with the needle of the device, allowing a drop of blood to be absorbed. Soon, a mechanical voice emanated from the device, detected genetic lineage of Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Navy. Verification complete. Magellan nodded, a smile gracing his lips. All set. You may dock now. Vice Admiral Garp, your request has been approved by the world government. You can retrieve Don Quixote da Flamingo directly. He is currently housed on the 6th level of the prison. For safety reasons, he has not been brought out in advance. Garp acknowledged with a nod, gesturing to his aide Bogart to direct the warship to dock. Minutes later, the group moved swiftly, taking the warden's exclusive elevator down to the 6th level of the deep-sea prison. In the dimly lit vast chamber, numerous interconnected cells of varying sizes awaited. Yet it appeared somewhat antiquated, evidently having endured the passage of countless years. This moment, the 6th level exuded an aura of desolation. A consequence of the fact that the current Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard, had whisked away a multitude of nefarious villains 2 years prior. Each criminal incarcerated within the 6th level was a formidable and troublesome outlaw. Steeped in malevolence upon the vast ocean, the mere escape of one such ruffian could incite considerable turmoil at sea, not to mention that the prison was nearly vacant, with only a few deeply concealed inmates lingering on in a state of wretched existence. Kapu refrained from glancing about, directly following Magellan into the dimly lit, profound corridor. Deep within this passage lay a solitary cell, housing the uniquely formidable former warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Whom do I see? The hero Kapu and Magellan. What brings you here? Could it be that after the failed assassination attempts, those foolish celestial dragons have dispatched the Navy's war god to execute me openly? It seems my reputation is quite grand indeed. Da Flamingo's arms were shackled overhead as he sat cross-legged upon the cold, hard tiles, maintaining this posture for an indeterminate period. Logically, one would expect a person to be numbed by torment. Yet on his face rested the flamboyant flamingo glasses, an enigma as to who permitted him such adornments, and his lips were still curled into a provocative smirk. You have been released. Next, you shall accompany me to the New World. as someone has brokered a deal that specifically calls for you. Kapu stated succinctly, prompting Magellan to unlock the cell and step inside, lowering the astonished Doflamingo from the wall, though he remained shackled in sea stone cuffs. Doflamingo, taken aback, queried, "Who possesses such power to compel both the world government and the celestial dragons to acquiesce to this arrangement? Are they not concerned that I might divulge their secrets?" Kapu snorted dismissively, revealing, "It is the Beast Pirates, your former employer Kaido's crew. You must have seen the news. Kaiza, the notoriously fearless Doflamingo, known as the Flamingo and the Night Demon, licked his lips, revealing a hint of anxiety. A special prisoner on the 6th level, he was permitted daily access to the latest newspapers from the sea. The edition from yesterday still lay on the prison floor, and Doflamingo had recently scrutinized its contents. The visages of Kaiza and his companions were etched indelibly in his memory. Kaiza, a figure far more terrifying than that madman Kaido, had even vanquished Fleet Admiral Sengoku. While Admiral Green Bull had gone missing, and Admiral Kazara had also been bested, the current top 3 combatants in the Navy had been reduced to merely 1, with 2 defeated by the crew of the Beast Pirates, who were far more formidable than the previous Beast and Big Mom Pirates. Enough of this. You have no room for refusal. Let us proceed, as the appointed time is drawing near. Kaiza is not one to be trifled with." Kapu stated coldly, casting a glance at Doflamingo before pivoting to lead the way, while Magellan firmly grasped Doflamingo's arm, urging him to follow Kapu's pace. Doflamingo's brow furrowed, his steps faltering, seemingly reluctant. The world outside appeared perilous, perhaps even more so than remaining in prison, where he could leisurely peruse the news as a king of sorts. In the holy land of Mariehua, within a towering, pristine white edifice, 5 elderly figures, though aged in appearance, displayed an undeniable vigor as they knelt respectfully upon the ground, facing a grand staircase. At the summit of these stairs stood an imposing display of 20 weapons, including swords and pikes. Behind these weapons loomed a massive throne, exalted and sacred, radiating an aura of unparalleled authority even in its current unoccupied state, as if anyone who could occupy it would wield supreme power over life and death across the world. The sound of steady, powerful footsteps echoed from the depths of the palace, causing the 5 kneeling elders to bow their heads lower in reverence, as if the approaching individual possessed a force that commanded their respect and instilled in them a profound sense of awe. Such an occurrence was nearly unfathomable, for these 5 venerable elders were the ruling council of the world government, the 5 elders, who wielded the greatest power in the world. Even Fleet Admiral Akaino would be expected to stand to the side in deference. Enduring scorn from these elders, the world government controlled the economic lifeblood of the Navy, with hundreds of billions of dollars allocated annually, all passing through the hands of these 5 in the enclosed hall. A sudden gust of wind stirred, carrying with it the fragrance of grass and flowers. A cold, detached voice resonated within the minds of the 5 elders, bypassing the air as though it reverberated directly within their souls. This voice was neither male nor female, neither old nor young, shrouded in an enigmatic aura, as if it emanated from the heavens above. "What is it?" One of the 5 elders, clad in a suit and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, addressed respectfully, "Lord M, there have been recent developments concerning the Beast Pirates. I wonder if you have been apprised." At some point, a tall, shadowy figure materialized upon the lofty throne, its form distorted and obscured, as if the 5 elders were separated from it by a realm of existence, existing in another dimension. Even if they were to raise their heads, they would find it difficult to discern the figure's visage. Only its eyes seemed to possess a peculiar power, capable of transcending time and space, seeing all things, with an enchanting allure. These eyes, red with swirling rings around the pupils, appeared as 2 vortices, drawing anyone who dared to meet their gaze into an abyss from which there was no escape. Imbued with an indescribable majesty and an indifference to the lives of others, Lord M, seated high upon the ethereal throne, remained silent, akin to a statue. The atmosphere grew still, as the 5 elders held their breath, seemingly fearful of intruding upon M's contemplation. After a prolonged silence, M's disjointed voice reverberated within the minds of the 5 that a formidable force with unique abilities, the ancient demon race, must be approached with caution. However, they are not the descendants of D. Our primary focus remains unchanged. The Sun God Nika requires further observation. The 5 elders exhaled a sigh of relief. Since Lord M had spoken, matters would proceed more smoothly. The elder wielding a long blade inquired further, "Then shall we preemptively eliminate Nika?" "Not yet. Nika's liberation drum is still too weak to awaken." As he spoke, Lord M's voice became jumbled, as if countless voices were converging, rendering it unintelligible to the 5 elders. Exchanging subtle glances, one elder with a bushy beard shifted the topic, regarding the celestial dragon Don Quixote da Flamingo of no consequence. Upon uttering these two words, the hall was plunged into an oppressive silence. Eventually, the five elders slowly raised their heads to gaze at the lofty throne, now devoid of any figure, leaving them uncertain as to how Lord M had vanished. The weight of M's authority lingered heavily, as the elder with the blade chuckled lightly, only to abruptly cease, as though he had brushed against a forbidden topic that must not be spoken of. As the five elders exited the palace and entered the grand hall, they beheld Rob Lucci standing motionless, akin to a statue. Rob Lucci, you are to notify Stussy that she must seek an opportunity to infiltrate Tato land. Her rapport with Big Mom remains favorable. Let her gather all intelligence concerning the beast pirates. If necessary, she may invest in Wano, offering some incentives to Kaiza to facilitate the acquisition of more core secrets, particularly regarding Kaiza's abilities, strength, and lineage. Understood, Rob Lucci replied, his expression impassive, before departing with purpose. The elder with the bushy beard chuckled softly, remarking, individuals like Rob Lucci within CP are still far too few. While some CP operatives may be intimidated, brainwashed, or coerced into submission, the risk of betrayal remains. Only Rob Lucci can be trusted as a reliable blade. Alas, his strength is still somewhat lacking. At the very least, he must attain the rank of an admiral. The number of monsters in the New World is increasing, and even admirals dare not venture forth alone. The five elders deliberated on certain matters, and ultimately, the elder wielding a long knife lightly tapped the ground before declaring, upon welcoming back the remains of Sangoku, we shall hold a grand military funeral and bestow upon him a fitting burial. Indeed, Sangoku was an exceptional commander. It is regrettable that he could not enjoy a peaceful old age. The voice gradually faded into silence, leaving only stillness in its wake. In the outer seas of Tot land, the waves parted as if a concealed colossal ship was swiftly navigating through, cutting through the waters and heading straight towards a desolate island. Captain Dachi, exclaimed someone. Indeed, the ship of Daping is on that very island. It seems that Jote's words ring true. They have encountered Big Mom and suffered a complete annihilation. A deep, resonant voice echoed from an unknown source. As the waves continued to part until reaching the sandy shores of the island, ripples flowed through the void, and a massive warship suddenly materialized out of thin air. On the deck stood towering figures, each exuding an overwhelming aura. Among them, two individuals stood out. One radiated an aura akin to a vast sea of blood, brimming with an insatiable thirst for slaughter, while the other emanated a dark and unfathomable presence, as if drawing in all that dared to gaze upon him. That old woman Dapeng. I have long said she would eventually cause trouble. Her strength is utterly useless, yet her pride compels her to provoke even Big Mom. She forgets she is merely a hunter of the new moon, not the queen of the new moon. Blackbeard Dachi's physique had grown to over double its size compared to 2 years prior. Nearing the stature of the late Whitebeard, he appeared robust and imposing, yet his demeanor remained as wicked and domineering as ever. Toxic Q, locate Jote and see if he is alive. Then, we shall hasten to Cake Island and see if we can catch a few big fish. I can sense the very fabric of the sea is lamenting, oscillating violently. The place has likely become a realm of terror. At Cake Island, beneath the towering spire, Rayleigh, regardless of your intentions here, collaboration is our only option. Akiji swiftly emerged from the alleyway, standing before the Dark King Rayleigh with a solemn expression. Rayleigh, sword in hand, showed no signs of refusal, nodding in agreement. Yet his gaze was fixed on the approaching father and son on the icy surface in the distance. How shall we proceed? Rayleigh inquired, turning to Aokiji. At that moment, Zifa approached, his tone grave. I never anticipated an opportunity to collaborate with the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Rayleigh. However, I must first rescue my disciple Ain, who is concealed within this tower. Her aura is shrouded by the presence of Kaido above, making it difficult to ascertain her condition, and it will require some time. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, glancing around with a hint of concern. I fear these individuals may not comply with your wishes. Zifa's expression turned cold and detached as he shrugged off the concern, plunging into the tower without a care for whether Akiji followed. Gritting his teeth, Akiji focused on Kaiza and Katakuri on the ice, quickly addressing Rayleigh. Now is not the time for emotional turmoil. Allow me to hold off those two. My abilities are not well suited for use within the tower. You should assist Teacher Zifa. With your combined strength, you can certainly subdue Kaido. Rayleigh cast a glance at Kaiza, then deeply regarded Akiji before saying nothing further and soaring into the tower, high above. At the gaping entrance, Kaido's figure had already vanished, Akiji took a deep breath, steadying himself as he faced the two formidable adversaries. Even as a former admiral, he felt an immense pressure. Kaiza and his son ambled leisurely across the ice, exuding an air of invulnerability. The disdain evident on their towering figures was palpable, as if they were declaring to all present, "You are all worthless." To shatter such overwhelming confidence and pressure, there was only one course of action: to strike first and break the silence. Ice ball. Suddenly, a flurry of ice blossoms erupted beneath Akiji's feet, propelling him into the air. With fingers clasped together, a torrent of frost surged forth, cascading towards Kaiza and his son. The force was akin to an avalanche. The frost conjured from Akiji's palms seemed endless, flowing from another dimension, engulfing Kaiza and Katakuri in an instant. The vast quantity of frost rapidly froze under the low temperatures, forming a massive translucent ice block, within which the two imposing figures were encased at its core. Yet, Akiji's expression shifted as more frost surged from his palms. Despite the increasing thickness of the ice, the two figures gradually broke free from their confinement. Katakuri's form suddenly shrank dramatically, transforming into a pliable mass of glutinous rice, before expanding explosively, forcing the surrounding ice to splinter and crack. He refrained from utilizing his machi flame, as it could only scorch souls and would prove ineffective against such tangible objects. Is he a Logia user? Ah, I see, he is indeed not so easily dealt with, Akiji thought, his countenance growing grave as he turned his attention to Kaiza. Upon noticing Kaiza, Akiji's expression shifted in shock. Within the heart of the thick ice, Kaiza continued his advance unimpeded, stepping forward as if taking a leisurely stroll, compressing the ice beneath him with each step, rendering it as hard as diamond. What is this? Akiji gasped, realizing that Kaiza was employing sheer physical strength to compress the ice to its limits, surpassing even steel in hardness. The ice, pressed down by Kaiza's weight, shimmered under the moonlight, resembling glistening diamonds. Such an extraordinary physique. Kaiza could very well claim the title of the strongest living being on land, sea, and air, having surpassed even Kaido, seeing the ice ball failing to restrain the two. Akiji gritted his teeth and prepared to escalate his efforts. An aura of icy chill erupted from him, unleashing an ice blue ring that shattered upon his landing. He thrust his right arm forward towards the emerging Kaiza, exclaiming, "Armament Haki! Freeze! Ice bird!" A colossal ice bird formed from the frigid air, its tail connected to Akiji's palm, its massive body extending forward, its sharp beak gleaming with the edge of a great blade. Imbued with an intangible Hakai. In Akiji's hands, its power rivaled that of a Haki-imbued attack. Composed of ice compressed to the utmost, its hardness rivaled that of diamonds, without the countering fire abilities. This move could easily vanquish the majority of opponents. In response to such a terrifying strike, Kaiza prepared to counter. He extended his robust right arm, veins coiling around it like serpents, embodying immense resilience and strength. The mere act of clenching his fist caused the air around him to crackle under pressure. Haki burst. Kaiza's eyes widened, devoid of grandiose names for his attacks. He simply unleashed a fist enveloped in black-red lightning, tearing through the void with overwhelming force. The powerful conqueror's Haki and armament Haki intertwined to create a formidable force. Boom! Before Akiji's ice blue bird could even make contact, the massive fist collided with the bird's beak, compressing the air between them, unleashing a terrifying pressure. The black-red lightning erupted, and thunder rumbled from the heavens. As Kaiza's might even stirred the elements themselves. In the blink of an eye, the colossal ice blue bird began to crumble, its massive form disintegrating layer by layer, as Kaiza's weighty punch crashed toward Akiji. Akin to a mountain descending upon him, Akiji was struck with disbelief, unable to comprehend how his strongest move was so effortlessly shattered. Instinctively, he sought to transform into his elemental state to evade Kaiza's fist. However, as Kaiza struck, it felt as if the very heavens were collapsing upon him, the overwhelming pressure snapping Akiji's ice-constructed prosthetic limb as he fell to one knee, his eyes bulging with confusion. Impossible! How could he be this strong? This level of dominance surpassed that of an admiral, transcended the four emperors, and even rivaled Whitebeard, standing shoulder to shoulder with Roger. Within the heart of Akiji, tumultuous waves surged. His reason for lurking aboard Blackbeard's ship was to seize a pivotal moment, hoping to thwart one of Blackbeard's grand schemes. Akiji believed that with the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi, which allowed the absorption of all abilities, and the Gura Gura no Mi, capable of annihilating anything, Blackbeard had already become the most formidable and promising ruler in the New World. Although Blackbeard's strength had yet to reach its zenith, And the tremors of the Gura Gura Nomi had not exhibited the same devastating force as Whitebeard's. Aokiji had still faced a grueling battle during their sparring sessions, ultimately succumbing to Blackbeard. However, when comparing Blackbeard to the imposing figure of Big Mom before him, Aokiji felt as though he were juxtaposing a child against an adult. There was simply no basis for comparison. Boom, amid Aokiji's tumultuous thoughts. A colossal black and red fist tore through the fabric of space and forcefully struck his chest, propelling his body diagonally skyward. In an instant, he shattered the towering cake tower, piercing through it like a cannonball, soaring at an astonishing speed, leaving him unaware of where he would land. Upon the expansive ice surface, the breathtakingly beautiful pirate empress, Boa Hancock, was wholly engrossed in observing the woman before her as the sovereign of a nation. Recognized by the world government and invited to join the 7 warlords of the sea, she epitomized one of the world's most elite female figures in terms of both status and strength. Yet, the towering woman before her, Charlotte Linlin, eclipsed Hancock in every conceivable aspect. Once one of the 4 emperors, Linlin's terrifying power and status far surpassed that of a mere kingdom's queen. The islands within Tado land alone numbered in the dozens, boasting a population exceeding 10 million. My, pirate empress, such a grand title indeed. What brings you to my domain, Boa Hancock? Proposing marriage. Have you taken a liking to my husband? Linlin asked, casually wielding the enormous blade Napoleon. Exuding an air of ease, completely devoid of Hancock's tense demeanor, with a face as stern as water and an expression of disdain, Hancock extended her delicate fingers and rebuked, "Impudent, I would never cast my eyes upon that grotesque muscle-bound monster. He has harmed the one I cherish most, Luffy. I have come to take his life." Linlin burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth, her graceful figure swaying with the rhythm of her amusement. Hancock, incensed, demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Catching her breath, Linlin replied, "Oh dear, you think you can take Caesar's life? TSK, TSK, TSK. I truly cannot fathom what goes on in that head of yours. You traveled all this way to our land of Wa. But do not expect to return easily. I shall seize you and have you bear Caesar's child. What a delightful affair that would be. I wonder whether you will give birth to a boy or a girl." Unable to endure any longer, Hancock unleashed her power, summoning a pink heart-shaped light that radiated from her left hand, sending forth a barrage of pink beams toward Linlin. With a commanding voice, Hancock declared, "Sweet, sweet wind, what manner of ability is this?" Linlin did not evade. She allowed the pink beams to strike her body, creating ripples of shimmering light.